Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Wait a moment. Hirebo suddenly cried out. Lord Dracula, surely there's still room for cooperation between us. Dracula barely glanced his way, his tone laced with indifference. What possible cooperation could I have with you? With a casual wave of his wand, Dracula conjured a shimmering red river that coiled through the air. The flowing blood coalesced into a crimson sphere, trapping Hirebo inside with inescapable force. Since his imprisonment by Andrus, Hirebo had been reduced to a soul state, not unlike Voldemort before his return. Dracula knew this, and the blood prison spell, proven effective on soul fragments, was the perfect counter. As expected, panic flickered across Hirebo's features. Dracula! Aren't you even curious how I absorbed the power of the Dementors? He shouted desperately. The blood prison's contraction slowed slightly. I admit, I am curious, Dracula replied with a faint smile. I'll give you 10 seconds. Explain how you absorbed the power of the destroyed Dementors into this secret realm. Hirebo grinned slyly. Only if you agree to help me escape this prison. I'm no fool, you want knowledge, and I want freedom. You're in no position to negotiate, Dracula said coldly. The blood sphere began to spin faster, tightening again. You can't threaten me. Hirebo snapped. I may die again, but as long as my Horcrux survives, I will never be truly gone. But if you kill me, you'll lose your only chance to learn my secret. Dracula's eyes narrowed. Then, with a flick, the blood prison unraveled into ruby-colored ropes, binding Hirebo without crushing him. Dracula stepped forward. Wise decision, Lord Dracula, Hirebo said with a smug smile. You won't regret this. Andrus, standing nearby, remained silent, though the glint in his eye and the subtle smirk on his lips betrayed his amusement. Hirebo mistook the loosening of the prison as Dracula's submission to their so-called alliance. In his mind, Andrus was just a hollow soul, no match for him and Dracula together. He even imagined trapping Andrus in this very prison. But the moment of triumph quickly turned to horror. A burning sensation seared through Hirebo's soul. His eyes dropped to the ropes. Each one was now alight with pale white flames. They burned cold, but they consumed his essence. Dracula! What are you doing? Hirebo screamed. Dracula's smile deepened. Did you truly believe I'd bargain with you? If you refuse to share your secret, so be it. I have time, and your suffering will keep me entertained. You'll regret this. Hirebo growled, his voice beginning to distort. I doubt it, Dracula said smoothly. Regret is for mortals. As the white flames devoured him, Hirebo clenched his teeth, refusing to scream. He bore the pain with grim defiance, his last act of pride. When the soul flame finally snuffed him out, all that remained was an empty space in front of the replica Parthenon. The silver light of the Patronus shimmered quietly in the silence. Thanks to you, my friend, Andrus said, placing a hand on Dracula's shoulder. Dracula stepped aside, avoiding the gesture. I only came to visit. This just happened to fall into my lap. Besides, I caused the surge in Dementa magic that made Hirebo stronger. I owed you. Andrus nodded solemnly. His soul power was growing at an alarming rate. I've spent centuries fortifying my Patronus just to hold him back. He gestured at the towering, mountain-sized Patronus. See how much larger it's gotten. Dracula raised an eyebrow. Impressive. I thought you were still living off optimism alone. It's more than optimism, Andrus said with a wry grin. I've been using ancient magic to bolster the Patronus. That came at a cost. I tapped into the magical potential of this region. Dracula's expression darkened. You mean the Greek magic world's decline? It was you? I didn't have a choice, Andrus said quietly. To trap Hirebo, we built this secret realm centuries ago. These buildings you see? They're spiritual reflections of real temples, powered by the belief of generations. Faith fueled the seal, until faith faded. So the formation began drawing on the land's raw magic. He looked at Dracula. That's why Greece's magic has withered. Dracula stared into the distance. So the secret Hirebo refused to share, his method of absorbing Dementor power, it's likely tied to this. Probably, Andrus agreed. But he would have never told you the truth. Better to destroy him than be misled. That's fair, Dracula sighed. Still, your optimism is unnerving. Andrus grinned. Helps fuel the Patronus. So how do you plan to explain all this to the Minister of Magic? Dracula asked, nodding toward Albert, the bald man nervously standing with Newt Scamander. Andrus's smile faltered. Honestly? I'm going to tell him the truth. If he resents me, so be it. One last question, Dracula said as Andrus walked away. Do you speak modern Greek? Fluently, Andrus said over his shoulder. Temple negotiations require it. Dracula watched as Andrus pulled Albert aside. At first, the minister looked starstruck. As the truth spilled out, awe turned to horror. Eventually, Albert collapsed beside a wall, cradling his head in despair. Professor Dracula, what happened to Albert? Newt asked softly. Faith, Dracula said, watching the man break down. It collapsed. Let him sit for a while. He'll need time to accept it. A minister's despair. Abitel had taken a hard hit, emotionally and mentally. The Greek minister of magic now sat slumped beside the low wall, his thoughts consumed by the revelation that the decline of his homeland's magical world was engineered over centuries. Andrus stayed close, squatting next to him with a rare look of sympathy, his usual humor subdued. Newt Scamander watched the scene with a sigh, then turned his attention to Dracula. Professor Dracula, Newt said gently, could you take me inside one of these buildings? I'm sensing something oddly familiar. I need a closer look. Dracula raised a curious brow but agreed without hesitation. Of course. But I must say, it's strange that a place sealed for thousands of years feels familiar to you. I'm wondering the same, Newt replied, eyes narrowing in thought. They stepped into a grand temple built in classic Greek style. Marble floors gleamed under their feet, and towering pillars lined the corridor that led to an inner sanctuary. A large golden statue stood tall at the heart of the temple, its identity obscured by time but carved with impressive craftsmanship. Feel anything yet? Dracula asked as they entered the sanctum. Newt slowly walked forward, eyes closed, trying to trace the echo of that familiar energy. It didn't take long before he halted. Dark mist curled at his feet, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present. A tinge of dread clung to the air. It's here. And not just here. It's everywhere around us, Newt said, his voice low and serious. This is the same energy that radiates from an obscurus. Dracula narrowed his eyes. I thought this was residual magic from the dementors that Hirebo absorbed. What's it got to do with an obscurus? Opening his hand, Dracula caught a strand of the black mist, twisting it like thread and balling it up in his palm. He studied it. Is the resemblance really that strong? He asked. Newt responded by placing his suitcase on the ground. With practiced precision, he unlocked the familiar latches. A small golden paw instantly reached out. Not now, Teddy, Newt said with a smile, gently pushing the mischievous Niffler back inside. He then extracted a transparent orb containing a strange black, fluid-like entity. This, he said, holding it up, is a preserved obscurus. From over 60 years ago. The girl who carried it, she trusted me to try and remove it. I failed to save her, but her obscurus survived. Dracula was visibly surprised. You managed to contain it? I thought they dissipated with the death of their host. Usually they do. But this one stayed. Dracula gently brought the dark orb in his hand closer to the obscurus. As they neared, the black fluid began to churn. Careful! Newt exclaimed, worried that the obscurus might destabilize. With a calm wave of his hand, Dracula suppressed the volatile reaction, his magic keeping it contained. I've got it, he said smoothly. Now let's see. He held both dark masses side by side. The aura, the volatility, the soul-corrupting edge, yes, the energies are remarkably alike, he murmured. But one is born from internal magical trauma, and the other from creatures that feed on despair. Could they really stem from the same origin? Newt tilted his head. Or perhaps, when Hirebo absorbed the Dementor's power, he refined it, reshaped it into something similar to an obscurus. Dracula shook his head. If anything, this energy is less suitable for wizards. It's corrosive, unstable. Why bother refining it into something still harmful to oneself? Still, we should analyze this further. He pulled a mirror from his coat, adorned with a phoenix motif, and tapped it. Moments later, a warm face appeared, Nicholas Flamel, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, if it isn't the Night King himself. What do you need this time, Dracula? Can't I just drop by for a chat? Dracula said with mock offense. When have you ever called without needing something?
Flamel chuckled.
Dracula grinned.
Caught me again.
I need your lab's instruments. Can you run an analysis on this energy sample and compare it to an obscurus? He tossed the dark sphere into a silvery shimmer, teleporting it to Flamel's Parisian workshop. Already in your lab, Dracula added.
Understood.
I'll get on it once this play ends, Flamel promised.
Newt.
Don't think you're off the hook either. Perenelle's been asking why you and Tina haven't visited. Newt smiled sheepishly. Once I'm done with fieldwork, I promise we'll bring Rolf to see you both.
You'd better.
Or we're coming to find you. Flamel winked and signed off. Dracula laughed.
He's impossible.
But I must admit, his spirit keeps him young. The two turned and exited the temple, silver light from Andrus' massive Patronus spilling into the hallway. Outside, Andrus and Abitel still sat by the low wall. Dracula squinted at the scene.
Still broken, Minister?
I thought politicians had thicker skin. Albertel didn't respond, just stared into the distance with the face of a man watching his world crumble. Newt approached and gently knelt beside him. Minister, he said softly, I've seen despair too, facing Grindelwald, trying to save creatures no one believed in, but in those moments I relied on the people beside me.
I trusted them.
Albertel turned to look at him, eyes glassy. And you should too. We're with you now. You don't have to face this alone. A flicker of life returned to the minister's eyes. Dracula leaned in with a smirk. Besides, haven't you heard? The world always needs a good comeback story.
Believe other companions. Abodel opened his eyes with some confusion and looked at Newt's gentle smile. Yes, trust our other companions. Newt repeated this sentence. Some things bring too much pressure, which cannot be handled by little people like us. There is no need to put too much pressure on yourself at this time. Pressure. But you have never been a nobody, Mr. Scamander. Albert said with a wry smile. No, compared with the two great wizards who stand at the top of the world, I am indeed just a small person. Newt smiled and shook his head. There are not many things I can do in this world trend. Do your best. Leave the rest to Dumbledore and his companions. Minister Abodel, don't you believe that the invincible Mr. Andrus can handle the affairs of the Greek magic world? Me. Andrus was suddenly mentioned next to him, pointing his finger at himself in disbelief. He seemed to have no idea how to deal with the Greek magic world. Newt quickly winked at him and signaled Andrus to cooperate and calm down the miserable Greek minister of magic first. Andrus nodded knowingly and began to beat his chest repeatedly. Ah, yes, I will take action. He said confidently, just rest assured, Abodel. The problems I left behind will naturally be solved by myself. While saying these confident words, Andrus secretly looked at Dracula with helpless eyes, hoping to learn the solution to the problem from his eyes. However, Dracula showed his hands to him and expressed that he was helpless. Abodel didn't notice Andrus's little moves behind his back. After hearing Andrus's solemn speech, his spirit finally recovered partially. At least he was no longer as disheartened as before. Maylaka, I have decided. I don't care. Abodel said self-defeatingly. I should have thought of it earlier. It is already very difficult for a Greek with little ability like me to manage his own ministry of magic. If I want to influence such a major event in the magical world, I am simply asking for trouble. Yes, that's it, Albert. Newt showed him a relieved smile. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and learn to trust your other companions. That's right, I'm just a small character. There's no need to worry about this kind of thing. Abodel nodded in agreement. The invincible Andrus will solve the problems in the Greek magic world. After all, in the end, didn't you choose to let yourself go? Looking at Albert, who understood the true meaning of a ruined life, Dracula fell into deep thought. He always felt that there seemed to be some difference between what the Minister of Magic understood as don't put too much pressure and what Newt meant by trusting your companions. After thinking about what was different for a long time, Dracula felt that it was a bit troublesome and decided to let it go. Regardless of whether he is different or not, just let the Greek Minister of Magic live in peace. Now, the despicable Hierbo has been eliminated. Even if a weak soul has a Horcrux, it will have to accumulate strength for at least a few more years if it wants to be resurrected. It is not a worry for a while. As for the decline of the Greek magic world, it is also closely related to Hierbo. Only by finding the hiding place of Halpo's Horcrux and completely eliminating Halpo can Andrus be freed from the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus. When Andrus no longer needs to absorb the escaped magic power of the magic world and hail only when the waves are counterbalanced will the root cause of the decline of the Greek magic world be completely eliminated. Dracula doesn't have a good solution to this. He could only promise that Andrus would try his best to help find Halpo's Horcrux, but he was not sure that it would be found. After all, more than 2,000 years have passed. Who knows where a cunning dark wizard would put a Horcrux? In addition, what makes Dracula most curious now is the relationship between the black energy left by Hierbo and Obscurus. This matter has been handed over to experts like Nico Flamel for analysis. It should not take long to come to the conclusion that there is no need for Dracula and the others to continue to stay in this secret place. From this point of view, the main things that need to be completed here have been almost completed, and now there is nothing else worthy of the few people's continued stay. So Dracula said goodbye to Andrus very freely, and once again got into the silver Rolls-Royce parked on the smooth ground. Are you seated? He looked through the rearview mirror at Newt, who was sitting in the back seat, and asked with a chuckle. Albertal, who had already had the experience of riding in a car, his eyes tightened, and he quickly pulled on the seat belt and fastened it. He firmly grasped the armrest next to the door with both hands, and then nodded nervously to Dracula. Dracula couldn't help but laugh, casually pushed a few buttons on the dashboard, and started the car steadily. The little angel logo on the front hood has changed just like it did when it came. The pair of wings behind the little angel slowly expanded, opened, and extended, and finally split into two separate parts. One wing is connected to the left side of the body, and the other is opposite it. Both wings flapped simultaneously. A soft breeze blew from under the wings, creating circles of tiny ripples on the watery ground, shining brightly under the light of Andrus's silver-white patron saint. Dracula stretched his hand out of the window and waved to Andrus from a distance. He looked at the red-haired figure of Andrus wearing an ancient Greek robe in the side rearview mirror, and suddenly thought of the purpose of coming here in the first place. At the beginning, Dracula actually just felt a little bored and wanted to find some old friends who were still alive in the world. Maybe he just wanted to chat with them and reminisce about the past. Who would have thought that on this trip to Greece, I would experience so many things without knowing it? Helped Andrus eliminate the despicable Herbo, met Newt Scamander, who plays a large role in the story told by Nico Flamel, discovered the truth about the decline of the Greek magic world. I can only say that this trip was not in vain. Dracula chuckled, without any further hesitation, and pressed another button on the dashboard. One after another, mysterious ancient runic symbols appeared on the car body, the windows, and even the bottom of the car, connecting with each other to form a gleaming runic circuit that enveloped the entire car. The next moment, the silver car lifted off the ground and flew lightly towards the upside-down Mount Olympus in the sky. After passing through the constantly rotating magic circle on the top of the mountain, the world was spinning again. The direction of the world seemed to be reversed once again. Mount Olympus suddenly turned around, and the majestic mountains stood on the flat land, just like when they came. Looking out the window towards the majestic Mount Olympus, I can see that the thick fog that came has completely dissipated, and there is no longer the black air and white light that flickers from time to time on the top of the mountain. A bright beam of light shined from behind the mountain crest, piercing the distant sky like a sword, and also illuminated the entire snowflakes on the top of Mount Olympus. The colors of Mount Olympus became clearer. The top of the mountain is a sheet of snowy white. A distance below it turns into wood ochre formed by exposed rocks and soil. Continuing downward, you can see a large amount of artificially paved light gray, as well as the rare dark green that represents vegetation in winter. As several colors passed through one by one, Dracula parked the car at the foot of Mount Olympus. There were already several members of the Greek Ministry of Magic waiting here anxiously. Minister Albert, did you know? The vision on the top of the mountain has disappeared. As soon as one of the boys saw Albert getting off Dracula's Rolls-Royce, he came over excitedly to announce the good news. We won after all. Yes, we did win. We won without any use of the field. Abotal has now experienced strong winds and waves with Dracula. At this time, facing his excited younger brother, he expressed very calmly, "You all calm down, don't let others see the joke." He suddenly scolded loudly, "I really don't understand why our Greek Ministry of Magic recruited useless guys like you, who make a fuss over the smallest things." The younger brothers were scolded by Albert and looked at him with confused and aggrieved expressions. They thought to themselves, weren't you the one who made the most fuss before? When we see such abnormal weather, we think it is a normal phenomenon, but Mr. Minister is so anxious that he thinks that the Greek magic world is in danger. Of course, they didn't say what they were thinking, but the dissatisfaction on their expressions was quite obvious. You're not convinced, are you? Abotal looked at them with an expression of hatred. Then let me ask you, do you know the reason for the weather this time? Several younger brothers shook their heads in confusion. Then do you know why the weather has returned to normal? The boys shook their heads again. I don't know this, I don't know that, and I don't want to investigate the truth of the matter. How dare you not be convinced? Abotal was furious. Go back and write a check for me. Albertel said hello to Dracula and Newt, cursed and left with his little brothers with the few remaining door keys. Dracula and Newt couldn't help laughing as they looked at the Greek Minister of Magic leaving. It seems that Albert's mentality has recovered quite well. Newt couldn't help but laugh, looking at his state. He should have completely let go of his worries about the Greek magic world. I don't know if I've let go of my worries. Dracula also couldn't help laughing, but I can guess that after Abotal returns, the members of the Greek Ministry of Magic will be in bad luck. These useless members should be properly trained. Newt smiled and shook his head. These people can't even use Muggle banishing spells. I really don't know how they complete their normal official duties. Dracula nodded with a smile and turned to look at Newt. Mr. Scamander, do you have any other plans next? He asked. If you have no other plans, I would like to invite you to my private castle as a guest. By the way, can you tell me about the global wizarding war? Things couldn't be better. Private castle. Newt's eyes moved slightly. Professor Dracula, do you want to invite me to Brown Castle as a guest? Dracula's expression changed slightly. Did that old guy Nico tell you about my identity? He asked, or was it Dumbledore who told you? I heard that you have a pretty good personal relationship with them. None of them told me your identity, Professor Dracula. Newt smiled shyly, but your identity is actually not difficult to guess, is it? He looked at the corners of Dracula's mouth and ears, and explained, you may be disdainful of over-disguising yourself, so you only concealed the vampire's fangs, nails, and wings, but the piercing, hair color and ears it's still different from ordinary people. I thought that many wizards in the magical world have different body shapes from ordinary people. These small details should not attract your attention. Dracula asked thoughtfully. These details of your appearance are indeed not enough for me to confirm your identity. Newt said softly, even if your daily performance has been very good, you can still see something different in some of the details. For example, when you are sitting in the driver's seat, I have observed that whenever there is weak sunlight shining on the car through the fog, you will subconsciously take your exposed hand away from the car window and put it on the position of the door handle where the sun cannot reach. In addition, when you drove out of the secret realm, because the fog had dissipated, you frowned obviously when facing the sun, and then closed the car windows. Combined with some of your physical characteristics, we can basically determine your identity as a vampire. Newt said seriously, of course, the most important thing is your very natural attitude when getting along with Nico and Andres. When facing a big shot like Nico who is hundreds of years old, I gradually lost the pressure to talk to him when I got older. Then he laughed at himself, but when I was young, I was actually in awe of him. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. But when you talk to them, you don't seem to have any pressure. Instead, you feel like you are on equal terms with each other, and both of them respect you. This also shows that your age is by no means what you show on your appearance. The way it came out. It seems that you may be the Count Dracula who once left a mark in the history of magic. Newt said. It's really wonderful. Is this the observation power of the most famous magical zoologist in the world? Dracula said with interest, you are the first wizard to recognize my identity. Actually, I just discovered it by accident. Newt smiled shyly. No one else has noticed so many surprises. Dracula chuckled and shook his head. I'm more interested in you now, Mr. Scamander. So you want to come to my castle? Of course, Newt smiled and nodded. I have long wanted to see the unique magical animals such as vampire bats, ghost blood vines, and bloody crows in the legendary Brown Castle. I won't let you down, Mr. Scamander. Dracula raised his lips and started the car again. Greece is not too far from Romania. It won't take long. Dracula now has a pretty good impression of Newt. He was not unhappy because Newt had discovered his identity as a vampire, but instead used this to gain a deeper understanding of the image of the magi zoologist. It can be seen from Newt's statement that as early as the first time he saw Dracula, he had already doubted Dracula's identity because of the details of his appearance. When he saw the way Dracula got along with the legendary invincible Andres, this suspicion basically turned into certainty. However, Newt did not easily expose Dracula's identity as a vampire. Instead, he endured his curiosity. It was only when Dracula invited him to visit the private castle and prepared to take the initiative to reveal his identity to Newt that the magi zoologist finally revealed his guess. What's more, Newt didn't reveal Dracula's identity in front of others. Instead, it wasn't until Dracula and Newt were alone together after Albertar left that Newt was willing to tell Dracula his suspicions. This also has the intention of reminding Dracula so that he can put on a more perfect disguise. It can be seen from Newt's various performances that this gentle magi zoologist does not have the common prejudice of wizards against vampires and other dark creatures. Instead, he will considerately take care of the emotions of other people, whether they are wizards or wizards. Any other race. You seem to be very good at taking care of other people's emotions, Mr. Scamander. Dracula held the steering wheel in front of him with one hand and rested his other elbow on the edge of the car window, leaning on the side of his face. He chuckled and said to Newt, who was sitting in the passenger seat, it seems that Mount Olympus has absorbed too much thick fog. After the fog dissipated, the sky in Greece became very clean, like blue velvet. The sun was hidden behind the clouds, layer by layer, smearing the sky. Dracula did not like the sunny weather. Fortunately, after Newt guessed his identity, he no longer needed to disguise himself and directly turned on the UV protection function on the car glass to the maximum. Now every piece of glass has turned into the same color as Dracula's special sunglasses, blocking out all sunlight from the car window and not letting any ultraviolet rays hit Dracula's body. No, right. Newt still hugged his old-fashioned suitcase and sat on the luxurious chair with some restraint, his expression a little embarrassed. Very few people comment on me like this, and I have always been good at sensing other people's emotions. It's easy to slow down a beat. I remember, Tina and Jacob prefer to say that I am a fool. As he spoke, he laughed to himself. Dracula glanced at Newt with interest and asked curiously, I know that Tina is your wife, so Jacob is. Jacob Kowalski, a muggle. Newt smiled. He is a friend I met in America. He is a very good person. Oh, yes, I remember that Nico told me the story about the global wizarding war, and there was indeed a very important muggle in it. Dracula nodded clearly. Mr. Kowalski is that a chosen one, right? The chosen one? You could say that. Newt smiled knowingly. You may not know that when Tina and I were not together, Jacob once told me very seriously not to use salamander to describe her eyes. Newt couldn't help but think about his past experiences, and his eyes seemed to sparkle. But I couldn't hold it back in the end, because I couldn't think of anything more beautiful than a salamander poking out of the water. Then you are indeed a fool, Mr. Scamander, Dracula said happily. So what happened in the end? Didn't Ms. Goldstein give you a roll of her eyes? No, she didn't. Newt smiled shyly. I never thought that Tina actually read my book. Before I finished telling the scene, she picked up the salamander by herself. Come out. Dracula's expression that was expecting to see a joke froze on his face. It turns out that this magical zoologist is showing off his affection. Dracula looked back at Newt speechlessly and curled his lips when he saw that he was immersed in memories of the good old days. The car was speeding through the air, and the mountains under the blue sky were like waves. The white clouds were left behind one by one, as if they were blown away by the refreshing wind. Dracula's eyes followed the open and flat plain ahead and saw a dense forest. Wait, I remember that there shouldn't be such a big forest on the route I planned in advance to Romania, he said with some confusion. Dracula lightly stepped on the brakes, slowing down the speed of the vehicle's flight. Newt also recovered from his past memories at this time, looking through the dark car window at the almost endless forest in the distance. He thought for a while, then took out a compass from his pocket, held it flat in front of his eyes skillfully, and observed the direction of the car. Do you still carry a compass with you, Mr. Scamander? Dracula glanced at him curiously. I have been searching for magical animals in various places for a long time, and it would be very troublesome for me not to bring some practical things. Newt explained. Many small things made by muggles are very useful, such as this small compass. As long as you don't encounter a place where the magic reaction is particularly strong and can determine the magnetic field normally, then this little thing will be quite useful. He looked at the direction on the compass, and the N representing north was slightly to the right of the two of them. If we were starting from Mount Olympus, we should be heading due north. That is the correct direction to Romania through Bulgaria, Newt said. Now our direction of travel is a bit to the west. Dracula glanced at the compass and had to admit that he was too busy chatting with Newt to notice the specific direction of travel. I don't know when we started to deviate from the direction. Otherwise, we can use this to determine where we are now. He sighed slightly. Now I don't know how far to the east we need to go to correct the direction. Is it really possible to apparate directly to Romania? Dracula was a little unwilling to deviate from the direction. This could be regarded as the first time that he used his modified car to carry passengers, and he also officially invited the guests to Dracula's castle. What is the difference between this and the past when nobles arranged carriages to receive distinguished guests, but the carriage got lost halfway? No inviter can accept this happening. If just because of the wrong direction, the two of them could only go to Dracula's castle through the wizard's method of apparition, wouldn't he be quite embarrassed? So Dracula thought of a way. He quietly transformed into a little bat, threw the little bat directly into the dark moon, and teleported it to his room in Dracula's castle. Subsequently, Dracula immediately determined the specific location of Dracula's castle. It's just a little off track, I can't help it. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Scamander, I have found the right direction. We will head to Romania right away. This should be Albania, Newt said suddenly. How do you determine this? Dracula was stunned for a moment. Judging from the positioning of the little bat just sent out, Albania is really in this direction. In fact, we can judge the local geographical climate through the types of trees, and then use the climate to infer which country this is. Newt explained. If you look carefully, you can see that most of the trees in front have hard leaves, distributed in there are more around the Mediterranean. The climate around the Mediterranean usually has more rainfall in winter and hotter summer. In order to reduce evaporation, the leaves in these climate environments are usually evergreen and hard, and most of them are even hairy or degenerate into thorns. We actually didn't deviate for too long, and it's impossible to reach a country too far away from Greece, Newt said. So from this point of view, Albania is indeed the most likely. Dracula looked at Newt silently, and after a while he spoke. So do magi zoologists still need to be part-time geographers these days? I have been exploring around the world for a long time, and I have unknowingly gained some understanding of the geographical environment of various regions. Newt said very modestly. Actually, I am still far behind. There is no need to be modest about this kind of thing, Mr. Scamander. Dracula shook his head helplessly. I have lived for so many years, and I have learned a lot of strange knowledge, but I still don't understand it. To this kind of geographical knowledge, you just don't bother to learn it, Professor Dracula. Newt smiled. Dracula shrugged and decided not to bother with the humble magi zoologist. Speaking of Albania, I always feel like I've forgotten something. He rubbed his brows and looked at the forest below. I really want to hear Dumbledore mention that the mysterious man hid in an Albanian forest for more than 10 years after he left. Newt also said thoughtfully, I once came here to explore animals. Strange deaths, but nothing confirmed. So Voldemort was hiding here before, Dracula thought. Scenes of several battles with Voldemort flashed through his eyes. The last time was in a bunker built with great effort by a pure-blood family, and the previous time was on the island of Azkaban. As for the first time he fought Voldemort, it was at Hogwarts to protect the Philosopher's Stone. In the restricted area, Dracula still vaguely remembered that Voldemort was just a weak remnant soul at that time, who could only live in the body of Assistant Quirrell, and even wanted to use Salazar Slytherin's Basilisk to launch a sneak attack. Wait, Basilisk? Dracula finally remembered that he had sent the basilisk raised by Slytherin to the Albanian forest, with the main purpose of letting it help Helena find Ravenclaw's diadem. However, the crown has always been hidden in the room of requirement in Hogwarts. After taking over Tom Riddle's Horcrux diary, Riddle took the crown out of the room of requirement and used it to please himself. Since then, Dracula gradually forgot about the basilisk he threw into the Albanian forest. It was not until he happened to pass by Albania today that he finally remembered it. Ahem, Mr. Scamander. Dracula suddenly coughed twice, looked at Newt and said, I suddenly remembered some other interesting magical animals. Are you interested? So is there really a basilisk in this forest? Newt held up his wand and illuminated the spell, walking hard in the sun-blocked jungle, and asked Dracula beside him. The forest was too dense for even a modified car to drive here, so Dracula and Newt got out of the car and prepared to walk to find the basilisk. Dracula put the Rolls-Royce into his pocket, and at the same time secretly decided to take time to add more functions to the car in the future, such as jungle driving, water walking, etc., so that it can cope with various terrains. So as not to have to get out of the car and walk like now. I remember that the basilisk became extinct more than 1,000 years ago, Newt said. No one, except Slytherin, has ever been able to replicate the despicable Herbo's creation again. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. He sighed with regret. Actually, I also tried placing an egg under the body of a toad to hatch, but nothing hatched in the end. So you really dare to try to hatch a basilisk? Dracula glanced at Newt, but he was not surprised at all. He even felt that Newt, an avid fan of magical animals, had never tried to hatch a basilisk. That's the bizarre thing. When Salazar gets old, it's true that no one can replicate the basilisk anymore, he explained to Newt, but the basilisk can survive for thousands of years. You mean, the basilisk hatched by Slytherin 1,000 years ago is still alive in the world? Newt asked in surprise. Yes, the basilisk I want to show you is the one that was born 1,000 years ago. Dracula nodded. Walking to a relatively open location in the forest, Dracula stopped. It's almost here. Immediately, he raised his wand and pointed it at the dense tree crown above. First, a green snake print mark appeared over the forest, and then, a blood-red mark composed of devil wings bloomed side by side. Is this? Newt asked curiously. The green one is Slytherin's mark, and the red one is mine. Dracula simply explained, if you feel the breath of these two marks, the old and mature basilisk will come to us. Newt nodded slightly, then closed his eyes consciously. As an excellent magical zoologist, he certainly knows that the basilisk is a cruel magical talent. Its gaze can kill you. Dracula also saw Newt's cautious movements and shook his head with a smile. Mr. Scamander, you don't actually need to close your eyes, he said to Newt. Isn't it true that the basilisk's magical talent recorded in the book is wrong? Newt opened his eyes and looked at Dracula in surprise, and asked, I remember that the basilisk's eyes can instantly kill anyone who makes contact with them. And animals. That's true, but this basilisk will close its eyes on its own. Dracula raised his lips happily. Now that he knows he's here to see me, I guess it won't be willing even if someone forces it to open its eyes. The poor basilisk was so tortured by Dracula more than 1,000 years ago that it not only evolved eyelids on its own, but also suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder in response to Dracula. It can't bear the thought of Dracula. Keep your eyes closed, Newt. So what exactly did this vampire count do to the poor little basilisk? Not long after, a big green snake crawled out from the depths of the forest. Its body was as thick as an oak tree trunk, and it reached an astonishing 50 feet in length. There was also a bright red feather on its head. As expected by Dracula, because he knew he was coming to see the Count, the basilisk had already closed its eyes tightly before arriving, without exposing its big yellow eyes at all. The basilisk came to Dracula with the help of its sense of smell and heat induction, lowered its big head tamely, and lay in front of Dracula. Very good, it came quite quickly. Dracula patted the basilisk's green head with satisfaction. Newt looked over curiously, especially looking at the red feathers on the basilisk's head. Is this a male basilisk? He tentatively touched the bright red feather and asked, the female basilisk should not have this feather. The basilisk shook its head slightly dissatisfied. I don't know whether it was because Newt's affinity with magical animals was too high, or because he felt the pressure from Dracula standing next to him, but the basilisk didn't react too much and let Newt grab the feathers on its head. Study it. It should be a male, right? Dracula said uncertainly. After knowing the basilisk for so long, he really never cared about the gender of this big guy. Newt also saw that asking Dracula was unreliable, so he did not ask any other questions. Instead, he emotionally took out a notebook and a quill and began to record the form of the basilisk. Dracula watched as the magical quill began to draw on the notebook automatically, and in the blink of an eye, it sketched out a lifelike image of the basilisk. The next moment, the pictures on the notebook started to move. Are all the animals in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them drawn like this? He asked curiously. Not entirely. Newt occasionally added a few strokes to the notebook with another quill, and said at the same time, some animals are easier to observe, and I will collect them in my box. In this case, I will ask you a professional painter helped me draw it. However, the danger of the basilisk is still too high to seek help from an artist. Just use a sketch quill to draw a sketch. He glanced at the basilisk's closed eyes and asked, "Can you let it open its eyes a little? I can close my eyes and let the sketch quill draw. It would be too much to just leave the image of the basilisk with its eyes closed. It's not comprehensive anymore." "No problem." Dracula nodded and patted the basilisk's big head. "Open your eyes. I just want to ask you something." At the mention of opening its eyes, the basilisk's huge body trembled visibly, and subconsciously shook its head. "Hurry up, how can I use legilimency to communicate with you if you don't open your eyes? I don't know how to talk like a snake," Dracula urged. "Wait, Professor Dracula." Newt heard Dracula's words and couldn't help but ask, "You want to use legilimency to communicate with the basilisk? Doesn't that mean you have to look at the basilisk?" "That's right," Dracula said matter-of-factly, "this is the only way I can think of to communicate with the basilisk." Newt couldn't help but swallow. Is this human language? Staring at a basilisk, is this something a human can think of? "Oh, Professor Dracula is a vampire, that's okay." Newt pushed the notebook and quill floating in front of him forward, placed them in a suitable position for drawing, and then closed his eyes tightly. The basilisk also opened its eyes under Dracula's coercion and inducement, and stared at Dracula's wine-red eyes with its big yellow eyes. Dracula once again felt the feeling that his whole body became light, as if he had drunk too much wine, and something was grabbing his soul and pulling him out. Of course, the basilisk's magic cannot really pull Dracula's soul out of his body like it did with Myrtle. It can only consume the magic power in its body in vain, while transmitting everything it sees and hears in the Albanian forest to Dracula's magical eye-child through the intersection of sight. After a moment, Dracula looked away clearly. After looking away, the basilisk quickly closed its eyes tightly, fearing that Dracula's eyes would look over again. "It seems that you have been living quite well in this forest in Albania during this period." Dracula raised the corners of his lips and said teasingly to the basilisk, "If you were to return to Hogwarts now, are you unwilling to do so anymore?" The basilisk shook its big head quickly, with rejection written all over its face. The basilisk means whoever loves Hogwarts will return? Ever since Slytherin left the snake alone in Hogwarts, it could only stay in the dark basement, relying on the sewers of Hogwarts that had not been cleaned for hundreds of years. If there is not enough food, we can only catch some rats in the sewers to satisfy our hunger. If there is no clean water source, we can only drink the smelly water in the sewers and the sewage leaked from the basement. That is simply not something for snakes to drink. The most outrageous thing is that even if the basilisk wants to fall into a deep sleep completely and use sleep to survive the difficult times of thousands of years, there will always be some ignorant heirs of the Gaunt family who open the secret room from time to time and disturb its sleep. It would be fine if those descendants of Slytherins with evil intentions but no courage came to disturb it. At worst, they would have to sleep for a while and then catch up on their sleep after they left. However, you might also meet a guy like Tom Riddle, who is both evil-hearted and courageous, and arranges for the basilisk to do this and that, and even causes it to accidentally kill a Hogwarts student. In the days after killing Myrtle, the entire basilisk was actually panicked. Maybe it would be found by the then Principal Dippet, and then let it redeem Myrtle's life? Not to mention that the Professor of Transfiguration at that time was still the most powerful wizard in the magic world. If you search carefully, it will only be a matter of time before you find the secret room left by Slytherin. Fortunately, it may be because the Transfiguration professor named Dumbledore was mainly focused on a dark wizard named Grindelwald and did not pay too much attention to the internal affairs of Hogwarts, so there was no discover the existence of the basilisk. Finally, when Dracula changed his living environment to the Albanian forest, the basilisk immediately felt the difference. There are towering trees everywhere, space for free activities, fresh air, sufficient food, abundant water, and a wide range of activities. After the basilisk came here, it simply felt like it was in paradise. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Its huge size has no natural enemies here. It can go wherever it wants, and there is also the Viper Nagini, who also has advanced intelligence, to chat with it to relieve its boredom. This is much better than staying in the cramped and dirty Hogwarts. It's so much better inside a dirty basement. All in all, the basilisk definitely doesn't want to return to Hogwarts. It glanced at Dracula warily and shrank back, silently thinking about how likely it would be to resist successfully if Dracula insisted on letting it return to Hogwarts. Seeing the basilisk's performance, Dracula laughed and shook his head. "Don't worry, I don't want you to return to Hogwarts either," he said. "If you were put together with the little wizards, Professor McGonagall, that old lady without a sense of humor, would not be the first one to let you go." The basilisk breathed a sigh of relief and once again moved its big head towards him in a flattering manner. "Speaking of which, where was the viper you met in the Albanian forest?" Dracula was a little curious that a guy like the basilisk could actually make friends, so he asked. "It was Nagini who. I just happened to invite a magi zoologist today, so Mr. Scamander can take a look at what species your friend is. This is the first time I've heard of such a big viper." In fact, Dracula was not only curious about the viper friend that the basilisk made. He had just discovered some news related to Voldemort during his legilimency communication with the basilisk. And all the news related to Voldemort involves the viper named Nagini. Dracula wanted to see the Viper with his own eyes, and then directly use legilimency to obtain the information related to Voldemort from the Viper's memory. After all, no news about the Dark Lord had been heard for some time since Voldemort committed suicide in front of him. The basilisk nodded its big head at Dracula. Its huge body seemed too bloated even on this empty ground, so it could only coil up and turn in a circle, then reluctantly changed its direction and climbed into the dense trees. Professor Dracula, besides the basilisk, are there any other magical animals here that I haven't seen before? Newt had already recorded the basilisk's physical characteristics in detail. He closed the book and asked Dracula expectantly. Gula asked. It doesn't have to be a magical animal, right? Dracula recalled the image of the viper in the basilisk's memory and said with some uncertainty, maybe it's just a viper that has lived long enough and has undergone some mutations. That viper seems to be no different from an ordinary viper, except that it is slightly larger and more intelligent. Actually, just the two differences in size and intelligence are already very different from normal vipers. Newt shook his head and said, while he once again opened his notebook where he had recorded many magical animals and made full preparations, he explained to Dracula, in fact, there are many magical animals in the magical world that are very similar to some species in the Muggle world. For example, the swallow-tailed dog is very similar to the Muggle Jack Russell Hound, and the bald eagle is exactly the same in appearance as the extinct dodo bird in the Muggle world. But they are indeed XXX and XX level magical animals. So those of us wizards who study magical animals usually do not judge animals as non-magical species because they are too similar to Muggle species. Newt introduced Dracula carefully. I understand. Dracula nodded understandingly. You really made me gain a lot of knowledge today, Mr. Scamander. The basilisk moved very quickly. Not long after Dracula and Newt had been chatting, it crawled over from the depths of the trees with a giant viper about 12 feet long. Although for a snake, 12 feet is quite large, and its body is almost thicker than an adult's thigh. But when compared with the 50-foot-long basilisk, which was as thick as an oak trunk and nearly covered the sky, the viper seemed quite minuscule. Is this your new friend in this forest? Dracula looked at this giant green viper with black markings curiously and asked. The basilisk nodded its big head obediently and rolled sideways very consciously, allowing Nagini's figure to be fully displayed in front of Dracula and Newt. Mr. Scamander, come and see if this snake is a magical animal. Dracula circled around Nagini, with light flowing in his eyes, observing with interest whether there were any magic fluctuations in its body. Exist. I don't know if the basilisk had explained to his viper friend the terror of the Count. Nagini was looked up and down carefully by Dracula, and she was so frightened that she trembled all over and didn't dare to move. It seems that there are indeed magic waves in this viper, although it is a little obscure. Dracula thoughtfully supported his chin with 2 fingers. What do you think, Mr. Scamander? However, Newt didn't respond for a long time. Dracula turned to look at Newt, only to find that he was motionless with his eyes wide open, looking at the viper Nagini who appeared from the bushes with a mixture of extreme surprise, astonishment, and even some reminiscence. Mr. Scamander, Dracula asked doubtfully. Professor Dracula, you just said, what is the name of this viper? Newt took a deep breath, his tone trembling. Her? Can you tell the gender of a snake so quickly? Dracula looked at Newt in surprise. The viper's name should be Nagini, at least that's the name in the basilisk's memory. Is it really Nagini? Newt murmured. He suddenly opened the old-fashioned suitcase he had been carrying, and used the flying spell to summon a cowhide notebook that was very similar to the one floating in the air, but looked older. Newt caught the cowhide book and began to rummage through the book in a rare sight. Wait a minute, Mr. Scamander, have you ever seen this viper? Dracula looked at Newt's performance and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Maybe this is a very rare snake species. Wait a moment, Professor Dracula. I will explain it to you carefully in a moment. Newt hurriedly turned the leather notebook in his hand to the front page, found it. Dracula casually dodged and quietly appeared next to Newt, curiously looking at the page Newt turned to. On the brown paper with obvious yellowing and wrinkles at the corners, 2 figures supporting each other and hugging each other are painted in a painting style that is far less mature than today. There are 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man is a young man with an old-fashioned solitary head, a pale face, a reserved and dull expression. The woman is a beautiful Asian woman wearing a dark blue long skirt with complex patterns, and long black hair combed back. A man and a woman are cuddling together. They are obviously a handsome man and a beautiful woman, but they seem to have a sense of desolation and helplessness. Do these 2 people have anything to do with the viper brought by the basilisk? Dracula frowned slightly. Professor Dracula, look at this page. Newt turned back a few pages of the leather notebook. On this page, which is also somewhat yellowed, Newt's painting ability has obviously improved a lot, and the images on the page are more realistic and detailed. In this picture, the pale male young man from before is gone, leaving only the dark-haired woman still wearing a dark blue complex patterned dress, standing quietly on a lawn. Judging from the layout of this lawn, it looks like the one near the Forbidden Forest in Hogwarts. Just when Dracula was still puzzling over the relationship between this beautiful Asian woman and the viper Nagini, the image on the page suddenly moved. The woman's irises suddenly expanded, and the whites of her eyes turned black in the blink of an eye. Then, she crossed her arms and her body suddenly fell backward. Her whole body seemed to have no bones, and her back was almost at a parallel angle to her thighs. At the same time, the woman's 2 arms were quickly covered with scales, turning into snake-like bodies and wrapping around her upper body. The next moment, the dark blue patterned dress suddenly changed. The patterns on the dress turned into speckled black stripes, and the dark blue color turned into green snake lines, wrapping the woman's body in an instant. Within a few moments, a beautiful woman transformed into a giant viper that was thicker than an adult man's thigh and 12 feet long. Dracula subconsciously turned his attention to the viper Nagini, who was lying beside the basilisk. He compared the patterns on the scales of the two and found that the 2 vipers were indeed exactly the same. Is this the blood curse of Myrtix? Dracula said thoughtfully. Indeed. Newt sighed and nodded slightly. During the Global Wizarding War, I met Nagini in a wizarding circus, and she was already under the Myrtix blood curse. Nagini was ordered by the circus leader to turn into a snake for the audience for a long time. She was almost treated like a sideshow monster. Fortunately, Credence later took her to escape. Credence is? Dracula asked. That's him. Newt turned the book back to the previous page and pointed out the reserved and dull young man to Dracula. Actually, Credence should be named Aurelius Dumbledore. That's right. His surname is Dumbledore. Hearing Credence's surname, Dracula instantly became interested. Does Dumbledore have an illegitimate child outside? He couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth, and was already thinking about how to tease the old principal when he returned to Hogwarts. I didn't expect that Dumbledore, even though he looks like a crooked man, is also so crooked in his behavior. Dracula said with an exaggerated grin on his face. Ahem, Credence is not Albus's child. Seeing that Dracula was thinking of something strange, Newt hurriedly explained. He is Albus's younger brother. Dumbledore's child. So Dumbledore actually didn't have an illegitimate child. Dracula's grin instantly retracted. Newt nodded helplessly. It's boring. Dracula curled his lips. Let's skip this point and continue talking about Nagini. Dracula's sudden change of attitude made Newt smile bitterly. He coughed twice and reluctantly followed Dracula's idea and continued to tell Nagini's story. Well, Credence was later seduced by Grindelwald and joined the Wiccan camp, so Nagini became alone. Newt recounted. Later she came to Hog with us. Watts, come find Dumbledore. At that time, her Myrtix blood curse was already quite serious. We tried to cure her, but because the Myrtix blood curse was still too rare after all, Dumbledore was held back by Grindelwald for a long time. Stumble. We haven't found any way to recover her. We can only watch her transform into a snake and lose her humanity for longer and longer. Later, Nagini probably didn't want us to suffer torture with her anymore, so she secretly left us alone. Later, until today, none of us have seen her again. Newt sighed deeply. I think she should have been hiding in this forest in Albania since then. While listening to the story told by Newt, Dracula rested his chin on 2 fingers and thought quietly. It's a pity that old guy Nico didn't wake me up at that time. He said softly, I have always been an expert in blood-related magic. Of course, Dracula knew exactly why Nico Flamel didn't wake him up during the Global Wizarding War. Because the camp Grindelwald belonged to at that time was not as lacking in style as dark wizards like Voldemort and Herbo. Under such circumstances, he might choose to help Grindelwald and the Wiccan party, and stand against Dumbledore and Newt. How could he think of helping a Maledix whom he had never met before? So is there any way you can help Nagini recover now? A glimmer of hope appeared in Newt's eyes. He suddenly thought that this person in front of him was the ancestor of almost all blood magic. Maybe he would have a way to help Nagini lift Myrtix's blood curse? It's difficult. Dracula walked quietly to Viper and said softly, she has completely lost her consciousness as a human now, and she may have been unconscious for a long time. Look at me. He looked into Nagini's eyes and said suddenly. Nagini subconsciously raised her head and looked into Dracula's burgundy eyes. In an instant, countless chaotic memories poured into Dracula's mind. Nagini's earliest memories were intermittent, and it seemed that a piece of memory would be missing every once in a while, and as time went by, the intermittent memories gradually became coherent, the missing memories became more and more less, until all the memories are connected. Not only that, the earliest memories are not only missing, but also very vague. They seem to be in a state of ignorance and confusion, just like a newborn baby. As the memory slowly became coherent, Nagini's consciousness gradually awakened, her memory became clearer, and her wisdom increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, when the scene in Nagini's memory appeared in a forest, there was no gap in the memory. Dracula watched in silence as Nagini's memory went from intermittent to complete. He knew that this was the beast consciousness coming from the blood curse of Myrtix gradually taking over the original Nagini, causing her memory to slowly disappear. In the passage of time, when the memory picture that Dracula could see became completely clear and complete, that was the moment when Nagini's original consciousness completely dissipated. It is true that the human consciousness cannot be found in this snake. Dracula crossed his arms and slowly exhaled. The original consciousness of Nagini had completely dissipated decades ago. What replaces it is the Viper's consciousness. Newt was stunned for a moment, but surprisingly he wasn't too sad. He just sighed helplessly. Deep down in his heart, he had actually been mentally prepared, and he had guessed Nagini's final outcome as a Myrtix blood-cursed orc. I want to take Nagini away, Newt said softly. Maybe there will be a chance to find another way to lift the blood curse in the future. Dracula naturally had no objection and nodded casually. However, this time the basilisk was unwilling. It brought its big green head over and shook it anxiously, as if it was raising some objection. Why, do you have any objections? Dracula raised the corner of his mouth and reached out to pat the basilisk's head. But don't think about it. When I'm here, how do you have the right to speak? The basilisk's movements froze. Even in such a reluctant situation, it did not dare to open its eyes, which shows how afraid it is of Dracula. This basilisk has no courage to refute Dracula at all. Mr. Basilisk, don't you want your friend to be taken away? Newt looked at the basilisk very understandingly and asked in a gentle tone. As if grasping a life-saving straw, the basilisk sneaked away from Dracula and kept nodding at Newt. That's right. You two snakes may be the only intelligent creatures in the entire forest. Newt nodded thoughtfully. If I take Nagini away, you snakes will stay here alone. It must be very lonely. The basilisk lay at Newt's feet, with an even somewhat anthropomorphic expression of hope on its face. It had endured loneliness in the basement of Hogwarts Castle for too long, and it didn't want to experience the experience of the past 1,000 years again. Now that I have finally made a snake friend who is also highly intelligent, why would I want this friend to be taken away by a stranger who suddenly arrives? Mr. Scamander, actually you don't have to take care of this basilisk's emotions. Dracula looked at the basilisk who was trying hard to please Newt and shook his head with a smile. Just take Nagini away, I will take care of it. He walked up to the basilisk and said to it, don't think I don't know. As long as you shed a layer of skin and take a nap, decades will pass and you won't be as lonely as you imagine. Otherwise, you can sleep until Mr. Scamander dies. If you haven't found a way to remove Nagini's Myrdic's blood curse by then, I will personally bring her back to keep you company. After hearing Dracula's good idea, despite Inuit's good temper, his face turned dark. Ahem, Professor Dracula, I don't think I can die that easily. He coughed twice. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Scamander, actually I didn't mean anything bad. Dracula then realized that what he just said was inappropriate and changed his words. But then, he couldn't help but add, but you really won't live longer than me and the basilisk, so there's actually nothing wrong with my idea. Newt's face darkened. It's okay, I understand you don't mean any harm. He said, I wonder if you are interested in hearing the solution I came up with. I would like to hear the details, Dracula said. Actually, I can take Mr. Basilisk away with me, so that he won't feel lonely. Newt licked the corners of his mouth unconsciously, and his eyes seemed to sparkle. Dracula. It turns out that you guy had this idea? Dracula seriously doubted that Newt wanted to take the basilisk away the first time he saw it. Perhaps even without Nagini, an old friend, he would have proposed the idea of taking the basilisk away. It's just that Nagini's introduction made Newt's ideas more reasonable. However, Dracula thought about it carefully and suddenly realized that there was nothing wrong with letting Newt, the best magical zoologist in the world, take away the basilisk. Because of the special and cruel magical talent, no matter where the basilisk is placed, it is actually very risky. What if one day, a few unlucky muggles came to explore this forest in Albania and encountered a basilisk? At the same time, the basilisk played too selflessly and forgot to close its eyes in time. Then the tragedy is likely to be like this sloppiness happened. Dracula wanted to place the basilisk in the Albanian forest, and his main idea was to let it help find Ravenclaw's diadem. Now that the crown has been returned to its original owner, the basilisk naturally no longer has to stay in this forest. So Dracula shrugged and looked at the basilisk. What do you think? He asked. The basilisk shook its head quickly. After spending some time in an environment as large as the Albanian forest, it never wanted to move into any human residence. Even if it is as grand and wide as Hogwarts Castle, the space for the basilisk to move around is only a basement that is quite narrow for it, a pipe that extends in all directions but makes it difficult for it to turn around, and the only space that can be considered open. Small underground square. Compared to the vast forest, it was like the difference between a Quidditch pitch and Myrtle's bathroom. The basilisk didn't believe that the living environment Newt could provide for it would be bigger than Hogwarts, let alone compared to the forests of Albania. Newt seemed to see why the basilisk was reluctant, and couldn't help laughing. If it's because of the range of activities, then you don't actually have to worry. He opened the old-fashioned suitcase in his hand and laid it flat on the ground. You can come in and take a look. This box is nothing like this forest. Small. The basilisk still shook its head. Although this person looks quite pleasing to the eye, he actually said such nonsense to deceive snakes. Do you really think you are a stupid snake? He must have wanted to use sweet talk to trick himself into this small box. Once he entered, he immediately closed the box. The basilisk felt that he had seen the truth clearly. What's wrong, don't you believe it? Newt laughed dumbly and turned to look at Dracula helplessly. Professor Dracula, his wisdom is indeed too high, and now he is beginning to doubt what I said. I didn't expect you to be quite vigilant. Dracula kicked the basilisk's thick snake body with interest. Mr. Scamander didn't lie to you. His box is indeed as big as a forest. Nico once told me that the interesting magi zoologist was carrying a box, and the box looked like a small world. Now, decades have passed since the global wizarding war, and this one doesn't look very impressive. I'm afraid the box will become even bigger. With Dracula's endorsement, the basilisk finally believed that Newt's box had enough space. But it is still hesitant, not knowing whether the environment inside is as beautiful as this forest and whether there is sufficient food and water. If you're still worried, I actually have snakes like runes, bird snakes, and horned water snakes in this box. Newt saw the basilisk's hesitation and smiled at it. Although these snakes are not more intelligent than you and Nagini, they are not bad at all. At least they can give you some other partners, right? After hearing Newt's words, the basilisk finally made up his mind. It snaked its huge body and got into Newt's suitcase. The suitcase seemed to be elastic, expanding the entrance into an oval shape, just enough to accommodate the thick body of the basilisk oak tree. Remember to close your eyes and don't hurt other animals, Newt shouted from behind his tail. After the basilisk got inside Newt's old-fashioned suitcase, Nagini followed suit. Then, Newt turned his attention to Dracula, smiled and extended the invitation. Professor Dracula, are you interested in coming to my world of magical animals? Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth, with a look of interest on his face. Of course, I've wanted to visit this legendary suitcase for a long time, he chuckled. The two of them walked to the edge of the suitcase together and looked down along the opening of the suitcase. They could see a deep hole and a light seemed to be on inside the suitcase. A narrow wooden ladder leads from the ground to the outside of the box. Even though Newt is no longer young, he is still very agile and quickly climbed into the box very skillfully. You can come down now, Professor Dracula. Soon, Newt descended to the bottom of the ladder, and his voice came from far away from the box. Please help me close the lid after you come down. Dracula shrugged and did not reach out to hold the ladder connecting the upper and lower steps. Instead, he jumped up lightly. The cloak behind him spread out like black and red flames. As Dracula landed lightly on the ground inside the box, it slowly closed and retracted, hanging flatly at his ankles. Then, Dracula raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The lid of the box closed with a snap, and it was a tight fit. Even the snap buttons were fastened tightly. Professor Dracula, Newt said with a dull expression as he looked at the closed lid of the box. You fastened the snap button, so how can we get out? Dracula's cold expression suddenly froze on his face. Unlocking spell? He asked quietly. To ensure safety, I cast an anti-locking charm on the lid. Newt covered his face. It's okay, I'll take action. Dracula rubbed his brows. In the worst case, I'll just destroy the lid of the box and just fix it after we get out. Don't. Newt quickly stopped him. I can ask Teddy to put his claws out of the box and pull out the snaps from the inside. There is no need to destroy the box. Well, it turns out that sniffing has such a use. Dracula shrugged helplessly. After solving the problem of how to open the lid from the inside, the two of them walked out of the small compartment where the ladder was placed. Behind the compartment is a small workspace, which contains a camp bed, several tropical clothes, a small wooden table, a half-sized bookshelf, and various tools hung on the wall. In addition, there are many manuscripts and books about magical beasts in the workshop, just the kind of cowhide books that Newt had taken out before, filling most of the bookshelf here. Newt took off a set of work clothes from the wall and put them on, then pushed open the wooden door on the side of the workroom. Welcome to the world of magical animals, he said happily. Dracula looked in the direction of the wooden door with interest. As the wooden door opens, a new world appears in front of Dracula. The first thing that comes into view is a forest. There are countless tall trees growing in the forest. Some round birds' nests made of bamboo are hung on the trees. A group of strange birds are playing in the woods. Looking back through the woods, you can see a different scenery. There are a large swath of tropical grassland, a large tract of tropical rainforest, a sandy land illuminated by the moonlight, a small mountain top made of rocks, etc. I really underestimated your creativity, Mr. Scamander. Dracula had a rare look of surprise in his eyes, admiring this magical world with great interest. Actually, this place was only as big as a small courtyard at first. As Newt spoke, he casually took a bottle of bait from the roadside, nonchalantly put his hand into the bottle filled with meatworms, and scattered the worms into the round bird's nest in the forest. But as my appetite gradually grew, and more magical animals were rescued, I had to constantly use the traceless stretching spell to expand this old box that has been with me for decades. Gradually, I found that letting animals stay in ordinary boxes was not suitable for their growth. So I taught myself some useful herbalism, plant growth spells, weather spells, and other magics, trying to transform a land suitable for animal life. Environment of. Unknowingly, this suitcase slowly turned into what it is now. This is also the most proud thing in my life. While feeding the small animals in the bird's nest, Newt told the story of this magical suitcase, his eyes full of tenderness and relief. It's amazing. Dracula looked at the various ecological environments around him and strolled up to Newt. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. He watched Newt feeding the small animals, and found that there were several magical little animals with blue-purple scales all over their bodies in the round bird's nest, with the body of a snake and the head of a bird. They were lying in the nest with their bodies coiled up, their mouths open, as if they were waiting for food. Is this the bird snake you introduced to the basilisk before? Dracula asked with interest. Yes, it's the bird snake. Newt fed the bird snake babies like a wet nurse, and explained to Dracula at the same time, even though they look very small now, in fact this magical animal can fill the gap between the entire space where they are. At its largest, the bird snake can be over 15 feet tall. It seems that even if they grow to their maximum size, they are still far behind the basilisk. Dracula said with a smile. Professor Dracula, the bird snake can reach a height of 15 feet, not a length. Newt smiled and shook his head. If calculated in terms of length, they can also be 50 feet. Is that so? Dracula raised his eyebrows. That's really a big one. Then, he suddenly thought of another thing. Speaking of which, where did the basilisk and Nagini go? Aren't you worried that the basilisk will cause damage to your place? It's okay. Newt smiled and shook his head. The basilisk is more intelligent than I thought. In this case, judging from the way he is so afraid of you, it can only be said that he is asking for trouble by causing havoc. Soon, Newt finished feeding the little birds and snakes skillfully, and wiped his hands on a towel next to him. If you are worried, let's go see the basilisk and Nagini now, he said to Dracula. If nothing unexpected happens, they should go to the cave environment I arranged to make their home. Most snakes like it. Dark, warm, humid living environment. But there are 2 rune snakes living there. I hope there won't be any conflicts between them. The 2 of them walked to the other side of the jungle environment. At the end of the tall trees, they could see a dark cave. With the vampire's excellent vision, Dracula easily discovered the basilisk's extraordinary size. However, at the same time, there were 3 other snakes, no, another snake, staring at each other tensely with the basilisk. This is an orange-yellow rune snake with black stripes all over its body and 3 snake heads. Its size is quite large, almost as big as the basilisk. Would a normal rune snake be this big? Dracula turned to Newt and asked. The average rune snake is really not big, only 6 to 7 feet in length. Newt explained, but this one has been with me for decades, and I used some special breeding methods to breed it. This resulted in a big guy over 30 feet long. But I think, instead of discussing the size of the rune snake, we should go to break up the fight now. You 2 stop this. As soon as he said he was going to break up the fight, Newt jumped into the cave and blocked the 2 giant snakes with his small body. Dracula looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Are you really not afraid that these 2 snakes will get angry and accidentally hurt you? He asked with a strange expression. After all, Newt can be regarded as a distinguished guest invited to Dracula's castle, and this troublesome basilisk was brought to him by himself. For the sake of his own face, Dracula couldn't let Newt do anything. Special was injured because of the basilisk. Then, a pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from Dracula's back. With his wings flapping, Dracula almost instantly appeared on the same level as the raised heads of the 2 giant snakes. The next moment, Dracula slapped the basilisk on the head. With a loud bang sound, the basilisk's head sank deeply into the hard stone ground. Then, Dracula turned around in the air and faced the runes. In the blink of an eye, he kicked 3 times in succession, one by one under the 3 big heads of the rune snake, causing the big snake with 3 heads to fall straight back and fall heavily. It hit the ground. That's much better. Dracula clapped his hands with satisfaction and landed next to Newt. How are you? You're not hurt, Mr. Scamander. Well, I'm not actually injured. Newt's eyes twitched as he looked at the 2 big snakes lying on the ground, but I guess Mr. Rune Snake and Basilisk must be seriously injured. He never expected that the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts didn't even bother to use magic. He only slapped and kicked 3 times, and he stood up as high as 4 or 5 stories. The big snake was knocked down. Just get hurt, it will make them remember. In the future, they will remember not to fight casually, Dracula said nonchalantly. Well, Professor Dracula, to tell you the truth, I actually have my own reasons for being willing to stand between them. Newt explained in a dumbfounded way. The probability of these 2 snakes fighting is actually quite low, even it can be said to be infinitely close to 0. This is also the reason why I dare to physically stand between them. I am old now, and I am no longer as reckless as when I was young and protected magical animals. Dracula looked at Newt strangely, with an expression of disbelief on his face. What I said is true, Newt defended. If you had just observed more carefully, you would have found that the basilisk's eyes showed no signs of opening, but the basilisk's killing talent with his gaze was exactly the same. It is their most powerful attack method. This completely proves that Mr. Basilisk is still under your intimidation and is unwilling to cause trouble. After hearing Newt's introduction, Dracula couldn't help but look back and found that even though the basilisk was smashed into the ground, it still closed its eyes tightly. The expression on its snake face even looked a little aggrieved in a humane way, as if it was still confused, not knowing why it was suddenly beaten by the Earl. Ahem. Dracula coughed twice in embarrassment, but he was still arrogant. But there is another problem. Even if the basilisk is still intimidated by me and has no intention of taking action, how can you ensure that? The Niven snake won't do anything, either. This matter involves the habits of runes, Professor Dracula. Newt said, in the early years, there were some wizards who could use snake accents to study magical animals like runes. Thanks to them, I also know a lot about this animal. According to the written records of pioneer researchers, the 3 heads of the rune snake have 3 different brains, and each of the 3 brains has different functions. The left brain is the planner, it will decide where the runes will go and what they will do. The middle brain is the dreamer. When this brain is dominant, the runes will often stay there for several days. A place motionless, lost in longing and fantasy. As Newt spoke, he walked over to the 30-foot-long rune snake and pointed out the characteristics of the 3 heads to Dracula, and the brain on the far right is the critic, the most aggressive. Therefore, the right side of the mouth has long teeth, which are extremely poisonous. The right head of the rune snake is the most irritable one. It will constantly comment on the actions of the left and middle heads and make irritable hissing sounds. Because of this, runes often lose the right head. It's interesting that there is such a saying. Dracula looked at the 3 snake heads in front of him with interest and murmured, So why did the rune snake lose its right head? Could it have been bitten off by the other two heads? After telling this speculation, Dracula himself laughed first. If the 3 heads on a snake can cause internal strife, this magical animal is too stupid. You guessed it right, the 3 heads of the rune snake will really fight among themselves. Newt nodded helplessly beside him. Is there really such a stupid magical animal? Dracula said in surprise. It also has 3 heads, but the 3-headed dog Hagrid raised doesn't seem so stupid. Well, although it will fall asleep when listening to music, he doesn't look very smart either. Unlike the rune snake, although the 3-headed dog also has 3 heads, at least their thoughts are unified. Newt also laughed and shook his head. The other 2 heads of the rune snake are often on the right. When their heads kept criticizing them, they teamed up to bite it off. Precisely because the 3 heads often attack each other, the lifespan of a rune snake is usually not too long. He stroked the big right head of the rune snake on the ground with pity, and sighed softly. This one is because I have thought of many ways to make its 3 heads work in harmony, so that it can reach what it is now size. In addition to this one, I also have another normal-sized rune snake, but that one still needs to wear a hood on the right side of its head for a while. It seems quite a pity. Dracula also stretched out his hand and patted the head in the middle of the rune snake. I have never been very interested in magical animals in the past. Otherwise, I would just admire these silly and cute ones. You might be able to pass a lot of time with all the stupid things animals do. You won't regret spending time with animals, Professor Dracula. Newt smiled. Animals are much more interesting than wizards. I agree with this. Some wizards are simply boring. Dracula nodded in approval, but the most important thing you haven't told me yet is why this rune snake won't attack the basilisk. This is because before going down to the inside of the cave, I saw that the rune snake had its middle head sticking out at the front. Newt explained, when the dreamer in the middle is the dominant one, the rune snake is very aggressive. Lo, if the threat from the basilisk hadn't been too great, I even doubt that he would suddenly become stunned. Is that so? Dracula looked at the rune snake that was paralyzed on the ground and had been in a daze for an unknown length of time. Then he looked back at the basilisk with a wronged face, stuck in the ground and unable to get out. He felt a little guilty inexplicably. So, he silently snapped his fingers and used the transformation technique to restore the ground where the basilisk had hit it to its original state, and freed the basilisk from the ground. Afterwards, Dracula thought for a moment and cast 2 more healing magics, which acted on the basilisk and rune snake. I did blame them wrongly just now, he said to Newt. Now that I have treated them, there should be no big problem. As he spoke, Dracula looked at the 2 big snakes in turn. Do you have any other questions? He asked in a gentle tone. Hearing Dracula's gentle tone on the surface, but actually making the air drop a few degrees, the huge bodies of the rune snake and the basilisk couldn't help but tremble, and then they began to shake their heads. The basilisk shaking its head was better, but the 3-headed rune snake was a bit funny. The 3 heads have 3 different thoughts, and there is no tacit understanding at all. They can only move around in a disorderly manner. One head often bumps into the other, and the middle head and the neck behind the right head almost hit each other, into knots. The peace that the 3 brains of the rune snake had maintained in Newt's suitcase for decades was almost broken today. The chaotic movements of these 3 big heads made Newt terrified. He quickly ran to the runes and tried his best to calm their emotions. After finally calming down the 3 heads, Newt turned around and saw Dracula standing behind him, watching the fun with great interest. Professor Dracula, otherwise you can go outside and admire other magical animals. Newt thought about it for a long time before he came up with the words to tactfully drive Dracula away. I can handle it here, no need to trouble you to help here. However, Dracula is quite ignorant of himself. He has no idea that he is being disliked and is still watching the play with great interest. Just looking at these 2 big guys, where is Nagini? He asked Newt while looking around in the cave. It should be on the other side of the cave, right? Newt guessed. Another normal-sized rune snake is on the other side, and Nagini should be with her. Dracula nodded slightly and walked towards the other end of the cave. After walking a few steps, he saw a 12-foot-long viper staying with a 6 or 7-foot-long rune snake. It made a hissing sound from time to time and was obviously talking happily in the old snake accent. Communicating. As Newt said, the other rune snake was indeed of normal size, with the right side of its head covered by a brown leather hood. The position of the right side of the mouth is firmly sealed by the hood, completely eliminating the possibility of critics commenting on the behavior of the middle and left sides of the head. Now, it was the middle head that was communicating with Nagini. The 2 snakes seemed to be talking freely about the past and imagining the future. These 2 snakes seem to get along quite happily and don't need any adjustment. Dracula turned back to Newt and shouted, so do you need any help from me over there, Mr. Scamander? No need, Professor Dracula, I can handle it by myself. Newt shouted quickly, Nagini and Mr. Basilisk will be assigned to 2 suitable areas to settle down here. Well, you're a professional. Dracula shrugged and flew away from the dark cave with some boredom. He roamed aimlessly in various environments, watching the different postures of magical animals in different ecology, and his mind drifted to the distance unknowingly. On an isolated island, under a tall guardian tree, several slender green tree bowtruckles curiously looked at the silver-haired figure floating over. Dracula was leaning against the tree, his burgundy eyes flashing slightly, and a memory belonging to Nagini's past quietly emerged in his sight. He still remembered that in the memories that he had detected through Viper's eyes before, in addition to the early days of Momo Lake, there were also some other very interesting contents. After Nagini's Viper consciousness completely became complete, she spent countless years alone in the Albanian forest. Until one day, a remnant soul that had been stripped of its body, worse than a ghost, and more fragile than the humblest wandering soul, quietly appeared. There was an uninvited guest in this forest. That was Voldemort, who died under his own death curse. Voldemort was in such a weak state that he could only parasitize on various small animals and absorb the little vitality in the animals. Until one day, Voldemort found Nagini. As Voldemort's favorite snake, Nagini also possesses wisdom that is equal to that of others, which makes him very satisfied. So instead of absorbing Nagini's life force, Voldemort made friends with the Viper. In the forest of Albania, a remnant soul and a snake communicated with each other in the Old Snake dialect, and spent more than 10 years together until a pretentious young man named Quirinus Kylo appeared. In the forest, when Voldemort returned to Albania again and wanted to make Nagini his sixth Horcrux to accompany him, he did not expect that his originally close Viper partner had already recognized the truth due to the obstruction of the basilisk. Voldemort chose to leave for his true nature of cruelty, arrogance. Since then, Nagini has never seen Voldemort again. Dracula slowly opened his eyes. Among Nagini's past memories, the most valuable information should be the different states of Voldemort when he came to the Albanian forest several times. When Nagini first met Voldemort, Voldemort was in a weak state after the death of a dark wizard with a Horcrux. His remnant soul, which was worse than ghosts and wandering souls, could only parasitize in the bodies of other living things and rely on plundering vitality to survive. Own survival. However, the death curse, a curse that is instantaneous upon contact, has a powerful effect that is close to the rules. It can actually annihilate the soul of the wizard in an instant. So how did Voldemort's remnant soul survive the death curse that he rebounded? Dracula frowned slightly, recalling again the scene when Voldemort's soul was annihilated in front of him twice. For the first time, he used the soul-eroding magic of the bloody water prison to crush Voldemort's soul to nothing. At that time, no remaining souls escaped from the water prison, but Dracula could still feel that Voldemort was not completely dead. The second time, in order to prevent himself from being captured and imprisoned by Dracula, Voldemort decisively chose to kill himself and burned his own soul. This time, there was no trace of Voldemort's soul left, and no remnant soul escaped from it. However, this time, Dracula did not feel as clearly as he did the first time, and could not confirm the truth that Voldemort was still alive in an instant. Does this prove that the more times the person dies, the weaker the soul power of the Horcrux holder becomes? Dracula shook his head slightly. Despicable Herbo is the best example. In the confrontation with Andrus, for more than 2,000 years, Herbo was annihilated by his soul countless times. However, when Dracula destroyed him in the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus, he could still feel the clear signs of Herbo's survival. This seems to prove that no matter how many times the holder of the Horcrux is resurrected, the power of the soul will not be weakened to an insignificant level. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. So when Voldemort's soul was annihilated for the second time, why was his perception so unclear? Dracula compared the scene when Voldemort's soul was annihilated for the first time with the scene in the secret place on the top of Mount Olympus, and suddenly his eyes lit up. According to Andrus, he united with many ancient Greek wizards, and with the help of the Greek nation's faith, cohesion and other powers, he successfully built a secret realm to confine Herbo's soul. Therefore, every time Herbo is reborn, he can only be resurrected in the secret realm. In other words, his weakened remnant soul after death always stays in the secret realm. Perhaps this is why Dracula can clearly sense the survival of Herbo. Herbo's soul is close enough to him. As for the first time they annihilated Voldemort's soul, Dracula and Voldemort were not far from Hogwarts castle, and did not even leave the range of the anti-apparition curse. Dracula now knows that there were two Horcruxes of Voldemort in Hogwarts castle at that time, Tom Riddle's diary and Ravenclaw's diadem. Voldemort's remnant soul was most likely resurrected at the location of the nearest Horcrux. But in order to prevent being discovered by Dumbledore and Dracula, he fled out of the castle as soon as he appeared without letting anyone know. It was precisely because of this short distance that Dracula had a very clear perception that Voldemort was still alive. As for the second time, Voldemort burned himself in front of Dracula. The bunker, jointly built by several pure-blood families, was located in a very remote suburb for the sake of concealment, and was probably quite far away from Voldemort's Horcruxes. If Voldemort will definitely be reborn around his Horcrux, then the excessive distance may indeed prevent Dracula from clearly sensing the signs of Voldemort's survival. Dracula once again recalled the scene when Nagini first saw the remnant soul of Voldemort. At that time, Voldemort was so weak that he could hardly maintain the stability of his soul. This is actually not normal. Voldemort must have traveled a long way by then. Dracula also knew that Harry Potter was accidentally made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Therefore, Voldemort most likely turned into a remnant soul around Harry on the spot, and then flew all the way from Godric's Hollow, where the Potter family lived, to the Albanian forest. So why did Voldemort have to travel thousands of miles to come to Albania? Dracula thought incomprehensibly. Strange, what is so special about this forest? Theoretically speaking, there is indeed no reason for Voldemort to go to Albania and then hibernate. The crown of Ravenclaw had long been taken away from a hollow tree in this forest by the young Tom Riddle, and was later made into a Horcrux by him, which was used for the next few decades. Placed in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. So he didn't come to Albania to find his Horcrux. In addition, according to Nagini's memory, as Voldemort's only friend during his hibernation, she did meet him in this forest after Voldemort died in Godric's Hollow. In other words, Voldemort didn't know about Nagini's existence before. Voldemort also did not come to Albania to find his Viper companions. In this case, there is probably something in this forest in Albania that can attract Voldemort, allowing him to drag the remaining souls who are worse than ghosts and more fragile than wandering souls all the way here. What could that thing be? Dracula frowned and remained silent for a long time. He really couldn't imagine what else was worth paying attention to in this ordinary forest. Pickett, don't touch other people's things. Newt's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Dracula's thoughts. Dracula lowered his head and saw an animal with two small brown eyes, only the size of a hand, standing on his cuff, fiddling with a delicate button. The whole body of this little animal has the color of a wood branch, and seems to be made of bark, leaves and twigs. It would be difficult to spot it if it was lying on a tree. Hearing Newt's voice, Bowtruckle Pickett immediately retracted his two slender, tentacle-like claws, and stood honestly on Dracula's folded arms, looking at him with an innocent face. Newt. Pickett seems to like you quite a bit, Professor Dracula. Newt smiled at Dracula. He stretched out his hand forward, placed Pickett on his index finger, raised his hand to his eyes, and looked at him lovingly. Does this Bowtruckle actually have a name? Dracula temporarily put aside his doubts about the Albanian forest and asked in surprise. He turned his head and looked at the guardian tree against which he was leaning. The guardian tree is very similar to the common sorbus tree in the Muggle world. Many Bowtruckles that look like bark, leaves and twigs are lying on the slender branches, curiously looking at Dracula below, and some are kindly jumped down from the tree and greeted Newt. Dracula looked back and forth several times at the Bowtruckles on the tree and Pickett standing on Newt's index finger, but he couldn't see any difference between these little things. I don't know how Newt could tell the difference, but he could tell at a glance that the Bowtruckle who was fiddling with buttons just now was the Pickett he was talking about. Does every Bowtruckle here have a name? Dracula suddenly thought of a possibility and looked at Newt in shock. It's not that exaggerated. Newt looked at the Bowtruckle on his index finger, but when I was young, I did think about doing this and giving each magical animal a unique name. But later on, as I got older, my memory was not as good as it used to be. I couldn't remember the names of every magical animal. In addition, picking names has never been an easy task, so in the end it was nothing. But Pickett is different. He was one of the first animals to accompany me. During the global wizarding war decades ago, Pickett and Teddy helped me a lot, especially in Germany. The time when Theseus was rescued from Erkstag prison. Newt's eyes unknowingly showed nostalgia again. Ah, I'm sorry, Professor Dracula. Newt suddenly reacted and smiled apologetically at Dracula. That's how people are when they get old. They always like to miss the past. It doesn't matter. I'm also very interested in things during the global wizarding war. Dracula shook his head slightly. Dracula has discovered that the 100 years he spent in sleep can probably be regarded as the most magnificent 100 years in the magical world. The global wizarding war caused by Gellert Grindelwald, the wizarding war in the British wizarding world caused by Voldemort, and the three great wizards who appeared one after another within 100 years. Dracula misses all of this in one fell swoop. Nowadays, he is extremely curious about the stories of his sleeping period, but he can only supplement his understanding of various major events that happened in the world through other people's oral narrations. As a witness to the global wizarding war, Newt can even be regarded as one of the most important characters in it. What he tells is naturally of high value. It is precisely for this reason that Dracula suddenly invited Newt to his castle as a guest. While the two were talking, several curious Bowtruckles quietly jumped down from the guardian tree and landed on Dracula's shoulders. They each found a place to sit and looked at Newt across from him. Professor Dracula, it seems that you are indeed quite fond of Bowtruckle. Newt looked at this scene and said with some surprise, I just thought that Pickett was just an exception. Why, shouldn't I be loved by them? Dracula glanced at the little creature on his shoulder, and then still leaned peacefully on the trunk of the guardian tree, giving them a safe environment. How should I put it? Newt scratched his chin. The Bowtruckle is gentle and shy by nature, and usually doesn't get too close to others. Pickett was injured as a child and was taken care of by me since he was a child, so he seems to be more clingy. But this situation is quite rare for him. Also, there is one more thing I don't know whether I should say. Newt glanced at Dracula, with some hesitation in his words. Tell me about it. There's nothing you can't say. Dracula folded his hands on his chest with interest and said to Newt, it's not like these little guys can be harmful to me, right? Newt glanced at Dracula again, focusing on Dracula's back against the trunk of the guardian tree. The Bowtruckle will not be harmful to you, but the guardian tree may indeed. He said, if you have read the book Thousands of Magical Herbs and Mushrooms in Herbology, you may know. The guardian tree is a magical tree that protects those who touch its trunk from attacks by dark creatures. Newt glanced at Dracula again and said after careful consideration, but as far as I know, vampires are supposed to be dark creatures, right? So you're worried about this. Dracula laughed happily. Mr. Scamander, apart from the characteristics of a vampire, do you think I look like a dark creature? Newt looked around Dracula hesitantly, and after a moment, he slowly shook his head. If I hadn't already known that you were a vampire, I really wouldn't have been able to identify any characteristics of dark creatures in you. He said blankly. Can it be said that vampires are not classified as dark creatures? Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled softly. That's not the case, Mr. Scamander. I have always belonged to the darkness, and this has never changed. He smiled. But you know what? When I completely become a part of the darkness, then the darkness will no longer exist. It cannot passively affect me. On the contrary, I can control the darkness like this dash. In Newt's eyes, Dracula seemed to have suddenly changed. Although the Lord Vampire Earl was still leaning against the tree trunk, he did not move at all, and his expression was still a smile with the corner of his mouth raised. But his whole person was enveloped in an evil and dark atmosphere in an instant. The black-red cloak moved automatically behind the back, and there was a faint flash of blood in the wine-red eyes. The next moment, the wind blew violently. The Botruckles who stepped on Dracula's shoulders jumped in fright, jumped off their shoulders one by one, and climbed up the tree as if they were running away. Their little brown eyes were full of uncertainty. The guardian tree swayed crazily in the strong wind, with buds emerging from the slender branches, and the tree full of voluptuous flowers bloomed almost at the same time. Clusters of white sorbus flowers swayed in the wind, and the entire Dharma protector tree seemed to have fallen on heavy snow in the deep winter. In Newt's eyes, the suitcase environment that had just been a colorful summer seemed to have suddenly changed color, and everything in his eyes was bright white. The wind blows over the snow-covered flowers, as if it has blown away pieces of shining crystal. Every flower is really covered in bright white light. These white rays of light are squeezing and rolling towards Dracula, trying to push this being full of darkness away from his spotless territory. However, Dracula still just smiled and remained motionless. See, Mr. Scamander, he said softly, if I don't want to, no one will find out that I come from the dark, not even the guardian tree. However, Newt barely heard Dracula's voice at this time. All his eyes were focused on the guardian tree full of flowers. This is the first time Newt has seen this magic tree that looks like a sorbus tree bloom. It's so beautiful. Newt murmured. It turns out that the flowers blooming on the Dharma protector tree are really the same as the sorbus. The flowers of the guardian tree were still in full bloom, and the white light became more and more dazzling, as if it was about to envelop this isolated island specially built for the tree guardian Botruckle. At this moment, Newt's penis suddenly shrank. He saw that as the light shone, the flowers on the protector tree began to wither. Professor Dracula, stop. Newt shouted quickly. The magic power of the guardian tree is limited, and it cannot withstand the impact of such a strong dark atmosphere. Dracula looked back in surprise. Sure enough, the branches and leaves of this guardian tree had gradually become wilted, and the slender branches all over the tree were drooping dryly. Countless Botruckles jumped down from the trees in panic, carrying many small bugs such as earthworms as food, and moved towards the guardian tree next door. Dracula straightened up and left the territory of the guardian tree. It seems that Hogwarts' herbology textbook is exaggerating. He looked back at the guardian tree where the light was slowly fading, and shrugged helplessly. It was promised that as long as you touch the trunk of this tree, you will be able to what about protection from dark creatures. But you are not an ordinary dark creature, Professor Dracula. Newt said in a dumbfounded voice, I have seen the guardian tree expel dark creatures many times, but the spectacular sight of a tree full of flowers really impressed me. First time meeting. In just those 2 minutes, the magic power released by this guardian tree might have been able to drive away a group of werewolves, but it didn't seem to have any impact on you. Newt sighed with emotion, walked to the guardian tree with his wand, and began to treat the tree with the magic of plant growth restoration. Dracula also withdrew the dark aura around him and approached the magic tree again. I don't know whether it's because I can no longer feel the dark aura on Dracula's body, or because I know that I can't expel this existence. This time, the guardian tree did not react at all to Dracula's approach. Professor Dracula, I think you may be remembered by Botruckle, Newt said suddenly. He was casting spells on the warder tree while Pickett, the Botruckle still standing on his index finger, kept complaining to him. Pickett is very dissatisfied with you, and his kind think the same way. Newt relayed to Dracula, Pickett said that you destroyed their living environment, and don't even think about coming near this place in the future. Hey, these little things think they can stop me. Dracula looked at Pickett on Newt's index finger with interest. I just took back the dark power, and they think they can do it again. Don't be like this, Professor Dracula. Newt said helplessly. After all, the little guys were forced to move. Why don't you apologize to them? Okay, for your sake. Dracula chuckled and shrugged, but I damaged an entire tree. Will my apology be forgiven by these little guys? Can you try to compensate for some gifts? Newt said uncertainly. Actually, the guardian tree is an excellent wand material and potion raw material. Many wizards will want to break some branches or leaves from this tree. Normally, in order to remove leaves or wood from the trees that the Botruckle guards, the wizard needs to give them some earthworms or fairy eggs. These two things are the Botruckle's favorite food. If we calculate that it takes 2 idiots to break a branch. Newt glanced at the guardian tree with all its branches wilted, and swallowed. Professor Dracula, you may have to prepare thousands of bastard or fairy eggs. Dracula's face stiffened. Are you really serious? He asked with a twitching corner of his mouth. The Botruckle is very vindictive. Newt nodded sympathetically. If Professor Dracula finds it troublesome, I can go dig up the turtles with you. I have some experience, and it should be done in 3 or 4 days. I can dig enough. Dracula took a deep breath, slightly curled his 2 fingers, and placed them on his chin. Actually, it's not that troublesome. After a moment, he suddenly said, "Isn't it troublesome?" Newt looked at Dracula in astonishment. "Let's talk first, Professor Dracula. Don't give the bastards created by the replication spell and transformation spell to the Botruckles, they will be harmed. Physical. I'm not so cruel as to feed them magical creations." Dracula chuckled and shook his head. "I really have a better way. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple." As he spoke, Dracula suddenly snapped his fingers. A dark moon quietly appeared around the 2 of them, and there was a vague scene of a dense forest in the dark moon. The next moment, thousands of bats flapped their wings and appeared from behind Dracula, pouring into the dark moon like a black torrent, and all of them entered the forest in the dark moon. Newt was startled by this large group of bats. He subconsciously blocked the guardian tree next to him, thinking that Dracula was going to use these bats to brutally deal with the Botruckle. "What are you doing, Mr. Scamander?" Dracula looked at Newt's actions in amusement and said to him, "This moon leads to the Albanian forest outside the box. I let everyone each bat will help me catch a rhinoceros in the forest. Won't this solve the problem?" "Oh, so that's what you had in mind." Newt breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the guardian tree behind him with an embarrassed expression. Dracula chuckled, shook his head, and slowly closed his eyes. In fact, Dracula's purpose in releasing these bats was not just to catch the Botruckles, but he would not do it for a group of tiny magical animals. His most important purpose is to use the sight of many bats to explore this seemingly ordinary forest. He wanted to find out what was here that attracted Voldemort's attention, so he traveled thousands of miles from Godric's Hollow to Albania to lie dormant. Time passed minute by minute, and one bat after another flew back from the dark moon. Each bat grabbed a rhinoceros in its claws and threw it in front of the guardian tree, then turned into a tiny point of light and disappeared. The Albanian forest gradually became clear in Dracula's eyes, and every suspicious place was not missed. Dracula used the bat's sonar-like hearing to carefully explore every corner, not even the most hidden caves and the most remote trees. However, he never found anything special in the forest. Until the last bat returned to the world of the suitcase, the entire Albanian forest was under Dracula's sight. He had to admit that this was indeed just an ordinary forest. "Professor Dracula, Professor Dracula." Just then, Newt's voice interrupted Dracula's thoughts. Dracula opened his eyes and looked at Newt, and saw that he was standing next to a large group of earthworms, encircling them with magic to prevent these insects destined to become food from having a chance to escape. Next to Newt was a large group of Botruckles, which danced excitedly around the group of rhinoceros, grateful for this sudden surprise. "Pickett asked me to thank you on behalf of the Botruckle tribe, Professor Dracula." Newt smiled at Dracula. He said that as long as you are willing to give these foods to them, even if you take away the Botruckle tree, it will be all right. Dracula was stunned for a moment, and then he shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, even the most loyal guardian of the tree, the Botruckle, cannot resist the temptation of bread. Half of the sun has already set beyond the distant skyline, and a beautiful glow dyes the sky red in the afterglow of the setting sun. A thin line of mist appeared on the forest below, reflecting the warmth on the ground and highlighting the brilliance of the sky. The silver luxury car flew quietly in the half-dark sky, and the car body was dyed a bright red by the rays of the sun, interlaced with the rising stars in the sky. Today, the car is no longer exposed to ultraviolet rays, and the ink on the car glass has been manually turned off by Dracula. He looked through the car window at the twilight of the Albanian forest, which was reflected reddish by the setting sun, and frowned slightly. Even in the end, Dracula did not find any unusual sights in this forest, nor did he find any special places. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. He held the steering wheel and took one last look at the forest below where he was about to fly past the end, thinking silently. Newt sat in the passenger seat holding Sniff Teddy, stroking his plush fur. The Niffler had just accomplished a great feat. He successfully reached out of the box with his little paws and released Newt from the closed lid of the box. As for Dracula, the culprit who closed the lid and buckled the button, he used dark moon magic to escape from the box early, lifted Newt and the box directly outside the Rolls-Royce, and then the people then embarked on the journey to Romania again. The car sped off to the northeast. Time passed, and when bright stars hung high in the sky, a steep mountain appeared at the end of Dracula's field of vision. The city wall, as black as ink, stood gloomily on the mountain ridge, and clouds shrouded the peaks, obscuring the outline of the castle lake. The hook-like bright moon hangs above the clouds, and the cold moonlight is cut into layers and pieces of trivial shapes by the clouds, scattered messily on the city wall, and vaguely illuminates the shadows of a few whirling bats, creating an eerie scene. But in this gloomy scene, there is also a different kind of atmosphere and prosperity. "Well, welcome to Dracula's castle, Mr. Scamander." Dracula raised the corners of his lips and said to Newt beside him. Newt raised his head sleepily and looked at the rugged mountains shrouded in clouds and reflected in the messy moonlight, as well as the castle standing on the ridge. "A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Is this the legendary Dracula's castle? He couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes, and murmured, I always thought that Brown Castle was the base camp of the Romanian vampire clan, but I didn't expect that there was another one hidden behind it. A bigger castle. Newt sat up straight and stretched his aching waist and neck. After all, he was old. After sitting in the car for several hours, Newt felt a little panicked, even if the seat had been transformed by Dracula's magic. Sniffing Teddy, who was curled up in his arms, was sleeping soundly. When he was woken up by Newt's movements, he glanced at him complainingly, rubbed his eyes with a groan, and stretched out his 2 short arms. Lazy back. Then, Teddy climbed along Newt's legs to the windshield of the car, pressed his 2 small eyes against the glass, and looked curiously at any shining place illuminated by the moonlight outside the window. In fact, Brown Castle is just a front, Mr. Scamander. Dracula held the steering wheel with one hand and rubbed Teddy's head with the other hand. After earning Teddy's dissatisfied look, he smiled and said to Newt, let me think about how to describe it. Brown Castle should be regarded as a foreign office of Dracula Castle. Some peripheral vampires will be on duty there while supervising the behavior of other vampires. After all, vampires are still dark creatures. There are always some unruly guys who like to secretly suck the blood of muggles. We are responsible for the local security. Dracula introduced Newt. Responsible for public security. A very ridiculous emotion appeared in Newt's eyes. Even a magi-zoologist like Newt, who has no discrimination or contempt for any living creature, cannot associate the word vampire with maintaining law and order. Of course, Newt does not have stereotypes about vampires, which are classified as human beings by the Ministry of Magic, like other wizards. He knows that there are also beings in the vampire group who can communicate with ordinary people normally. Even among this group, there are very outstanding and successful people such as vampire singer Lorcan Dees. But as a magical zoologist, Newt also knows that most of the lowest vampires have not escaped their old habits after all. They still maintain the urge to suck human blood indiscriminately and have no way to control their desire to eat. This kind of vampire often acts like the stereotype of wizards, becoming a disruptor of the order of the magical world. So he couldn't imagine that Dracula's castle actually had an external office of Castle Brown to maintain the stability of the magical society? Don't be so disbelieving, Mr. Scamander. Dracula chuckled. Let me ask you a question first. In this area of Romania, there is a large-scale magical accident that endangers public security. Who do you think is responsible in the first place? Newt was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, although I don't subconsciously think of who caused the magical accident, but if you think about it from another perspective, the wizards living in Romania would probably think of vampires and werewolves first, right? I remember that I spent some time in a fire dragon sanctuary in Romania. Newt's eyes flashed as he thought, at that time, whenever a fire dragon was hurt, the dragon tamers in the sanctuary would tend to attack vampires first. To doubt. In comparison, the werewolf group in Romania is slightly better, because they are still infected by humans after all, and they can only be aggressive and uncontrollable enough on a full moon night. However, vampires are different. In the general view of wizards, vampires need to drink blood at any time and have an uncontrollable desire to drink blood. As he spoke, a look of surprise gradually appeared in Newt's eyes. So, in order to prevent others from suspecting you, the vampire group took the initiative to maintain law and order in the magical world. This is a more important reason. Dracula nodded lightly. In order to prevent other magical accidents from harming the already negative reputation of the vampire group, we are naturally responsible for the security of the Romanian magic world. Of course, this is not the main reason. Dracula suddenly raised the corners of his mouth happily. Have you had any dealings with the Ministry of Magic in Romania, Mr. Scamander? He asked softly. It's not like we've ever interacted with each other, Newt said, but I met a few officials from the Romanian Ministry of Magic when I was in the Fire Dragon Sanctuary. He also talked to me when I communicated with Minister Albert during the day. Something about the Romanian Ministry of Magic. Albertelli commented like this. He told me that the wizards at the Romanian Ministry of Magic are usually very arrogant, but as soon as the name of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts is mentioned, they will immediately become. He looked like he was keeping secrets. At this point, Newt's words suddenly stopped. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Dracula with incredible eyes. Could it be that? You're right, Mr. Scamander. Dracula laughed happily. Under the many years of operation of Dracula's castle, most of the seats in Romania's Ministry of Magic have been occupied by high-level vampires. By maintaining law and order in the Romanian magical community, we are supporting the work of our colleagues in the Ministry of Magic. Why not do that? No wonder. I used to think that the wizards in Romania were very enlightened, and they were actually willing to share the same magical world with vampires. Newt showed an expression of sudden realization. It seems that under the influence of Dracula's castle, the wizards here are very open-minded. Vampire prejudice is already light. Actually, I had a very profound experience when I lived in the Fire Dragon Sanctuary, Newt said. Most wizards who have stereotypes about vampires are dragon tamers from other countries. Those wizards who were born and raised in Romania have no other opinions about this group of people. I still vaguely remember that whenever there were outside wizards from the Fire Dragon Sanctuary who wanted to raise questions about vampires, the officials from the Ministry of Magic would always make it a trivial matter and treat the matters that those wizards questioned lightly. Newt said and laughed with emotion. It's really amazing, Professor Dracula. He said with enthusiasm, it must be very difficult to achieve this, right? Seeing Newt's sincere eyes, Dracula's expression suddenly became unnatural. Ahem, it's not that difficult. He coughed dryly. How to explain this to Scamander? Is it possible to tell him that he has not paid much attention to the vampire community in the past few hundred years, and that it is his cheap daughter Serena who has subtly changed the reputation of vampires? Dracula silently shook his head. As the majestic Count Dracula, he became the hands-off shopkeeper. That would be too humiliating. During the conversation, Dracula's castle and the rugged mountains below were getting closer and closer. The trivial moonlight unknowingly shone on the silver car body, and Dracula's castle also appeared majestically in front of the eyes, like a heavy paperweight, firmly pressed on the mountains. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up from the city wall below. A pair of wings stretched out from his back, flapping gently, driving the figure to fly up, and finally stopped in front of Dracula's Rolls-Royce. Ahead is Dracula's castle. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. A cold voice came from the direction of the figure. Dracula raised his head slightly and looked in front of the vehicle with his excellent night vision. The figure blocking the car was obviously a high-level vampire. His face doesn't have the evil charm of a vampire, but instead has a gentle look. Her hair was meticulously combed into a neat 5-part hairstyle, and seemed to be smeared with hair gel. There was a well-trimmed goatee above her mouth. Seeing this image, Dracula raised his lips with interest and rolled down the car window gently. Why are you on duty here? Didn't I grant your leave? He asked indifferently. The high-level vampire blocking the front of the vehicle originally pretended to be cold and cruel. He wanted to erect a demonic image of the vampire family and scare the visitor away so that he would not have to take action. However, after hearing Dracula's voice, his cold expression instantly became unbearable. Lord Dracula. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, and using his equally excellent night vision, he saw the charming and handsome face through the car window, as well as the iconic silver hair hanging behind him. I was wrong, Lord Dracula. I really didn't know it was you. He flapped his wings and flew out of the car window, apologizing to Dracula awkwardly. Why did you come back suddenly and didn't let us greet you in advance? It can be seen that the senior vampire is trying hard to bend down and salute, but the flapping of the wings in the suspended state needs to be balanced, and he cannot bend his body at will. So he could only keep his head lowered and silently look at his toes hanging in the air. It's okay, it's not your fault. Dracula chuckled and waved his hand. Speaking of which, when did I inform you when I returned to the castle? The senior vampire looked at Dracula blankly, then silently moved his gaze back to his toes. As a young vampire who had been here for less than 100 years, he had no idea about Dracula's behavior and habits. He did not dare to express any opinions at this time and could only continue to remain silent. Don't be so nervous. In fact, I'm easy to get along with. Seeing his subordinate's nervousness, Dracula casually asked, how have you been during your recent vacation? As he spoke, he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth with interest. Has that old auror named Robert remembered your memory, Tesla? Yes, the young senior vampire in front of me is the protagonist once written by Gilderoy Lockhart in the book Traveling with Vampires. Lockhart took the memory of the old auror Robert who actually traveled on the same ship with vampires, and ruthlessly erased this rare wizard who was willing to make friends with vampires from his memory about Tesla. Only then did he write that bestseller. However, the forgetting curse that Lockhart was most proud of was countered by Dracula a few months ago, and he lost most of his memory. He will probably have to spend the rest of his life in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and maladies. Even when the money he saved from writing books is completely spent, he is more likely to be kicked out of the hospital and become a homeless man with a bad brain. Lockhart, who had used the Oblivion curse to do bad things all his life, got this end, which was considered a bad retribution. However, Robert, whose memory was erased by him, lost his only friend in his life. It was in order to save this friendship that was on the verge of destruction that Tesla mustered up the courage to ask Dracula for a long vacation. Master Dracula, your judgment at that time was completely correct. Robert may never think of our common experience again in this life. Tesla sighed. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes, but I used this time to get to know Robert again. It's just a matter of stalking and making friends. There is no need for him to refuse. So now you have become friends again. Dracula looked at him in surprise and asked. Yes. Tesla nodded heavily. Master Dracula, I was not lazy at all and came back to duty immediately. Dracula smiled and nodded. Since you have already started on duty, let me give you a task. He arranged. I brought a guest this time. You go find some peripheral vampires to arrange some meals for the guests. There are guest rooms. Okay, Master Dracula, I can do this myself. Tesla nodded and said, I don't feel comfortable letting those low-level vampires do things. What if they dissatisfy the distinguished guests? You don't need to be so polite. Newt heard this and hurriedly persuaded him. I'm used to living in the open, so it's no problem under any conditions. Gee. Sniffing Teddy chimed in as he stood in front of the windshield. How can that be possible? Tesla immediately retorted, "You are a distinguished guest brought by Lord Dracula himself, and it is my responsibility to satisfy you." Then he added in a low voice, "Master Dracula, you must let me do this kind of thing myself. As the last vampire to come to Dracula's castle, I haven't made any outstanding contributions yet, but I have taken the longest vacation in history among all vampires. Lord Alcatel seems not very satisfied with me. If I can let her see my dedicated performance, maybe there will be a chance to save her." Dracula looked at Tesla's cautious expression and couldn't help laughing. "Since that's what you think, then go ahead." He waved his hand casually. "In addition, if Serena is dissatisfied with you in any way because of the holiday, then you can just come to me and complain. This little girl dares to be dissatisfied with the vacation I personally approved. I think she is rebellious," Dracula said fiercely. Tesla was suspended in the air next to him, saying yes repeatedly. But he had a very clear idea of who he should please. Even though Count Dracula is the spiritual symbol of the vampire family and has great practical power, he is too lazy to take care of things. Normally, Lord Alcatel takes care of all the affairs of Castle Dracula, no matter how big or small. Under such circumstances, how dare you make Lord Alcatel angry just because you have Lord Dracula's support? If she is remembered by the vengeful Lord Alcatel, her revenge may come as expected as soon as Lord Dracula leaves. So despite Dracula's promise to complain at any time, Tesla still decided to work honestly. In front of the towering castle, the silver car slowly descended and landed on a pitch-black ground. Tesla flapped its wings and landed next to the vehicle in advance, and quickly opened the doors on both sides for Dracula and Newt in advance. This was a big help to Newt. He held Sniffing Teddy's meaty body in one hand and his old suitcase in the other hand. He didn't have any spare hands to open and close the car door. Then, Tesla bent down and stretched one arm out to his side to signal Newt, preparing to lead him to the VIP guest room in the central tower of the castle. "Mr. Scamander, please come this way," Tesla said. "The most distinguished guests in Dracula Castle have separate rooms and courtyards, located in the center of the entire castle." "Well, actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome." Newt hesitated and called Tesla, "I came here to this castle mainly to observe the special magical animals here, so you can arrange me in a place close to the natural environment. Just the fringes." However, what Newt didn't expect was that what he thought was a simple need would make Tesla feel a little bit embarrassed. "Mr. Scamander, I understand your thinking, but the magical animals here are not all located in the same area," Tesla explained. "It's okay for common species such as vampire bats, there are them all over the castle. Yes, it is a common pet among vampires. But rare species like bloody crows mainly live on the dead trees on the top of the mountain on the north side. If you want to find aquatic creatures such as corrupted goldfish, you have to go to the blood lake behind the castle. Besides that, and there are species scattered throughout the surrounding areas," Tesla said helplessly, while cautiously turning his head to look at Dracula. Dracula frowned slightly. He invited Newt to the castle as a guest, not just to let him study the magical animals on the edge of the castle. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. Dracula mainly wanted to hear Newt tell him from the perspective of an eyewitness what interesting things happened during the global wizarding war, that is, when he was asleep. If Newt lived far away from him, what reason would there be for him to tell stories? It is definitely inappropriate to arrange it in the fringe area. That would mean that we would not be able to treat our guests well, Dracula said. He decisively rejected Newt's request. However, if Newt is simply placed in the center of the castle far away from magical animals, it will be very inconvenient for him to observe the actions of magical animals, and it is also inconsistent with hospitality. "Let's do this, Tesla." Dracula thought for a moment and thought of a way. "Where are the rune teleportation magic circles that you usually use when you go out on duty? Install a few in Mr. Scamander's room. Try to cover every location." Then, he turned to look at Newt. "This way you can go to the area where various magical animals live nearby to observe at any time, Mr. Scamander." Of course, the more important point is that Dracula himself can drop by at any time to listen to stories. "Would this be too much trouble for you?" Newt asked hesitantly. "It's not troublesome at all, Mr. Scamander," Tesla said quickly. "It just so happens that those subordinates who are responsible for setting up the teleportation magic circle have not been assigned such tasks for a long time, so we can let them practice by the way. Skills." He stretched out his hand to his side again, beckoning Newt to come with him to the central tower of the castle. This issue regarding guest accommodation was successfully resolved and Dracula nodded with satisfaction. Then, he wanted to sneak away secretly so as not to get caught up in the various chores in Dracula's castle. However, things always don't go as expected. At the next moment, a heroic girl landed from the sky. Her hair is half black and half white, and the pair of small and exquisite wings flapping behind her are also the same color, but the direction of her hair color is reversed. As soon as the girl saw Dracula, she flapped her wings and flew over, landing lightly in front of Dracula. "Okay, come back secretly and don't tell me." She stared at her big red eyes and said angrily, "If Tesla hadn't just informed me of your return, wouldn't you have taken the opportunity to run away again?" "Ahem, I'm not planning to escape." Dracula's face froze, he coughed twice, and said harshly, "Am I about to go back to the central tower to find you?" At the same time, he was secretly angry. Tesla, this guy, was clearly able to become friends with his Robert again after having his own leave. However, in order to improve Serena's impression of him, this guy actually betrayed his Earl? And Dracula's sophistry obviously had no effect. You think I'm still a kid who's less than 100 years old? Serena exposed his statement at a glance. Then tell me, if you want to go to the central tower to find me, why are you facing outside the city? Spread your wings in the direction. She glanced at the city wall that Dracula was facing, then turned her head and started pointing at the leaping wings behind Dracula. Dracula. He really couldn't refute this. Dracula really wanted to escape from the city temporarily just now, so as not to be discovered by Selena, and then he might be dragged to deal with various backlogged incidents in the castle. Now that you're here, come over and help me see how to deal with these two things. As Dracula expected, Serena said, grabbing his arm and flying towards the large conference room. Also, tell me in advance how long you plan to stay this time, so that you don't sneak away again. Serena said aggressively. The changing seasons are almost indistinguishable inside Dracula's castle. The days passed quickly, but even if the temperature was a few degrees cooler, the scenery inside and outside the city did not change at all. The castle's yin energy was too strong, and all the flora and fauna in the nearby mountains and forests mutated. The plants all over the mountains and plains are dead trees with few leaves, trees covered with strange sarcoma, vines stained with blood, and bushes with charred leaves. No matter what season it is, these plants seem to look the same, because under the influence of the dark atmosphere, they have already developed a special ability to withstand drought, severe cold, strong winds, and heavy rain. These plants never rely on the outside weather to survive, but live on the blood hidden deep in the ground. The surrounding animals are also mutated species, such as bright red carnivorous rabbits, corrupted goldfish that live in blood water, and crows that feed on blood. Newt was very satisfied. His time living in Dracula's castle can be said to have opened his eyes. There are almost no magical animals here that can be seen in the outside world. These species only exist in this area. Newt leaves early and comes home late every day, and has used up several cowhide notebooks used to record magical animals. It is said that the world's most famous magical zoologist is preparing to open a new book in the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them series, called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This will include all the special magical animals in and around Dracula's castle. Not only Newt was satisfied, Dracula was also satisfied. After all, there is still a lot of danger near Dracula's castle. Whether it is magical animals or various strange plants, they are obviously more aggressive and destructive than the animals and plants in the outside world. Therefore, Newt often encounters species that cannot be solved by one person. At this time, he needs to turn to Dracula for help. Dracula is also very happy to help Newt solve these problems. After all, to him, these are animals and plants in the vampire territory. They rely on the blood and yin energy brought by many vampires to become what they are now. Each of them has a powerful aura for the Lord Vampire Count. Very sensitive. Whenever they sense the arrival of Dracula, these aggressive animals and plants will seem to wilt, obediently allowing Newt to study them repeatedly and cooperate with his sketching quill drawings. Dracula will also ask Newt about the global wizarding war during the break when he is studying new animals and plants. During this time, he has basically become familiar with all the major events that happened in the first half of this century, and also has some understanding of the trivial details of each event that Newt once knew. It can be said that even if he were to communicate with older wizards such as Dumbledore and Professor Ketleben in the future, his eyes would not be as dark as when he first woke up. Of course, this period of time also had its flaws for Dracula. Serena, as the actual manager of Dracula's castle, always couldn't stand Dracula's behavior of being a hands-off shopkeeper, and every once in a while she would try to find something for him to do. Dracula also felt a little guilty about leaving the huge castle to his cheap daughter to manage, and he couldn't bear to directly refute her face, so most of the arranged things were dealt with casually. After all, Serena now understands Dracula's concerns. If this cheap daughter also imitates her and becomes a hands-off shopkeeper, then the whole castle will be completely in chaos. Before we knew it, November and December passed by quietly. Christmas, a very important holiday for both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, is coming soon. However, vampires have never had a tradition of celebrating Christmas. The connotation of this holiday conflicts with their identity. In contrast, Halloween 2 months ago still caused some waves in Dracula's castle. Therefore, there is no Christmas atmosphere in Dracula's castle on Christmas Eve. The vampire family is still doing their own things in an orderly and calm manner. And Newt, who was deeply immersed in this atmosphere, gradually forgot about time and was completely immersed in the life of exploring new and magical animals. Until one day, a magical animal that was incompatible with Dracula's castle broke the harmonious atmosphere. In the early morning, it was the time when the vampire clan was just about to start resting. Dracula had slept long enough in the previous 100 years, and now he basically had no idea of sleeping. So he once again walked out of his luxurious room and walked towards Newt's room where 7 runes of teleportation magic circles were placed. He was going to listen to Newt's rumors about the past of the 2 great wizards, Dumbledore and Grindelwald. At this moment, a golden red flame suddenly appeared out of thin air and burned violently at Dracula's door. In the light of the fire, a big golden red bird emerged and walked towards Dracula with proud steps. Fox. Dracula looked at the big bird with some confusion. What's wrong? Principal Dumbledore finally remembered and asked me to go back and teach the students. He muttered to himself, wondering what mistake Tom Riddle made in the Horcrux diary that caused Dumbledore to send Fawkes to look for him. Phoenix Fawkes walked up to Dracula with proud steps and gently raised his sharp claws. Dracula looked down and saw a rolled-up piece of parchment and an exquisite package tied to Fawkes's feet. He waved slightly, and the rope used to bind the parchment and delicate packaging fell off on its own. The two items flew up lightly and landed in Dracula's hands. Fawkes glanced at Dracula arrogantly, as if he was a little uncomfortable with the gloomy environment nearby, so after delivering the things, he turned into a ball of golden red fire and left. Dracula first looked at the delicate package in his hand and found that it was a package of the latest trial version of blood-flavored jelly produced by Honeydukes. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Headmaster Dumbledore is quite good at getting things done. He smiled and opened another item in his hand, the rolled parchment. There is a paragraph written in very elegant handwriting on the parchment. Dear Professor Dracula, before we knew it, we hadn't seen each other for nearly 2 months, and now we miss each other very much. First of all, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. I've asked Fawkes to bring me my Christmas presents as a token of my sincere friendship. Also, I want to remind you, Professor Dracula, of 2 things. First, I am sorry to tell you that in the past 2 days, the teaching assistant you arranged, Tom Riddle, had some teaching accidents and now has to spend some time to recuperate. Therefore, I have no choice but to ask you to end this parting vacation early and return to Hogwarts to continue teaching the little wizards. Second, from what I understand, Mr. Newt Scamander should be staying with you. The unplottable and avoidance spells on Dracula's castle are too powerful for ordinary owls to find the exact location, so his family has not been able to contact him for some time. If you see this letter, please find an owl that has been lingering outside Brown Castle for a long time and give the letter in its hand to Newt. Hope we can meet again soon. Sincerely, A.D. Dracula was slightly stunned after reading Dumbledore's letter. Something happened to Tom Riddle's Horcrux diary? It actually takes some time to recuperate. Dracula knew very well that Riddle, as a Horcrux that had received most of Voldemort's memories before he was 16, also had his own unique body. His strength and magical knowledge were actually not weak, and they were still growing rapidly. So what did he do to push himself to the point where he had to recuperate? In addition, he also realized that Newt had been here for a long time and had even completely forgotten to contact his family. The protective spell of Dracula's castle is responsible for this. No owl can find this place, and only a powerful and spiritual magical animal like the Phoenix can, with the help of Dumbledore, break through the many protective spells and successfully find Dracula. Dracula snapped his fingers lightly. A vampire bat quietly flew out from under the dark eaves and landed on his fingertips. Go to Brown Castle and bring in a nearby owl. Wait for it to come in and escort it for a while. Don't let other bats take advantage of its blood. The vampire bat nodded humanely and flew out of the castle along the continuous shadows of the buildings. Dracula walked to Newt's room as originally planned. Professor Dracula. Nutra opened the door and her expression became a little helpless after seeing Dracula. I really have nothing to say. As for the stories about Dumbledore and Grindelwald that you are interested in, most of what I heard about the past is just hearsay. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to hear your story today. Dracula chuckled and shook his head. Newt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, the Earl was really about to have his brain hollowed out, but he still wanted to ask for help. He wanted to record the magical animals here with the help of Dracula, so he was embarrassed not to talk about it. I have something else to do today, Dracula said. Do you know it's almost Christmas? It's almost Christmas. Newt was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. Oops, I have to go. I have promised Tina that I will come home to spend Christmas this year. Then, he began to pack his luggage in a hurry. Judging from Newt's tone, it might have been several years since Tina promised to go home for Christmas. But every year, he is obsessed with observing magical animals outside and forgets about time, so that he misses the festival. Mr. Scamander, don't worry, just take your time to clean up. Dracula persuaded, it's still too late to go back now. At worst, I will teleport you home remotely. There is an owl outside the castle that wants to deliver a message to you, but it has never been found. I just asked a vampire bat to pick it up. Oh, by the way, I forgot to write to Tina again. Newt covered his face in frustration. Not long after, a starved owl flew over carrying a red letter. The vampire bat just now was carefully escorted beside it, for fear that the weak bird would fall out of the air midway and delay the mission assigned to it by the Earl. Why does this envelope look familiar? Dracula murmured, looking at the red envelope in the owl's hand. At the same time, Newt's expression changed drastically. This is a roaring letter. Howler letter. Dracula was stunned for a moment, thinking of the explosive red envelope that Ron Weiss received at the beginning of this semester. Speaking of which, it's really interesting that the culprit who caused the two of them to drive to school is now their assistant teacher. Dracula thought happily. When the thin owl was only a few feet away from Newt, it finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell from the air. The vampire bat covered its face with its wings in annoyance, and then quickly flew downwards, trying to catch this big bird that was several times its size. Fortunately, Newt did not forget to care for the animals even under the pressure of the roaring letter. He took action first and used a slowing spell to slow down the owl's fall, then caught it and held it in his arms. It's really hard for you, good boy, you've been looking for me for so long. Newt smoothed the wrinkled feathers on the owl soothingly, and then looked nervously at the red envelope with bulging corners, as if it was about to explode. What do you mean? Do you want me to destroy it for you? Dracula asked casually. It's very simple. It's just a spell. Let's forget it. Newt sighed, but finally shook his head. After all, it's me who forgot the time. It's normal for Tina to send me a yelling letter. As he spoke, his frustrated look turned into a smile. What's more, I've been alone outside for so long, and I still want to hear Tina's voice and what she has to say to me. Is it possible to show affection in such an emergency? Dracula glanced at Newt with a strange expression and silently took a few steps away. Newt quickly stuffed the owl in his arms into his suitcase to prevent the weak owl from being frightened by the roaring letter again, and then opened the paint seal on the red envelope with trembling hands. The next moment, a voice that sounded a bit old but full of energy sounded in Newt's room. Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, look at what you've done. Tina's voice recorded in the yelling letter directly called Newt's full name, and it was obvious that she was getting angry. Your son asked you to help take care of the child, but look what you did. Leaving Rolf alone in Hogwarts? I now suspect that you did it on purpose. You didn't want to when Rolf first went to school. Let him come to my alma mater, Invermany, because I want him to go to the Hogwarts that expelled you. I don't know what's so good about that school. The defense against the dark arts professor changes every year. Can he teach the students well? It's just that the principal Dumbledore gave them a slight advantage, but our old friend in Yinfa Mori, you isn't Professor Lally Hicks good enough. After listening to Tina yelling at the words in the letter, Newt showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Ever since he sent Rolf back to Hogwarts with the Portkea, he really forgot about his grandson. This is because in Newt's opinion, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world as long as Dumbledore is around. So he had no worries about letting Rolf stay at Hogwarts? However, Tina didn't think so. I think you did it on purpose to let Rolf experience life at Hogwarts. I don't know what kind of love potion this school gave him, but you actually made him write me a letter saying that he wanted to transfer to another school. After hearing this, instead of continuing to feel embarrassed, Newt showed an uncharacteristically happy smile. As expected of Hogwarts, well done. Newt looked proud. Dracula in the distance. I think you really have the idea of letting Rolf transfer to another school. Newt, you must be very happy now, right? The next moment, Tina understood Newt's mood. But don't be happy too early. Rolf has gotten into trouble at Hogwarts. It caused an assistant coach to have an accident. I don't care about you two anymore. It's up to you to figure it out. Let's see how you give an explanation to the assistant teacher at Hogwarts. As the bulging red envelope gradually shriveled and burned, Tina's voice finally stopped. Newt stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. Dracula didn't know when he appeared next to Newt again, looking at the yelling letter that slowly turned into ashes with a strange expression. So, my teaching assistant was caused by the little wizard Luo Fei to have a teaching accident, so he had to take a period of rest. He said in a weird tone. Dracula didn't quite believe that the Horcrux diary, which had inherited almost all the memories of Voldemort's youth, would fall into the hands of a second-year wizard. You know, when Tom Riddle first came to Hogwarts to go to school, because of his origin in the orphanage and his status in Slytherin College, he was often ostracized and dealt with by those careless purebloods. Therefore, Riddle should be quite proficient in the subterfuge between students. Why shouldn't he be plotted by the grandson of the Scamander family? Dracula glanced at Newt's dull, stiff face, and felt it was a bit incredible that this good old man had such a grandson. Did that little bastard Rolf kill the defense against the dark arts assistant? Newt's face became even stiffer. Don't worry, Professor Dracula, I will go to Hogwarts right away to teach Rolf a lesson. That boy. There is no need to make such a conclusion before the matter is clear, Mr. Scamander. Dracula raised his hand to stop him and chuckled. Maybe it was just an accident. A possibility suddenly emerged in his mind, thinking of Voldemort's curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Could it be that when Riddle was acting as the defense against the dark arts professor, he personally experienced the curse of his own soul? Time goes back to more than a month ago, the day Rolf Scamander was just sent back to Hogwarts from Mount Olympus by his grandfather. Holding the tie-shaped door key embroidered with gold patterns, Rolf appeared on a tall bridge made of marble. Surrounding the bridge is an endless deep lake. The temperature in winter is very low, and most of the lake has been covered with thick ice without any fluctuations. When Luofu raised his head in confusion, his heart was suddenly filled with boundless shock. A tall and majestic castle stands under the sun, with traces of light shining from behind the clouds in the sky. The sun is half hidden behind the clouds, spreading red, orange and gold colors, adding a sparkling glow to the largest main tower. Golden light. Each building and each spire has a simple and atmospheric atmosphere. Against the clouds and sunlight in the sky, it seems to have settled on Luofu's heart. He looked at the end of the bridge where he was in amazement and saw a square, rectangular courtyard surrounded by a connected corridor. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Where the bridge connects to the courtyard is a huge oak door. When Rolf saw this amazing scene, he couldn't help but think back to the magic school in Scotland that he often mentioned to himself every time he went on adventures with his grandfather. Hogwarts? Newt would tell him about the towering and majestic main tower of Hogwarts, the splendid Great Hall, the spacious and open Quidditch pitch, the kitchen next to the Hufflepuff Lounge, and the forbidden forest of fantastic beasts and the island on the Black Lake. Perhaps after decades, even Newt had long forgotten some places, but these scenes of Hogwarts had already left a full impression on Rolf's heart. I can actually visit Hogwarts with my own eyes. There was a hint of surprise in Rufus' eyes. Immediately, he opened his legs like a joy and ran towards the entrance courtyard of Hogwarts, wanting to enter the school that his grandfather praised so much and dreamed about. However, as it is normal opening time, the oak door connecting the marble bridge and the entrance courtyard is firmly closed, with no sign of opening. After all, this is not the main door of Hogwarts. It can only be regarded as a side door to welcome new students, and it is rarely open. However, this can't stop Rolf Scamander, who aspires to become the greatest Magi-zoologist in the future. Rolf carefully looked around to make sure that his grandfather had not come to Hogwarts with him. Then he reached into the inner pocket of his clothes and took out a green sphere. The sphere looks like a green, spiny cocoon, but it's actually a winged demon that Rolf secretly brought out of his home. Leave it to you, little one. Luofu touched the green cocoon-like ball in his hand affectionately and whispered to it. The next moment, the sphere suddenly unfolded, extending a pair of wings that were blue on the inside and green on the outside. When it spreads its spiked wings, it looks like a weird big bird or a huge butterfly. The winged demon flapped its wings and flew up, hovering over the lake on the side of the bridge. Upon seeing this, Rove made a rather bold move. He climbed onto the marble railing of the bridge, stood on the narrow railing, and stood quietly facing the cloister window on the side of the oak door. The winged demon was still circling, flying past Luofu's eyes from time to time. Luofu took a deep breath, suddenly jumped up from the railing, and jumped straight into the air, as if the next moment he would fall from the high air and fall onto the hard ice of the winter lake. He would die even if he didn't die, the result of serious injury. However, this scene did not appear. Even if the winged demon has been hovering in the air, it can very accurately appear at the landing point of Rolf at the moment he takes off, giving him a support. Then, Rolf used this power to jump into the window of the corridor in the entrance courtyard of Hogwarts. Well done, little one. Luofu gave a thumbs-up sign to the curled winged demon who had achieved great success, and then happily walked out of the corridor and walked into the entrance courtyard. He has now officially entered Hogwarts? In fact, under normal circumstances, entering Hogwarts is not as simple as Rove, just jump to the side of the bridge. He was able to enter Hogwarts because of the golden pattern tie in his hand, which was the door key made by Dumbledore. In fact, as early as the later stages of the Global Wizarding War, as Dumbledore continued to confront the Dark Wizard Grindelwald, his reputation also increased. Therefore, during the period when Armando Dippet was the principal, Dumbledore became the deputy principal of Hogwarts early and had partial authority over Hogwarts Castle. Whenever Dumbledore made a portkaya for the team members who resisted Grindelwald, he would use the relevant permissions of Hogwarts Castle, so that the portkaya could directly enter the range of Hogwarts's guardian spell, thereby reducing the risk to members. The door key in Luofu's hand directly led him to break through the outer protective magic and teleported him to the inside of the protective spell. So Rolf entered Hogwarts Castle with a couple of casual jumps. However, even after entering Hogwarts Castle easily, Rolf's eyes darkened again. He had no idea about the geographical structure of the castle, and he had no idea which direction he should go, so he could only wander around in the entrance courtyard in a hurry. At this moment, Luofu saw 3 young wizards who seemed to be about the same age as him walking over, and his eyes lit up. Hello, I'm a second-year student. I would like to ask how to get to the Hufflepuff Lounge. Rolf lied without blushing or heartbeat. He thought carefully for a while, and finally decided to visit the common room that his grandfather often mentioned. Are you really a second-year student? Among the 3 little wizards, 2 boys and 1 girl, the little witch with messy hair and long front teeth questioned, You have been at Hogwarts for a year and a half. How come you still don't know how to get to the lounge? Maybe. I'm usually a little forgetful, right? Luofu's eyes rolled around and he found an excuse very quickly. The 2 little wizards next to the little witch are easy to identify. One has messy hair, round glasses, and green eyes, and the other has flaming red hair and dense freckles on his face. After hearing Luofu's explanation, both of them looked enlightened. Hermione, what are you suspecting? It should be normal for Hufflepuff students to be forgetful, right? The red-haired boy said carelessly. You see, Neville is often forgetful, and he was almost sorted to Hufflepuff. So it turned out that I really hit the mark by accident? Are Hufflepuff wizards really prone to forgetfulness? A surprised expression appeared on Luofu's face. But his grandfather is not forgetful either. At this time, another green-eyed boy wearing round glasses couldn't help it anymore. He took a step forward and was about to point the direction of the Hufflepuff common room to Rove. However, it was the little witch with long teeth and messy hair who grabbed the boy. Wait a minute, Harry, I always feel something is wrong. Hermione frowned and stared at Rolf. We are also second years, and we often go to class with Hufflepuff. Why don't I have any impression of him? Moreover, he's not wearing Hufflepuff uniform yet. Are you a student from another house who wants to sneak into Hufflepuff? She asked suspiciously. Luofu was a little embarrassed by her stare, and quickly explained, My sense of existence has always been relatively low, and it is normal not to be noticed by others. As for not wearing hospital uniform, He put his entire arm into a small bag he carried with him, patiently looking for something. After a while, Rove finally took out a black and yellow scarf, which was a gift from Newt on his birthday. Found it? I have Hufflepuff's scarf, so there should be no problem. Fortunately, the uniforms and scarf styles of Hogwarts have not changed for hundreds of years, so there is no possibility of revealing Newt's secrets when Rove takes out Newt's scarf. Is that so? Hermione's eyes were still a little suspicious. However, because she was almost late for the next class, the studious Hermione quickly told Rove the approximate location of the Hufflepuff common room that she knew, and then pulled Harry and Ron and rushed towards the teaching area. Go. Although the little witch is indeed very smart, she never imagined that a Yinfamorny student would suddenly sneak in at Hogwarts, let alone that this Yinfamorny student also had a former Hutch grandpa of Patch's loyal student. After getting the specific location of the common room, Rolf happily walked in from a staircase on the side of the entrance courtyard and walked to the basement level of the castle. Then, he walked along the long corridor and came to a pile of large wooden barrels placed on a dark stone trough. This is the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. Next, Rolf got into trouble. In what Newt had told him about Hogwarts, there was no mention of a way to enter the Hufflepuff common room. In view of the excellent virtues of loyalty and diligence among Hufflepuff students, no Hufflepuff student will reveal the method of entering here to others, not even their own descendants. Because there is no evidence that Hufflepuff's children will definitely enter Hufflepuff House. Because of this, the Hufflepuff common room is the only common room that has not been seen by anyone outside Hufflepuff House for more than 1,000 years, making it the safest of all common rooms. Of a room. However, Luafu didn't believe in evil. He patted the barrel aimlessly a few times, wanting to hear if there was any hollow place, and he also looked for the entrance here. At the same moment when Luafu's hand hit the barrel, the lid of the other barrel next to him suddenly burst. Luafu's body was filled with vinegar in an instant. Luafu, why is there a penalty for knocking the wrong barrel here? This anti-intrusion magic stopped Rolf from trying to enter on his own. He couldn't think of any other way, and he didn't want to miss the wonderful lounge that his grandfather said, so he gritted his teeth and sat aside with a sour taste. Rolf has to wait for the other Hufflepuff wizards to come back and open the door for him. Luafu used several cleaning spells in succession to clean up most of the vinegar on his body, but there was still a strong sour smell surrounding him. He smelled his own scent and secretly felt something bad. If this obvious smell of vinegar were smelled by other Hufflepuff students, wouldn't they immediately know that he was deflated in the wooden barrel at the entrance to the common room? With this thought in mind, Luafu secretly took out the curly-winged demon that was in his pocket and curled up into a cocoon. Little guy, lend me some of your venom. He whispered, I haven't learned the forgetting spell yet, maybe I will use your venom. The venom of the curled wing demon has a certain effect of erasing memory after being diluted, which is somewhat similar to the Oblivion curse. However, the forgetting curse can erase any memory, and the effect of the curling wing demon's venom after dilution is to make people forget bad memories. Rolf's grandfather once used the venom of the winged devil in America to help the Magical Congress of America eliminate the memory of magic among all local muggles, or non-magical people called nomages there. It is precisely because of Newt's actions that the International Federation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy can be maintained. Luofu wanted to collect the venom of the winged demon and had the idea of erasing other people's memories. If someone really discovered that he sneaked into Hogwarts, then he would be ready to suddenly make a funny face to scare the person, thus turning the memory of others seeing him into a bad memory, and then use dilution. The curling wing demon's venom will eliminate it. Rolf looked at his bag that had been cast a traceless stretching spell by his grandfather without telling his grandmother. It contained a mask made based on the boggart's characteristics, and he smiled with satisfaction. As long as you put on this mask, the wizard who comes face to face with him will see what you are most afraid of in this life. Very practical. As a future magi zoologist, every time he goes out on an adventure, Rove will prepare various useful props for himself, which may come in handy at some point. He skillfully took out a small bottle, grabbed the sharp teeth in the mouth of the winged demon, and began to collect the venom. However, at this moment, a rather handsome student who looked to be 2 or 3 years older than Rolf suddenly walked around the corner of the corridor and appeared next to the barrel in front of the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. Hey, what grade are you in? Why are you waiting at the door of the lounge? The Hufflepuff student glanced at the yellow and black scarf around Rove's neck, and did not raise any questions about Rove's identity. I don't seem to have any impression of you. My name is Cedric Diggory, a 4th-year student. What's your name? He asked, casually taking out the wand from his pocket and pointing it at one of the large barrels. Knock the bottom out. At this moment, a sour smell entered Cedric's nose. Is this the smell of vinegar? Cedric frowned and instantly turned the wand he was about to strike at the barrel and pointed it at Rolf. I asked why I haven't seen you before. It turns out you are from another house. Cedric said seriously, why did you wear a Hufflepuff scarf and pretend to be a student in our house, and even came to the door of our lounge? Rove was watching Cedric's movements eagerly, wanting to take a closer look at how the Hufflepuff senior entered the common room. He didn't expect the senior to be so sharp, and he immediately suspected him, so he secretly hid the small bottle of the curling wing demon in his hand behind his back. What is that in your hand? Cedric frowned and asked, looking at Rolf's sneaky behavior. Is it some prank prop you want to throw into our common room? No, senior, I'm really from Hufflepuff House. Rolf argued without changing his expression. I'm a first-year student, and I forgot how to enter the lounge for a while. After the experience of being doubted by Hermione, this time he knew that he should not talk about his original second year, as it would be too easy to see through. If you pretend to be a first-year student, you might be able to use the excuse of not being familiar with this place for a while longer. Stop talking nonsense. The first semester of the first grade is almost over. How can anyone still not remember the password? Cedric didn't believe Rove's lies at all. Let me guess, you are not a Wenclaws, the people in their college are not that boring. He thoughtfully guessed about Rove's college, but he didn't know that this little wizard was not a student of Hogwarts at all. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin are possible. I wouldn't be surprised if another prankster like Fred and George comes to Gryffindor. If it's Slytherin, you may be one of those who are full of discrimination against Hufflepuff. Purebloods, those people always want to come over and bully the students here. So which one are you? Looking at Cedric, who had an expression that seemed to have seen through everything, Rove was speechless. Why is it that every student I meet is so smart? Are all Hogwarts students so powerful? But I am really a Hufflepuff, senior. Rolf said harshly. He wanted to struggle again, so he quietly took out the bag that he had cast the traceless stretching charm on, and wanted to take out the scary mask from inside. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now, don't move. Cedric raised his voice and thrust his wand forward. Don't even think about sneaking up on me with those naughty little things of yours. I've known Fred and George for a long time, and I'm quite familiar with these things. Familiar. Seeing that Cedric exposed his plan in one fell swoop, Rove became even more helpless. What kind of talents did Fred and George have to be able to make this Hufflepuff senior recognize their prank prop at a glance? Hogwarts is really full of talents, and it is definitely not comparable to Yinfalman, senior, but I am really a student of Hufflepuff. It seems that there is no way to sneak attack. Rove decided to take the emotional route. My memory has always been bad. I have often forgotten all kinds of things since I was a child. He put on a crying expression. My father and grandfather both studied magical animals. They originally wanted to train me to become a magical zoologist, but because of my poor memory, I was rejected by them. Give up. Every time I feed small animals, I always can't remember what I fed, so it often happens that one animal is fed several times and is almost exhausted, while the other one is not fed even once and is still hungry. Condition. For this reason, I'm afraid I will never be able to be a magical zoologist in my life. Luafa's eyes were full of tears. Of course, these things are all nonsense. In other words, it was based on the experience of a forgetful wizard who had come to Scamander's house to apply for an assistant. However, Cedric didn't know that these things were made up by Rove, and he was deeply moved. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic and could be considered a magi-zoologist. Of course, Cedric, who has been exposed to it since childhood, also knows how to feed magical animals and what precautions should be taken during it. So he knew very clearly that what Rolf said about magical animals was okay, so he should have no problem with Rolf's father and grandfather wanting him to be a magical zoologist. Lie. I'm sorry, I wronged you. After a slight hesitation, Cedric put away his wand. Most of his doubts about Rove disappeared. But Cedric is still the best among his peers, so he still has some doubts about what Rove said. You are such a poor little wizard. How about you tell me your dormitory number and I will send you directly back to your dormitory? Cedric said with concern. His tone was very gentle, but the connotation was that he was asking about Rove's dormitory, and wanted to further confirm whether this strange student was a new student at Hufflepuff. As an outstanding student who worked for Professor Dracula for half a year, no, as a teaching assistant, Cedric often went to various dormitories to collect homework, and he remembered the dormitory numbers of each grade very clearly. Cedric has decided that as long as Rove cannot tell his dormitory number, or gives out a dormitory number that is not a first-year dormitory, then he will immediately drive this deceiving little wizard out of Hufflepuff's dormitory. Basement 1? However, Rove was not an easy man. He discovered Cedric's plan almost immediately, and his heart became tight. How does he know which dormitory the first graders are in? If you just talk nonsense, the probability of being exposed is too high, but if you continue to use your poor memory as an excuse, it will be too unconvincing, and you will probably continue to be suspected. Just when he was hesitating, Rolf suddenly thought of the story about Hogwarts that his grandfather Newt once told him. The Hogwarts kitchen is hidden behind a painting of a giant silver fruit bowl. To open it, you have to reach out and scratch the pear in the painting, which then transforms into a big green doorknob. This thing is basically the only thing that has ever happened. Chipachi students know. Luofu's eyes lit up. Senior, there's no need for you to take me back to my dormitory. That would be too much trouble for you, he said. Just when doubt appeared in Cedric's eyes again, Rove then said, I feel a little hungry and want to go to the kitchen to eat something. Do you want to come with me? Cedric was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, he said. Cedric wanted to see if this strange student could find the location of the Hogwarts kitchen. The method of entering the kitchen is basically something passed down from generation to generation among Hufflepuff wizards. If he really enters the kitchen, he can roughly confirm his identity as a Hufflepuff wizard. Rolf was quietly relieved when he saw that Cedric was willing to follow. If the senior didn't come along, how could he use his position in the kitchen to prove that he was a Hufflepuff student? With this thought in his mind, Loafa walked briskly around the corner of the wide marble corridor, looking left and right for the portrait of the silver fruit plate without leaving any trace. Finally, he found a large oil painting hanging on the wall. Unlike other magical portraits that move around, the figures in this painting show no signs of movement at all, just like the most ordinary Muggle oil painting. There is a huge silver fruit plate in the painting, which contains apples, bananas, grapes, pears, and other fruits. The only pear is placed right in front of all the fruits. There was uncontrollable joy in Luo Fu's eyes, and at the same time there was also a trace of nervousness. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and gently scratched the huge pear. It was only then that the magical properties of this oil painting became apparent. A cute little face suddenly appeared on Litzy. It seemed that it couldn't stand the feeling of being tickled, and it couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, the smiling pear seemed to be pulled out of the oil painting by something, stretched and thinned, and turned into a big green door handle. The stone in Luo Fu's heart fell completely. He held the door handle and gently opened the kitchen door. The opening of this kitchen door seems to mean that a new world has opened to Rove. That night, there was a new face in the Hufflepuff common room. His name was Rolf Scamander, and he was the first non-Hufflepuff student to enter the Hufflepuff common room. Rolf deliberately left the kitchen a little later than Cedric, and followed the method Cedric told him to enter the Hufflepuff common room. Following the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, he took his wand and entered the Hufflepuff common room. He knocked on the bottom of the big wooden barrel in the middle of the second row. One of the large barrel lids slid open with the right tap, revealing a narrow passage. Rove followed this passage and entered the Hufflepuff common room that he had longed for. The Hufflepuff common room is round, plain, low, welcoming, warm, and sunny. There are many yellow curtains, smooth copper decorations and soft sofas and armchairs decorated in yellow and black. Looking out from the circular windows, you can see shaking grass and dandelions, making the entire lounge appear full of life. There is a large honey-colored wooden mantle opposite the entrance, with an image of a badger, Hufflepuff's representative animal, carved on it. There is also a painting of Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of the college, hanging above the fireplace. Portrait. When Rove came in, it was the most crowded time in the common room, and few people would pay attention to a strange face that suddenly appeared. After all, Hufflepuff has absorbed all the young wizards who do not fit the characteristics of any house, and has already become the most populous house in Hogwarts. Therefore, there are too many students in the 7 grades of Hufflepuff, and it is usually difficult for the little wizards here to recognize every student in the same house. Taking advantage of this unique opportunity, Rolf quietly stopped a seemingly young Hufflepuff wizard and put his arm around his shoulders affectionately. "Hey, hello, classmate, are you a first-year student?" he asked familiarly. "Ah, yes, that's right." The little Hufflepuff wizard seemed to be frightened by Rolf's familiarity, and his words became a little stuttering. "Nice to meet you. I am Rolf Scamander, a first-year student who has just transferred here." Rolf made up the lie without drafting. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to come to the lounge by myself. Find a first-year dormitory that still has beds." "Do you know which first-grade dormitory has extra beds?" he asked. In fact, it should be Dean Sprout's job to allocate beds, but Rolf only knew his grandfather's old acquaintance Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and did not know who the Dean of Hufflepuff was. So he could only think of deceiving this first-year Hufflepuff wizard in the name of the principal. Rove's idea was that there were 4 people in each dormitory, and as long as this year's Hufflepuff freshmen were not multiples of 4, there would be dormitories with empty beds, and he could sneak into them and stay. "Ah, I'm glad to meet you too. My name is Guyamarco Rondon." The first-year Hufflepuff wizard scratched his head and said honestly, "There just happens to be an extra bed in our dormitory. You can come and stay in our dormitory." Luofu was very lucky. It took no effort to get this empty bed. He put his arm around Guyamarco's shoulders affectionately, and the two of them came to Guyamarco's bedroom together. Each Hufflepuff bedroom has a 4-poster bed covered with patchwork sheets, copper lamps that emit warm light, and a copper bed warmer for the little wizards to use in winter. The same goes for Guyamarco's dormitory, except that there are only 3 4-poster beds covered with sheets, and 1 bed is empty. It can be seen at a glance that no one is staying here. As a future magi zoologist, Rolf, like Newt, had long developed the habit of carrying a bedding with him and eating and sleeping in the open air anytime and anywhere. He naturally took out a set of bedding from the bag that he had cast the seamless stretching charm on, and spread it on the vacant bed on the spot, without his 3 new roommates suspecting the authenticity of his identity. Not only that, on that night, Rolf distributed various gadgets made from parts dropped from magical animals to all the first-year Hufflepuff wizards, and soon he and the simple little guys got together. "How about it? Is the thing I brought you interesting?" At this time, all the first-year Hufflepuff wizards were gathered together in Rolf's new dormitory, and they were surrounded by stars. "These little things of yours are so interesting, Rolf." Guyamarco, who was already very familiar with Rolf, said, "But you gave us so many good things, but we have nothing to give you. Why is this so embarrassing?" Yes, we can't accept so many expensive gifts from you." "That's right, it's too expensive. The little wizards of Hufflepuff are still simple, kind, and loyal after all, and they are not willing to accept Rolf's gifts for no reason. Don't refuse in a hurry. Just listen to me." Looking at the sincere expressions of the new classmates around him, Luo Fu couldn't help but feel moved in his heart, and he felt even more satisfied with the school and college that his grandfather praised so much. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Actually, the reason why I gave you so many things on my first day at Hogwarts is because I asked for something from you. Just say anything, Rolf. We are all good partners. One of the little Hufflepuff wizards said grandly. Yes, Rolf, everyone should help each other. Another young wizard said, and since you are so generous, we can't be too stingy, right? The simple and kind little Hufflepuff wizards had no idea what Rolf was planning, and they all agreed. Thank you all so much. Luo Fu showed a touched expression. In this case, I won't hide it from everyone. Can you help me hide my identity as a transfer student in front of other professors and classmates? If others ask, just say that I enrolled in school together with you, but I usually keep a low profile and go unnoticed. I don't want to be ostracized by others because I'm a transfer student. Hey, what do I think this is? A piece of cake. The simple little Hufflepuff wizards don't know that they have become a shield for Rolf to hide his identity. They only know that by doing some easy things, they can get Rolf's interesting gadgets with a clear conscience. Although they don't know why this new classmate said that transfer students will be excluded, they all agree that it is their responsibility to help classmates in the same college. Hufflepuff's little badger won't let his own people be ostracized? So, there was an unfamiliar face in the first grade class the next day. If there is no problem with my memory, then I don't seem to have any impression of you. The classmate sitting in the last row. A light, greasy voice squeezed out of the thin lips word by word. In the potions classroom, which was filled with many animal specimens and looked very cold overall, Snape looked condescendingly at the little wizard in front of him, whom he had never seen before, with a gloomy expression on his face. Professor, I have actually been taking classes here, but because I have no sense of presence, I have been ignored by you. Luo Fei opened his innocent eyes and blinked at the sallow-faced professor. The loyal Hufflepuff wizards nearby also expressed their approval. That's right, Professor. Rolf is the first-year student who came to Hogwarts on the boat with us. Yes, Professor. You must have been neglecting him during this period. Scamander has always been too low-key, so it is normal that he was not discovered by you. The little Hufflepuff wizards were talking in a flurry, but they didn't see the little Ravenclaw wizards with blue collars in the same classroom looking at them as if they were mentally retarded. Laugh. A cold sneer escaped Snape's throat. He glanced sideways around the entire classroom, and the originally noisy potions classroom immediately became quiet. Under the threat of Snape's long-term notoriety, the little wizards of Hufflepuff also shuddered and subconsciously closed their mouths. Mr. Rolf Scamander, right. Snape looked at Rolf with his deep black eyes and said slowly. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use, download it here. You can try it now. That's right, Professor. Luo Fei also felt the pressure at this time. He didn't expect to meet such a difficult professor in the first class, and it seemed that he immediately noticed his deceptive behavior. Oh, it turns out to be a Scamander. Snape raised the corners of his mouth with a cold smile on his face. If your brain has not been filled with the excrement of those magical animals, you and your a few friends with troll brains should take a look at how the seats are arranged in the classroom. The troll's head is said to be no bigger than a walnut, which is a classic humiliating metaphor in the wizarding world. After hearing Snape mocking them for having troll heads, the little Hufflepuff wizards all glared at Snape angrily, and then cowardly when the potions professor stared back, withdrew their respective gazes. Luo Fu subconsciously paid more attention to the layout of the potions classroom. He looked at the cauldron placed between every two young wizards, and his eyes suddenly widened. He slapped himself on the forehead violently, knowing that this time he was completely exposed. Why is the potions class at Hogwarts taught in pairs? If just one more person is added to the class, wouldn't it be obvious that the odd or even number of people in the classroom has changed? No wonder I was suddenly suspected. It seems that you are not as stupid as your friends, although you are not smart at all. Snape sneered. Oh, please, this guy who hasn't cleaned up the turds of the moon-crazy beast in his head. Mr. Commander, go back to where you belong. Professor, I can actually explain it. Luo Fu still said stubbornly, I sit in the corner and take every potions class by myself. Because I didn't find a suitable desk mate, that's why I wasn't. You found out. Snape's face fell. You will pay for your folly, Mr. Scamander, he said coldly. 5 points from Hufflepuff for deceiving the professor. No, Professor, you can't do this. The Hufflepuff wizards were shocked and retorted one after another. For disrupting classroom discipline, Hufflepuff will deduct another 5 points. Snape looked at the students indifferently and said lightly. The angry words of the Hufflepuff wizards were stuck in their throats. Just when the atmosphere was completely awkward and the whole classroom was silent, a voice with an erratic tone suddenly broke the silence. Can't you find your desk mate? What a coincidence, I can't find one either. I can be your desk mate. Rolf turned his gaze to the place where the sound came from in surprise, and saw a little witch with messy dirty blonde hair that reached her waist. The little witch has a pair of grey eyes that look vague and bulge outwards, and her eyebrows are pale in color. Her whole person exudes a crazy temperament, and she seems not to take the potions professor's words to heart at all. Miss Lovegood, this is not a question of whether we can find a table mate. Snape's face darkened again. This Mr. Scamander doesn't belong here at all. In fact, I would rather suggest that he come back. Go to my grandfather's box. I don't know why, but this terrifying potions professor seemed to know all the details about him just by looking at each other. But I happen to be missing a desk mate. Isn't it just right for him to come? The little witch named Luna Lovegood said in a brisk tone. Otherwise I will not be able to complete the class tasks assigned by you, the professor. Because Luna is crazy, her popularity in Ravenclaw has never been very good. The number of students in this classroom happened to be an odd number before. Luna, who was excluded, occupied a table by herself and took classes in the potions classroom for almost a semester. However, Professor Snape likes to assign cooperative tasks that require 2 people to complete reluctantly. Luna has not completed a class task in the potions class for a long time. Yes, Professor, I can take classes with this young lady, Roof said to Snape quickly, as if grasping a life-saving straw. As he spoke, he moved quickly, carrying the cooking pot that he had used as a crucible and the textbook that he had temporarily copied with a copying spell, and ran to the seat on the Ravenclaw side, sitting directly next to Luna. After sitting there, he immediately showed a well-behaved expression and looked at Snape eagerly. You should be lucky that someone is willing to help you, Mr. Scamander. Snape said in a cold voice. Now, stay in your seat and don't do anything to disrupt this class. Do you understand? Luafa nodded quickly. As soon as get out of class was over, Snape strode up to the Hogwarts principal's office on the 8th floor, dragging his long black cloak behind him with steps that he didn't recognize. As soon as he saw the old man with white hair, he said coldly and in a protracted tone. Principal, I think you need to give me an explanation. Explanation. Dumbledore put the water glass in his hand on the table, showing an expression of fake surprise. I'm not sure what explanation you want, Severus. You can't be unclear, Snape said through gritted teeth. Or do you think that I would believe that a student who shouldn't be here suddenly appeared in Hogwarts without the principal's knowledge? Oh, it turns out you were talking about little Rolf. Dumbledore pretended to have a look of realization again. Oh, that was actually a gadget I made decades ago to make Newt teleported Rolf into Hogwarts. Dumbledore seemed to have known about Rove's arrival for a long time, but his attitude towards Rove seemed a little strange. Let me say something, Headmaster. This Mr. Rolf Scamander is not a student of Hogwarts at all, Snape said coldly. I personally think that you should treat Scamander at this time. Send Mr. D back to where he belongs. Oh, Severus, you don't have to be so serious, Dumbledore said with a smile. I think that little guy Rolf is very happy at Hogwarts and has no intention of going back, so there's no need to send him back so rigidly. Also, I heard that Rolf is filling in for a duo in your potions class, right? Snape's mouth twitched. He finally understood that Dumbledore, a cunning guy, had been paying attention to his old friend's grandson since he came to Hogwarts, and this attention was quite intense, even including a section on potions. I secretly listened to the class. I hope you won't be asked for help by the principal of Yinfarmony, Mr. Principal. Snape's expression was not very good. He tossed his sleeves coldly and left the principal's office. Dumbledore picked up the teacup with a smile and took a sip, showing a satisfied look. After putting down the teacup again, he hesitated for a moment, but still notified Hufflepuff's headmaster, Professor Sprout, and Vice Principal, Professor McGonagall, preparing to secretly inform them so that they could be prepared to teach Rove. Just when Dumbledore informed the 2 professors but before they arrived at the principal's office, a not-so-pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Are you going to let that little wizard stay at Hufflepuff, Dumbledore? The Sorting Hat, which had been cleaned once but became a little dirty after a year, asked. Don't you need me to sort him into a house? No need to go to such trouble. Rolf's grandfather is a representative figure of Hufflepuff, Dumbledore said with a smile. If Rolf is assigned to other houses besides Hufflepuff, Pomona will definitely not happy. But his behavior doesn't look like a Hufflepuff at all, the Sorting Hat questioned. And by the way, he listed all the deeds Rolf had done within one day of coming here. You also showed me what Rolf Scamander did before. I won't talk about borrowing magical animals to climb over the wall. His grandfather often did this kind of thing, and it can be regarded as a kind of redirected use of magic, and there is no controversy. But after entering Hogwarts, this little wizard lied everywhere, telling lies without drafting. In the end, he actually got a bed in the Hufflepuff dormitory. It's really not easy. If you say he deceived his classmates, forget it. The key point is that he still wants to attend classes at Hogwarts, and he actually wants to deceive the professors. Dumbledore, do you really think this is a Hufflepuff? Dumbledore looked at the Sorting Hat on the stool with a smile on his face. Why, your hands are itchy after not moving for a few months. Do you want to sort the little wizard into another school? He asked teasingly. Of course my hands are itchy, the Sorting Hat shouted loudly, and was so angry that several portraits of the principal who were resting slashed it. It's the only sorting ceremony a year, and I only have time to sing one song. How can there be enough? Let's forget about the sorting. I don't think it's necessary to impose such rigid rules on Rolf. He hasn't transferred to Hogwarts yet, Dumbledore said with a smile. Besides, I think Rolf's character is, you really may not be sorted into Hufflepuff. It turns out that you still know this fact, so you still let him stay in the Hufflepuff common room. Aren't you afraid that the simple little badger will be led astray? The Sorting Hat had 1,000 things to say in his heart, but in the end he didn't say anything out of respect for Dumbledore. Actually, let me tell you, you don't need to care so much about the sorting. Dumbledore waved his hand to the sorting hat. After all these years, I always feel that the habit of sorting has made the students in the whole school become somewhat divided. What's more, we can definitely see that Rolf's feelings for Hufflepuff are no less shallow than others. And this, isn't it enough? Dumbledore had a smile on his face, and his sharp blue eyes sparkled in the candlelight. From then on, Rolf could attend classes at Hogwarts openly. As a result, this second-year wizard from Infamorny completely integrated into the first-year team of Hufflepuff and participated in various courses that were very different from Infamorny. Rove was very excited about the teaching model at Hogwarts and was full of praise for the teaching level of the professors. Even the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts, which others have always criticized as unreliable, Rove thinks is surprisingly good. Assistant Professor Riddle gave a good lecture. Unfortunately, as the only defense against the dark arts Professor Dracula who lasted until the second session without being replaced, it was a pity that Rolf didn't see him. Rolf unknowingly fell in love with the various courses at Hogwarts and felt that these teaching methods were much better than those in Yinfalman. Of course, there are two courses that are exceptions in Rove's mind. One course is History of Magic taught by Professor Binns. Legend has it that Professor Cuthbert Binns worked as a professor of history of magic for many years before his death. Until one day, as an old man, he stood up to go to class and accidentally left his body in front of the fire in the staff room, in an armchair, and then turned into a ghost. Poor Professor Binns devoted his whole life to the education of the history of magic, both during his lifetime and after his death. However, as a ghost, Professor Binns is very stubborn and has difficulty communicating with the students. The format of his classes remains unchanged, and he always follows the instructions in great detail. He speaks in a breathy, drawl-like voice, which makes it difficult to concentrate and will soon fall into a deep drowsiness. Therefore, this class is recognized as the most boring class at Hogwarts. Rolf confidently skipped all of his history of magic classes. Anyway, Professor Binns's name was never on the roll call, and it didn't matter whether he was in this class or not. As for the other course, it was Professor Snape's potions class. Snape never seemed to like Rolf, a student who did not belong to Hogwarts. He always found fault with him, and his verbal cynicism was not uncommon. If it was the old Luofei, he might have been angered by this bad professor. However, today's Rove has not missed even one potions class, and even often arrives at the classroom earlier than usual. He did this for his new friend Luna. This crazy little witch unexpectedly took a liking to him, and the two soon became close friends. Of course, what interested Rolf the most was never the various courses, the sumptuous meals in the auditorium, the quaint and majestic castle and the spacious Quidditch pitch. What really interested Luofu was the Forbidden Forest where students were prohibited from entering and where there were many dangerous magical animals, as well as the small islands in the center of the Black Lake where many magical animals lived. This is what Infamorny really doesn't have, and it is also the biggest bargaining chip that attracts future magi-zoologists like Rove. Almost every day, Rolf would take his Hufflepuff classmates who still abide by school rules and regulations to go into the Forbidden Forest, visit the Lake Island, and play with magical animals. He lived a very comfortable life. Because of this, he also wrote a letter to his grandmother and mother, which meant that he wanted to transfer from Infamorny to Hogwarts to go to school. Therefore, Tina thought it was Newt, an honest man's idea. In this way, more than a month passed quickly. Luofu was very happy here, and it could be said that he couldn't care less about his childhood. But his happiness came to an abrupt end a few days before Christmas. This incident also made Hogwarts experience a different kind of Christmas. Luna, are you sure we can find Scimitar and Bubble Snot in the Forbidden Forest? In the silent night, two small figures appeared in the Forbidden Forest. The shallow moonlight shines into the Forbidden Forest through the trees, and the trees of different heights cast jagged and mottled black shadows, as if they were ghosts. The pine wood covered with a layer of white snow was swaying, and occasionally a few scattered snowflakes fell, falling on the messy and dirty blonde hair. Maybe we'll find it. Luna grabbed some crumbs of snow from her hair and watched with a dazed expression as it gradually melted into the palm of her hand. Luofu looked helplessly at this crazy little witch and hesitated to speak. I still can't believe it. Do magical animals like the Scimitar, Bubble Snot, and Hook really exist? He asked. I don't understand how my grandfather can be considered an authority on magical animals, but he has been searching all his life and has not found any trace of the existence of these magical animals you mentioned. As classmates in potions class, Rolf and Luna quickly became good friends. Rolf was pleasantly surprised to find that Luna, like him, was very interested in magical animals and often talked about those cute little guys. What surprised him even more was that Luna confidently admitted that she knew many kinds of rare magical animals that were not recorded in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, such as scimitar beasts, bubble snot monsters, hooks, and mole flies. So after a month of getting thoroughly familiar with Hogwarts Castle and its surrounding environment, Rolf specially invited Luna to go on a night tour of the Forbidden Forest with him to look for traces of new creatures. Luna glanced at Rolf in surprise, as if she couldn't believe that her friend would be suspicious of these magical animals. Of course it's true. My father once got the horn of a curved horned beast, she said with a serious face. I always carry that horn with me. What? There is such important evidence. Luofu became excited instantly and couldn't wait to get to Luna's side. Take it out and take a look. With a calm expression, Luna was tugging at the inside of her robe decorated with silver sequins. Strings of chains made of metal bottle caps were dangling inside the clothes, making crisp sounds. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. Found it. She didn't know which chain she found on it, but she found a big thing that looked like a rhinoceros horn. She lifted it up and brought it to Rolf's eyes. Look, Luna said in an erratic tone. Rolf excitedly looked at the big animal horn in Luna's hand, feeling particularly excited. He felt that as long as he could help Luna prove the existence of the scimitar-horned beast, he would be recognized by his grandfather as the youngest magical zoologist in the magical world. However, the next moment, Luafa's hopeful eyes extinguished. Luna, are you telling me that this is the horn of a curved horned beast? His face was a little stiff, and he seemed to have the urge to curse, but he didn't have the heart to curse in front of Luna. Yeah. Luna nodded gently, with a calm look on her face. But it's actually the horn of the poison-horned beast. Luofu covered his face helplessly, thinking that his dream of becoming a magi zoologist might not come true for a while. Luna, were you deceived by your father? He asked. I can feel that this is the horn of the scimitar-horned beast. Luna held the big animal horn in both hands and said firmly, the scimitar-horned beast will definitely help us in our operation tonight. Rolf was desperate. He always felt that based on how unreliable Luna was when she talked about the so-called curved horned beast, it was very possible that other magical animals that were not discovered by Newt were either made up by her or her father. Lied to her. I knew, my grandfather had been busy all his life and could not have missed so many magical animals. Luofu said helplessly, forget it. Anyway, I came to the Forbidden Forest this time not just to find those magical animals. The food for the little curled-winged demon hasn't arrived these days. I can't steal the lambs raised by Hagrid anymore. He seems to have discovered that the sheep are missing. Today I saw him reinforcing the fence around the sheep. Listening to Rolf's suspicion, Luna seemed to be used to it and didn't care at all. She was still holding the curved horned beast, or poisonous horned horn, in both hands, and her eyes were wandering around the Forbidden Forest. Rolf, have you stolen 10 sheep this month? Did Hagrid not find out until now? She asked curiously. Ahem, Hagrid is a little careless and has never counted the number of sheep. Rolf said with some embarrassment, it means I have stolen too much recently, and something didn't look right at first glance, which aroused suspicion. Let me tell you. Luna looked thoughtfully at the ground covered with snowflakes. Mutton often appears when eating in the auditorium recently. After hearing this meaningless sentence, Luafa's expression became even more embarrassed. This magical animal, the crouching demon, usually feeds on the brains of animals. Untamed crowing demons even prefer to eat human brains. In order to prevent the curling-winged demon from being too hungry and preventing his head from being eaten first, Luafa must feed the curling-winged demon he carries with him on time. So he set his sights on the small livestock farm enclosed by Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Every few days, Rolf would go to Hagrid's sheepfold to steal a sheep and feed the sheep's brains to the crouching demon. As for the remaining mutton, they would take advantage of the convenient location of the Hufflepuff common room and sneak it into the Hogwarts kitchen when no one was around. The mutton would be handed over to the house elves working in the kitchen for processing. Although Luna looked crazy, she had unknowingly seen clearly and guessed that the recent changes in the auditorium's recipes must have been caused by Rolf. At this moment, the curled-winged demon curled up into a large green cocoon in Luafa's pocket moved. Don't worry, little guy, I promise you will find some other delicious food today. Luafa quickly patted his bulging pocket to calm the curled-winged demon. Then, he looked at Luna and smiled helplessly. The winged demon is hungry. Furthermore, this little guy is also picky about food. He has eaten sheep brains too many times during this period. He has long been dissatisfied and was protesting to me a few days ago, said Luofe. Luna tilted her head and glanced at Rolf's bulging pocket. An earring that looked like an orange carrot, but was actually called an airship lee, was dangling under her earlobe. Then what are you waiting for? He didn't see her turn her head right, so she tilted her head and said to Luafa, hurry up and find food for the curling-winged demon. With that said, she skipped towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Luafa looked at Luna's back as she left, but didn't react for a moment. He was stunned for a while before following her. Luofu and Luna were very lucky. It didn't take long before they discovered a fat wild boar. Luafa made a decisive decision and threw the winged demon out. The curled-winged demon immediately changed from the form of a cocoon, spread its wings to look like a large blue-green butterfly, and neatly wrapped the wild boar's head with its 2 spiny wings. The next scene will be a bit bloody. Why don't you look elsewhere first? Luaf thought about the hunting method of the winged demon and looked at Luna next to him with some worry. He felt that such a simple little witch would not be able to accept such a bloody and brutal hunting scene. However, Luna shook her head gently and looked at the scene in front of her calmly. The wild boar's head was wrapped and its eyes were blindfolded. It felt the severe pain from its head and began to struggle violently. It was blindfolded by the winged demon's wings. It was pitch black in front of its eyes and could not see the direction. It could only run aimlessly, wailing, and shaking its head like crazy, trying to get rid of the curled winged demon on its head. Throw it off. However, the small body of the winged demon was extremely powerful, tightly imprisoning the wild boar's head, never giving it any chance to break free. As time passed, the wild boar's struggle gradually became weaker. In the end, its fat body fell heavily on the snow, splashing into flying snowflakes. After eating and drinking, the curled-winged demon retracted its wings, flew up from the wild boar's head, and landed on Luofu's palm again, transforming back into a cocoon-like form. The head of the wild boar on the ground was dripping with blood, and there seemed to be a big hole in the back of the head. The skin on the brain was shriveled, and there was nothing left in the big hole, only a piece of blood that was still flowing. Are you okay, Luna? Rolf looked at this bloody scene and quickly looked at Luna beside him, wanting to comfort her young heart. However, he unexpectedly found that Luna didn't have a trace of fear on her face, but she was slightly dazed and her eyes were misty. What's wrong with you, Luna? Rolf asked worriedly. He felt that this performance was beyond his understanding. It's okay, I have friends here. Luna shook her head and looked at some pine trees near the wild boar. Luofu also moved his gaze, but saw nothing. Oh no, Luna must have been frightened by this bloody scene, right? He was taken aback and quickly reached out his hand and shook it in front of Luna's eyes. Luna, do you still recognize me? I'm really fine, Luofei. Luna looked at Luofei's performance and smiled happily. It's true that a few friends are here. Rolf doubtfully moved his gaze to where Luna was looking, but still found nothing. He only saw the unchanging pine trees and snow in the distance. Sure enough, Luna's brain was frightened. He made a secret judgment. Just when Luofu wanted to turn around and forcefully take Luna to the school infirmary to see a doctor, an accident suddenly happened. A footprint like a horse's hoof suddenly fell on the snow-covered ground. It was very abrupt and very clear. In the blink of an eye, it connected from a single footprint to one. The number of footprints in this area is increasing, but there is still nothing in front of me, as if the footprints appear out of thin air. The footprints extended far away, from behind a tall tree to the headless wild boar before stopping. Immediately, there was a frightening sight of wild boar being torn apart easily, and pieces disappearing into the air. Horse hoof-shaped footprints, invisible body, carnivorous habits. Luofu looked at the incomprehensible scene in front of him and murmured, so there are thestrals in the Forbidden Forest. He looked at Luna. Luna nodded happily. It was Hagrid who adopted a little thestral a few decades ago, and then gradually raised it into such a large group now. She explained, the carriages at Hogwarts during the school holidays are all pulled by thestrals. With that said, Luna walked forward and spoke happily to the air. Is this what Hogwarts carriages look like? Rolf said blankly. He could be said to have smuggled himself into Hogwarts with a portkaya. He had never ridden or even seen a Hogwarts carriage, so he had no idea what Luna was talking about. Wait, the point seems not to be here. The point is, Luna actually started chatting with the thestrals that Rolf couldn't see, and she seemed to be very familiar with them. Watching Luna's conversation with Yeki, a particularly complicated look appeared in Luof's eyes. After all, it was Rolf who was determined to become a future magi zoologist. Even though he had never seen it with his own eyes, he clearly knew one of the thestral's characteristics. Only those who have truly witnessed death can see the thestral? In other words, Luna is just a freshman in Hogwarts and has actually witnessed death? Luofu hesitated for a long time, feeling that he suddenly suffered from his grandfather's unique symptom of being unable to speak, and he didn't know what to say. Bang! Chi! At this moment, a strange noise in the distance suddenly caught the attention of Rolf and Luna. Luofei just didn't know what to say to comfort Luna, so he quickly changed the subject. It seems that someone is using magic deep in the Forbidden Forest. He walked to Luna and whispered to her. Luna glanced over there with wandering eyes. Yuki told me, there is great danger in that direction, she said. The voice seemed more erratic than the eyes. Can you talk to Yachi? Luofu looked at Luna in shock. I can't understand what the thestrals are saying. Luna shook her head and said vaguely, but it's easy to understand what they are thinking in their eyes. The corners of Luofu's mouth twitched, feeling that what Luna said was a bit unreliable. He could understand what animals were thinking through their eyes. He felt that even his grandfather could not do such a magical thing. Harassment. Luna said suddenly. What? Luofu was stunned for a moment. You've got bugs in your head, Luna said. I can see a bunch of bugs flying around in your head. Now Rolf didn't believe the new magical animals Luna was talking about, and just shrugged casually. So how do I get rid of them? He responded. Luna reached out and tugged on Rolf's sleeve and handed him something like a rhinoceros horn. Why did you give me the horn of the poisonous horned beast? Luofu asked in surprise. It's the crescent-horned beast. Luna retorted with a serious expression. The horn of the crescent-horned beast will bring you luck. You must hold this. I think it's better not to use it. The corner of Luofu's mouth twitched. I suggest you don't bring this thing with you. It will explode if it is stimulated. You will definitely use it. Luna still held up the poisonous horn in her hand very firmly. Okay, I might as well keep it for you so that it doesn't accidentally explode and hurt you. Rolf couldn't bear Luna's insistence, so he took the poisonous horn from her hand and put it in his pocket. Then, a young wizard who had always been very courageous and a young wizard whose brain circuits had always been abnormal, walked together to the place where the sound came from deep in the Forbidden Forest. In the dark Forbidden Forest, there is an area that is dim and bright, and from time to time, the roars of wild beasts and the sounds of painful animals can be heard. Hearing these obviously abnormal animal sounds, Rolf's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled Luna and accelerated forward. When he approached the area where the sound came from, he slowed down and carefully hid behind a thick tree trunk. Keep it down, let me see what's going on inside. Luofei made a silent gesture to Luna, and Luna nodded, her attention drifting to the ants crawling under the tree trunk. The magical light that came from time to time continued to flash, and the animals' screams of pain were also vague. Rolf sneakily poked his head out from behind the tree trunk and looked at the place where the light came from. I saw a wizard in black robes and a hood standing in the middle of the woods, waving his wand casually without saying a word. From time to time, the light of a curse shot out from the tip of the wand. Many magical animals of different types lay weakly on the ground, their whole bodies tied up, whimpering in pain from time to time, and their limbs occasionally twitching involuntarily, but they were unable to break away from the strong ropes on their bodies. The black-robed wizard was still waving his wand. His strength is obviously very strong. Every time he waves his wand, a powerful silent spell shoots out. Basically, he can knock a huge magical animal to the ground every time. However, even though the ground was filled with all kinds of magical animals, there were still many animals that were unaware and rushed towards the black-robed wizard as if they were possessed. Damn it, someone is hunting magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. Luaf retracted his head from the tree trunk and said to Luna angrily, he is using bait, spices, and lure magic to attract magical animals, and then one after another knock the animals out. Do you want to stop him? Luna opened her big bulging eyes and looked at Rolf curiously. This is probably an adult and powerful dark wizard. I know. Rolf said solemnly, but as the greatest magical zoologist in the future magical world, of course I cannot allow magical animals to be killed in front of me. He stood up and whispered to Luna, I will deal with this black-robed wizard in a moment. You just stay behind this tree trunk and don't get discovered. Luna nodded uncertainly. Looking at her expression, Luo Fei still felt a little uneasy. He had no idea what this little witch with an unusual brain circuit was thinking. At this moment, Luna suddenly seemed to have remembered something and said expectantly, remember to bring the horn of the crescent-horned beast, it will help you. Luofu's expression stiffened for a moment, but he finally nodded helplessly. He no longer had the mind to worry about what Luna would do. He turned around silently and looked at the black-robed wizard who was still casting spells to harm magical animals. Luofu knew that as a young wizard, it was obviously impossible for him to defeat such a being who was capable of silent spellcasting and suspected of being a dark wizard head-on. Now he didn't bring the various props that his grandfather gave him. He didn't have many trump cards that he could use, and there weren't many methods that he could use to fight. Fortunately, the enemy is still in the open and we are in the dark, so we can carry out sneak attacks. Luofu thought for a while, took out several herbs from the bag that he had cast a traceless stretching spell on, and expertly crushed them together. As a future magi zoologist, he is familiar with this bait spice and naturally knows how to solve it. After the mixture of these herbs crushed by Luofu, they can emit a refreshing fragrance and improve the rationality and mental state of the animals, which can usually offset the effects of the bait spices. Then, he crawled on the ground, quietly moving back and forth around, untying the ropes from the fallen magical animals, and using recovery potions to restore their injuries. Because Rolf is too young and has not yet learned how to cast spells silently, he can only use potions, which do not make any sound, to treat animals. He cannot use healing spells that are obviously more cost-effective under the nose of the black-robed wizard. High efficiency, more cost-effective magic treatment. But the Scamander family actually didn't lack the potion money, so Rolf didn't care at all. Newt has raised so many magical animals at home in his life. Basically, each magical animal has its own corresponding value. Just selling a few parts of the animals can make a wizard family have food and drink for a lifetime. Not to mention that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of magical animals in the entire box. Any wizard who raises magical animals will never be short of money. For example, Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, would go to the Forbidden Forest from time to time to take care of the animals living in the forest, and he would also collect parts that fell from the animals. The market price of things like unicorn tail hair in Diagon Alley is 10 galleons for a small bag. It can be said that this is not cheap anymore. But in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid could pick up the tail hairs of unicorns that fell naturally or hung on the surrounding tree trunks and shrubs anytime and anywhere. Therefore, to him, the tail hairs of unicorns were just trash. He even woven a rug out of these trashy things to him and placed it casually under his buttocks to sit on. The relatively simple Hagrid is so rich, not to mention Newt, who has a small world of magical animals. Therefore, the Scamander family has never taken money too seriously. With this mentality, Rolf quickly fed all the recovery potions he carried to all the animals that were close to the bushes and suitable for his concealment. The animals quickly recovered and looked curiously at the little ones who were trying their best to help them. With the help of the Scamander family's miraculous ability to make animals trust, Rolf quickly calmed down the thoughts of these magical animals that wanted to rush for revenge, and temporarily let them lie on the ground to prevent them from being attacked by the black-robed wizard. Found clues. Unfortunately, the black-robed wizard is not the kind of brainless dark wizard. He soon discovered that the speed of the magical animal's sprint towards this side had slowed down significantly, and his eyes that were confused by the bait and spices became clearer. Occasionally, magical animals are still coming here, but their sober eyes do not seem to have been affected by the spices. In contrast, they may only be affected by part of the temptation magic. The black-robed wizard frowned secretly and found that there was a strange fragrance permeating the surroundings. This fragrance seemed to have the effect of calming the mind and calming down the emotions. The bait spice has been cracked. Who is around? He raised his wand, looked at the trees around him, and turned around in a wide circle warily. The black-robed wizard carefully observed the surrounding environment and soon discovered the messy footprints that Rolf had just left in the bushes. Oh. Looking at the small footprints in the bushes, the black-robed wizard showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you a little wizard who is still in school? He immediately let go of his nervousness, leisurely slowed down his pace, and looked at every bush and flora that was sufficiently hidden. Come out, little wizard, I won't harm you. The black-robed wizard smiled in a relaxed tone. Judging from your footprints, you shouldn't be very old, right? To be able to crack the power of bait spices at this age, you have to admit that you are indeed quite good. Luofu looked at the black-robed wizard who was approaching step by step, his expression tense. He simply did not believe the words of the black-robed wizard that would not hurt him. These magical animals were captured by him without any sympathy, and they were tied to the ground so cruelly. Rolf couldn't believe that such a wizard could be harmless. However, the black-robed wizard is getting closer and closer. There was no possibility for Rolf to escape from the bush where he was hiding, because any slight movement would be clearly displayed in the eyes of the black-robed wizard. Stupefied, Rolf suddenly jumped out of the bush where he was, pointing his wand firmly at the black-robed wizard. However, this carefully prepared stun spell seemed to have no effect at all. The black-robed wizard casually moved his wand and sent it flying into the nearby trees. But Rolf was not discouraged. After he finished reciting the coma spell, he hooked 2 fingers on his lips and made a strange whistle. You are indeed quite interesting, little wizard. The black-robed wizard looked at Rolf curiously and asked, have you created something weird again? However, the next moment, the black-robed wizard asked what Rolf was doing. After hearing Rolf's whistle, countless magical animals seemed to wake up at the same time, quickly broke away from the ropes on their bodies, and rushed straight towards the black-robed wizard. Countless magical animals ran wildly together, glaring with angry eyes wanting revenge, desperately using their own innate abilities, hoping to inflict more damage to the person who knocked them unconscious. However, the black-robed wizard didn't know whether he was frightened by this scene or overconfident. He looked at the densely packed magical animals in front of him without moving. The animals rushed forward with all their might, and the ground deep in the Forbidden Forest shook. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid, who was sitting in a hut in the distance and quietly eating rock crust cakes, thought there was an earthquake. He rushed out of the hut door and wanted to go to the principal's office as quickly as possible to inform Dumbledore of the incident. Of course, he didn't know that this was much more serious than an ordinary earthquake. Luofu looked at the place where the black-robed wizard and the magical animals were fighting, and looked at the animals' huge momentum. He was slightly relieved and felt that today's matter was probably solved. However, just when the horned camel beast that was rushing forward, twice the size of the wizard, was about to hit the black-robed wizard, a transparent barrier suddenly opened from his side, blocking the horned camel beast. Outside the barrier, not only the horned camel, but all the menacing magical animals crashed into the transparent barrier. However, even after enduring multiple collisions with magical beasts, the barrier remained impregnable, just as the spell required to cast it stated. On the contrary, the animals bumped into each other one after another. Luofu opened his eyes wide and cast a spell at the barrier without belief, but it also bounced back from the barrier. Don't waste your efforts, little wizard. The black-robed wizard laughed sinisterly. My spell is not so easy to break. Luofu gritted his teeth and was about to try a few new magic spells to see if he could break the barrier. However, the black-robed wizard was one step ahead of him and disarmed the weapon in Luofu's hand in an instant. You are still too young, little wizard. He said happily, those adult wizards can't break my impregnable spell, let alone you, a little wizard who is not in the 3rd grade. Also, I think I need to tell you that this is not how the stun spell is used. As he spoke, the black-robed wizard suddenly raised his wand. Stupefy. He spoke the spell clearly for the first time, as if he was instructing Rove. A magic spell with a faint red light shot out from the tip of the black-robed wizard's wand and hit Luofu instantly. Luofu fell heavily to the ground. It caused me a lot of trouble, but after all, I am still a weak little wizard. The black-robed wizard glanced at Luofu casually, shook his head, and continued to deal with the awakened magical animals around the protective barrier. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. However, Luofu did not faint completely. The black-robed wizard's coma spell hit the spot where the bulging winged demon was in Luofu's pocket, but did not actually hit Luofu. The outer skin of the curled winged demon has the ability to resist magic spells. Especially when it is curled up, the effect of resisting magic is quite strong and it does not suffer any damage. Luofu secretly took the winged demon out of his pocket. Looking at the animal curled up into a cocoon in front of him, his complexion improved a little, but it was still a little ugly. It seems that he really has no other way to defeat this black-robed wizard who harmed magical animals. Rolf raised his head slightly and vaguely saw Luna sticking her head out from behind the tree trunk in the distance, revealing messy, dirty golden hair. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out the curved horn from another pocket that Luna told him would bring good luck. It seems that there is no way to defeat the black-robed wizard. Little guy, I leave it to you. Luofu whispered to the curling winged demon, and at the same time handed out the poisonous horn in his hand. The curling winged demon had just been hit by a black-robed wizard's coma spell. Although he was not harmed due to the repulsion of the spell's outer skin, he was still a little dissatisfied emotionally. It bit Rolf's hand viciously, then held the horn of the poisonous horned beast with its 2 small paws and flew up. In the distance, the black-robed wizard was still standing in the transparent protective barrier, waving his wand like a leisurely stroll, casting spells on the animals that swooped around him from time to time. A swarm of magical animals fell around the barrier again, with only one horned camel beast, two acromantulas and other higher-risk animals still maintaining their fighting capacity. However, it seems that this posture cannot last long. At this moment, an animal with a green exterior and blue interior spread its wings like a large butterfly and swooped down from the sky towards the barrier around the black-robed wizard. Hey, is there actually a winged demon in this forbidden forest? The black-robed wizard looked up in confusion, but didn't pay much attention to it. He just waved his wand casually. He obviously knew that the outer skin of the curled winged demon could repel magic. The spell he cast did not attack the green skin on the back of the curly winged demon, but specifically hit its blue belly. From the perspective of the black-robed wizard, this curled winged demon was just an unexpected surprise that appeared in the forbidden forest, and was no different from other animals. However, when the curse was about to hit its abdomen, the curled winged demon released its two claws and exposed the horn of the poisonous horned beast. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. The black-robed wizard's spell just hit this dangerous horn. Boom! With a loud explosion, the poison horn beast's horn exploded instantly. The winged demon quickly wrapped itself up with its wings and turned into a green cocoon. It used a very strong outer skin to block the impact of the explosion and bounced far away to Luofu. At the same time, the powerful impact immediately opened a huge hole in the protective barrier around the black-robed wizard. Rolf immediately stood up and blew the whistle again, calling for the animals to attack. The next moment, magical animals that still retained their physical strength, such as the horned camel beast and the acromantula, immediately discovered the opening outside the barrier. They used this opening as the entry point for their charge, instantly tore open the barrier and penetrated into the barrier. Before the black-robed wizard could react to the fact that the barrier was torn apart, he was pushed to the ground by an angry horned camel beast. Immediately afterwards, an acromantula suddenly pierced his thigh with its huge front claws, and the venom glands at the tips of its claws immediately secreted a large amount of venom. The black-robed wizard clenched his wand and tried to continue resisting, but in the blink of an eye he was crushed by other angry magical animals, and he passed out completely with bruises all over his body. Seeing that the trouble was solved, Luofu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't want the black-robed wizard to die on the spot under the siege of magical animals, so he took out some fire dragon scales and feces from his bag, found the gaps between the animals, and threw them in the dark. The wizard sighed. There are also levels of magical animals. Among them, fire dragons, large ferocious beasts at level 5x that can reach dozens of feet in length, weigh several tons, and can fly, are undoubtedly at the forefront of magical animals. Even the acromantula, which is also at the 5x level of danger, was rated higher by magi zoologists because of its bad temper, toxicity, and scary appearance. It does not mean that they can confront the fire dragon head-on. Therefore, when Rolf threw out scales and feces stained with the smell of the fire dragon, these originally aggressive animals felt threatened and did not dare to stay any longer. The scales and excrement of the fire dragon were indeed quite effective, and the animals left quickly. I just said that the curved horned beast will bring you good luck, right? After the animals left, Luna jumped out from behind the tree trunk and came to Rolf. It was indeed useful this time. Rolf nodded in agreement, and then looked at Luna guiltily. But I destroyed your poisonous horn. The horn of the curved horned beast. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. Luna said nonchalantly. The scimitar horned beast volunteered to help you, and I am willing to respect its idea. Luofu said with shame, as long as you don't mind that the horn of the horned beast is destroyed. He had no idea what kind of brain circuit the little witch had, and she could actually say something weird like a horn willing to help people. I think I'd better go see how the wizard in black robe is doing, and don't cause trouble. Luofu changed the subject. He moved to the side of the black-robed wizard who fell on the ground, looked at his messy wizard robe, bruised skin, and pale face, and stretched out his hand to press on the black-robed wizard's heart. The heart is still beating. Luckily no one was killed. I still don't know who this person is. Looking at the black-robed wizard who was covered in bruises and in a deep coma but at least still breathing, Luofu breathed a sigh of relief. He then lifted the hood of the black-robed wizard covering his face, wanting to see who this person was, who actually appeared in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts and looked very familiar with the area. However, when Luofu saw the face of the black-robed wizard, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Is this Assistant Riddle? What's Assistant Riddle doing in the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night? That's pretty much it. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Rolf reluctantly told the two people in front of him what had happened in the past few days. Grandpa, Professor Dracula, I really didn't expect that Assistant Riddle caught magical animals to add teaching props to the defense against the dark arts class. Rolf defended. And the way he caught magical animals was completely wrong. He actually used baits and spices that are harmful to magical animals. Of course I couldn't help it, so I took action. You made a mistake and you still dare to make excuses with me. Newt, who was much older, glared at Rove for a rare moment. Why don't you apologize to Professor Dracula quickly? Do you know that just because you caused problems for Professor Dracula's teaching assistant, he ended his vacation early and came back? There are not many dedicated professors like Professor Dracula. Newt said. I'm sorry, Professor Dracula. Under Grandpa's intimidation, Luafo said honestly, "It's okay, it's just a short vacation, it's not a big problem." Dracula waved his hand generously. In fact, he was too lazy to stay in Dracula's castle in the first place. After all, I have to be arranged by Serena, this cheap daughter, to do various things every day, which always feels a bit shameless. In comparison, I felt more comfortable when I was teaching at Hogwarts. Just when Newt and Rolf were still praising Dracula for his professionalism in giving up his vacation, another voice came to make trouble. But I still vaguely remember that Professor Dracula's vacation was not approved by the principal at that time. Dumbledore sat behind his desk and watched the show for a long time, then suddenly interjected. "You just handed over the professor's job to Riddle, the teaching assistant, and didn't even bother to say hello to me, and then disappeared alone for more than a month." Dumbledore said with a smile. "I take it you were originally planning to come back in a few days? It just happens to be in time for the Christmas vacation, and students can have an extra month of vacation." Ahem. I shouldn't have gone that far, right? Dracula drew a black line on his face. In fact, he really thought about it this way. Even worse. Dumbledore nodded and commented. In the blink of an eye, it was revealed that Dracula did not ask for leave from the principal, approved his own leave, left his work to the teaching assistant, and sneaked out of Hogwarts alone. Both Newt and Rolf looked a little stiff. The two wizards, one old and one young, had just been praising Dracula for his professionalism in giving up his vacation and coming back to class. The next second, they heard Dumbledore talk about Dracula's own behavior of escaping from Hogwarts. "So the last time we met in Olympus, you didn't go there during the holidays, but you just escaped from Hogwarts?" Newt couldn't help but ask. When he took Luofu to Mount Olympus to observe the weird weather phenomena, he at least greeted the professors and leaders of Yinfamoni and asked for leave early for Luofu. Although by this time, Rove's previous vacation had long expired, but at least he didn't leave without saying goodbye and take a vacation by himself like Dracula. "It was true that I had just run away from Hogwarts. I was feeling a little bored at that time, so I suddenly thought of going to Mount Olympus to visit my old friends." Dracula shrugged. "I originally planned to go there in a week. I went back, but I didn't expect to meet Mr. Scamander. A lot of things did happen in the middle, and it was delayed for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let a little wizard sneak attack my assistant and seriously injure him." Dracula glanced at Rolf and chuckled. "I'm really sorry this time, Professor Dracula." Newt said, "This guy Rolf has caused you a lot of trouble." With that said, Newt was about to make a fierce expression and teach his grandson a lesson in front of Dracula and Dumbledore. But he is completely a good-natured person, and the expression he forcibly makes does not match fierce at all. Instead, he looks a little kind and a little funny. "Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Scamander." Looking at the strange expression on Newt's face, Dracula couldn't help but said with some laughter, "Actually, what happened to Assistant Riddle is not entirely the fault of Rolf alone. You don't need to take my face into account, Professor Dracula. Who is to blame for this?" Newt waved his hand. "If it weren't for Rolf's ignorant behavior, how could Assistant Riddle be trampled by magical animals and get seriously injured? I don't care about your face, Mr. Scamander." Dracula chuckled, "But this accident may not be entirely Rolf's responsibility. Even if Assistant Riddle is here, he can't deny it thing. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here." Newt and Rolf both had a look of confusion on their faces. Professor Dracula, Luna didn't take any action from the beginning to the end. Luaf seemed to suddenly think of something, and his expression suddenly became anxious. "I did the whole thing, please don't implicate her." Luna Lovegood of Ravenclaw? Was she also there at the time? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then looked at Rolf with a smile. "Mr. Scamander, you just Miss Lovegood was not mentioned in what was told to us. So you didn't know that Luna was here?" Luofei opened his mouth wide. "Then why did Professor Dracula say that this matter is not entirely my responsibility? You, the only person involved, didn't tell us, so how do we know who else is present?" Dracula shrugged. "I guess you misunderstood me saying that you don't need to bear full responsibility. Let's not mention this for now. According to you, Miss Lovegood had a hand in hurting Assistant Riddle, right?" No, she really didn't do anything from the beginning to the end." Luofu was so anxious that he almost cried. He really didn't expect that he would accidentally involve the innocent Luna. But speaking of it, it seems that the horn that made the greatest contribution was actually the horn of the crescent-horned beast that Luna gave him? Tell the truth, little Mr. Scamander, besides you and Miss Lovegood, who else was at the scene where Assistant Riddle was injured? Dracula crossed his arms and looked at him with a half-smile. Rolf asked. "It's really gone." Luofu smiled bitterly. "I really did it all by myself. Who else would go to the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night? Except Percy Weiss, it's possible for everyone in Gryffindor." Dracula replied matter-of-factly, "Oh, no, Percy Weiss seems to be having sex with Ravenclaw. The prefect was dating, and the two of them often secretly went to the Forbidden Forest for dates. If you think about it, everyone in Gryffindor could be your accomplice." After hearing Dracula's analysis, Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk, had 2 black lines on his face. "Professor Dracula, have you forgotten that there is a wizard born in Gryffindor here?" he said with a smile. "As a professor, academic prejudice is unavoidable. This is not a college bias." Dracula retorted without giving in. I just made a reasonable analysis and guess based on the personality differences of the little wizards from different colleges. This will help solve the problem of Mr. Scamander. Things are beneficial, but your analytical behavior itself is the product of the college's prejudice. Dumbledore said, Gryffindor House is not all reckless, there are also students here who abide by the school rules. And Hufflepuff House is not necessarily all loyal, kind, and sincere. There are also those naughty and deceitful little wizards there. As he spoke, Dumbledore subconsciously glanced in Rolf's direction. Newt and Rolf's expressions froze at the same time. One of them, grandfather and grandson, violated school rules by raising magical animals and was expelled halfway, the other simply sneaked into Hogwarts and cleverly sneaked into the Hufflepuff common room. Dumbledore's words undoubtedly made them feel very connected. Let me tell you first, Lord Earl, I did not sort little Rolf as Hufflepuff. The sorting hat that was also placed in the principal's office jumped out at this time. It means that Dumbledore indulged him, otherwise how can anyone else enter the Hufflepuff common room? Is that so? Dracula looked at Dumbledore. So, I just gave a small push for Rolf's admission. Dumbledore nodded lightly, then turned to the sorting hat and asked in a low voice, why do you have the guts to follow Professor Dracula as soon as you see him? Have you grown up? Isn't that nonsense? He is of the same generation as my maker, and he comes to me all day long for trouble. I'm not afraid of who he is afraid of. The sorting hat also whispered. Seeing that several people were arguing endlessly, seemingly unable to stop for hours, Newt quickly stood up to smooth things over for them. Albus, Professor Dracula, don't rush to argue, we haven't finished talking about the business yet. He interrupted, didn't Professor Dracula just say that? Rove does not need to bear all the responsibility. So if it's not Luna, who will share this responsibility with Rove? It's not someone, but if it really counts, it can be put on one person. Dracula thought for a moment, turned to Newt and said, do you have any questions about the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? Do you know the position? I know. Rolf said first, every defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts always has various accidents and cannot be re-elected to the next term. Of course, Professor Dracula, you are the first someone who breaks this rule. My grandma and mother didn't allow me to study at Hogwarts because of this biggest reason. They both said that it would be impossible to teach students well if they changed professors every time. Yes, this is indeed the case. Dracula smiled and nodded, you may not know it, but the facts can prove that after Voldemort failed to apply for a job for the second time, he was filled with hatred and resented the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Cursed. Does this have anything to do with Assistant Riddle's injury? Newt asked. It's not just a relationship, it's a big relationship. Dracula didn't know what happy thing he thought of, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. Didn't I just leave for more than a month? During this period, Assistant Professor Riddle was teaching instead. In other words, he was equivalent to the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts before I came back. Voldemort's curse has no effect on me, but it will be no problem on Assistant Riddle. It was precisely because he was cursed and had extremely bad luck that he happened to meet little Scamander wandering at night in the Forbidden Forest. In the end, he was still unlucky and lost to this little guy by accident. Ha 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 ha. This Voldemort and this Riddle are so interesting. Having said this, Dracula grinned exaggeratedly and burst out laughing. Newt. Luafu. No, your assistant coach was seriously injured, but you are so gloating about his misfortune. Is this appropriate? Just when Newt and Rolf were silently condemning Dracula's gloating behavior, another laughter unexpectedly came from behind the desk. Pfft. Newt turned his attention to the white-haired old principal, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Albus, why are you starting to gloat too? He asked doubtfully, your assistant coach here was injured. Is it so funny? Ahem. I don't mean to gloat. Dumbledore forced his serious expression back, but his facial muscles still twitched weirdly from time to time. I just thought of some happy things. In fact, it's no wonder Dumbledore couldn't hold back his laughter. It is really funny that the curse on the defense against the dark arts professor that has plagued Hogwarts for decades finally took effect on Tom Riddle himself. Even though this Riddle was just a Horcrux of Voldemort and not himself, it was enough to make the old principal, who had been having a headache for a long time, happy for many days. Newt couldn't understand Dracula and Dumbledore, who both had smiles on their faces. He shook his head inexplicably and decided to ignore these two inexplicable people. He looked at Luofu again, raised his hand and hit him on the head, and stretched out a hand with a straight face. Now that the truth is out, let's bring it out. What did you bring out? Luofu blinked his eyes and began to act stupid. Have you learned how to play dumb with me now? Newt said gloomily, you are the only little wizard who doesn't even have a chance to get close to Assistant Riddle. How could you possibly have the chance to put the poison horn on your own? Close enough to blow through his protection. Luofu continued to perform, with an expression of confusion. This made Newt furious. Newt had actually already guessed what magical animals Rolf had taken away, and he also saw the bulging pocket that he had covered with his arms from beginning to end. So, Newt waved his wand and summoned a sheep brain specially prepared for the crouching demon from his old-fashioned suitcase. As soon as the sheep brain left the suitcase, the curled winged demon in Luofu's pocket smelled the enticing smell and immediately began to struggle in the pocket. A little kid in his early teens like Luofu, with his thin arms and thin legs, could not hold down the extremely dangerous winged demon. He could only let it tear his clothes to pieces with the spikes on the outside of its wings, and then he couldn't wait to fly away. Out. Sure enough, you secretly took this curling winged demon away. Newt stretched out his hand and let the crooked winged demon fall into his hand to enjoy the food. At the same time, he turned his head and glared at Rolf. Do you know how long I searched for the crooked winged demon after I found out that one of the crooked winged demons was missing? Do you know how much this increases my workload? Seeing the winged demon flying out on his own, Luo Fu could no longer pretend to be dumbfounded. He covered part of his torn robe with his hand, with part of his belly exposed, and smiled awkwardly. Grandpa, don't I also want to go through the route you took back then? Look, when you helped Makusa arrest Grindelwald, it was the crooked demon who helped seize his wand. If I encounter any dark wizards, I can use the crooked demon to defeat them. So have you met a dark wizard? Newt asked expressionlessly. No. Luo Fu shook his head. Who did you defeat last? Newt asked. Assistant Riddle. Roof said weakly. And you still relied on a series of coincidences such as sneak attacks, luck, the help of other magical animals, the explosion of the poisonous horn, etc., to finally cause trouble for Assistant Riddle. Newt said with hatred, just at this level, do you still think you can defeat the Dark Wizard? Luo Fu fell silent and stopped talking. He admired his grandfather too much, and wanted too much to be on his own and become an excellent magical zoologist like his grandfather, but he ignored his age and the time he had been exposed to magic, and ignored the law of magic growth. Actually, I know that you just want to prove yourself, Rolf. Newt sighed, and his angry expression gradually calmed down. Don't worry, you will slowly grow up in a few years. Your future achievements will definitely not be worse than mine. When I was your age, I never got such top results as you in the exam. Newt knelt down, pinched Rolf's tender cheeks, and said with a smile. You've been at Hogwarts for a long time, and now it's time to go back to Yinfalman and have a good class. He said seriously, when you grow up a few years, I will let you be my assistant and guide you. You go on adventures to various parts of the world, okay. Luo Fu's eyes seemed a little moved, but he still shook his head. I don't want to go back to Invermorny, I want to stay at Hogwarts. He said, you should also want me to go to Hogwarts, right, Grandpa? Well. Newt hesitated and smiled bitterly. Stop it. Have you forgotten the friends you made in Yinfamouny during the first grade? And neither Tina nor your mother can I agree to your transfer. Then I don't care, you can help me convince them. Rolf said stubbornly, I have made many friends in the more than a month I have been staying at Hogwarts. And I have never seen so many magical animals in Yinfamouny like those in the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake. I love it here so much. Hearing Rolf's recognition of Hogwarts, Newt couldn't help but feel a hint of joy in his eyes, but then he was filled with helplessness. If I agree to you staying at Hogwarts, I don't know how many more yelling letters I will receive from Tina. Newt shook his head, you should know that I can't convince either of them. Newt turned his attention to Dumbledore and Dracula, looking at them with pleading eyes, hoping that the two professors could help him convince Rolf to go back to school. Are you a second-year student at Invermorny? Dracula saw Newt's eyes asking for help, and took a few steps forward with interest, approaching where Newt and Rolf were, but according to as far as I know, you have been in the first year of Hogwarts for more than a month. Because first-year students are easy to deceive. Luo Fei said very honestly, if I say that I am a second-year student, but no other classmates know me, then my identity will be exposed immediately. Pretend to be a second-year student. If you're in a higher grade, you can find more excuses. Really? Dracula raised his lips, I thought you joined the first grade specifically for Miss Lovegood of Ravenclaw. Professor, I only met Luna after entering the first grade. Luo Fu blushed. At this time, the Sorting Hat suddenly made a voice. Look, I said he is not suitable for Hufflepuff. How can any little wizard from Badger House say that first-year students are easy to deceive? But our family is all from Hufflepuff. Newt frowned, and Rolf has been very fond of magical animals since he was a child. This is also a characteristic of Hufflepuff students. However, before Newt could finish his retort, Dracula grabbed the Sorting Hat, put it on his hand and swung it in a circle, shaking the hat dizzy. Ignore him, let's continue talking. He waved the Sorting Hat while looking at Newt and rove nonchalantly. Sometimes this hat just lifts up from time to time, just turn it around a few times. Newt was stunned for a moment when he saw the clean, unpatched peaked hat that Dracula put on his hand. Wait, is this the Sorting Hat? He asked with wide eyes and shock. I remember it didn't look like this when I was at Hogwarts. Newt hadn't noticed this yet, thinking that the hat was just an interesting alchemical product that Dumbledore had created. After all, the Sorting Hat, which was originally tattered, dusty, and patched, has now turned into a clean, exquisite top hat with few wrinkles and no patches. It is really far from Newt's memory. He turned to look at Dumbledore. Albus, can anyone really give this hat a bath? Bathing the Sorting Hat has actually become one of the biggest goals for Hogwarts students, but no one has ever been able to do it. Basically, everyone who wants to clean the Sorting Hat is easily dismissed. Either they are led away by the Sorting Hat's nonsense, or they are changed by the Sorting Hat's magic. Few people know that the Sorting Hat is a magic hat that stores the magic power of the 4 giants, and its magic level is quite good. Only a being like Dracula, who is respected and feared by the Sorting Hat and is also very powerful, can effortlessly change the image of this antique hat. Is there anyone who can give the Sorting Hat a bath? I think you can ask Professor Dracula. Dumbledore laughed. Professor Dracula cast a cleaning spell on the Sorting Hat last year and also repaired it. I patched it up and made it like new. Speaking of which, after seeing dirty and tattered sorting hats for so many years, I'm really not used to seeing this clean and neat hat this year, he said. But I'm used to it. Dracula shrugged. When Godric first wore this hat, it looked like this. Who knows how this hat has tortured itself in these 1,000 years. Such a person looks disgusting to others. Dumbledore and Newt both smiled helplessly. They just remembered that this defense against the dark arts professor was clearly from the same generation as the 4 founders. It was completely understandable that they would not be used to a brand new hat turning into a dirty one. While talking, Dracula had fainted and woke up several times with the sorting hat twirling in his hand. It woke up again, immediately opened the gap in the brim of its hat, and begged Dracula for mercy in an intermittent voice. Earl. Sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't be nosy. Can you put me down? Dracula glanced at the sorting hat in his hand and threw it up casually. The sorting hat spun in the air for 2 seconds and landed right on Rove's head, covering his eyes. Didn't you say that little Scamander is not suitable for Hufflepuff? He leaned against the cabinet next to him and looked at the sorting hat on Rove's head with interest. I'll give you this opportunity to make a judgment. Which college is he more suitable for? By the way, remember not to talk nonsense. If you dare to bring up Azkaban Academy again, I will burn you immediately. Dracula snapped his fingers. A cluster of white flames appeared on his fingertips, causing the sorting hat, who had been chattering just a moment ago, to instantly become silent. Hat decisively stopped fainting and quickly switched to working mode. Well, let's see, it's difficult, very difficult. The sorting hat said a lot of clichés as always, while using legilimency to observe Rolf's character. He muttered quietly. Is this what my grandfather once said about the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts? Rolf's eyes were covered by the wide brim of his hat, and he asked curiously, it seems to be better than the 4 moving withers in Infamori. It seems much more interesting. Newt walked to Dracula with some worry and looked at the new sorting hat and his grandson. Professor Dracula, after all, Luafo is a student of Infamorni. Is it too hasty to let him go through the sorting ceremony? He asked in a low voice. What's wrong? Dracula glanced at him, let alone a student. To be honest, I was a little curious about which founder I would be more compatible with, so I wore the sorting hat to let him give me a hospital. Then what? Newt also became interested. I hope you can be assigned to Hufflepuff. At this point, Dracula's face suddenly stiffened, and Dumbledore laughed at the same time. Newt, don't think about it. Dumbledore couldn't help laughing. Hufflepuff was the first one to be eliminated by the sorting hat. Yes, I can probably think of it. Newt also laughed. So which house was Professor Dracula assigned to by the sorting hat in the end? The other 3 houses seem to be possible. I personally prefer Slater. Forest. Dumbledore glanced at Dracula with an enigmatic expression. None of that, he said. No. Newt was confused. Besides these 4 colleges, how else can it be divided into other places? By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. You'd never guess it, Dumbledore said with a smile. It's actually Azkaban. What? Professor Dracula was sorted into Azkaban Academy. Dumbledore laughed loudly. I don't know if I remember correctly, but it seems that because of this incident, Professor Dracula avenged his personal revenge and the sorting hat was washed away. Clean. Dracula's face darkened. That's it, you don't need to say any more. He said to Dumbledore and Newt with a dark face, it should be almost time for the sorting hat to determine Mr. Scamander's house. The 3 of them then looked at Rove's position again, but Dumbledore couldn't hide the smile on his face, and Newt still had some doubts on his face. At this moment, the sorting hat suddenly opened the crack on the brim and shouted loudly. Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Dracula said softly huh and looked at the sorting hat curiously. How could he remember that just now the hat said that Rove was not suitable for Hufflepuff, so why did he slap himself in the face as soon as he turned around? Rolf and Newt, however, had absolutely nothing to complain about. Rolf had jumped up and hugged Newt hard. Grandpa, I've really been sorted into Hufflepuff. Rolf shouted excitedly, I just thought I couldn't enter the academy that trained you. I'm proud of you, Rolf. Newt smiled and patted Rolf on the back. Both grandfather and grandson looked happy. Newt spoke words of encouragement to Rove, while Rove asked Newt to tell him again about the stories that happened in Hufflepuff when he was in school. Can you two wait for a moment before we talk? The sorting hat said weakly on top of Rove's head. Can you put me down first? The excitement of the 2 people was suddenly interrupted, and their expressions immediately became a little embarrassed. Dracula chuckled and waved, letting the sorting hat fly over from Rove's head and holding it in his hand. Didn't you just say that little Mr. Scamander is not suitable for Hufflepuff? He asked with interest. It's only been a few minutes, why did you change your mind again? A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. It's not my fault this time, Professor Dracula. The sorting hat said innocently, this little wizard really wants to go to Hufflepuff. There's nothing I can do about it. Although I'm in charge of the sorting, I usually take the little wizard into consideration very reasonably. The wizard's own opinions. Is that so? Dracula smiled non-committally, but he still has some Hufflepuff qualities, right? I don't think you would assign a little wizard who doesn't belong to a certain academy at all. Not the corresponding academy. As expected of the Earl, he saw the truth of the matter at once. The Sorting Hat followed Dracula's words and flattered him. Although Rolf Scamander's personality is more suitable for Gryffindor, his character of loving animals and his kind heart are quite consistent with Hufflepuff. Dracula nodded clearly and looked at Newt and Rolf. Then congratulations to you two on getting what you wanted, Mr. Scamander. He smiled. Thank you for your help, Professor Dracula. Newt put his arm around Rove's shoulders and said to Dracula and Dumbledore, Albus, Professor Dracula, since Rove has already sorted ceremony, this can be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Thank you to Hogwarts for taking care of Rolf during this period. I will take him back to Yinfalmorny tomorrow, so I don't have to trouble the professors at Hogwarts anymore. At this time, Luafu seemed to have finally been convinced by his grandfather. He took 2 steps forward and bowed to Dumbledore. Thank you for letting me enter the school, Mr. Headmaster, he said. After I graduate from Yinmanferni, I will definitely come back to Hogwarts to visit you from time to time. After Newt's reminder, Rolf already knew that the reason why he was able to enter Hogwarts Castle and even the Hufflepuff common room was not just his own wit and luck, but also the old man, the principal's acquiescence. Without the old principal's nod, he would never have been able to deceive so many smart, powerful, and intelligent Hogwarts professors for more than a month. Just one Snape could expose him. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. Actually, there is no need to wait until you graduate to visit me, he said softly. I am too old, and I may not be able to survive until you graduate. Don't say that. It's certainly not a problem for a great wizard like you to live to be 200 years old. Rolf was startled by Dumbledore's words. Otherwise, I can come visit you every year during the holidays. That's not what I meant. Dumbledore smiled. I mean, Rolf, you can stay at Hogwarts to go to school. Luafu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with surprise. Are you telling the truth, Albus? But Newt was startled when he heard Dumbledore's words. Don't rush to refute, Newt. Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Newt. Tell me, what is the most fundamental reason why Tina did not allow Rolf to come to Hogwarts? As far as I know, an outstanding and wise witch like Tina would not ignore Rolf's future and force him to study in Yinfalman just because his alma mater is Yinfalman, right? There was a shrewd light in his eyes. Indeed, Tina is mainly worried about the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts, Newt said, and couldn't help but glance at Dracula. Tina thinks that courses like the defense against the dark arts class are important. Studying at Hogwarts is not conducive to Rolf's development. But that's no longer a problem now, is it? Dumbledore said with a smile. Professor Dracula is a very good defense against the dark arts professor. With his ability, he will not be affected by Voldemort's curse and can always teach Luofu until he graduates. Wait a minute, Dumbledore. I remember I never said how long I would teach you, right? Dracula interrupted Dumbledore. Maybe I will get tired of teaching you next year and give up on my own. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Not to mention next year, you are already feeling bored this year. You actually asked the teaching assistant to teach for you and went out for a walk by yourself. Professor Dracula, I don't mean to offend you. Newt said next to him. I remember the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts, and I didn't do well in the wizarding level examination last school year. After seeing this result, NA will still not agree to Luofu's transfer of schools. Newt, that's not Professor Dracula's fault. Dumbledore quickly remedied. The defense against the dark arts professors changed too frequently in the past few years, and the students at Hogwarts didn't have a solid foundation, so the results are a bit weak. He didn't mention this poor grade at all. In fact, it was also the reason why Dracula rarely assigned homework. Newt, you should already know something about Professor Dracula. His magic level is absolutely unquestionable. Dumbledore continued. Believe me, this school year's wizarding level examination, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts will definitely be among the best in the magic world. Dumbledore was very confident. This is because Dracula has been conducting devil training for a long time in the duel club and even in the defense against the dark arts classes, and the students' defense skills have improved rapidly with practice. How many schools are there where a great wizard personally helps students practice magic? I'm afraid there isn't one. This is Hogwarts' greatest strength. Seeing that Newt seemed a little hesitant, Dumbledore added the last point. Otherwise, let Rolf stay at Hogwarts for this whole school year, and then let him return to Invermorny for the exam during the final exam week. He said, if Rolf's results are better than last year, ideally, it means that the teaching at Hogwarts is more suitable for his development. It's just like being an exchange student at Hogwarts for half a year. Tina shouldn't refuse, right? Dumbledore looked at Newt with a smile. Newt frowned and thought for a moment, then finally nodded. If it's only half a year, I think I still have a chance to convince Tina and Rolf's mother, he said. After hearing Newt's words, Rolf jumped up suddenly. Grandpa, did I hear you correctly? Can I really go to Hogwarts? He shook Newt's arm and asked with a hopeful expression. It's only been half a year. Newt glanced at him helplessly, and I haven't completely convinced your mother and grandma yet. However, Luofu showed a very happy smile regardless. I don't care. Anyway, if you say this, it means the matter is done. Okay, you can stay at Hogwarts. Rolf circled and cheered around Fox, who was preening his feathers. As expected, he received a look of disdain from Phoenix. Newt and Grandpa Rolf quickly left the principal's office. One of them was going to contact his wife and persuade her to let Rolf stay at Hogwarts for half a year, the other made an appointment with Luna to analyze the possibility of the existence of harassing flies and bubble snot monsters in the evening. Both have things to do. After the two left, only Dumbledore and Dracula were left in the principal's office. Stealing students from Ian Falman. Dracula looked at Dumbledore and teased. How can this matter between principals be called robbing students? Dumbledore said righteously, I just want the children of my old friends to develop better in the future. Come on, I think you just think that Mr. Scamander's potential is not inferior to that of Newt back then, so you want to recruit him. Dracula instantly exposed Dumbledore's thoughts. Back then you are very comfortable using Mr. Scamander as a tool, so now you are planning to target his grandson. He, the weather is nice today. Dumbledore sneered and changed the subject stiffly. Dracula looked back at the foggy weather outside the window and curled his lips speechlessly. Are you doing it for Potter again? He crossed his arms, leaned on the bookcase behind him, and cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. In the trio of saviors, we now have courage, wisdom, and comedy. Is there anything else missing? Ahem. Professor Dracula, Mr. Weiss may not be too happy if you say that. Dumbledore coughed twice. I don't mean to forcefully make up a combination. Well, but Harry, I really need a friend who is good at dealing with magical animals. Dracula was silent for a moment and sighed softly. So, have you not completely abandoned your own plan? He asked softly, what you said to Newt's grandson was actually not a joke, right? Treating yourself as a pawn just to destroy Voldemort, why bother? There must be a backup plan. Dumbledore smiled gently. I believe in your ability, Professor Dracula, but I want to make this matter safer. He smiled gently and looked at Dracula's burgundy-eyed child. There was another sentence he didn't say. I believe in your abilities, Professor Dracula, but I cannot fully trust your temperament. What if in the middle of the plan, Dracula left on his own because he felt bored like he did during this period? What if something goes wrong with the plan and Dracula is distracted by other interesting things and doesn't want to return to the scene? Dracula may not care about anything Voldemort does, but Dumbledore cannot. He has been pushed to the pillar position of the magic world for a long time, and he must be responsible for this magic world no matter what. The semester, which had only a few days left, came to an end soon, and next came the long-awaited Christmas vacation for the little wizards. Most of the students chose to go home for Christmas, and the castle seemed to fall silent all of a sudden, as quiet as the snow on the ground. Dracula was leaning against the window, looking at the little wizards playing in the snow below. During the Christmas vacation when there was no one in the castle, the little wizards who stayed at school seemed to have let themselves go, playing snowball fights in various open spaces, playing with fireworks, and practicing duels in private. Dracula easily saw a group of red-haired little wizards on the white ground. They were the children of Wes's family, and Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were also among them. The twins Fred and George visited the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office a few days ago. They told Dracula that their parents went to Romania to visit their second brother Charlie last year, and this year they will go to Egypt to visit their eldest brother, Bill. This is the trouble with having many brothers and sisters. If you want to visit several children, you have to go in batches. The reason why the Violet twins told Dracula this matter was actually to ask him if there was anything he needed help from the Weisleys and his wife to take to Egypt. During the last Christmas holiday, Dracula asked the Weisses to help bring a crystal ball that conveyed messages to the vampire community to Brown Castle. It was also because of this favor that Dracula exchanged the modified old Ford car for a brand new luxury car. It was obvious that Fred and George were already deeply impressed by Dracula's wealth, and this time they asked if they needed to bring something along with them just to gain some traction. But this year, Dracula really didn't have much to bring with him, and he wasn't particularly familiar with that area of Egypt, so he just kicked the twins who had fallen into Chien's eye out of the office. Dong dong dong. There was a sudden knock on the door of the office. Dracula lightly snapped his fingers, and the door opened automatically, and a handsome young man with black hair walked in. The young man's arm was wrapped with a bandage. Is the injury almost healed? Dracula looked back at him and asked casually. Yes, normal work is no longer a problem. Riddle nodded, looking a little embarrassed. I betrayed your trust, Professor Dracula. I was careless some time ago and was attacked by a little wizard. Are you sure you were only injured by the little wizard's sneak attack and not for other reasons? Dracula chuckled. Riddle was silent for a moment. Indeed, I should still be affected by the curse of my main soul on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. He sighed. When that little wizard Scamander made a sneak attack on me, it was like all luck, it's like they've all left me. When searching the bushes where Scamander was hiding, he searched until the last one was his hiding place. The stun spell cast on him happened to hit the crocodile he carried with him. The spell used casually was accurate. The ground hit the unicorn horn. Everything that happened at that time was too evil. Riddle gritted his teeth. So this curse actually kills the luck of the defense against the dark arts professor. Dracula said with interest. Possibility, right. It should be like this. Riddle nodded lightly. What a creative curse. Dracula admired, and then felt a little regretful. Is this the best student of this century at Hogwarts? Why did he transform himself into such a lack of style? Riddle stood aside without speaking, his expression slightly embarrassed. He and Voldemort share the same memory from before the age of 16, and of course he can roughly understand that Voldemort abandoned his image and soul integrity and chose strength and immortality. But Dracula, the immortal species, is extremely disdainful of this choice. Tell me, why did you go to the Forbidden Forest? Dracula was no longer interested in hearing about Voldemort, so he left the window and sat back on the chair behind his desk. He put his long straight legs on the desk and looked back at Riddle. I remember I told Principal Dumbledore about this. I need some magical animals as teaching materials for the defense against the dark arts class. Riddle came back to his senses and said, when the semester starts, don't you just have you ever taught using captured magical animals? There's no need to make up lies in front of me, right? Dracula raised his eyebrows and stared directly into Riddle's eyes. When did the teaching materials need to use dozens of magical animals? Little Mr. Scamander said that he remembered very clearly that several types of magical animals were knocked unconscious at the same time. This is not a situation that needs to be faced when capturing teaching materials. 1 or 2 magical animals of a kind can still be collected. Isn't it enough? In other words, are there other secrets in the Forbidden Forest? Dracula raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Riddle's slightly changed expression with a smile. The Forbidden Forest may indeed have some secrets, but they have nothing to do with me. Riddle's expression soon returned to normal, and he said calmly, after I obtained this body, I have only stayed here for less than half a year, and I know nothing about this vast forest. Really? Dracula said non-committally, then tell me, why do you make so many stupid mistakes that you shouldn't make when capturing magical animals? I don't think you are collecting teaching materials at all. On the contrary, it looks like he is going to kill animals. Dracula and Riddle looked at each other, staring at him with scrutinizing eyes, and the heavy pressure slowly passed. Okay, I admit that I didn't go to the Forbidden Forest just to capture magical animals as teaching materials. After a moment, Riddle finally couldn't withstand the pressure from Dracula and changed his words. I actually wanted to exercise improves my spellcasting abilities. Exercise your spellcasting ability. Dracula frowned. Yes, there are many very complex spellcasting techniques in my memory, and there are also many powerful magics, but this body is still too new after all, and it is difficult to integrate the spellcasting techniques in my memory. Riddle said, so I need to find some hostile creatures to help me practice casting spells. Only in this way can I gradually improve my strength. Dracula glanced at him blankly, took out a blood-flavored lollipop from the desk drawer, and peeled off the outer packaging of the candy. In order to improve your spellcasting ability, you went to the Forbidden Forest to kill magical animals. He stuffed the lollipop into his mouth and said casually, why don't you find a wizard at Hogwarts to be your sparring partner? There are so many professors here, there will always be someone willing to help you. Even if no professor is willing to help you at all, you can always go to Slytherin and scold Professor Snape. I think he will definitely. I'll be willing to go through a few tricks with you. Dracula had a lollipop in his mouth with a playful expression. Well, I didn't expect this. Riddle smiled implicitly. As a newcomer who has just arrived at Hogwarts, I always feel that it is not appropriate to trouble other professors for this kind of thing. What's inappropriate about this? We're all colleagues, and you don't look much older than the students. They are as patient with you as they are with little wizards. Dracula chuckled. I see, it's not that you think it's inappropriate, but you clearly have other intentions. The reason Riddle made up on the spur of the moment was so false that there was no need to doubt the authenticity of the matter, and it could not withstand scrutiny. I don't know why this assistant coach, who should be very smart in theory, would make up such an unrealistic excuse. Is it because he never thought that his behavior in the Forbidden Forest would be discovered? Or does he think this matter is frank enough to be left undisguised? Riddle, don't hide anything, otherwise you should know the consequences. Dracula put on a cold expression. But paired with the lollipop in his mouth, his cold expression seemed a bit nondescript. Professor Dracula, I really can't tell you this secret. Riddle shook his head helplessly. If I tell it like this, I might make you unhappy. But you hiding it like this just makes me even more unhappy. Dracula said coldly. Suddenly there was light flowing in Dracula's eyes, staring directly into Riddle's eyes. Some vague images of the lake appeared in Riddle's eyes, but these unclear images quickly disappeared. Compared to your spellcasting skills, your occlumency practice is quite good. Dracula sneered. After all, in order to guard against Dumbledore's prying eyes, this was what my main soul paid most attention to during school. Riddle smiled. Even his legilimency gradually became proficient. Dracula glanced at Riddle again, waved his hand, and kicked him out of the office. He stood up from his seat, tasting the blood-flavored lollipop in his mouth, feeling the salty taste on his tongue, and thinking about the secrets in the Forbidden Forest. Even though Riddle's occlumency is considered to be among the best in the magical world, no wizard can make his mental protection perfect in the face of Dracula's mental prying eyes. From the pictures of the lake, Dracula saw an ancient building filled with endless snakes. Dracula was once very familiar with this place, but he never had the time to recall it. If Riddle's abnormal behavior in the Forbidden Forest was to find this location, then Dracula would indeed be unhappy about it, and he would indeed be too lazy to talk to him about it. That was something he didn't want to mention for a long time. The dawn of Christmas has arrived. It was cold and white everywhere. Looking out of the window of Gryffindor Tower, one could barely see the spire of the tower opposite, the Quidditch pitch or the frozen Black Lake. The wind and snow roared around Hogwarts Castle, raising a cloud of snow dust in the air. The snow was like a white tapestry, spinning and falling from the sky one after another, making the little wizards who stayed in school feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Harry and Ron were the only two people left in the usually bustling Gryffindor second-year dormitory. It wasn't until almost noon that Ron sat up from the bed with his pet rat Scabbers in his arms and stretched lazily. Harry, how are you preparing for this year's Christmas gifts? He saw Harry sitting by the window opening gifts and asked vaguely while yawning. Everyone else's Christmas gifts are almost ready, but there's still one person left who doesn't know what to prepare. Harry responded. Harry opened a small package, his owl Hedwig standing on the table nearby, looking at him curiously. The small package was sent by the Dursleys. They gave Harry a toothpick as a Christmas present, and also included a text message asking him to find out if he could stay at Hogwarts during the summer vacation. Spent in Teasy. In fact, Harry also wanted to stay at Hogwarts during the summer vacation, but unfortunately Hogwarts never agreed to the young wizard's request. Is there another gift you haven't prepared yet? Ron glanced at the bad weather outside the window. Then you may have to hurry up, otherwise the owl will definitely not be able to deliver the gift on the same day in such a snowy day. I know, Harry said. All the gifts that need to be sent to places a little further away were sent last night. The remaining gifts are at Hogwarts and can definitely be delivered on the same day. A gift from within Hogwarts? Ron asked in surprise. What's there to hesitate about? The classmates are all close to each other anyway, so can't we just pick a few and give them away? He came close to Harry and looked at the signature on the envelope. Hey, haven't you prepared Professor Dracula's gift yet? Yeah, I don't know what to give Professor Dracula. Harry said. Isn't this simple? Ron slapped his thigh and said decisively, didn't we analyze it last Christmas? Professor Dracula's favorite things are wine and lollipops, and I chose vodka and sunshine orange. Flavored lollipops are absolutely fine. As he said that, he also took out a bottle of vodka from his gift pile and placed it in front of Harry. I bought an extra bottle of vodka and can lend it to you. Ron, I was actually wondering if Professor Dracula wouldn't like vodka. Harry glanced at the bottle of legendary water of life and fell into hesitation. I remember that after last Christmas, both of our defense against the dark arts assignments were sent back and rewritten. Do you think it's because Professor Dracula was dissatisfied with our gifts? No way. Ron was stunned for a moment. My analysis should be fine, and is Professor Dracula so cautious? Professor Dracula is so narrow-minded. Harry complained secretly, but did not dare to say it out loud, for fear that the walls had ears and the cautious Professor Dracula would hear him. Ron, the general direction of your analysis should be fine. Harry said rationally, but when Professor Dracula usually drinks, he drinks red wine from a goblet very elegantly, like vodka. The temperament of Tun seems to be different. It seems to make sense. Ron fell into deep thought. So I think we should buy some high-quality red wine. Harry raised his head confidently. But where can we buy high-end red wine in this weather? Ron muttered in a low voice, and Professor Dracula will definitely not like ordinary red wine, and we don't have that much money to buy that kind of luxury product. Recommended. Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. After hearing what Ron said, Harry's head drooped. Then what should we do? Harry said dejectedly, I don't want to be punished to rewrite my homework again because of the gift. Ron held his chin, thinking, with a wise expression on his face. I know. He clapped his hands fiercely. Although we don't have money to buy the most expensive red wine, we can make the most unique red wine. What do you say? Harry asked. Look, Harry, the main difference between vodka and red wine is actually the color. Drinking vodka from a goblet will look weird. Ron said confidently, but if we put the transparent what about vodka dyed red? Harry opened his mouth wide. He always felt that there was something wrong with Ron's idea, and he couldn't say what was wrong. In short, he just felt that it was a bit unreliable. Don't worry, Professor Dracula definitely wants to taste a high-altitude wine like vodka, but he feels that it is not elegant enough and damages his image. That's why he feels that our gift is not good enough. Ron said. But what if the vodka turns red? As long as it is disguised as red wine and put in a high-end red wine bottle, Professor Dracula can openly serve the vodka in a goblet and drink it elegantly. Ron's eyes became brighter, and his expression became more and more confident. Let's go, Harry. Let's go to greenhouse number 1 to pick some coxcombs. He put on his thick coat, pulled Harry, and rushed out of the dormitory. It's Christmas now. There must be nothing over there in the greenhouse. Man, my plan is totally feasible. Harry was dragged by Ron and stumbled all the way to the greenhouse in the northeast corner of the castle. He was a little worried about Ron's whimsical ideas, but he couldn't bear his best friend's overconfidence and didn't hear any questioning words from Harry. At night, the wind and snow outside had not stopped, and the strong wind was blowing. People outside wrapped their robes tightly. But on the contrary, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was warm under the influence of magic. At the Christmas dinner, everyone ate with gusto. The auditorium looked majestic, and thousands of candles in the sky gave off a bright and gentle light. There are more than a dozen Christmas trees covered with silver frost scattered throughout the auditorium, and there are many beautiful crisscrossing ribbons of mistletoe and holly on the ceiling. There was enchanted snow falling gently from the ceiling, warm and dry, not as cold as the snowflakes in the cold wind outside. Dumbledore led the little wizards in singing some of his favorite Christmas carols. Although these carols are sung by the little wizards, they are out of tune, outrageously outrageous, and have broken notes. But compared to the Hogwarts school anthem, at least they have a standard tune, which does not make the singing completely out of tune. Without music, all that's left is singing nonsense. During the singing, Hagrid drank glass after glass of eggnog, and his voice became louder and louder. In the end, the only thing that could be heard in the auditorium was his howling like a ghost. Percy Weasley also did not go with the Wesleys to visit their eldest son, Bill. But his explanation to the other little wizards was that he stayed for Christmas only because, as a straight-A student, he had the responsibility to support the professors during the holidays when staff were scarce. So Fred, who couldn't stand it anymore, secretly cast a spell on his brother, adding a few small letters to the P that represented prefect on his prefect badge, turning it into Pinhead. Percy didn't notice at all and stupidly kept asking what everyone was laughing at. During this lively Christmas dinner, Dracula sat bored on his professor's seat, watching the little wizards laughing and playing, and even some professors joined in. He casually took out a bottle of red wine he got from somewhere and poured it into the goblet in front of him. The red wine in the goblet was crystal clear and had a slightly purple color, making it look particularly attractive. Dracula nodded with satisfaction, elegantly raised the wine glass to his mouth, and took a sip. Puff. The red wine in Dracula's mouth instantly sprayed Snape, who was sitting opposite, in the face. Dracula. Snape suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth and pulled out the wand, while the drink on his face was still dripping on the table. If you are trying to provoke me, then I admit that you did it. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. Dracula knew that he was wrong, so he cast a cleaning spell on Snape's hooked nose and also cleaned up his greasy hair. This glass of wine is a bit unexpected. Vodka. He looked at the high-end red wine bottle in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Dracula instantly thought of the bottle of red wine he had picked out from a pile of Christmas gifts, and also thought that the gift-givers, Potter and Weiss, had finally learned to be smart and knew his preferences. Now all the old and new grudges are being reckoned with, plus the bottle of vodka and sunshine orange lollipop from last Christmas. These two can basically be declared as dogs. How about this, Professor Snape? Dracula looked at Snape, who inexplicably looked a little dapper after his hair was no longer greasy. As compensation, I will send back the homework from Potter and Weiss. Rewrite it once, no, 3 times. After hearing Dracula's compensation, Snape thought for a moment, and his angry face gradually calmed down. Make a deal. He nodded heavily and sat back in his seat. Under the stage, Harry and Ron, who were arguing with Draco Malfoy, suddenly felt a chill on their spines. The new semester has begun, and with it comes news about Nico Flamel. You mean, the black energy left behind by Hirebow is almost exactly the same as the composition of Obscurus. Dracula looked at the bronze mirror with the phoenix in relief in front of him and said in surprise. Ellie Mae's old and thin face appeared in the bronze mirror. At this time, his normally amiable and smiling expression looked extremely solemn. It is indeed true, he said. Whether it is from the perspective of the magic power reserves or the characteristics of the two energies, we can find that the two energies have very similar characteristics. I don't know if anyone else has had the idea of comparing these two energies before, but at least in the past 600 years, I have never seen the energy produced by dark magic items like Horcruxes. It is too rare. Compared to Horcruxes, Obscurans may be more well known, but they are also less common. Wizards who have the opportunity to observe the energy characteristics of Obscurans are even rarer. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Flamel looked at Dracula's eyes through the bronze mirror, so I guess Newt may be the first wizard to discover the similarities between these two energies. Dracula frowned slightly. He held the phoenix embossed mirror in one hand and pushed open the front door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom with the other hand, looking at the young wizards sitting upright amid the melodious ringing of the class bell. In this class, you will study by yourself. You will read the book and review what you have learned before. In the next class, you will take a class test, he said to the little wizards. Then, Dracula slammed the classroom door with a bang and returned to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office along the stairs connected to the classroom, leaving only the little wizards in the classroom looking at each other. Hey, Potter, come on Wes, does Professor Dracula often let us study by class? Rolf Scamander, who had been moved from first grade back to second grade by Dumbledore, was sitting in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and asked a pair of Gryffindor classmates next door. Just be lucky, Scamander. Ron quietly glanced at the front of the classroom, making sure that the classroom door was completely closed, and then said to Rove with confidence, Professor Dracula rarely lets us self-study. If he is taking a self-study class, something else must have aroused his interest and made him too lazy to attend class. You just came here, so you may not realize how cruel Professor Dracula's class is. You are really lucky to have a self-study class in the first period of the new semester. Are Professor Dracula's classes so cruel? Looking at Ron's cautious expression, Rolf was a little confused. Are you overreacting? I heard my grandpa say that Professor Dracula is very powerful. Rolf has only attended the Defense Against the Dark Arts class taught by Riddle so far at Hogwarts, and has not listened to Dracula's class. Not only the classroom, but after Dracula gave himself a holiday very willfully, even the duel club he hosted was in a state of suspension. Rove also had not seen the grand occasion of the club, so he did not understand Ron's caution very well. That's because you haven't participated in Professor Dracula's physical training. Harry also turned to look at Rolf and whispered to him, "Now that Professor Dracula is back, the duel club should be reopened, you can come and see it. Believe me, as long as you participate in the devil training of the duel club, you will never forget the horror of Professor Dracula," he assured Rove, patting his chest. "Harry, Ron, it's class time now." At this moment, Hermione, who was sitting in the front row with disheveled hair, turned around and scolded in a low voice with a serious look on her face. Harry quickly picked up the quill and pretended to study. Ron, on the other hand, was a little more irritating. He lengthened his tone and responded in a drawl. "Got it, Hemin-dash." After Hermione turned around, Harry and Ron came together again and whispered again in a lower voice. After returning to the defense against the dark arts professor's office, Dracula thought for a while and felt that he couldn't explain clearly through a mirror, so he simply teleported directly to Paris. 51 Rue Montmorency, Maison Flamel. As a dark moon quietly emerged, Dracula's figure appeared in the living room of this house that had experienced more than 500 years of vicissitudes. As soon as Dracula walked out of the dark moon, he walked to the left wall of the living room with familiarity and opened an old and simple door. Inside this door is a studio. There are many things in it and it looks a bit messy. However, if you look closely, you can find the special order. There is a cabinet in the studio, inside which are stored large and small glass vials and tubes. An open padlocked book with a phoenix embossed engraved on it stands close to the edge of the cabinet. The open page of the book is connected to the phoenix embossed bronze mirror in Dracula's hand. An elegant frame on the page is connected to the mirror, showing Dracula's figure and the scene inside the studio. "Nico, how did you come to that conclusion?" Dracula put away the bronze mirror and walked quickly to Nico Flamel's side. At this time, Flamel was sitting on a chair next to a workbench, looking solemnly at the table filled with complex alchemical items. "Brad, come here." He glanced at Dracula and pointed to an alchemical scale with a metallic luster placed on the workbench. "You should know the use of this scale. It can analyze two differences between different types of substances." "Yes, I know." Dracula nodded. "As long as the volumes of the two substances are the same, this scale can distinguish the difference in magic power, quality, and ingredient content. It seems that you haven't forgotten all the alchemy skills even after sleeping for 100 years. Even though Flamel's expression was still a little solemn, he still couldn't help joking to his old friend. "Don't worry, I have a very good memory." Dracula shrugged. "Hurry up and demonstrate your results to me. Logically speaking, I should be in class now. You came here while class was still in class." Flamel glanced at Dracula in surprise, but the next second he nodded understandingly. "Oh, if it's you, that's normal." He picked up a glass bottle next to the scale, used his wand to pick out a wisp of black mist from the bottle, and placed it on the left end of the scale. After the black air entered the scope of the scale, it seemed to be immediately shrouded in a magical force, unable to escape from the balance tray, which had only one flat surface. At the same time, the left pallet of the scale slowly sank. "This is what you sent here, the black gas generated during the resurrection of Hierbo collected from Mount Olympus," Flamel said. Then, he closed the lid of the glass bottle and picked up another test tube, which also contained a black mist-like object. "This is the sample of the Obscurus that I asked Newt for," Flamel introduced to Dracula. "However, although the Obscurus has lost its host, it still retains a shallow consciousness, and there is still the possibility of riots. In order to prevent the Obscurus from rioting, I could only ask Newt to calm down its emotions, and then collected a very small amount of samples very carefully. The samples here are all." In order to prevent waste, he very carefully used his wand to pick up a wisp of mist-like object sampled from Obscurus, and immediately asked Dracula to help cap the test tube, and then placed the sample on the right side of the balance, on the side tray. Then Flamel turned the top knob of the scale slightly. There were several different letters engraved on the knob, and he turned one of the letters, W, for weight, toward him. The high pallet on the right side of the scale gradually descended, while in contrast, the pallet on the left slowly rose. Eventually, the two pallets stopped at nearly the same height. "The quality of the two samples is basically the same," LeMay said. Dracula nodded, stretched out his hand and changed the direction of the knob on the scale for Flamel. Now, the M representing mana is facing forward. The trays on the left and right sides floated up and down slightly for a moment, and finally retained almost the same height. Among these two samples of the same volume, the magic power content is basically the same, right? Dracula asked in a deep voice. "Yes, and more than that." Flamel nodded slightly and turned the knob to the other direction. In the end, Dracula saw on this alchemical scale that the samples on both sides were almost the same in terms of quality, density, toughness, magic content and other aspects. This can completely prove that the black gas produced by Higher Wave and the fog-like object in Obscurus are exactly the same energy component. "Have you discovered the reason for this?" Dracula asked with some confusion. "Other than the fact that they both belong to the category of black magic, I don't see any similarities between the two. It's not clear yet." LeMay shook his head and said, "It's a pity that there are no more samples of other energies, otherwise we might be able to analyze the connection between them." Dracula supported his chin with 2 fingers, looked at the samples on both sides of the scale, and frowned slightly. Although these two different energies are both black, and although they are both gaseous or mist-like objects floating in the air, their shapes and appearances are quite different. The black gas produced during the repeated resurrection of Hierbo is a kind of gas. If we have to use other substances to describe it, we can only say that it is roughly similar to the black smoke emitted from the chimneys of Muggle factories. The black mist of Obscurus is different. The black mist in Mogorant's body is often wrapped by a layer of transparent oily substance. After cutting open this shell, you can find that the black mist inside is not just mist, but the black particles in it sometimes condense together to form flock object. Therefore, the difference between the two substances is fairly easy to identify using just the naked eye. However, under Newt's keen observation, its deeper energy forms were discovered. After being weighed on Flamel's alchemical balance, it was discovered that the two substances, which were originally unrelated, were indistinguishable. Seeing that Dracula was deep in thought and silent for a long time, Flamel took action first, preparing to receive the two hard-won energy samples into the corresponding glass bottles and test tubes. Wait, don't accept it yet. Dracula suddenly spoke. The one that had lifted up the black energy stopped in the air. Flamel paused and turned to look at Dracula. Any new discoveries? He asked. I want to do another set of comparisons. Dracula looked at the alchemical scale in front of him and said softly. He moved his left hand that was resting on his chin, and stretched out his long and white index finger to the left tray that Flamel had emptied. A ball of blood-red energy condensed at Dracula's fingertips and poured out onto the tray on the left. Without the support of the sample, the left tray, which had been raised high, slowly lowered as the blood-red energy expanded, until it remained at the same level as the right tray. Dracula retracted his index finger from the side of the tray on the left, his expression unusually dazed. Flamel looked at the alchemical scale in shock, only to find that the volumes of energy on both sides of the trays were exactly the same. This is the purest dark energy in my body, Dracula said softly. He stared blankly at both ends of the scale, raised his hand and glanced at his fingertips, and slowly expressed his conclusion. It's actually like this. Are all the energies belonging to darkness the same substance? Dracula murmured. Flamel hesitated and put his wand to the right side of the scale. We haven't done all the comparative examples yet, so we can't draw conclusions just like this. He said, try replacing Obscurus with Hierbo's black gas. The black mist floating around the tip of the wand that had not yet been put into the glass bottle was placed on the tray on the right. Immediately, the black mist extracted from Obscurus was picked up from the tray by Flamel's wand. The scale shook slightly for a moment due to the energy changes on both sides. As time passed, the shaking became smaller and smaller. Eventually, both ends of the scale stop at the same level. Indeed, Brad, the dark energy in your body is almost the same as the black energy of Hierbo. Flamel took a deep breath and said slowly. So, all different types of dark energy are actually the same substance. Is this what you mean? Dracula asked with a frown. Probably. Flamel smiled softly. If this is really the reason, then this experiment we conducted does not seem to have any other practical significance other than adding a paper definition to the theory of black magic. Maybe. Dracula curled his lips non-committally. Now I want to know even more. What is the reason why dark energy comes from the same source? It's hard to answer such a broad question, Brad. Flamel said with emotion, but it doesn't seem to be a problem for you. Your time is almost unlimited, and you will be able to figure it out one day. Similarly, if you really want to understand this matter, then the life that has always made you feel boring will seem to have another meaning. Flamel chuckled. Dracula shook his head slightly. His eyes were extremely deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The night in the Scottish Highlands is like being dyed with ink by a brush, and the sky and earth are covered with each stroke. A cold winter moon slowly outlines its shadow from the sky. On the east side of Hogwarts Castle, there is a whomping willow tree that was knocked down by two naughty little wizards last semester. It has recovered under the careful care of Professor Sprout, and its branches are swaying in the cold wind. Seems to be dancing some trendy dance. The cold wind knocked on the windows of the castle, making the window glass sway and make a clanging sound. Two identical little wizards with fiery red hair passed by the swinging window, chatting playfully with their dark-skinned roommate about various interesting things today. Lee, have you heard that Professor Dracula gave students a day of self-study class today? George looked enigmatic and put his arm around Lee Jordan's shoulders. Really? Lee Jordan asked with a black question mark on his face and an expression of disbelief on his face. Professor Dracula disappeared for so long and just came back to teach self-study to his classmates. Of course it's true. Seeing Lee Jordan's suspicious expression, Fred said unhappily, don't you still trust our two sources of information? That's not what I meant. Lee Jordan quickly waved his hand and explained, I just didn't expect Professor Dracula to do this. Is he impatient with the teaching and starting to mess up? Even though he had never dealt with Dracula shamelessly like the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan still had his own understanding of his defense against the dark arts professor. In fact, after more than a year of getting along with each other, almost every student at Hogwarts has a certain understanding of their Professor Dracula. They all understand several characteristics of Dracula. First, Professor Dracula is very, very strong, and at his weakest, he cannot be any weaker than Principal Dumbledore, because the old principal seems to have no way to deal with the professor's various willful behaviors. Second, Professor Dracula is very lazy. If he can lean against a wall, he will never stand. If he can lie down, he will definitely conjure a bed for himself. Third, and most importantly, Professor Dracula is boring and is only interested in interesting things. Based on what the young wizards discovered in more than a year, they realized that Professor Dracula's coming to Hogwarts to teach was probably just an act of fun. One day, the teaching job would not give him enough money. Attractive, he will probably abandon his students and leave Hogwarts very willfully. This is why Lee Jordan believes that Dracula has become impatient with the lectures. By the way, do you think tonight's duel club will be held on time? Lee Jordan asked. I haven't participated in Professor Dracula's devil training for 2 months. It's a good thing in theory, but I feel a little strange for some reason. Do you miss me? I guess you just have an itchy skin and a beating will be all you need. Fred said with a smirk. I can help. Lee Jordan's already dark complexion turned even darker. He kicked Fred on the butt. After being easily dodged by Fred, his expression looked a little depressed. We think Professor Dracula will not leave so easily. George was a little more reliable than Fred and answered another question from Lee Jordan. When we first started last school year, I made a bet with Professor Dracula. Professor Dracula bets that he can teach us until we graduate. If he just leaves, won't those galleons belong to us completely? At this point, George beamed. Forget it, I know I can't get anything out of asking you to. Lee Jordan gave the twins a middle finger and continued walking forward. Let's go, we'll find out when we get to the auditorium that the duel club won't be open yet. The three of them walked into the tall door of the auditorium together. The dueling platform in the middle of the auditorium was erected for the first time in AL. Professor Dracula is really here. Lee Jordan was a little incredulous. I thought he was ready to abandon us. I knew it. George jumped up excitedly and high-fived Fred tacitly. I knew Professor Dracula had made a bet with us that he could teach us until we graduated. He must be reluctant to part with those dozens of gold coins. Galleons. Sure enough, we are the biggest contributors to Professor Dracula's stay, Fred said equally happily. Lee Jordan looked at the Wesley twins with contempt, moved a few steps aside, and acted as if he didn't recognize these two shameless people. As the first duel club gathering since the beginning of the new semester, the auditorium was packed with people, rubbing shoulders. Whether it is the young wizards in the lower grade or the prospective graduates in the upper grade, they have not practiced dueling in the duel club for 2 months, and now they all miss it. They spontaneously gathered around the duel stage in the center of the auditorium, looking up at Professor Dracula, who had not listened to his lecture for a long time, with eager eyes. On the Hogwarts bell tower, the melodious bells rang slowly. Along with the bell that opened the club, Dracula raised his hands and pressed them down gently. The noisy discussions, laughter, and voices gradually stopped, and after a while, the auditorium became completely silent. Nice to meet you, dear classmates. Dracula's mellow voice sounded in the center of the auditorium, but seemed to echo throughout every part of the auditorium, allowing the little wizard to hear it clearly no matter how far away he stood. You should also know that I left for more than a month before the Christmas vacation. He said softly. Maybe some people will be surprised. What did I do? I also know that some people may guess, am I getting bored and ready to abandon you? Dracula smiled and looked at the little wizards under the duel stage with a gentle expression. Seeing Dracula's gentle gaze, Lee Jordan and many other young wizards lowered their heads. They fell into deep self-blame and felt that they should not doubt their professor so much and should have confidence in Professor Dracula. However, Dracula's next words caught them completely off guard. Yes, I just feel bored, and I just want to abandon you, he said happily. Lee Jordan and other little wizards. Does Professor Dracula really want to be so direct? Professor, why are you leaving? Professor, what will happen to the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts after you leave? Professor. The quiet auditorium became noisy again, and the young wizards were in an uproar. One by one, they asked Professor Dracula why he wanted to leave Hogwarts. Some young wizards who liked Dracula very much cried and begged the professor not to abandon them. During the more than a year that Dracula taught at Hogwarts, although he sometimes deviated from the textbooks and caught the students off guard with his lecture content, he was sometimes unwilling to correct homework or publish test papers, which made many top students dissatisfied. Sometimes he would lead his students in devil training, which made them extremely painful. But no one can deny that Dracula is indeed a very qualified professor, and he is also a good professor who does not favor any school because he has not been divided into schools. Moreover, Dracula is also the first defense against the dark arts professor to be re-elected at Hogwarts. If he really left Hogwarts out of boredom, who knows what kind of idiot Dumbledore's next defense against the dark arts professor will be. What should we do if we find the next Quirrell? So no matter what grade they are, no one wants Dracula to leave Hogwarts, except for those squeamish little wizards who hate the devil's training. Dracula stood on the duel stage, looking at the shocked, disbelieving, and resistant expressions of the little wizards below, and listening to the voices of retention and persuasion. A soft smile slowly formed on the corner of his mouth. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. He chuckled. I have something else to say. Dracula's voice rang in the ears of every student present, interrupting the commotion in the auditorium. The little wizards looked up at Dracula's smiling face and slowly became quiet, wanting to hear what Professor Dracula had to say. Actually, last semester, when I was still more than a month away from the end of the semester, I did feel a little bored. When the auditorium became completely quiet, Dracula slowly said, so I gave myself a break. I took a vacation, went to see an old friend, and also met some new friends in the process. I actually gained a lot from this vacation and discovered a lot of interesting things. It is indeed much more interesting than the boring life of lecturing at Hogwarts every day, he said frankly. When the little wizards in the audience heard this, they all showed worried expressions, fearing that Dracula would say something that would stop him from giving lectures. However, those interesting things don't happen every day. Dracula changed the topic. It may only take 2 or 3 days to really encounter interesting things. The rest of the time is still a dull and boring life for decades, and it is not even as interesting as watching you guys fight at Hogwarts. The little wizards in the auditorium were a little confused at first, but then they understood the subtext of Dracula's words, and they all showed expressions of surprise and joy. Yes, in a vibrant school like Hogwarts, at least there are new faces every year, new surprises every day, and there are always some little wizards who can make my eyes shine. Dracula laughed. He said, "Of course, there are things that make my eyesight go dark." The little wizards laughed knowingly. Lee Jordan poked the arms of the 2 twin roommates next to him and asked them in a low voice if they were the 2 who made Professor Dracula's eyes darken. Fred and George refuted his ridiculous remarks. In addition, I also discovered some new things today. Dracula shook his head with a smile, looked at the reactions of the little wizards in the audience, and continued, "In fact, no matter how long you live, there are always some things we didn't understand before. So, teaching you lessons while studying on my own is the best life I can think of for myself." Dracula's speech was not long, but every sentence contained his true thoughts. He rarely chats with people sincerely like today, let alone speaks the truth to such a large group of young wizards. The experience during this period did give Dracula some new ideas. First there was the meeting with Andrus. Andrus would rather spend his whole life, even the time after his death, in the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus, just to block the opportunity for the despicable Herbo to do evil and seal it firmly. This touched Dracula a little. Later, Newt told Dracula about what happened during the global wizarding war decades ago in Castle Dracula, and also showed his enthusiasm for magical animals in front of Dracula. Newt is almost 100 years old, but he is still sincere about all magical animals. When he carefully records the characteristics of magical animals in his leather notebook, his expression is really like a child carefully observing the moving ants. Similar. This also moved Dracula slightly. In the end, Flamel analyzed the similarities between the black energy of Obscurus and Herbo, and the 2 of them came to the conclusion that all black magic comes from the same source. This incident made Dracula know that even though he has lived for more than 1,000 years, there are still some things that he has never understood. So when you are usually bored, can't you find something more meaningful to do? Can't we find the source of all dark energy while we're bored? The conclusions Dracula and Flamel reached together also made him unsure whether there were any other problems with black magic and dark energy. If something goes wrong with the dark magic that comes from the same source one day, but the students at Hogwarts know nothing about this form of magic, then they are likely to suffer a disadvantage in this matter. Dracula cannot accept that his students have no understanding of black magic. "We are not going to learn how to duel today." There was a smile in his eyes, and he looked at the young wizards in the audience who always gave clear eyes. "I want to give you an impromptu public class on defense against the dark arts. You want to listen?" The little wizards in the audience were a little surprised at first, and then relaxed slightly. "It's been a long time since I've done Professor Dracula's devil training. If I resume the intensity of training today, I'm afraid I'll end up with aches and pains all over my body. It would be more comfortable to switch to an open class on defense against the dark arts." "So," the little wizards said in unison. "Want to hear it?" "Okay." A wilted smile appeared on Dracula's lips. "In that case, today I want to tell you, what is black magic? Can anyone tell me what black magic is?" At this time, the little wizards in the audience did not realize the seriousness of the matter. They all looked at Dracula on the duel stage, and the top students even raised their hands high. "Miss Granger, please tell me." Dracula pointed at the little witch with disheveled hair who raised her hands high in the audience. Dark arts, also known as dark magic, primarily refers to any type of magic used to harm, control, or even kill people and creatures. Most people who practice dark magic are evil. Wizards who practice black magic are called dark wizards. Hermione recited the definition of dark magic from the textbook very fluently. "That's right," Dracula praised. "The definition of black magic is indeed that simple. Black magic in a broad sense refers to any magic that may be detrimental to other wizards. If the category of black magic is defined according to this definition, then our common magic with control capabilities will be classified as black magic, such as coma spells, petrification spells, binding spells, etc. But we also know that these magics with a certain degree of control are exactly what you must learn during school. So, will you be called a dark wizard just because you have mastered a coma spell or a petrification spell? Yet. Dracula looked at Cedric of Hufflepuff and teased, "Diggory, I know you are quite good at using the coma spell, so do you admit that you are a dark wizard?" There was joyful laughter from the Hufflepuff crowd. Cedric smiled and pushed away his roommate who was teasing him, and said loudly to Dracula, "Professor, I will never admit that I am a dark wizard." He often came to the office to ask Dracula about various questions, and now he was very familiar with it, so Dracula's sudden teasing did not make him feel embarrassed at all. In fact, not only are you unwilling to admit that you are dark wizards, but other wizards in the magical world are also unwilling to admit it. Dracula smiled and continued, "So later, wizards became more aware of black magic. Strict division. I told everyone in the duel club that black magic is divided into jinx, hex, and the most vicious curse. The spells in these categories can actually cause harm to wizards, so there is usually no objection to being classified as black magic. As for control magic such as coma spells, disarming spells, and petrification spells, they were called defensive magic by later wizards. These spells will not cause harm to other people, and at the same time can eliminate the opponent's combat effectiveness. A book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. As a result, most control magic is usually removed from the category of black magic. Dracula said. The little wizards looked thoughtful. In fact, this knowledge had already been subtly narrated by Dracula in previous duel club gatherings, and most of it could be quickly absorbed and understood by the students present. So this knowledge is just an appetizer, and the main event is yet to come. The duel club has been held so many times. You may have understood how to duel and how to defend your opponent's spells. Dracula chuckled. But under the restrictions of the professors, you can only use the defensive magic I just introduced to you in the duel. You haven't learned enough to actually deal with black magic, not enough. Dracula continued, therefore, today I am going to let you have a taste of how dark wizards use magic. The little wizards in the audience suddenly became interested. What? Professor Dracula wants to demonstrate black magic to us. Ron guessed happily, Hermione, how do you think Professor Dracula's black magic is used? It shouldn't be any better than a dark wizard, right? Hermione whispered, after all, although Professor Dracula is usually not very serious, he is still a decent wizard after all. Ahem. Harry coughed violently. What's wrong with you, Harry? Ron turned his head and looked at his best friend next to him. Don't you agree with what Hermione said? No, I just choked on my saliva. Harry said quickly. Because Harry and Riddle had always maintained a good relationship and often asked Riddle to teach him defense against the dark arts, he also heard some things about Dracula from Riddle. Harry remembered what Riddle once said to him. If Dracula's level of black magic is said to be second in the wizarding world, then even Voldemort would not dare to say that he is first. He glanced at Hermione and Ron, who were still in the dark, and smiled helplessly. Okay, let's get down to business. Dracula pressed his hands to make the messy auditorium gradually quiet down. Before I demonstrate how the dark wizard casts the spell, I will tell you why I did what I did. Spells have many forms, with different magic powers and different ways of casting spells. Theoretically, I only need to teach you the breaking spells for various ordinary spells, that's all. Dracula did not say what really made him determined to explain black magic, but explained it to the little wizards from other angles. Logically speaking, there are many students here who are under the 6th grade. You are still young. I shouldn't have told you what illegal black magic is like, because you are too young now to deal with this set of black wizards. Method of casting spells. But in my opinion, no matter what grade you are in, it is always good to know more about something. The earlier you understand the black magic you have to deal with, the better. If you have never seen something, then how can you know it? How about protecting yourself in front of others? Remember, if a dark wizard wants to cast a black magic on you, he will not tell you his plan in advance. The dark wizard will never cast a spell on you frankly, fairly, and politely. Therefore, you must be prepared to deal with dark magic. Dracula's eyes swept around the auditorium, looking deeply at the expressions of every little wizard, hoping to see the importance in their eyes. Next, comes the part that you are most concerned about. I will show you the most evil black magic. I hope you will watch it carefully, he said in a deep voice. These magics may make you feel uncomfortable, but please don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Dracula snapped his fingers. A handsome young man with black hair suddenly appeared on the duel stage, standing right in front of Dracula. Huh? What's going on? Riddle, who was still in the teaching assistant's office just now, was panicked by the sudden change in the scene before him, so he quickly pulled out his wand and pointed around with a pale face. The next moment, he found that this was the auditorium he was familiar with, and there were many little wizards around him who were laughing and enjoying his funny performance. Only then did Riddle realize that this was the scene of the duel club, and Dracula was looking at him with a happy smile on his face. Professor Dracula. Riddle looked at Dracula in confusion and silently put away his wand. What's the matter with calling me here suddenly? Do you need me to cooperate with you in a duel demonstration? I do need your cooperation. Dracula smiled evilly, but it's not a duel demonstration, but you are required to be a model. Seeing Dracula's evil smile, Riddle suddenly felt something bad, turned around and wanted to run away. However, the next moment, Dracula's voice rang in his ears. Imperio. Riddle's expression changed instantly. His originally panicked expression immediately became calm and composed, and he stopped turning around to run away. Instead, he stood attentively on the duel stage, assuming a free and engaging forward posture. Bang! Dracula snapped his fingers. Music, lights. Thousands of candles floating above the auditorium dimmed at the same time, and a concentrated beam of light enveloped Riddle. At the same time, Kang's passionate music resounded in the auditorium. It was a full set of instruments from a certain band at the Christmas dinner. I don't know when it appeared in front of the auditorium again. No one was playing, but it started playing on its own. Riddle danced his body to the exciting music. Swing his head, arms, waist and legs, swing the scarf around his neck and the wizard's robe behind him, dance with his light steps, passion, and strong rhythm. Riddle broke into a hip-hop dance in full view of everyone. Carnival and freedom appear all over him, which is the soul of hip-hop. Cool. Fred and George looked at Assistant Riddle's passionate dance and effortless movements on the duel stage, their eyes widened in envy. There were also many little witches who screamed. Assistant Coach Riddle's handsome face, coupled with his handsome and unrestrained dance moves, as well as the affectionate expression on his face, all touched the excitement of the young girls. There are also some little wizards who are not too big a deal to watch the fun and loudly clamor for Professor Dracula to join Assistant Riddle's hip-hop dance. Only two men who are so handsome that they have no friends dancing together will make this dance completely perfect. Dracula stood on the edge of the dueling platform far away from the spotlight, paying no attention to the intentions of the little wizards. What a joke! How can a dignified, arrogant, and stern professor perform dancing for you? Do I still want to lose face? Don't just watch Assistant Riddle's dance. Dracula glanced at the engaged expressions of the little wizards and interrupted amid the music. Remember, this is not a dance class, this is black magic. Defense open class. Think about it now, if someone casts the Imperious Curse on you, how would you respond? Dracula's voice was not obtrusive in the music at all, nor was it obscured by Kang's passionate music. It was conveyed very clearly to the ears of every little wizard. Some of the little wizards present showed thoughtful expressions. Of course, a larger group of people were still intoxicated by Riddle's dance, and most of them were young witches. Under the spotlight, Riddle was still dancing with abandon. His movements are like the rising sun on the sea, like a leaping deer in the deep forest. He uses his flexible limbs and even facial features to dance skillfully and freely, radiating his flying youth. Suddenly the whole body trembles, as sudden as an electric shock. Suddenly there is a squirming movement, as flexible as a dragon and snake. Suddenly it spins upside down, as fast as a top. Suddenly it stands upright, as straight as a cedar. After a while, the music came to an end. As a heavy drum beat finally fell, the music and dance steps stopped abruptly at the same time. Riddle used a neat kick to make a perfect ending to his hip-hop dance. The concentrated beam of light slowly dissipated, and the thousands of candles above the auditorium once again emitted bright firelight, illuminating the entire auditorium. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The little wizards clapped their hands excitedly and jumped up and down to cheer for this wonderful performance, even if their hands turned red. Dracula stopped using the Imperious Curse and walked toward the center of the duel platform with a half-smile. "How do you feel?" he asked with a smile. Riddle's body finally returned to his control. At that moment, the pain all over his body came like a tide. He had never learned a dance like hip-hop, nor did he have the physical fitness to perform such difficult movements for a long time. Under the control of the Imperious Curse, performing such a perfect hip-hop would cost him half his life. "Professor Dracula, it's indeed my fault that I hid the secret of the Forbidden Forest from you some time ago, but you can't retaliate against me like this, right?" Riddle was sweating profusely and panting as he faced Dracula. He smiled bitterly. "I don't mean to retaliate." Dracula's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't know what he was talking about. "I just want you to cooperate with me in teaching a public class on defense against the dark arts." Riddle looked at Dracula's innocent expression with a somewhat numb expression, and secretly suppressed a lot of swear words that almost blurted out. "Okay, I can't beat you, so whatever you say will be yours?" he thought through gritted teeth. Dracula ignored Riddle's dissatisfaction, took 2 steps forward, turned around and looked at the little wizards around him. "Does Professor Riddle dance well?" he asked cheerfully. "Good. Assistant Coach Riddle danced so well." The little wizards in the audience laughed and burst into cheers. "You think he dances very well, right?" Dracula changed the subject and laughed contemptuously, "But I have a different opinion. Before coming to my defense against the dark arts open class, Assistant Teacher Riddle had never learned any moves related to hip-hop. These wonderful dance steps, the frequency of arm swings, and even the expressions on his face are just the product of my control. This will put an extremely serious burden on his body." Dracula's eyes casually glanced at all the little wizards around him, and asked softly, "Would you like it if I cast this soul-stealing curse on you?" The laughter and cheers from the audience disappeared almost immediately, leaving only some troublemakers who were watching the fun and not taking it too seriously, still maintaining a happy expression. "Oh, I saw that there are some people who don't seem to care." Dracula looked at the 2 little wizards with fiery red hair and laughed with interest. "In that case, would any of you come up and experience it?" he asked. Fred and George immediately raised their hands in the air. They think it is very interesting to be able to dance a dance they have not learned before. This experience of being controlled by the Imperious Curse was probably just a novel experience for these 2 heartless naughty eggs. Looking at the twins in the audience, Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth. "Okay, then let Fred Weiss come up and be a volunteer for everyone." He chuckled. One of the little red-haired wizards jumped up in surprise and was about to run to the duel stage. However, before he could reach the duel stage, he found that his twin brother had jumped onto the stage first. "George, what are you doing?" "Professor Dracula called my name." Fred was angry and yelled at George loudly. "I still want to ask you, George, why are you pretending to be me?" George shamelessly shouted back at Fred, "I am Fred, Professor Dracula clearly called me." Fred laughed in anger, and asked George on the stage with his hands on his hips, then let me ask you, how are you going to prove that you are Fred? Leave me alone, how can you prove that you are Fred? George didn't panic at all and threw the question back. Haha, I'm afraid you miscalculated this time, George. Fred showed a successful smile. He unbuttoned his wizard's robe, revealing a thick sweater that Mrs. Weasley had hand-sewn underneath. There was a large letter F sewn on the sweater. This is a Christmas gift given by Mrs. Weasley to all the Weasley children. Every year, everyone will receive one, with the initials of each child's name sewn on it with bright wool. It is worth mentioning that Harry also has one this year, with a big letter H sewn on the sweater. Seeing the letters on Fred's chest, George silently tightened the front of his wizard robe to cover the letter G on his chest. A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. George, you despicable guy, you actually stole my sweater. He rolled his eyes, and immediately thought of another idea, and shouted loudly, I must write and tell my mother when I get back. Dracula looked at the twins who were condemning each other, and his face couldn't help but darken. Do you really want to experience the feeling of being controlled by the Imperious Curse? He sneered, silently making a note of the two Weisses in his mind. Okay, I promise you, the two of them will come up together. Fred and George had no idea what kind of storm they were about to face, so they happily stopped bickering and walked onto the duel stage with high spirits. Professor, what do we need to do? Standing on the duel stage, Fred looked at Dracula expectantly. Assistant Riddle, can you tell us a little bit about what it feels like to be controlled by the Imperious Curse? George looked at Riddle expectantly. These two living treasures didn't look like they were here to experience the unforgivable curse. Instead, they looked like they were here to travel to the duel stage. Stop talking nonsense, you will find out later. Dracula interrupted them mercilessly, and then lightly snapped his fingers. Imperio. As the Imperious Curse was spoken from Dracula's mouth, the candlelight in the auditorium quietly became soft. The unmanned band at the front of the auditorium also started playing on its own, playing soft music that was so refreshing. At the same time, the expressions of Fred and George also changed, their high spirits dropped, and they became a little charming. The two of them stood up on tiptoes to the soft music, jumped up, and kicked their toes behind them. The neck under the red hair was raised close to the calf, and the soft waist showed an anti-arch shape, full of tension. The long sleeves of the Hogwarts school robe are flying like snow in the wind, swaying gently when the music is low, and fluttering out quickly when the music is high. The scarves swayed and the skirts of their clothes floated, and Fred and George seemed to be flying away in the next second. It can be said that it has both lightness and charm, and has gradually reached the state of perfection. This beautiful dance, if performed by a graceful dancer, may bring an extremely beautiful experience to the audience. However, this dance was performed by two men, Fred and George. The charming expressions on their faces and the soft and graceful dancing postures on their bodies made the little wizards in the audience scream. Percy, Ron, and Ginny all covered their eyes. If the color of their hair wasn't too obvious, they would have denied that the two guys on stage were their brothers. Don't just dance. Have you forgotten what I'm going to teach you in this lesson? Dracula's voice boomed from the edge of the stage. Use your will to resist my control and break free from the shackles of your spirit. He said loudly, do you want to be embarrassed in front of your classmates until the music ends? He stared at the movements of Fred and George, reducing the magic exerted on the Imperious Curse to only about 1/10 of what Riddle had just endured, feeling the mental resistance from the twins. After a moment, Dracula's face turned completely dark. These two shameless guys actually had no shame at all about dancing a female folk dance in front of their classmates. Dracula couldn't feel any resistance at all from the control of the Imperious Curse, and he could even vaguely feel that these two people seemed to enjoy it. He had no choice but to stop the Imperious Curse that controlled the twins, and then kick them off the duel platform with some anger. You two, double your homework this semester. Dracula shouted viciously to Fred and George. After the pair were kicked off the duel stage, they were unaware of the disgusting looks from everyone around them. They patted their butts and stood up, minding their own business, and began to discuss the feeling of dancing under the control of the Imperious Curse. Wow, I never thought I'd be able to dance like this one day, Fred said excitedly. Wow, it's so refreshing. I feel like all the ligaments in my body have been stretched. George moved his knees and took a breath of cold air from time to time. Hey, I didn't feel it just now, but now I feel it. It really hurts. Dracula looked at the completely shameless behavior of these two living treasures. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he felt very unhappy. Don't worry about those two people. The one who comes up will be embarrassed. He said through gritted teeth, I let you come up here to train your ability to resist the sole Imperious Curse, not to enjoy it. However, after seeing Fred and George's famous shameful scene, the little wizards in the audience all became resistant to the idea of going on stage to demonstrate. No one wants to dance in front of everyone like those who came before them. Is there no one? Dracula said with a half smile, then I'll name them. Harry Potter. This savior is a young wizard whom Dumbledore has focused on training. Letting him learn how to resist the Imperious Curse should make the old headmaster very happy. Once the old principal is happy, he might not pursue the issue of using the unforgivable curse. Dracula secretly made a calculation. Harry in the audience did not expect that he would be called, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It's you, Potter, come up. Dracula repeated, "Don't keep the others waiting." Ron patted Harry on the shoulder and cheered him up, but the corners of his mouth that couldn't help but rise clearly showed that he was happy to hear that Harry was about to dance on the stage. Hermione glared at Ron and comforted Harry with a concerned expression. Harry bid farewell to his two friends with a heart full of melancholy, stepped onto the duel stage with 3 steps back, and then closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Relax, among the 3 unforgivable curses, only the sole imperious curse can be completely resisted. I will teach you how to do it. Dracula explained, this requires real courage and a strong spirit. Not everyone can resist it. Everyone can do it. Therefore, if a dark wizard attempts to control you with the imperious curse, it is best to avoid being hit by it. Dracula raised his wand and chanted the imperious curse again. Under the control of the imperious curse, Harry felt light and airy. The thoughts and worries in his mind were swept away, leaving only a hazy, invisible, and intangible joy. He stood there, feeling particularly relaxed and carefree, only dimly aware that the students in the audience were watching him. Then, he heard Professor Dracula's voice, echoing in a distant corner of his empty head. Run, run on the duel stage, somersault, somersault on the edge of the stage. Harry ran around the perimeter of the duel stage, doing front flips at the edge of the stage from time to time. After the farce caused by the Weasley twins, Dracula was not in the mood to choose any dance for Harry to dance, but the movements he was asked to perform were still not simple, and somersaults were far beyond his own physical fitness. Listen, Potter, try your best to use your will to resist the control of the imperious curse. Dracula stood in the center of the duel platform and said softly, don't care about what you are doing, and don't look at what is around you. Put all your energy into it. All you need to do is get rid of the imperious curse. Harry heard Dracula's voice, but Professor Dracula's external voice overlapped with the distant voice in his mind. It was like a dream, unreal and real, and he couldn't hear it clearly. The words Dracula said on the duel stage soon disappeared, replaced by increasingly louder urging sounds. Go do somersaults. Let's do somersaults. But why? Another voice came to life in Harry's head. It's such a stupid thing to do, said the voice. And do somersaults. No, I don't want to do somersaults, thank you. The other voice said, with a firmer tone, no, I really don't want to turn over. Let you turn it over. Turn over quickly. Next, Harry felt a sharp pain in his butt. He turned somersaults, but while doing so he was trying not to let himself turn. The result was that he fell to the ground, the hard dueling platform made a winter sound, and his tailbone hurt terribly, as if the bones were broken. Huh. Dracula glanced at Harry in surprise. He never expected that such a second-year wizard would show obvious resistance to the soul impering curse the first time he was manipulated, and even affected his body's control of movements. Even if Dracula only used 1/10 of the magic power when controlling Riddle, it would still be a rare thing. So, is this savior really special? Dracula raised his lips with interest. Very good. I suggest other students learn from Mr. Potter. Dracula nodded lightly and praised, Potter's will is quite strong and he is not completely controlled by my imperious curse. Harry looked up at Dracula in confusion. As Dracula stopped casting the imperious curse, he felt that the hollow feeling in his mind, like an echo in the valley, disappeared. He remembered everything that had just happened very clearly, and the pain in his tailbone became more and more unbearable. Eplisky. Dracula's voice sounded again. Harry felt that his broken bones were healing quickly under Professor Dracula's healing spell. At first, he felt a slight tingling sensation, but then both the tingling and pain gradually disappeared, and his tailbone returned to its original shape. He opened his eyes wide, stood up from the ground, and then hurriedly prepared to leave the duel stage. Don't leave in a hurry, Potter. Dracula stopped Harry from stepping off the duel stage and smiled. Remember how you felt just now, let's do it again. I hope you can get rid of the robbery faster this time. The control of the soul curse. Before Harry could react, the hollow feeling under the control of the imperious curse came to mind again. Let's do a somersault. Dracula's voice reappeared, as if echoing in a very distant place. Harry had already had an experience, so he followed the feeling of being controlled by the imperious curse last time and resisted Dracula's command to do somersaults. Winter. He fell to the floor again. This time, his nose touched the ground, and the nosebleeds flowed down. I don't see any obvious progress on your part. Dracula casually healed Harry's nose and said in a cold tone. Come again. Harry took the test 7 times in a row. Basically, each time there was some improvement compared to the previous one, and the time under control was gradually shortened. It wasn't until Harry was able to completely escape the control of the imperious curse that Dracula finally allowed him to leave the dueling platform. After leaving the duel stage, Harry only felt sore all over. Even though every time he fell to the ground, Dracula would use a healing spell to heal Harry's injuries. But whether it is muscle strain or mental fatigue, the healing spell cannot directly cure it. So as soon as Harry got off the duel stage, he sat down on the ground next to Ron and Hermione, grinning and rubbing the sore muscles all over his body, relaxing his brain, which had been unable to calm down for a long time. The little wizards around him came to Harry one by one, wanting to ask him how to break free from the control of the imperious curse. Don't rush into the discussion yet. Dracula's voice sounded from the duel platform again. There are 3 unforgivable curses in total, and we have just explained one. The little wizards in the audience raised their heads in surprise and looked at Dracula. The performance of the imperious curse just now was really wonderful. Whether it was Riddle's handsome hip-hop dance, Fred and George's eye-catching dance, or Harry's outstanding performance in breaking away from the control of the Imperious Curse, they all attracted the attention of young wizards like never before. Now that the explanation of the Imperious Curse is over, they almost thought get out of class was about to end. Time is running out, let's speed up next. Dracula glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of the auditorium, and then explained, who else knows, in addition to the Imperious Curse, the other two unforgivable curses are what? The top students in the audience, such as Percy, Cedric, and Hermione, raised their hands high. Dracula was about to follow his usual practice of picking a top student to answer the question. However, just when he was about to wake up Gryffindor Percy, he suddenly saw a usually submissive little wizard in the Gryffindor team weakly raising his hand. Neville Longbottom. Dracula was a little surprised. Neville Longbottom, a young wizard, has a very low sense of presence. He basically never raised his hand in the defense against the dark arts class. Not only that, Dracula also heard that defense against the dark arts was a subject in which he performed relatively well. It seemed that in Snape's potions class, he always made the wrong potions. Basically every class there will be some weird accidents in class. Dracula looked at Neville and found that his expression was a little dull, as if he was also surprised by his bold move today. Mr. Longbottom, tell me, Dracula said, which other unforgivable curse do you know? I know there is a Cruciatus curse. Neville's voice was soft but clear. Dracula looked at Neville deeply, then nodded slightly. You're right, 5 points to Gryffindor, he said. The Cruciatus curse, also known as the torture curse, is a very representative form of black magic and one of the 3 unforgivable curses. In view of insufficient time, Dracula did not find anyone to answer the question this time. When the curse is successfully cast on a human or creature, the curse will cause intense and unbearable physical pain to the victim. If the victim suffers for a long time, curse may cause insanity. When he said this, Dracula frowned slightly. He vaguely saw Neville's face turning a little pale, and he didn't know the specific reason. The Cruciatus curse was invented in the early Middle Ages. This harmless curse was quite popular for a while. It was not until the beginning of the 18th century that it was completely recognized as a black magic. 3 unforgivable curses. Dracula continues to explain, using any of the 3 unforgivable curses on a fellow human will result in a life sentence in Azkaban without the possibility of parole. When talking about the punishment of using the unforgivable curse, Dracula's voice became a little cold, making the little wizards in the audience shiver. Of course, I personally think that the Cruciatus curse is the most useless of the 3 unforgivable curses. Dracula suddenly changed the topic and his tone became relaxed. The only effect of this curse is to torture people. Basically it can only be used in torture work. In my opinion, using the Cruciatus curse for interrogation is far less efficient than putting 3 drops of Veritaserum in the prisoner's mouth. What? There are still people who don't even know what Veritaserum is? Go ask Snee after class. Professor Pu, I have no control over potions. The reason why I said the Cruciatus curse is useless is because under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, the person being interrogated is very likely to make a false confession to lessen the pain they endured under the spell, regardless of whether they actually have what the interrogator is seeking, and extracted information. In addition, under the torture of the Cruciatus curse, the person being interrogated cannot reveal information protected by confidential magic such as the Unbreakable curse and the Fidelity curse, because under the influence of the Cruciatus curse, what the wizards say is not considered voluntary. Dracula shrugged, and the disdainful expression on his face fully reflected how much he despised this curse. Of course, a dark wizard may choose to attack with the Cruciatus curse in a duel, causing great pain to their opponent. As long as they maintain the effect of the curse, their opponent will be unable to fight back. Compared to its use in duels, a more common use is when heinous dark wizards use the Cruciatus curse to satisfy their desire to abuse and torture others. To successfully cast this curse, it is not enough to simply utter the incantation. The wizard using this curse must have a strong and desperate desire for the victim's pain and derive great pleasure from the victim's pain. Therefore, this curse is, in a sense, the most cruel and perverted of the 3 unforgivable curses. Next, I will show you how a dark wizard would cast the Cruciatus curse. As he spoke, Dracula suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and looked maliciously at Riddle, who was still standing on the duel stage. Assistant Riddle, come to cooperate with me. Seeing Dracula's expression, Riddle's face instantly turned pale with fright. Professor Dracula, don't be impulsive, he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. If it were someone else's Cruciatus curse, I might be able to withstand it, but if it was you who cast it, I wouldn't be able to bear it for decades. Don't be so arrogant, Riddle. Dracula laughed teasingly. Besides, there are so many pure students here. If I were asked to use the Cruciatus curse on an innocent person, I wouldn't be able to let it go. So it's okay. It's better to demonstrate it directly with you. No, I'm innocent too. Riddle defended in a fit of laughter and tears. It's clearly not me who has done all the evil, but that person. You can't confuse us. What's the difference? Dracula chuckled. Riddle's next words were choked in his throat. He finally understood that Dracula was still a little concerned about the secrets of the Forbidden Forest being concealed from him, and using the Imperious curse to control Riddle to dance could not completely calm his emotions. The petty Professor Dracula really deserves his reputation. What about that, Professor Dracula? Actually, you can use other creatures to demonstrate the Cruciatus curse. Riddle wiped the slightly damp sweat from his forehead and whispered, I called Dobby over and asked him to find it. Come here, a little animal that doesn't deserve to die. He waved his wand and shouted softly. More than. Dobby, the house elf who had been accepted by Dracula as his assistant, appeared on the duel stage with a bang. It's an honor to serve you, Professor Dracula, Assistant Professor Riddle. Dobby, wearing an exquisite little dress, bowed to Dracula and Riddle. As early as more than a month before the Christmas vacation, Dracula felt a little bored with life at Hogwarts, so he told Dobby one thing. Dracula asked Dobby to tell Riddle to teach defense against the dark arts on his behalf. During the substitute teaching period, Riddle could go to Dobby for appropriate help when needed. During the period when Dracula did not return, Dobby was still cleaning Dracula's office every day, and at the same time he gradually became familiar with Riddle. This is why Riddle knew how to summon Dobby. Dobby, didn't you often help in the kitchen some time ago? Riddle asked in a low voice, are those rats hiding in the sewers and occasionally running up to steal food still alive? Those bad rats are still alive, Dobby said angrily, staring at his big eyes as big as tennis balls. These bad rats stole the wizard's food and should have been punished immediately. But there is not enough rat poison in Hogwarts. The house elf chef is just going to buy some more today, so we haven't had time to get rid of all the rats yet. Great. Riddle breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Dracula. Professor Dracula, those rats in the kitchen sewers are pests that eat Hogwarts food. You should not let these animals go. Aren't you going to open it? Dracula raised his eyebrows and looked at Riddle, who was trying his best not to experience the Cruciatus curse, and finally shook his head with a smile. In that case, let's catch a mouse and bring it over. He chuckled. It just so happens that using animals for demonstration may cause less psychological shadow to the little wizards. Dobby, as a house elf with outstanding abilities, quickly caught a mouse from the kitchen sewer and brought it over. Because he knew Dracula very well, he used a cleaning spell to clean the rat after catching it to prevent Dracula from being disgusted by it. Excuse me, Dobby. Dracula looked at the clean mouse that Dobby brought over and nodded with satisfaction. It needs to be zoomed in a little, otherwise the little wizard in the back row may not be able to see clearly. Before Dracula could cast the spell, Riddle clumsily used the expansion charm on the mouse, and used the levitation charm to levitate it in the air so that all the little wizards could clearly observe the mouse. The mouse swelled and was now larger than a normal-sized cat. Amid the expectant, puzzled, or frightened looks of the little wizards, Dracula took 2 steps forward and came to the big mouse. He raised his wand, pointed at the mouse, and whispered, "A Crucio." In an instant, the mouse's eyes suddenly widened and its limbs kicked around wildly. It flipped over, while its body twitched violently, shaking from side to side. Hizzy. The mouse made a pitiful squeaking sound and screamed at the top of its lungs. The gray hair all over his body started to tremble, and the muscles all over his body twitched more and more fiercely. "Professor, stop!" Hermione suddenly shouted loudly in the audience. Dracula turned to look at Hermione. She wasn't looking at Dracula on the stand, or at the rats as demonstration objects, but at Neville. Dracula frowned and saw Neville's hands tightly grasping the corners of his clothes, his joints turning white, his eyes wide open, full of fear. "How are you, Mr. Longbottom?" He withdrew his wand and the Cruciatus curse ceased. The mouse fell to the ground and stopped screaming, but its limbs and body still twitched from time to time. Neville stared blankly at the mouse on the stage, his face pale. "Mr. Longbottom, if the Cruciatus curse has brought you some bad memories, then I hope you can face this curse." Dracula knelt down on the edge of the duel platform and looked at Neville gently. A person should not dwell on the tragic past, but should face the pain he has experienced. You are a Gryffindor, Mr. Longbottom. The most important thing Gryffindor lacks is courage. Don't let the setbacks in life blind your eyes and waste your integrity. Think about it when you go back. I hope you will be different next class. Dracula took a deep look at Neville, stood up, and walked to the rat again, which was still twitching from time to time. There is no specific way to resist the Cruciatus curse. You can only rely on your superior tolerance for pain and your fearless spirit to resist the torture and complete the counterattack in pain. He said softly. Of course, if possible, I still advise you not to be hit by the Cruciatus curse, because there are very few people who can withstand this kind of pain. After explaining the relevant knowledge of the Cruciatus curse, Dracula's eyes suddenly became sharp. Next, I will tell you about the last and most powerful of the 3 unforgivable curses. He gently raised his wand and pointed it at the still trembling mouse. The mouse seemed to feel the impending doom. Enduring his muscles that were still weak and in severe pain, he struggled desperately to get up, trying to avoid the direction pointed by Dracula's wand. But the next moment, the evil curse blurted out. Avada Kedavra. A dazzling green light pierced people's eyes, and at the same time there was a chaotic sound whistling, as if there was an invisible giant flying through the air. At the same time, the rat fell down and lay on its back on the duel platform, with no more signs of twitching in its body. There are no scratches on its body, but it is undoubtedly dead. Several young wizards looked at this scene in horror, trying hard to hold back the screams they wanted to make. Among the few little wizards who held back their screams, Harry was among them. A vague image appeared in his eyes. It was a dazzling green light. A beautiful woman stood in front of him. She fell to the ground after being hit by the green light, and then there was an even more dazzling green light. To be honest, I have been reading books recently to catch up on updates. I can switch sources and read aloud with many sounds. It can be used on both Android and Apple. The death curse is also known as the death curse. There is no solution to the curse, no defensive magic can stop it, and no one can survive after being hit by the death curse, Dracula said. Then, he paused and suddenly looked at Harry. So far, the death curse has only happened to one person. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Harry. Harry stared blankly at Professor Dracula on the stage, feeling that he could feel what Neville was feeling just now. Concentrate and look at me, Dracula shouted, relieving Harry a little of the pressure. You don't need to care about how Harry Potter escaped under the death curse, and don't even think about it. So that I can survive the death curse. You will not have any ability to resist the death curse, Dracula said coldly, so I will teach you some tricks, which may allow you to survive in the face of the Dark Wizard's death curse. Method. The next moment, under the gaze of all the young wizards, he suddenly turned around and looked at Riddle. Riddle, use the death curse on me. Riddle froze on the spot. Isn't this appropriate? The death curse is one of the most dangerous black curses in the history of the wizarding world. A slight carelessness during the demonstration may have fatal consequences. Because of this, even wizard families who have been immersed in black magic for a long time rarely personally serve as targets when teaching their children to practice the death curse. Most dark wizard families prefer to use some small animals to demonstrate this most dangerous, unforgivable curse. The little wizard in the audience also heard Dracula's instructions for Riddle to use the death curse on him, and couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Professor, don't do this, a young wizard near the duel stage shouted. Don't forget the fate of your previous defense against the dark arts professors, Professor. The smarter little wizard chose to persuade from another angle. Even the dullest little wizards in the auditorium gradually came to their senses, and soon after, more little wizards joined the team that persuaded Professor Dracula not to take risks. Professor, this is too dangerous. Harry had not yet recovered from the fatigue of constantly resisting the Imperious Curse, and stood up despite being sleepy. It's just a class, you don't need to put yourself in this situation. Dangerous place, right? Unlike many other young wizards who were learning about the Unforgivable Curse for the first time, or even if they had learned about it, it was the first time they had seen the Unforgivable Curse, Harry could be said to be an expert on the Death Curse. In the last school year, he was deceived into learning the Death Curse by Riddle, who only appeared in front of him in the form of a diary for a long time. He even almost lost control of his emotions and used the Death Curse to break the window grill of the Dursley family that imprisoned him. Although under Riddle's deliberate management, Harry and Riddle's relationship got back on good terms, he still felt scared every time he thought about how he felt when he almost cast the death curse. This curse can take away people's lives if they are not careful. However, Dracula on the duel stage didn't care at all about the almost turbulent environment. He raised his hand indifferently, interrupting the intense emotions of the little wizards. Quiet. His voice reached the ears of every young wizard. As your defense against the dark arts professor, I still have some sense of propriety. Don't worry, if I can't stop this guy Riddle from killing me, I won't have the shame to continue to be your professor. I'll just replace him as the professor. Dracula's tone sounded extremely conceited, even arrogant. Of course, he also has this kind of conceited capital. After all, not everyone has a physique that is almost impossible to die like him, and not everyone has survived for more than 1,000 years, during which time he has lived impatiently many times. Facing the life-killing curse cast by a wizard like Riddle who is far less powerful than Voldemort, Dracula can even catch the curse with his bare hands. If it weren't for the worry that forcibly accepting the death curse would be too shocking and too easy to reveal his identity as a vampire in front of a group of students, plus he also had to teach the young wizards tips on how to deal with the death curse, Dracula, I'm too lazy to resist this life-killing curse. Hurry up, I asked you to come here just to let you cooperate with my lectures. If I tell you to let go, you can let go without worrying about taking responsibility. Dracula looked at Riddle and said impatiently. But Riddle still hesitated. Am I the professor or are you the professor? Dracula said coldly, hurry up and don't hesitate. Under Dracula's repeated urging, Riddle finally made up his mind, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his wand. Avada Kedavra, he whispered. A very thin and very dim green light was emitted from the tip of Riddle's wand. It looked like a green light bulb leaking some weak electric sparks, struggling in the air towards Dracula. Dracula. He swung his wand and lifted the green spell, which had no sparks yet, to the ground. The infinitely weakened version of the death curse was immediately like a line of soot falling on the ground, extinguished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Riddle's eyes widened as he watched Dracula's operation of the flying curse, and the expression on his face perfectly interpreted the word stunned. In his understanding, no matter how weak the magic power exerted by the caster in the death curse, the characteristics of this most dangerous unforgivable curse will not change at all, and there is still no magic that can resist it. However, Dracula just moved his wand and flew this weak but genuine life-killing curse aside, annihilating it on the dueling platform. This is simply unreasonable. Using a wand to fly away a magic spell is originally an exclusive skill for powerful wizards. Usually, this combat skill is only used when facing wizards who are many times weaker than themselves. This is because opponents whose magic power is close to the same level will also cast spells of the same level. Facing a spell of the same level, it is difficult for a wizard to easily resolve its attack. Under normal circumstances, it is better to choose to avoid or use defensive magic to fight. There are actually two types of combat techniques for flying magic spells. One is to wrap the variant form of the Iron Armor curse around your own wand to prevent the opponent's spell from contacting your body and ensure optimal safety. The other is to use superior magical understanding and sharp reflexes to find the attack path of the opponent's spell at the moment the spell strikes, control it in time with the casting material on the tip of the wand, and instantly control the spell. The curse flies away. The latter method is much more difficult and dangerous than the former, so most wizards will use the former method in combat. However, the method used by Dracula is undoubtedly the latter. Riddle stared dumbfounded at the place where the death curse he cast disappeared, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. At this moment, Dracula became impatient. Assistant Riddle, do you dare to tell me that the thing you just cast is a death curse? He looked at the handsome face opposite him with a half smile, and his tone was cold. Be serious when you come to be an assistant, otherwise your salary will be lost. I want to get it. Riddle, who was just a Horcrux and didn't have any family property, had no other sources of income. He really needed this salary as an assistant coach. So Riddle finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and raised his wand again. Avada Kedavra. Different from the weak sound he made when he recited the curse last time, this time, Riddle's voice was full of energy, and his eyes were filled with a hint of murderous intention necessary to cast the death curse. A dazzling green light flashed across the duel stage and shot in front of Dracula in an instant. All the little wizards in the audience were so frightened that they closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Dracula being hit by the killing curse. Open your eyes and watch my movements. Dracula did not open his mouth, but his voice appeared very suddenly in the ears of every little wizard who closed his eyes, as if faster than the green beam cast by Riddle. Look carefully, I won't demonstrate the same response method a second time. At the same time, Dracula also raised his gloomy wooden wand. Avis. One after another, birds flew out from the tip of Dracula's wand, like moths to a flame, towards the incoming green beam of light. Whenever a bird is hit by the death curse, it turns into a point of light and dissipates. The green light representing the death curse becomes fainter until it disappears completely. The little wizard in the audience watched this magical scene with wide eyes, and the originally noisy auditorium fell into silence unconsciously. Did you see it all? Dracula withdrew his wand and said to the young wizard present, this is a more advanced application of transfiguration, the summoning spell. What I just used was the bird summoning spell. Although the creatures transformed by the summoning spell are somewhat different from real life, the bodies of these summoned objects still have certain characteristics that real life has. There is a high probability that they can deceive the life-killing spell that is not powerful enough. This will weaken or even completely dissolve this curse, Dracula explained. Hearing Dracula's comment, Riddle's face stiffened. The death curse, which I was originally very satisfied with, was described as not strong enough, and it didn't make people happy no matter how much I thought about it. Not only the bird summoning spell I just cast, but other types of summoning spells can also be used. Dracula continued. He looked at Draco Malfoy of Slytherin College. Mr. Malfoy should be involved in this. The snake summoning spell you once cast in the duel club can also be used to resist the death curse. As he spoke, Dracula waved his magic wand and casually demonstrated the snake summoning spell to the little wizards. The incantation of the snake summoning spell is Serpensortia. A big snake fell to the ground, and before it could react, Dracula used the disappearing spell to lift the spell. This is the first way to deal with it, he said to the little wizards. Riddle, continue to cast the death curse on me. Then, Dracula waved his hand to Riddle again. Don't be merciful, you can put a few more, the kind that chase me, so that the students can see it's more vivid. Riddle's face immediately fell. It was already difficult to overcome the heavy psychological pressure and use the death curse on Dracula. Why did he let a few more chase after him? He was afraid that he would not be hit. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you taken action yet? Dracula urged again. Do you still want the salary? Riddle's expression changed again. Well, for wages. He silently made up his mind and waved his wand violently. A dazzling green beam suddenly shot out. This beam was followed by two other beams that shifted to the left and right directions, faintly blocking Dracula's escape route. Riddle has given full play to his strength, and the casting of magic seems to have a bit of the flavor of Voldemort at his peak. Looking at the three death curses almost in no particular order, Dracula nodded with satisfaction. Keep your eyes open and watch, he explained, pointing the wand to the ground calmly. De primo. As the spell fell, a big hole was blown out of the hard dueling platform. Dracula fell into the big hole and avoided the attacks of three death curses. Riddle's next death curse followed closely, but it hit the solid duel platform and had no chance of touching Dracula's body. This is a magic specially used to change the terrain. Sometimes it is quite practical. Riddle withdrew his wand, and Dracula then jumped up from the big hole and landed on the dueling platform again. Similarly, there are other magics that change the terrain, such as lifting a piece of ground to form a wall to block the attack of the death curse. Dracula waved his wand, and part of the dueling platform rose up, forming a wall. It is true that the death curse cannot be intercepted by protective magic, but terrain factors are not included in it, he said, but the premise is that you have not encountered a powerful enough dark wizard. Dracula raised his hand and cast a killing curse. This bright and dazzling green lightning was like a blasting curse. It broke through the wall formed on the duel stage in an instant and bombarded the wall of the auditorium from a distance. Only then did he finally lose all power. Professor, what should we do when we encounter such a powerful dark wizard? Fred suddenly raised his hand and asked loudly, "There should be few dark wizards in the magic world with such powerful power." Dracula glanced at Fred and sneered, "If you are really unlucky and encounter him, I suggest you not to resist and surrender directly." Listening to Dracula's words, Hermione, standing next to Harry, showed an incredible expression. "I was totally wrong," she murmured. "What's wrong?" Ron asked curiously. "There are still things you can say wrong. Not only is it wrong, but it is completely wrong." Hermione stretched out her hands to cover her face. "I used to think that Professor Dracula was a decent wizard, and his black magic would not be better than that of the dark wizard. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. He is clearly the most powerful dark wizard," Hermione said loudly. On the devastated duel stage, Dracula was still emphasizing the precautions for resisting the death curse. Although these little tricks can improve your chances of survival when facing the death curse, don't think that if you learn these things, you will be able to face the dark wizard. Dracula glanced at all the young wizards present, said coldly, "The prerequisite for being able to use these techniques is that you have enough responsiveness and a fast enough casting speed. If you can't stay calm when facing the dark wizard, think of the most appropriate spell casting technique as quickly as possible, and successfully cast it at the critical moment. Then all the knowledge you have learned today will be meaningless." To be honest, under the peaceful environment of the magic world, there is always a great danger lurking. I don't know which day a large number of dark wizards will sweep across the entire magic world. This is why I want to teach you about black magic today, the real purpose of the response method. Compared to successfully using the coping methods I taught you today in front of the dark wizard, I actually hope that all of you will never have the opportunity to use these methods. You are my first and only students so far. I sincerely hope that you will encounter less danger and live a good life in the magic world. Dracula sighed softly and turned his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall of the auditorium. It's getting late. Since this duel club session has been delayed for a few minutes and taken up everyone's rest time, all defense against the dark arts written assignments this week have been cancelled. Get out of class is over. Dracula didn't care what the students thought of this open class on defense against the dark arts, nor did he pay attention to those students who wanted to ask questions they didn't understand. He didn't even bother to care about the dueling platform that had been transformed beyond recognition. The moment he finished speaking and announced the end of Get Out of Class, he turned into a few flying bats and disappeared in the center of the auditorium. It was night, and the candles in the Hogwarts principal's office were quite bright. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk as always. Judging from his movements, he seemed to be dealing with some documents related to school operations, but his eyes were always wandering. Recommended, Shashu is really easy to use. Download it here. You can try it now. At a certain moment, Dumbledore's vision suddenly became focused. He raised his finger, and the window of the principal's office quietly opened a crack. The next moment, a silver-haired figure suddenly appeared at the window of the office, leaning against the bookcase by the window, looking at Dumbledore behind the desk. "You seem to have enjoyed your lecture today, Professor Dracula." Dumbledore looked up at the silver-haired figure with a teasing smile. "How about it? How do you feel about teaching dark magic to students? Don't blame others, Dumbledore." Dracula chuckled. "I didn't teach the students to use dark magic, I just taught them some ways to deal with dark magic." "I don't mean to blame you." Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "I'm just a little surprised by the last words you said, Professor Dracula. I feel it's not quite your style." "Really? Then tell me what my style is." Dracula raised his lips. "After what happened last semester when you gave yourself a day off without authorization, I almost thought I was going to recruit a new defense against the dark arts professor." Dumbledore spread his hands. "I thought Hogwarts was no longer here. I can't keep you, Lord Count." Who would have thought that our defense against the dark arts professor not only returned to school, he even seemed to have a greater sense of belonging than before he left school. What you just said seems to be from the perspective of a dedicated professor. "No longer regard myself as an outsider." Listening to Dumbledore's comments, Dracula fell silent. "But I'm not an outsider to begin with." After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Hogwarts is my territory. In March at Hogwarts, as soon as the catkins flutter, spring is undoubtedly coming. New shoots appeared on the thick or thin branches of the whomping willow, as if some new life was brewing. The ice on the Black Lake first cracked a few cracks, and then melted in the gradually warming spring breeze, turning into pieces of ice slag, floating on the still somewhat chilly lake. The lawn around the castle once again became emerald green, and the little wizards wearing thin wizard robes were playing on the lawn. After the Christmas vacation, after just over 2 months of classes at Hogwarts, the Easter vacation came. Unlike the Christmas holidays when families reunite, few little wizards choose to go home during the Easter holidays. This is because this holiday is not long in the first place, and most young wizards are not worthy of traveling across the long distance from Scotland to England to go home. In addition, Easter is very close to the final exam week in June. Professors often assign a lot of homework during the Easter holiday to prevent these young people with little self-control from playing crazy throughout the holiday and forgetting to study. Whenever there is a lot of homework like this, the little wizards who originally complained about Professor Dracula because of the devil's training began to remember his goodness and hoped that every professor would be like Professor Dracula. No way, if every professor arranges devil training like Professor Dracula, wouldn't they die of exhaustion in school? So the young wizards made a decision, believing that the professors at Hogwarts would be best served by the casual Professor Dracula who assigns homework, the rigorous Professor McGonagall who demarcates the examination scope, and the affable Professor Sprout who teaches. The tireless Professor Flitwick accompanied the practice. As for Professor Snape, well, don't do it. During the Easter holiday, Harry and other second-grade students had new things to think about. They should take third-grade courses. This matter, at least in Hermione's opinion, needs to be treated with caution. This will affect our entire future, Hermione said to Harry and Ron very seriously in the Gryffindor common room. At this time, they were all sitting on the sofa in the lounge, studying the list of new courses carefully and making notes on it. I just want to give up potions class, Harry said bitterly. Ever since he and Snape had eased their relationship at the end of the last school year and ended up having a falling out, Harry had no idea how to face the potions professor who had saved him but was always against him. After entering the second year, Snape even began to target Harry even more intensely. If Gryffindor was not deducted more than 20 points in any potions class in which Harry participated, it would count as a penalty. It was Snape's conscience who discovered it. Impossible, Ron said in a low mood. You have to take all the original subjects, otherwise Neville would have abandoned the potions class long ago. He glanced at Neville, who was sitting not far away. Neville is also a big point deductor from Gryffindor in potions class. Snape found that he was really clumsy with potions, so he spent part of every lesson focusing on Harry and looking at Neville, always ready to find reasons from him to deduct points from Gryffindor. But potions class is very important, Hermione said in surprise. Whether you want to be an Auror in the future, or you want to embark on a path such as a pharmacist or a healer, potions are a must. An indispensable course. According to this attitude, I think Neville definitely doesn't plan to choose these careers. Ron shrugged and said, I guess Neville will choose a job related to herbalism. He is in Sprout. The professor was the most positive in her herbal medicine class. Ever since Neville Longbottom experienced Dracula's defense against the dark arts open class in the auditorium, his personality seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. Originally, even in the herbal medicine class where Neville was best at it, he rarely raised his hand to speak because of his introversion. But after that open class on defense against the dark arts, Neville became very enthusiastic. Whenever Professor Sprout asked a question he was familiar with, he would immediately raise his hand, and even took away a lot of money because of it. Points that originally belonged to Hermione. Not only that, he also became active in other classes, at least willing to raise his hand to answer questions he could answer. Of course, Snape's potions class is still the hardest hit area for Neville. His fear of the potions professor cannot be resolved by a few words of enlightenment from Dracula. At this moment, Neville was sitting in the Gryffindor common room, just like Harry, Ron, and Hermione, picking out electives for their third years. The wizards and witches at home wrote to him one after another, giving him many different suggestions on course selection. Neville's phobia of choice broke out. He felt a little at a loss and extremely nervous. He sat there looking at the course list, with a troubled face, and asked others if they thought arithmetic divination sounded more difficult to learn than ancient magic texts. The young wizard sitting next to Neville is Dean Thomas, who, like Harry, grew up around muggles. The little wizard really didn't know how to choose a course. Finally, he closed his eyes and used his wand to click randomly on the list, saying, I will choose whoever the little rooster clicks on. Which course did you choose? A book-chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend I've known for 10 years. It's so easy to use. I rely on it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed by reading and listening to books. You can download it here. Among the young wizards in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was probably the calmest. She didn't follow anyone's advice and signed all the subjects. After almost everyone had chosen their courses, Harry still hadn't moved the quill in his hand. Harry always felt that there was nothing he was really good at except defense against the dark arts. Between the 5 elective courses of divination, care of magical creatures, muggle studies, arithmancy and ancient runes, he can't make a decision at all. Percy Weiss noticed his hesitation and eagerly came over to teach him through words and deeds. It depends on where you want to go, Harry. He said, you must plan for the future early, so I recommend the divination class to you. This class can provide certain reference for your future. Besides that, students say it's stupid to take Muggle studies courses, but I personally think wizards should have a thorough understanding of non-magical society, especially if they want to work in fields that have close ties to Muggles. As for work, look at my father, he has to deal with Muggle affairs all the time. My brother Charlie has always loved being outdoors, so he chose care of magical creatures, and he later went to work at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. So play to your strengths, Harry. Percy patted Harry on the shoulder and encouraged. After Percy left, Harry thought for a long time alone and felt that apart from defense against the dark arts, the only thing he was really good at was Quidditch. Why is there no Quidditch elective course? He sighed in distress as he lay on the table. Finally, he took Ron's course selection list and filled in the same elective courses as him. Harry felt that even if he didn't choose well enough and chose several courses that were very difficult to learn, at least there was one person willing to help him in a friendly way. The two of them could copy each other. No, share the homework? Speaking of Quidditch, Harry remembered that Gryffindor's next Quidditch match was against Hufflepuff. Wood, captain of the Gryffindor team, insisted that his players train every day. Because there is a dual club meeting before dinner every night from Monday to Friday, Wood arranged the daily training after dinner, allowing the team members to endure the exhaustion after the dual practice, and then continue playing Quidditch after dinner. Strange devil training. Wood euphemistically called it enhancing the players' physical fitness and endurance and improving their ability to deal with protracted battles. Therefore, Harry and other members of the Gryffindor team have little time to do anything else except participating in dueling clubs, Quidditch training, and completing homework. But this kind of high-intensity training is not without its benefits. The team members were becoming more and more comfortable and understanding in Quidditch training, and Harry's originally thin physique due to not having a good meal at the Dursleys gradually became more angular. As he walked to his dormitory to put down his broomsticks the night before the Saturday match, he felt that Gryffindor had never been more certain to win the Quidditch Cup. Early the next morning, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The pleasant breeze gently blew the surface of the lake where the ice had completely melted, causing slight ripples in the water. It's the most ideal weather for a Quidditch game, Wood said enthusiastically at the Gryffindor table, while adding a lot of scrambled eggs to each team member's plate. Harry, cheer up, you need a good breakfast. As the biggest contributor to the Gryffindor Quidditch team winning the Quidditch Cup last school year, Harry was favored by Wood to a great extent. This was clearly reflected in the fact that he only added 2 extra points to most of the other players. A piece of scrambled eggs, but 4 more for Harry. That's not fair, Wood. Fred and George protested, this is naked partiality. There was only an extra piece of scrambled egg on each of their plates. You can add your own eggs. Wood glanced at the twins, and then once again engaged in a heated discussion with Harry about today's Quidditch tactics. After the meal, Harry walked quickly to Gryffindor House, picked up his Nimbus 2000, and joined the bustling crowd rushing to the Quidditch pitch. The overall strength of Hufflepuff's Quidditch team is slightly worse than ours, but their seeker, Cedric Diggory, is not weak. Wood squeezed through the crowd and continued to play. Harry kept talking in his ear, Harry, all you have to do is keep an eye on Cedric and catch the golden snitch before he does. Harry nodded in response and looked around, trying to find a figure. That figure was also a seeker of the Quidditch team. As he gradually approached the tall auditorium of the Quidditch pitch, Harry stopped in his tracks. He saw a very beautiful Asian girl with long, waterfall-like black hair, holding a broom in her hand. The gentle bookishness that was originally lingering around her became more apparent against the background of the broomstick. Full of heroic spirit. In Harry's ears, Wood's voice seemed to disappear, and all his eyes were focused on the beautiful girl. Autumn Jong. Harry met this beautiful girl at the end of the last school year, when Professor Dracula awarded amulets to the top students in the defense against the dark arts class of the first 3 years. Later, when I went to inquire about the content of the defense against the dark arts class, I deliberately pretended to have met by chance and chatted with Chu Jong once. However, before the two of them could say a few words, Professor Dracula suddenly appeared and interrupted his good deeds with great interest. From then on, he never dared to say a word to Chu Jong. But Harry would subconsciously look for Cho Chang on any occasion and in any place in Hogwarts. After confirming her presence, he would hide far away, and even pull Ron next to him to block his sight to avoid being discovered by her. If Chu Jong hadn't noticed his gaze, Harry would have stared at her for a long time. He didn't know what to look at, but he just couldn't get enough of it. If he is discovered, he will immediately turn his head away and his face will turn red. In addition, Harry also remembered the places where Chu Jong often appeared, and he would pay special attention to that special location until Chu Jong appeared. Harry had full confidence in this Quidditch match. He felt that the Gryffindor team had never been so sure of winning the Quidditch Cup. So Harry's heart was ready to stir again. He wanted to walk over to Chu Jong and say a few words to her, asking her to cheer for the Gryffindor team, and asking her to pay attention to the moment when she caught the golden snitch and looked so heroic. But Harry couldn't move. Harry? Harry. Wood's rough hands shook back and forth in front of his face full of anxiety. You've been standing here for a long time, is there something wrong? After a while, Harry's eyes finally focused, and he turned his head blankly to look at Wood beside him. What's wrong, Oliver? He asked. Why are you still asking about me? Wood said anxiously, you suddenly stopped moving here. I have no idea what's wrong with you. Oh, I'm fine, Oliver. Harry quickly explained, I just thought of something suddenly. That's good, that's good. Wood breathed a sigh of relief, let's go to the stadium together. Don't dare to think like this suddenly during the game. Wait a minute. Harry shook his head and refused to go to the Quidditch pitch with Wood. I still have something to do. You go ahead. I will definitely be there before the game. Wood looked at Harry suspiciously, fearing that he would suddenly run away alone before the game. You must come here on time, he warned Harry repeatedly. Don't worry, Harry assured, patting his chest. After driving away Wood, Harry breathed a long sigh of relief, and then immediately looked anxiously towards where Chu Jong was just now. Fortunately, the Ravenclaw girl has not left yet, still standing there with the broom in her hand. Harry looked at her, and suddenly there was a strange spasm in his heart, as if he missed a step when going downstairs, beating very fast. Seeing that the Quidditch match was about to start, he gritted his teeth, held his breath as if he was ready to die, and walked to Chu Zhang's side. Harry Potter. Chu Jong looked at Harry who was moving towards her with a troubled face, and looked at him curiously. What do you want from me? Harry faltered. He desperately wanted to speak out and have Cho Chang cheer for him and the Gryffindor team, but he couldn't. Or maybe the two of us can discuss things like Quidditch seekers, and we'll have something in common. Harry cheered himself up. Chu Jong stood there, looking at him with a confused expression. Finally, Harry gritted his teeth again and uttered an incoherent sentence, without even having time to pronounce the words correctly. Today, the ball game? Cheer for me. I'm sorry, what did you say? Chu Jong didn't understand what he said. I mean, today is our Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, can you? Harry finally organized his words clearly and said. However, at this moment, a tall, straight and handsome figure walked over from the edge of the arena. Harry, what a coincidence. The figure also walked to Chu Zhang's side and said hello to Harry. Today is a competition between our two colleges. How are you preparing? Cedric, why are you here? Harry asked in surprise. But before he finished asking, he suddenly saw Chu Zhang's cheeks blushing slightly, and she excitedly handed the broom in her hand to Cedric's hand. Is this broom Cedric's? Why did Cho Chang keep the broom for Cedric? What is the relationship between the two of them? Harry's words were stuck in his throat, and many strange questions ran through his mind. This feeling is really weird. A minute ago, he felt that his internal organs were squirming like a snake, and now suddenly, he felt as if he had no internal organs at all. What's wrong with you, Harry? Cedric asked concerned. Are you okay? Do you need to postpone the game? Although you, Gryffindor, were the defending champions last school year, we Hufflepuffs will not be willing to play against you when you have physical problems. In that case, even if you win, it will be in vain. Harry felt empty inside and shook his head in confusion. I'm fine, thank you, he said softly, turned around and left the scene. Harry had no idea how he ended up in the Gryffindor dressing room. As he changed into a bright red robe in the locker room, his only solace was that everyone was outside watching the game. Chu Jong is also there. The players walked onto the field amid earth-shaking cheers. Harry rode his broom up into the sky and saw Chu Zhang's figure in the audience very keenly. In her hand she held Hufflepuff's yellow flag. Harry's guts came back. It seemed to him that they had been filled with lead. All. Ms. Huoqi's whistle sounded. Before Harry regained consciousness, he instinctively flew up to the top of the Quidditch pitch, looking for traces of the golden snitch. At this moment, he saw Cedric's tall figure quickly flying into the sky, and nodded to him in a friendly manner. Looking at Cedric's handsome face, Harry was rarely distracted during the Quidditch match. In fact, he originally liked Cedric. Cedric is the seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, sharing the same position as Harry, but Harry is not as hostile to this theoretical opponent as he is to Draco Malfoy. This is because Cedric is a very friendly person, and his Hufflepuff team also attaches great importance to sportsmanship. Every game is upright. If you lose, and if you win, you win. Unlike those who like to foul and cheat, the Slytherin team formed a very sharp contrast. This also earned the Hufflepuff team a pretty good reputation. As the seeker and soul of the Hufflepuff team, Cedric is the best candidate to be the captain of the team next year. He has attracted much attention from others both on and off the playing field. Not only that, his grades have always been excellent, no worse than Hermione and Percy, and he has better popularity than them. Who can dislike this big boy who is handsome, friendly, cheerful, has excellent grades and is humble and low-key? But after seeing Cho Chang keeping a broom for Cedric outside the Quidditch pitch and cheering for Hufflepuff on the pitch, Harry suddenly changed his mind. He forced himself to recognize Cedric as a useless pretty boy who only relies on his appearance to please girls. Harry, what are you doing? Wood's voice suddenly came from below, his voice mixed with annoyance. Have you completely forgotten the tactics we rehearsed? What did you do when it was time for you to come off the field and cooperate? Harry suddenly woke up and looked towards the center of the arena. Fred, George, Angelina, and 5 other people were seen lined up in a trapezoidal array, looking at him with unsightly expressions. Harry was shocked. He looked back at the scoreboard in the commentary box and saw that the Hufflepuff team had scored its first 10 points since the start of the game in a very short time. Before the game started, Harry was only preoccupied with chatting with Chu Jong. Harry did not have time to participate in the Gryffindor team's routine tactical review before the game, and forgot about the previously discussed tactics. By the way, it is currently the best app for reading and listening to books. Install the latest version. He had only just remembered that the Gryffindor team had carefully rehearsed a formation for this game and had the Seeker join in, just to quickly score points in the early stages of the game and establish an advantage early. But now the advantage is taken by Hufflepuff first. This formation is actually not a trapezoid composed of the current 5 people, but a complete triangle composed of 6 people, among the 7 players, except for the goalkeeper Wood, who needs to defend the goal. Everyone else is on the field. The 3 chaser girls are arranged on the 3 sides of the triangle and pass the ball to each other in coordination. 2 batters, 1 seeker, and 3 boys are located at the 3 corners of the triangle, taking care of each other and protecting the quaffle in the hands of the 3 chasers. However, because Harry failed to keep up with the team's rhythm, the remaining 5 team members could only form a trapezoid, which was equivalent to a corner of the triangle being cut off, exposing the 2 chasers at the corner of the trapezoid. Therefore, the Hufflepuff players quickly found the opportunity to intercept the quaffle in the hands of the Gryffindor team, and broke through the back of the Gryffindor field without any hindrance to complete the game. The first goal? I'm sorry, everyone. I just didn't notice. Harry didn't know how to explain, so he could only silently fly to his teammates and apologize humbly. Next, Harry joined Gryffindor's special formation. However, the first failed cooperation had already made the Hufflepuff players see the usefulness of this triangle formation, and Cedric immediately flew back from the sky to cooperate with his teammates. The original surprise effect of this formation was easily negated. Next, the result of the game showed a one-sided situation. Harry was absent-minded the whole time. Whenever he wanted to focus on finding the traces of the golden snitch, the image of Cho Chang cheering for Cedric would appear in front of his eyes. On the contrary, Cedric's mental state is getting better and better. Just an hour later, Cedric deceived Harry with a risky fake move before Harry could react, then instantly rose into the sky and caught the golden snitch in his hands. Do-do-do. Ms. Hooch's whistle blew, which also pronounced the death sentence for the Gryffindor team. Hufflepuff won the game with a huge score of 230-40. Commentator Lee Jordan announced Hufflepuff's victory with a disappointed tone, then dropped the microphone and left the commentator's seat. Professor McGonagall, who originally looked expectant, also shook his head and walked down the steps on the side of the auditorium. Don't blame them for being disappointed. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It's really because the Gryffindor team was too confident before the game. Everyone they met was eager to tell them about their team's recent training results. Fred and George even secretly opened a bet and paid a huge price to beat Gryffindor to victory. This time the two self-proclaimed gambling saints of Hogwarts may lose everything. In addition, everyone can actually see that in this game, Harry, as the Seeker and the biggest contributor last year, was obviously out of shape, and could not find what he should do throughout the game. This made all Gryffindor supporters feel that the loss in this game was unfair. On the green of the Quidditch pitch, Harry stood in the middle of the Gryffindor Quidditch team members with a look of shame on his face. Fred and George hugged each other and cried loudly, mourning the galleons they had lost. Angelina Johnson and the other three Chaser girls looked at the youngest player on the team with concern or confusion. They didn't know what happened to him to make him fall like this. A big chain. I'm sorry, losing this game is all my fault. Harry looked at his toes in a depressed tone and said in a disappointed tone, Harry, what's wrong with you today? Wood put his hands on his hips and scolded him angrily. Your condition was not quite right before the game, and you were even more dizzy after you came to the stadium. This is not right. At your level, Harry. It can be seen that Wood was very angry at losing this game that was already a sure thing. But seeing that Harry's mood was a bit strange, he resisted not getting angry, and instead could only be depressed and concerned about his condition. I'm fine, Wood. Harry shook his head and prevaricated, maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Let me go back and have a good sleep, okay? Wood held his breath in his throat, wanting to say some lessons and words of warning to Harry. But looking at his heavy expression, Wood finally shook his head helplessly, said nothing, and led Harry towards the Gryffindor team's locker room. At this moment, members of the Hufflepuff team came over wearing black and yellow uniforms. Cedric greeted the Gryffindor players from a distance. Hey, how's Harry doing? He asked with concern. We can all see that he's not feeling well today. Is he sick? The captain of the Hufflepuff team also nodded, walked out of the team and said, if it is caused by force majeure, then our victory in this game will obviously be lost. How about we jointly propose a rematch to Ms. Huochi? What do you think? If you lose, you lose. We are not a team like Slytherin that cannot afford to lose. Wood stepped forward and hugged the captain of the Hufflepuff team. We appreciate your kindness. He and the captain of the Hufflepuff team are good friends in themselves, and they will not get into a quarrel because of the winning or losing of a game. But you have to be careful next time, we won't lose again. Wood hit Captain Hufflepuff on the shoulder with his fist. Okay, we're waiting for you. Captain Hufflepuff smiled. While the captains of the two teams were talking, Cedric in the crowd looked at Harry, noticed his downcast expression, and frowned slightly. Are you really okay, Harry? He walked to Harry and asked with concern, your performance today is not at all like the level you played in previous games. If you are sick, just tell us, it's okay. Harry opened his mouth, intending to give Cedric a casual answer just like he did to Wood and the others. However, when he raised his head, he found that Chujong was holding the yellow flag of Hufflepuff in her hand, and she was flying towards the members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, with her long, silky black hair beating behind her, standing like a lively swallow. It's obvious that Cho Chang is looking for Cedric, not Harry Potter, the savior in everyone's eyes. Harry's face turned red. He thought that it was because of him that Gryffindor lost this game. He thought that he lost this game to the handsome and outstanding Cedric. He thought that he was probably just a dispensable person in the eyes of Chujong. Passers-by. I'm fine. I don't need your false concern. He suddenly shouted emotionally. Then, Harry carried his Nimbus 2000, and without even having time to change out of his uniform, he ran towards Hogwarts Castle like flying before Chujong arrived. Everyone present looked at Harry's performance in stunned silence, feeling very unreal in their hearts. Isn't Harry's character modest, docile, and conformable? How could he be so impulsive and impolite like today? Fred and George, who finally stopped crying, saw this scene, walked up to Cedric, and hugged his shoulders familiarly. Cedric, Harry is a little out of control today, please don't take it to heart. Fred said, he's not usually like this. I'm fine. Cedric shook his head. Harry is still young, so it's normal for him to be unable to control his emotions sometimes. But Harry's performance today reminded me of one thing. At this time, George, who was standing next to the two of them, showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that at the end of the last school year, Harry was like this. He lost his temper. Could it be said that he started it again? Of course, George would never have thought that the last time Harry lost his temper was because of Riddle's subtle changes, which was influenced by external forces. This time is the manifestation of his own emotional out of control, which mainly stems from the restlessness of adolescence. In fact, Harry's sadness was not entirely because the object of his admiration was getting along well with other people, but more because of his sympathy and pity for his own situation. This is a trouble unique to young people. Summer has quietly arrived at Hogwarts Castle, bringing with it bright sunshine and warm weather. The sky, like the lake, turned into a light blue with purple light. The curtains in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom were tightly drawn, not a trace of sunlight filtering in from the outside world. In the classroom, the little wizards were sitting upright, staring straight at the front of the classroom, looking at the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor standing on the podium and the blackboard filled with content. They did not dare to relax or slack off at all, for fear that if the professor is in a bad mood, he will drag them to practical training. However, there was a little wizard who seemed a little absent-minded, which was in sharp contrast to the eager learning atmosphere of the students around him. Mr. Potter-Dracula suddenly put down the wand in his hand and looked at the absent-minded little wizard with an unkind expression. Can you please answer what I just told everyone? Harry opened his eyes blankly and looked at Dracula's smiling face. His thoughts had drifted to nowhere, and all he could think about was Chu-Jong. Guess what class the little Ravenclaw witch is taking now? Are you busy with classwork in 3rd grade? Will he go out with Cedric again? It was precisely because of thinking about these messy contents that Harry completely failed to hear what Professor Dracula said in class. I just said. He stood up unsteadily and looked at Ron next to him in panic. Ron reluctantly spread his hands to Harry. Just because he was thinking about what to eat for lunch, he stopped keeping up with the progress of this class at all. At this time, as if aware of Harry's embarrassment, Hermione in the front row covered her mouth with a notebook and quietly passed the message to Harry. Spider, curse, she said in an inaudible voice. Harry didn't hear what Hermione was saying at all, so he prolonged his tone and delayed answering the question, hoping that Hermione could understand what he meant. Let me think about it. The smartest little witch in the 2nd grade really understood Harry's intention, and also knew that it would be difficult to hear the message conveyed through breath, so she picked up a quill and wrote a few large letters in her notebook. However, just as Hermione was about to stand up the notebook so that Harry could see the letters on it, Dracula on the podium suddenly waved. Hermione's notebook instantly flew off the desk and fell directly into Dracula's hands. Miss Granger, it doesn't matter that you usually answer questions so actively. Today I finally gave another student a chance. Isn't it inappropriate for you to think about answering for him? Dracula looked at the big letters on the notebook and said with a chuckle. Hermione was so ashamed that she covered her face and lay on the desk, never wanting to help Harry again. When Harry saw this scene, he immediately realized that no one else could help him. And he also knows that even if someone is willing to help him, they will be exposed instantly by Professor Dracula, who seems to be omnipotent, so there is really no need to implicate other people. So he took a deep breath and resignedly spelled out the 2 words spider and curse he just heard from Hermione, and randomly added a reasonably suitable word in the middle, hoping to get lucky. Right. You just said the spider cleansing charm, Professor, he said with a look of death. Dracula stared at him and suddenly sneered. Are you so good at defense against the dark arts that you created a spell yourself, Mr. Potter? He teased in a nonchalant manner, or are you not paying attention to the class at all? This is basically what you learned from Miss Granger. Where is the incomplete spell name you heard? Professor, I really listened to the lecture, but I just forgot what the word in the middle was when I was nervous. Harry still wanted to quibble. However, Dracula suddenly slammed the desk, instantly interrupting Harry's words. Take a good look at the blackboard, Potter. He picked up his wand and tapped a certain location on the blackboard. If you listen even a little bit to this lesson, you won't say the spider cleaning curse such an outrageous spell name. Look carefully at what's written here. You're telling me that you're going to be so nervous that you forget the words in the middle of a question that can be answered just by reading it. Dracula squinted at the audience, his eyes full of disgust. Harry looked blankly at where Professor Dracula's wand was pointing, and the next moment, his eyes widened. Spider repelling spell, he said to the spell on the blackboard. Well, now do you realize how interesting what you just did is? Dracula was still a little angry at first, but looking at Harry's confused expression, he actually laughed with interest. Then, he looked at Hermione, who was still burying her face in her hands. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter didn't hear what was just said in class. Please repeat what I just said. When Hermione's name was called, she had to lift her face from her hands, turned her head and glared at Harry angrily. The spider expelling spell is a special spell to deal with spiders. When you encounter dangerous magical animals like spiders in the wild, you can use the spider expelling spell to drive them away. Even though she still had some complaints against Harry, Hermione still professionally repeated what Dracula had said before. After hearing what Hermione said, Harry frowned and looked at Ron. The meaning on his face was clear. Is it possible that Ron is no longer afraid of spiders? How could he even miss such a spell? Do you understand what Miss Granger retells to you, Potter? After Hermione finished reciting the contents of the spider banishing spell, Dracula asked. Professor, I understand. Harry nodded quickly and said, I'm sorry to delay your lecture. You can continue. He urged Dracula to continue teaching without leaving a trace, thinking to himself, maybe Professor Dracula would teach for a while and forget about the punishment for being distracted in class. However, he did not realize that Professor Dracula, who was admitted to be petty, would obviously not just forget about the punishment for not paying attention in class. Potter, you don't seem to be doing very well in the past 2 months. Dracula suddenly thought of some interesting punishment methods and said to Harry with a smile, I'm curious about what interesting things happened recently, want to share it with everyone. Harry immediately shook his head in refusal. His secret has always been hidden deep in his heart, and he has not even told it to his best friends Ron and Hermione. How could he be willing to tell this matter to his classmates from the 2 colleges? You don't want to say so? I won't force you. Dracula nodded casually. When did Professor Dracula become so easy to talk to? Harry was stunned for a moment. However, Dracula's next words brought Harry's understanding of him back to its original position. There is still a punishment for being distracted in class. If all of you are distracted and don't listen carefully, then where will I put my face? Dracula said casually, I will give you 2 options below. You can choose either one. Choose one of them as your punishment. The first one, your written assignments this semester, as well as practical assignments outside the course, will be quadrupled. Harry swallowed. Professor Dracula usually doesn't assign much written homework, so doubling the homework is not difficult. The penalty for doubling the homework is the lightest, even if it is quadrupled. What gave Harry a headache was not this, but the practical assignment. Practical homework, as the name suggests, is homework that must be completed by hands-on practice. When used in defense against the dark arts classes, it is homework that requires fighting. Now, Hogwarts has a dueling club hosted by Dracula, and many practical tasks are linked to the arrangements of the dueling club. Sometimes, Dracula would ask students to complete practical assignments for defense against the dark arts classes in the duel club. For example, only use a specific spell during a duel, or successfully defend against the opponent's attack during a duel, or use flexible movement to dodge a certain number of attacks. Practical assignments like this are not too difficult to complete as long as you pay more attention every day in the duel club, so few people will complain about it. However, if it were quadrupled, things would look very different. In other words, every time Harry wanted to complete his homework, he had to have 4 duels in the duel club, and each one had special restrictions? What about the second option? He still had a sense of luck. The second option is to share in front of your classmates the reason why your recent performance in class has been so bad. Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Remember not to make up lies to fool us. I know exactly what you said. Is it the truth or a lie? I choose the first choice. Harry said decisively. If you had to say something so embarrassing in front of your classmates, you would definitely be socially dead, right? This is so embarrassing. Are you sure? Dracula's smile became calmer. I'm sure. Harry said without any hesitation. Okay then. Dracula smacked his lips with regret. I will arrange the duels for you tonight. You are not allowed to leave until the 4 duels are over. By the time Harry returned to his dormitory at night, he was completely exhausted. After 4 high-intensity duels with others in the duel club, he had just finished his meal and didn't take a 2-minute break before being dragged by Wood to the Quidditch pitch for another wave of Quidditch training. After the training, Harry felt that my whole body is gone. Harry, are you okay? Ron looked at his best friend who fell heavily on the bed and asked with concern, It's true Wood, you are so tired and he asked you to participate in Quidditch. Train. Harry didn't want to move a finger. He lay on the bed and hummed in response, I feel pretty good, at least for now, I can't die. Then you should take a good rest. I hope you can be as optimistic as you are today when your whole body is sore tomorrow. Ron looked at him sympathetically. By the way, Professor Dracula said that you should turn 4 times in your practical assignments. How many days will it last? How many days? Harry covered his face with a pillow and wailed in pain. Didn't you hear during class? Professor Dracula said 1 semester. A whole semester. Ron jumped up from the bed. How dare Professor Dracula say that? Does he want the first person in Hogwarts to be tired from doing defense against the dark arts practical assignments? Dead student. Why would Professor Dracula care if I am exhausted? Harry lamented. He just wants to have his own fun, but I didn't give him the chance to have my fun. Well, it's really true when you think about it. Ron's eyes showed pity. Then please express your condolences. At this moment, there was a weak knock on the door of the bedroom. Who is it? Ron shouted toward the door. No need to knock, just come in. After he finished shouting, he complained to Harry, I have told others many times, just open the door and come in when you come to our dormitory. There is no need to knock, and I don't know who has a long memory. Harry didn't have the energy to reply, so he could only raise his fingers casually. Just then, Ron's cry caught Harry's attention. Ginny. Ron's voice was full of surprise. You shouldn't be here. This is the boys' dormitory. Harry struggled to raise his head from the bed and saw a little witch carrying a basket standing beside the bedroom door that had been pushed open. The little witch, like her brother, has fiery red hair and cute little freckles on her face. She was petite and had the same bright brown eyes as Mrs. Molly Weasley. Ginny is the youngest child in the West family, and she is also the most favored one. She is much more favored than Ron, the youngest boy who is bullied by his brothers and ignored by his parents. Well, maybe even Harry, an outsider, is more favored than Ron at Wes's house. Hermione told me that Gryffindor girls can enter the boys' dormitory. Ginny seemed a little nervous when she came to the boys' dormitory for the first time, but she still forced herself to show a calm expression, so I don't be afraid to come over and give it a try. Speaking of this, I have always been very angry. Ron said gloomily, I don't know who made the rules. Girls can enter the boys' dormitory, but boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory. This is not fair. This is because the founder of Gryffindor believed that boys are less trustworthy than girls, so he made this rule. Ginny walked into the dormitory carrying the basket and imitated Hermione's tone. Mr. Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor, is a man himself. Even he thinks this way, which proves how untrustworthy you boys are. At this point, Harry felt that he could no longer pretend to be dead, so he sat up and leaned on the head of the bed, making himself sit in a decent posture so as not to lose face in front of the girls. Ginny, is it really Gryffindor who said that? Harry asked. I always feel that it is a bit unreasonable to set rules like this. After all, you know, I am also a boy. Harry, I didn't mean to say that you are untrustworthy. Ginny's face suddenly turned red as if she had just seen Harry. No matter how bad other men are, you are the most trustworthy one. Ginny, why don't you also evaluate your brother? Ron saw that Ginny thought too highly of Harry, and he was very confident that he wanted to get the same evaluation from his sister. You. Ginny glanced sideways at Ron. Why don't you have any self-awareness, Ron? Ron's eyes widened. What do you mean, Ginny? Why is Harry trustworthy, but I don't know myself? Who is your brother? Ginny ignored him and turned her back to him, looking at Harry with a rosy face. Harry, I heard that you had 4 duels with others and went to Quidditch training after the duels, right? She asked softly. Well, yes. Harry was a little confused and didn't know what Ginny meant by this. What do you want from me, Ginny? Actually, it's nothing important. Ginny's face turned even redder, almost matching the color of her hair. It's just, I guess you must be very weak now after such a large amount of exercise, and you may need some food to replenish energy. I happened to meet Luna at the stairs leading to the basement level. She was with Rolf Scamander of Hufflepuff, so I asked Tuscamander to help me go to the kitchen to make an extra order. Food. Only then did Harry realize what was in the basket that Ginny was carrying when she came in, and subconsciously looked at the basket. I saw that the basket was covered with a thick layer of cotton cloth, which should be used to preserve the heat of the food. The cotton cloth bulged outwards, and it could be seen that it should be filled with food, making the basket look heavy. I brought milk, eggs, cheese and fresh fruits. These foods are best for supplementing nutrition after strenuous exercise. Ginny reached out and untied the cotton covering the basket, held the handle of the basket with both hands, and handed it to Harry. Harry, can you take a look and see if it's what you like? If you don't like it, I can. Please go to the kitchen and get some others, Tuscamander. Ginny looked into Harry's green eyes, with a worried expression on her face. Oh, this is too troublesome for you, Ginny. Harry stood up quickly and said, not caring how tired he was, thank you so much, I like them all. He took the basket full of food from Ginny, and was a little surprised, because the food in the basket happened to be what he liked to eat. Harry looked at Ginny, but found that something didn't look right on her face. Hey, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? I'm fine. Ginny retracted her hand from the handle of the basket as if she was electrocuted. Her face was now redder than her fiery red hair. Harry then noticed that in order to take the basket, he also held his hand on the handle of the basket, and inadvertently touched Ginny's hand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He apologized quickly. Ginny's cheeks were hot, and she seemed to be blushing so much that she couldn't speak. She just shook her head vigorously. Her fiery red hair swayed behind her like a cluster of bright spring flowers. Hey, Ginny, why are you just bringing food to Harry? Ron came over, looked at Ginny suspiciously, stretched out his hand and asked, where's mine? You didn't fight 4 duels in one day, and you didn't participate in Quidditch training. Why should I bring you food? Ginny glanced at Ron, and don't you usually eat enough? I don't want a fat brother. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old book chasing tool, used by all old bookworms. When talking to her brother, her confidence as the Weasley family's favorite suddenly returned. Walter F. Ron's curse words almost blurted out, but in Ginny's expression of I want to tell mother, she finally swallowed the curse words. After I can beat Fred and George, I must make them look good. It's all because these 2 people have been making fun of me all day long, and they actually led you into trouble, he said cursingly. Don't worry, you will never be able to beat Fred and George in your life. Ginny's words were like a knife stabbing into Ron's shoulder. There are no wizards in our family who are more talented in fighting than these 2. Ron. After Ginny left, Harry, Ron and 3 other roommates sat together for a late-night snack. There was a lot of food in the basket and it was so rich that one person couldn't finish it all. So although Ginny didn't intend to bring the food to her brother, Ron still got the food with other roommates. Ginny has admired you since she was a child. Harry, well, in fact, there are very few little wizards in the wizarding world who don't admire you. Ron mumbled to Harry with his mouth full of cheese. We all grew up on the stories of the boy who lived. But Ginny is a little different. After meeting you, the rest of us will gradually turn our childhood admiration into friendship between friends. Do you understand what I mean? He finally swallowed the food in his mouth, then said. Harry nodded. But what's different from us is that when Ginny grew up and saw you, instead of treating you as a friend like us, she started to worship you even more. Ron said, my mother told us that since she met you at King's Cross last year, Ginny's been talking about you all year since meeting you at the station. But I don't deserve to be worshipped like this. Harry put down the fork holding the banana pieces in his hand and said in a daze, I have no idea how Voldemort was defeated by me. Ignoring the horrified expressions on his 4 roommates' faces when they heard Voldemort's name, he continued, I'm just an ordinary little wizard. I can't even win a simple Quidditch match. How can I be worthy of Ginny? How about worshipping like this? Don't say that, Harry, you're number 1 in defense against the dark arts. Neville was embarrassed to eat what Ginny brought to Harry, so he took a small piece of apple and gnawed it for a long time. That alone is enough. It's so much beyond me and I've always been envious. Harry didn't respond, just shook his head with a sad face. Others didn't know about Riddle's diary, but that didn't mean that Harry himself couldn't recognize himself. He always thought that he got first place in the defense against the dark arts final exam last year because of Riddle's tutoring. Otherwise, the amulet made by Professor Dracula should belong to Hermione. Harry, you're fine, you're the heart and soul of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Ron's mouth was filled with something again, and he patted Harry's shoulder while chewing and said, Previous you are just not in good condition in this game, just win the next game and you will be fine. All the little wizards are very confident in Harry, after all, he is the youngest seeker in the history of Hogwarts. But things didn't go as smoothly as other little wizards expected. Even though Harry gradually adjusted to his condition in the following terms, he still lost the next Quidditch match. In fact, Harry himself had already anticipated this. This was because the game was between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. As the seeker of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Autumnjong has been involved in all of Harry's thoughts from the beginning of the game. Because of this, the Gryffindor team, the youngest seeker in the history of Hogwarts, would look at the opposite seeker's position from time to time during the game. It was not to observe the opponent's movements, nor to prevent the golden snitch from being caught near the opponent's seeker, but just to take a look at Chu Zhang's beautiful face. Throughout the game, as a seeker, Harry was not so much looking for the golden snitch as he was looking for Cho Chang. Even with such a lack of focus, Harry actually still had a chance to help Gryffindor win the game. Because he cared too much about Ravenclaw's seeker, even though he had never seriously looked for the golden snitch, the moment Chu Zhang discovered the golden snitch, he reacted instantly and drove his broom to chase after him. Chu Zhang's flying speed was not very fast. Under Harry's pursuit, she quickly caught up and flew to a position shoulder to shoulder with her. Harry hesitated, however. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, is not an avid Quidditch fan like Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, and would not buy a new broom for the seeker as a gift. Therefore, the broomstick used by Chu Zhang is still the Comet 260, which is the most common one in the team, and it was unknown how many years ago, while Harry's broom is the Nimbus 2000, which is only one generation behind the latest Nimbus 2001. The speed difference between the two broomsticks is as huge as a sports car and a tractor. In addition, Chu Zhang's flying talent is obviously not as good as Harry, who inherited excellent genes, so even though she went to school a year earlier than Harry, her flying skills are still inferior to him. With the two conditions combined, Harry could even come from behind to surpass Chu Zhang and catch the golden snitch that represented victory first. But Harry hesitated. He saw the hope of victory in the eyes of Chu Zhang next to him, and knew that Chu Zhang also wanted to catch this golden snitch. Due to the characteristics of the Academy, most of the young wizards in Ravenclaw Academy only focus on learning and thus neglect the cultivation of other aspects, so they do not attach great importance to the Quidditch team. Because of this, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is basically recognized as the weakest team among the 4 houses. As the seeker of Ravenclaw, Chu Zhang rarely encounters this kind of moment so close to victory. Harry fell into hesitation, as if there were 2 villains dueling with wands in his heart. A villain thought that Harry should spare no effort and fly forward to catch the golden snitch and win the game for Gryffindor. Gryffindor, the defending champion, cannot afford to lose again. There was a huge gap of 190 points between them and Hufflepuff. It was already very difficult for them to win the championship. If they lose this game against Ravenclaw again, Gryffindor may announce in advance that they will miss this year's championship. But another villain has a different opinion. It thinks Harry should give up the snitch to Cho Chang to please her. He was constantly struggling in his heart, but in reality, Harry was still flying side by side with Chu Zhang, and the distance between him and the golden snitch was getting closer and closer. The former villain seemed to gradually gain the upper hand in the duel, using various magic spells to defeat the latter villain. Harry's flying speed gradually increased, slowly leaving Chu Zhang behind him. The wind whistled in his ears, and the excited voice of the commentator Lee Jordan also vaguely reached his ears. We can see that Gryffindor's seeker Harry has begun to speed up. His broom is very fast and his flying skills are better. Beautiful. Harry left Cho Chang behind and met the golden snitch. Getting closer. Sure enough, the youngest seeker in history was just in poor condition in the last game. At the last moment of this game, he finally showed his true strength. Very good, he is close to the golden snitch. He reached out. Lee Jordan's shout stopped abruptly. The duel between the 2 villains in Harry's mind was still going on. The former villain who wanted Harry to catch the golden snitch had gained the upper hand and forced the latter villain into the corner of the duel field. Aha! The villain who had no way out suddenly raised his magic wand, and a dazzling green light hit the previous villain. The duel is over. Harry's outstretched hand missed the snitch and grabbed a handful of the cold air high in the sky. The next moment, Qiu Zhang's delicate figure passed by Harry and grabbed the golden snitch that he had missed. Do-do-do. The whistle blows. In the commentary box, Lee Jordan stared blankly at Harry in the sky, unable to even think of announcing the result of the game. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's face also looked unhappy, but she still reminded her responsibly, it's time to announce the results of the game. The ultimate winner is Ravenclaw. Lee Jordan suppressed the confusion in his heart and numbly announced the final winner of the game. In front of the Gryffindor ring goal, Wood looked at Harry in the sky in shock and murmured, "What are you doing?" No one wants to believe that a talented Quidditch player like Harry, the youngest seeker at Hogwarts, would actually make a mistake that almost only Quidditch beginners make. He was so close, but he let go of the golden snitch. High in the sky, only at the height of the two people, Qiu Zhang flew to Harry on her Comet 260. "Harry, did you just give me the golden snitch on purpose?" She still had a puzzled expression on her face. "With your level, you shouldn't be unable to catch the golden snitch this time. Although our Ravenclaw team is not a strong team, we don't need other teams to win by letting go," Qiu Zhang said with a serious expression. She had just subconsciously caught the golden snitch that Harry had missed, but as soon as she reacted, she realized something was wrong and hurriedly flew over to ask for the truth of the matter. "I didn't let it slip. I was careless in this competition." Harry's expression changed, and he shook his head gently at Qiu Zhang. "You think too much, Qiu." "Really?" Qiu Zhang was still a little doubtful, but Harry didn't dare to pay attention to her anymore, for fear of accidentally letting the matter slip, so he turned around and flew away from the stadium. He didn't know how to face his teammates again, so he flew away from the Quidditch pitch on his broom. Since then, Harry's mentally adjusted state has returned to its original state, even worse than before. Recently, the study status of the savior you chose is not very good. In the principal's office, Dracula fiddled with the clean sorting hat and said casually to Dumbledore, "Yes, I heard that. He is not just in poor learning status in the defense against the dark arts class." Dumbledore showed his hands to Dracula. "Many professors have reported this problem to me, especially Mike Professor G.E. Professor McGonagall seems very dissatisfied with Harry's recent performance. He lost 2 Quidditch matches in a row, which cost Gryffindor the chance to win this year's Quidditch Cup, let alone Harry. His performance in Transfiguration class wasn't very good either. Professor Dracula, since you came to my office, you must have understood the reason for Harry's poor condition during this period, right?" He poured Dracula a glass of red wine and asked with a smile, "What else could it be because of course, the boring adolescent agitation among little wizards." Dracula smiled languidly. "Obviously, Potter has fallen in love with another little witch recently, but that one the little witch didn't like him, so he felt very sad." Dracula had discovered Harry's anomaly as early as last semester. When this school year just started, Harry used the excuse to ask Qiu Zhang about the content of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. To this end, Dracula went out of his way to give Harry a surprise. He suddenly appeared and asked Harry why he didn't just come to the office to see his professor if he wanted to know the content of Defense Against the Dark Arts. But Dracula didn't expect that Harry, who had been at peace for the whole semester, would actually become more and more immersed in adolescent emotions after Christmas, which even affected his schoolwork and Quidditch competition. "I didn't expect it to be for this reason." Dumbledore took a sip of tea and sighed deeply. "It's great to be young. At least you can still be hurt by love." A past summer seemed to appear in his blue eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "So what are you going to do? The savior you chose will delay your studies for a long time if this continues." Dracula glanced at Dumbledore in surprise and asked casually, "Are you just going to let him adjust and recover on his own?" "Professor Dracula, as the elders of the children, we are not only the teachers who tutor their studies, but also the parents of all the little wizards at Hogwarts." Dumbledore said with a smile, "We have the obligation to take care of them. Lost children are led to the right path." "It sounds reasonable, but don't I know you?" Dracula curled his lips and instantly saw through Dumbledore's plan. "I think you just value Potter, so he wants me to help him. If another little wizard had emotional problems, would you say something equally reasonable? I have already thought about it for you. You will probably say this: little wizards will one day be independent. They cannot rely on their parents, teachers, or elders for everything. When encountering such emotional problems, they must rely on their own perseverance comes out." Dracula looked sideways at Dumbledore. "Ahem." Dumbledore looked a little embarrassed and coughed dryly. "Professor Dracula, there is no need for you to speculate on me with such malice. Although I do pay more attention to Harry, but I won't leave other little wizards alone. Who knows?" Dracula shrugged. "Anyway, you always have your own reasons, and you always tell people the same thing. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss how to guide Harry out of this period of adolescent distress." Dumbledore silently changed the subject. "You don't need to ask me this kind of question. I never understand the boring emotional problems of wizards like you." Dracula said, "Of course, if you want me to help cast the Imperious Curse on Harry's favorite person, I can do it for you." After thinking for a while, he added, "Asking Professor Snape to refine a few bottles of love potion should also be quite effective." Ahem. Dumbledore had just taken a sip of tea, and when he heard Dracula's method, he immediately choked on the tea and coughed violently. Professor Dracula, ahem. We refuse to use this method that violates the law. He coughed and persuaded Dracula. What we have to do is guide Harry to the right path, not we must let him get his wish, ahem. Dumbledore picked up his wand and pointed it at his throat and used a cough spell, and then the continuous coughing stopped. Don't use these abnormal methods, it will lead Harry astray. He was afraid that Dracula would use the Imperious Curse or the love potion to help Harry, so he repeatedly explained. Remember? Tom Riddle's mother used a love potion to seduce a muggle, and then gave birth to Voldemort, who couldn't tolerate any emotion in his heart. What do you mean? Dracula frowned. He always felt that no matter what method he used, it was a bit troublesome, and it was far less simple and straightforward than the love potion and the Imperious Curse, which could quickly solve the problems that troubled Harry. Of course, there's no telling whether this will cause trouble to others. Professor Dracula, what I actually mean is to shift Harry's focus from emotional aspects to other places. Dumbledore seemed to have already prepared a plan, and immediately told Dracula a detailed plan. Harry is a standard Gryffindor, and Gryffindor wizards all have one thing in common, a desire for adventure. During the adventure, countless new things and crises that may come at any time will stimulate the adventurer to be 100% focused. Only by focusing fully can it be possible to deal with all the problems. In this case, why don't we take advantage of this characteristic and create an adventure plan for Harry that is not dangerous beyond his abilities, but is very exciting? With such an adventure, can he temporarily shift his focus from emotional aspects? Open it. Dumbledore started from the character of Gryffindor's little wizard and explained his plan in a persuasive way. After listening to the old principal's story, Dracula took a sip of the red wine in the goblet and looked at him with a half-smile. If I'm not wrong, you've been having this idea for a long time, right? He asked. Perhaps even without Harry being troubled by love, you would have asked me to help you implement this idea. Why do you say that? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then looked at Dracula curiously. I shouldn't have mentioned this idea before, right? If it's just this idea, you really haven't mentioned it in front of me. Dracula chuckled, but I at least know one thing, that is, you have always wanted to train Potter. When he was in first grade, you arranged for professors to design many levels in the restricted area to protect the magic stone. These levels were just like a joke, and I remember them quite deeply. The second level has a devil's net specially designed to prevent the little wizard from falling, and the devil's net was learned in the first grade herbal medicine class. The third level is specially designed for Potter, the seeker, to use a broomstick to catch the key. Link, at the end, there are wizard chess that Wes is good at and brainstorming that Granger is good at. This is obviously arranged for them to exercise their personal abilities. Having said this, Dracula glanced at Dumbledore. I even wanted to arrange some interesting levels, but you didn't let me arrange the ones that were too difficult. In the end, I specially arranged for Potter and the remnant soul of Voldemort to face each other. Confrontation. You really put a lot of effort into the design of the last school year, Principal Dumbledore. Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh when he heard what Dracula said. Is it so obvious what I did? He said cheerfully. Fortunately, the other professors arranged the levels from back to front, unlike you who appreciated all the levels. Otherwise, with their intelligence, how could you not see it? So tell me, what kind of training are you going to arrange for Potter in the second grade? Dracula drank all the red wine in the glass and pushed the empty glass in front of Dumbledore. To tell you the truth, I haven't had time to arrange other adventure venues this year. Dumbledore added a glass of wine to Dracula and said helplessly. Compared to the excitement of the last school year, the castle this school year is really a bit dull. I couldn't find a suitable entry point for Harry to join the adventure very naturally. Dracula reached out to take back his goblet and gave Dumbledore a strange look. Are you sure that last school year was thrilling? The corner of his mouth twitched. No matter how I look at it, I feel that you have the remnant soul of Voldemort in your hands, and the entire school year follows your script. You can't say that, Professor Dracula, you never follow my script. Dumbledore shook his head with emotion. So I want to ask today, Professor Dracula, who is not in the script, if you can arrange some adventures for Harry that are suitable for him, so that he can get rid of emotional problems and at the same time exercise and improve his abilities. Oh, what suitable adventure can I find for him? Dracula shook his head. He raised the refilled glass and shook it gently. Looking at the reflection in the cup, Dracula suddenly thought of his fruitful experiences before Christmas and thought of an interesting wizard. Wait a minute, this school year doesn't seem to be a dull one all year round. Time has quietly arrived in June, and the exam week at Hogwarts is coming soon. In various classrooms in the teaching area, the little wizards were quietly flipping through books and reviewing the knowledge they had learned this school year. The professors are not here today, and every class has become a self-study, allowing the little wizards to conduct final review before the exam. Harry's condition was still not that good. He had not yet completely gotten over the devastating incident of Cho Chang's relationship with Cedric. In addition, there will be a Quidditch match in 2 days. This is the last game before the exam and will determine the final team. But Gryffindor has already lost the chance to enter the finals ahead of time. Unless they can open up a 300-point gap with Slytherin in the last game before the exam, Gryffindor, which is temporarily ranked 4th, will not be able to surpass Ravenclaw, who is ranked 3rd, and the rankings at the same time. Slytherin, who came in 2nd place, got a ticket to the finals. When it came to Quidditch, Harry was no longer as excited as before. Instead, he was filled with melancholy. He also had no intention of reviewing and just looked out the window aimlessly. The sunlight outside the window is so bright that it is dazzling. Through the transparent glass, I can see that the branches outside the window have been drooped by the harsh sun, and the green branches and leaves are almost withered by the sun. The black lake in the distance was calm, without any ripples. It was like entering a dream, extremely quiet. Except for the rustling sound of quills and parchment, there were almost no unnecessary sounds in the classroom. The young wizards were all preparing for the final exams in the near future. Even Ron next to him was starting under Hermione's supervision. Make a set of test questions. However, Harry had no intention of studying. He held the quill in his hand and placed both hands on the parchment. The same spot on the parchment was soaked with sweat from his hands, but still not a single word was written on the paper. His thoughts were wandering outside the window, thinking about random things aimlessly. Unconsciously, the melodious bell rang for the end of get out of class. Hermione put away her books and prepared to go to the library to review the history of magic. She also wanted to drag Harry and Ron over to prepare for the exam together, but Harry declined because he had a Quidditch practice that evening. Of course, he actually knew that this training had become unnecessary because Gryffindor had lost the chance to enter the finals. And Harry also knew that he should really review the courses that he had not listened to very well this semester, or preview them, otherwise he would definitely not get the desired score in the final exam, and he might even fail to pass. Can't do it. But when he thought that Cedric might be in the library right now helping Chu Jong review the third grade exam content, he had no idea of going to the library to study together. Harry climbed the stairs aimlessly until he reached the Gryffindor common room on the 8th floor, and came to a portrait of the fat lady who guarded the common room. Fennel cereal. He gave the password to the fat lady. The fat lady glanced at Harry and smiled at him. Oh, there was a first-grade little witch looking for you just now. Come in and have a look, she said cheerfully. The portrait then rotated open, revealing a hole into the common room. Oh, thank you, Harry responded with some surprise. As the main culprit that caused the Gryffindor team to lose in several Quidditch matches, Harry actually received a lot of criticism within Gryffindor this semester. In addition, his thoughts were all tied to Chu Jong, and he didn't pay much attention to other loyal admirers. Now he is not as popular as before. Therefore, Harry didn't know what first-year students would come to see him when final exams were approaching. In fact, Harry can be considered a fan of the authorities. Basically, the only first-year wizards who are willing to find him at such a critical time before the exam are those two who still maintain a loyal admiration for Harry. Both of them are Gryffindor wizards. One is Colin Creevey, who holds a camera all day long and wants to take pictures of Harry. He was originally from a Muggle family. He heard about Harry's deeds from newspapers and related books before going to school, and immediately became a die-hard fan of Harry. Another admirer was Ginny. Unlike Colin Creevey, who only became Harry's die-hard fan after going to school, she grew up listening to Harry's deeds and has always been Harry's little fangirl. Harry has always felt guilty towards Ginny and Colin, because he felt that he was just an ordinary little wizard and not worthy of their worship at all. Entering the common room, Harry looked around, and sure enough he found a little red-haired witch circling anxiously next to the fireplace. Ginny. He hesitated, then called Ginny. Just now the fat madam said that a first-year little witch is looking for me. The person she was talking about was you, right? Ginny's anxious steps were interrupted by Harry's voice. She raised her head abruptly, with a look of relief in her eyes. Harry, you're finally back, she said anxiously. We need your help. What happened? Harry asked in surprise, looking at Ginny's anxious expression. Luna is missing. She hasn't come back all day. Ginny's eyebrows were full of worry. Last night was the last time I saw her. She told me that she was going to the Forbidden Forest to feed the Thestrals. Luna? Is that your new friend from Ravenclaw? Harry asked. Yes, that's the girl with light blonde hair and a mysterious look. Ginny said. I thought it was just a joke that she wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest, because I had never heard of an animal like a Thestral. I didn't know until I met Rolf Scamander just now that there really are animals like Thestrals in the Forbidden Forest, and Luna is obviously very familiar with them. So what you're saying is that Luna was in danger in the Forbidden Forest. Harry frowned. I think it should be like this. Ginny nodded. I haven't seen Luna all day today, and she didn't come to the self-study class that Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had together. Later, I went to the Ravenclaw common room to find some of her roommates and asked them if they had seen Luna, but they told me that Luna didn't return to the dormitory last night. But, shouldn't you ask the professor for help with this kind of thing? Harry hesitated, and then said, Don't you know where Professor McGonagall's office is? I can take you there. I know where Professor McGonagall's office is, Harry. Ginny shouted, but none of the professors are in the school today, not even an adult staff member. How is this possible? Harry opened his mouth in shock. Will Professor McGonagall allow such a situation to occur in the castle? But the fact is, Professor McGonagall is not in the castle either, Ginny said. I just met nearly Headless Nick. He told me that Professor Dracula felt that he had been at Hogwarts for more than a year and had not invited his colleagues here to his home, so he suddenly had a whim. All faculty and staff should be invited to have dinner in their castle. And Professor Dracula said that anyone who didn't go was not giving him face. In the end, even Professor McGonagall was forcibly taken to his home. This does look like Professor Dracula's style, Harry said, dumbfounded. Professor Dracula is so rich, his house must be very big, and it would be no problem to accommodate all the professors from Hogwarts. Harry, now is not the time to think about how big Professor Dracula's house is. Ginny interrupted Harry, and then said, the problem now is that Luna is in danger in the Forbidden Forest. We need your help. But even if the professor is not here, you should ask the prefect for help. Harry said blankly, Percy should be in the library, right? He must be very willing to demonstrate his prefect responsibility to protect the younger students. No, Harry, we don't need Percy, the person we need is you. Ginny shook her head. Actually, I wasn't the first person to find out that Luna was missing. Scamander was the first one. Scamander has always had a good relationship with Luna since he first transferred to Hogwarts. After he found out that Luna was missing, he skipped his self-study class during the day and went to the Forbidden Forest alone. Just now, Scamander told me that he had found the place where Luna was trapped, but it requires a specific magic to open it, so please let me come to you for help. Ginny emphasized the word we. She also didn't expect Harry to be so slow. The two of them talked for such a long time, but he couldn't even distinguish between the words we and I in his mouth, and he didn't even have the slightest doubt. But I'm just an ordinary second-year student, Ginny. There's nothing special about me than others, and I don't know any specific magic. Harry said softly. He has always had a low self-esteem during this period, and he doesn't think that he can do things that Percy can't do. Listen, Ginny, I know you have a kind of, blind worship of me, but I am indeed not the savior you call me. I really didn't do anything the day Voldemort left. Ginny looked at Harry, who was obviously giving up on himself. She felt angry at the object of her admiration, and at the same time worried about Luna's current situation, plus the long-suppressed admiration for Harry in her heart. All the emotions condensed to a point and finally exploded completely. Don't you understand what I mean, Harry? She looked firmly into Harry's eyes and shouted loudly, you have always been the most special wizard, not because you are the savior, but because you are this person. I admire you not just because of your achievements in driving away Voldemort when you were a child, nor because of your fame in the wizarding world, but because of your brave character and responsible qualities. Have you forgotten? In the last school year, even though you knew that Assistant Quirrell was a dangerous dark wizard, you still rushed into the dangerous restricted area to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. You even dared to face the mysterious man and fight with that person the feared Dark Lord duels. Where did the fearless and courageous Harry go? Ginny said hysterically with her face flushed and her eyes closed. Harry stared blankly at the youngest girl in the Weiss family before him, suddenly feeling that he had never really known her. In Harry's impression, every time Ginny saw him, her cheeks would turn red, and she would even become clumsy, often throwing things in her hands to the ground, so he always felt that she was just a naive little girl. But he had actually heard about Ginny's original character from Ron, Fred, and George. She had not been such a naive and shy girl since she was a child, but had a lively and energetic personality, and was able to do anything. Have your own opinion. It was only because she admired Harry that Ginny became such a submissive, shy, and coquettish character in front of him. Now, the emotional outburst of the little witch made Harry realize another side of her, and at the same time, it also reminded him of the side of himself. Harry's thoughts were spinning, and the emotions in his eyes gradually came back to him. He said softly, I have Quidditch training later, and I came back to get the broom this time. Hearing Harry's words, Ginny had a look of extreme disappointment and sadness in her eyes. I know, Scamander and I will get Luna back, she said coldly, walking towards the door of the common room without looking back. Wait a minute. Harry suddenly stopped her. Is there anything else? Ginny stopped, but had no intention of looking back. My time is precious now, and Luna's situation will become more dangerous every time I delay it for another second. I know, Harry said, so I want to say, I just want to grab my broom. It should be faster to fly to the Forbidden Forest with a broomstick, right? He laughed easily, and before the end of his first year, the confidence he felt when he won the Quidditch trophy, came first in the defense against the Dark Arts exam, and won the Academy Cup at the same time returned to his green-eyed child. Ginny covered her mouth in disbelief and turned to look at Harry, who was smiling. She knew that the Harry Potter she admired most was back. So that afternoon, in the blue sky under the bright sunshine, a brand new flying broomstick, carrying the clean breath of youth, flew past in a swaggering manner. Ginny, where is Scamander waiting for us? Harry asked Ginny in front of him loudly, his hand on the front of the broom, facing the howling wind. At this time, the two little wizards completely violated the rules of using broomsticks and flew quickly through the sky on Harry's Nimbus 2000. Harry sat behind the broom and reached forward to hold the handle at the front of the broom. This posture was almost hugging the waist of Ginny, who was sitting in front of the broom. Ginny's face was flushed and her head almost dropped into her collar. She didn't hear the questions Harry was asking at all. Ginny, you have to tell me where Scamander is waiting for us. Harry had to repeat again, I need to grasp the direction, otherwise I will fly to the wrong place and delay the rescue time. Ginny finally heard Harry's voice this time, and raised her head in a daze. Scamander said he would wait for us at Hagrid's hut, she said with a trembling voice. Harry nodded, adjusted the direction of his broom, and flew towards Hagrid's hut next to the Forbidden Forest. After a gust of lightning, Harry and Ginny landed in front of Hagrid's hut. As the hunting ground warden and key keeper of Hogwarts, Hagrid is obviously also a member of the Hogwarts faculty. He was also brought to his home by Dracula for a large dinner in Dracula's castle. However, at this moment, there was another person standing inside Hagrid's hut, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Oops, someone came to steal things from Hagrid while he was away. Harry angrily helped Ginny off the broom, and then ran quickly into Hagrid's shack. Stop! The things in here belong to Hagrid. He kicked open the door and shouted loudly into the shed. However, when he saw the figure inside Hagrid's shack, he was stunned on the spot. Scamander, why are you in Hagrid's house? Harry looked at the little wizard in the house and asked in confusion, and why do you have the key to Hagrid's shed? Oh, you're here, Harry. Rolf raised his eyes and glanced at Harry at the door, then continued to rummage around the room. My grandfather has a pretty good relationship with Hagrid, so I'm still here. I've known Hagrid since we were kids. He didn't explain to Harry why Newt and Hagrid were on good terms. In fact, Newt Scamander and Rubeus Hagrid are both students who were expelled from Hogwarts. At the same time, they both like magical animals. They also experienced the era of the global wizarding war, so the two of them have many topics in common, and became good friends easily. When I came to Hogwarts this time, I immediately applied for the job of Hagrid's assistant. Rolf puffed up his chest proudly. In the future, I will definitely become the best wizard and magi zoologist. A zoologist's assistant must start young. So Hagrid gave you the key to the house. Harry nodded understandingly. That's right. There is nothing too precious in Hagrid's house. In fact, it doesn't matter if you don't lock the door. However, after hearing Harry's comments about Hagrid's cabin, Rolf suddenly raised his head and looked at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Harry asked in surprise. He looked around and found nothing valuable here. Then do you know what this is? Rolf picked up a large, dirty fur cushion from a chair and asked. Isn't this the cushion of the chair Hagrid usually sits on? What's so strange about it? Harry asked. That's true. Luo Fei nodded. Then do you know what materials are used to weave this mat? It's not wool. Harry said. No, it's actually unicorn tail hair. Luo Fu answered, then showed a wicked smile. Harry's eyes widened in shock. He still vaguely remembered that when he was buying potion materials in Diagon Alley, he saw the price of unicorn tail hair in a magic materials store. 10 galleons per bag. If calculated this way, wouldn't a unicorn tail hair cushion that is so big that it can fit Hagrid's butt cost many galleons? Harry opened his eyes wide and carefully looked at the dirty cushion in Rolf's hand, completely unwilling to admit that it was made of unicorn tail hair. Do you understand what I mean now? Rolf shrugged. Hagrid is the hunting ground warden of Hogwarts and manages such a big treasure house as the Forbidden Forest. So he takes out many inconspicuous things here. Great value. Then what are you looking for? After Harry was shocked, he turned to look at Rolf suspiciously. Are you secretly taking away Hagrid's good things while he's away? I'm not interested in Hagrid's family fortune. Rolf glanced at Harry and said very proudly, I have many more magical animals in my house than Hagrid can see. Rove was not exaggerating at all. Newt doesn't just have a suitcase that houses those precious magical animals. The basement of Scamander's house is also greatly expanded by the invisible extension spell. A large number of magical animals live in the vast basement. In comparison, no matter how large the Forbidden Forest next to Hogwarts is, it only has the same climate environment as Scotland. However, Newt's basement and box contained almost all kinds of climates using weather spells, and also contained most of the natural environments in the world. So what Rolf said is right, their family's assets related to magical animals are much stronger than Hagrid's. Since you're not interested, what are you looking for here? Harry asked confused. Find a useful gadget that we will use when we go to rescue Luna later. Rolf said to Harry while rummaging around. Found it. It turns out Hagrid put it here. He fished out a long stick from a large box, with a metal device similar to pliers attached to one end. What is this? A weapon. Harry looked at this strange-looking stick, his eyes a little dazed. I don't know if it's because I don't know enough about it. How lethal is this thing of mine? This thing is called snake fork pliers. Luo Fu explained. It is a tool specially used to deal with snakes. It may come in handy later. As he said that, he glanced at Harry curiously, but this is not the main means of coping. Our main fighting force is you. Me. Harry was stunned. I'm just a second-year wizard. You won't be tricked by Ginny into believing that I'm very powerful, right? Ahem, I think I need to explain something before taking action. Scamander, my first-year ranking in defense against the dark arts was just. Who said you were called here because of your first place in defense against the dark arts? Ginny walked in carrying Harry's Nimbus 2000 and interrupted Harry. Her face was still a little red, but after the experience of sharing a broomstick, she was no longer as shy as before when facing Harry. Isn't it because of my defense against the dark arts scores? Harry turned to look at Ginny. Is it because of the specific magic you told me about before? But I don't know any extracurricular magic at all. Otherwise, if we call Hermione over, she might know. Harry, have you really forgotten what you can do? Ginny pouted helplessly. If you think about it again, what abilities have you shown in the duel club? Harry's expression became even more confused. Because of the punishment given by Dracula for being distracted in class, he often had to fight 4 consecutive duels at duel club gatherings this semester. Although his actual combat ability has indeed improved significantly, so many duels have made him unable to tell what magic he has used. Harry, have you forgotten the duel you had with Malfoy at the duel club for the first time? Seeing that Harry could no longer remember it, Ginny finally couldn't help but remind her, at that time, Malfoy a big snake was conjured, and then you spoke a strange language and controlled the snake away from yourself. Rove added next to him. Potter, from what Ginny told me about your experience, I can initially judge that you are a snake talker. We need your help. If Rolf hadn't suddenly brought it up, Harry would have almost forgotten that he was a snake talker. At that time, Professor Dracula took him to his office and took a tube of his blood, saying that he wanted to test whether he was related to Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin Academy. Although it turned out that Harry and Slytherin were indeed unrelated, they still left a deep impression on him. Until now, the little alchemy bat used to draw his blood is still in his luggage. So, is there any necessary connection between snake talk and the rescue of Luna this time? Harry asked, could it be that Luna fell into a group of snakes? He shuddered. If she fell into a group of snakes, it would be difficult for Luna to save her life after a long day. If we really fall into a group of snakes, it's actually easier to handle. I can find some realgar powder from Hagrid's things, which is quite convenient to use to drive away a few snakes, said Luaf, but that's not the case. I searched for the past along the footprints left by Luna and found a ruin. Remains. Harry and Ginny exclaimed simultaneously. Even Ginny, who had learned part of the situation from Rolf, only knew that Luna was trapped in some traps or animal communities in the Forbidden Forest, but did not know whether her disappearance was related to her disappearance in the magical world. It is related to a certain ancient ruins. And Harry was even more shocked. He never knew that there were places like ancient ruins in the Forbidden Forest, and he didn't know whether Luna's luck was good or bad, but she just stepped into a ruin that no one knew about. We're not sure what Luna's condition is yet, so let's talk as we walk. Rolf took the snake fork pliers and walked out of Hagrid's shack first. Harry and Ginny naturally agreed with his decision and walked out of the room. Aren't you going to lock the door for Hagrid? Harry asked quickly as he saw Rolf walking straight towards the Forbidden Forest. He now knew that Hagrid's hut contained many precious and good things, so he completely retracted his previous judgment that Hagrid's hut did not need to be locked. Rolf stopped and glanced at Harry jokingly, his eyes clearly saying, "Didn't you just say that Hagrid's cabin didn't need to be locked? Why did you change your mind so quickly?" Harry lowered his head, wanting to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. After locking the door, the three of them walked into the deep Forbidden Forest together. As time went by, the sky gradually darkened, and the bright sunset lit up the sky. The trees in the Forbidden Forest are towering and dense, blocking the already dimming sunlight and casting thick shadows, making it look extremely eerie. The entire forest was shrouded in mist, and the huge and dense trees were connected together, like a giant beast that wanted to choose people and devour them, swallowing the three little wizards in one go. "Rolf, have you seen what that ruins looks like?" Harry couldn't help but ask Rolf while walking in the deep Forbidden Forest. After a short period of getting along, the three of them have become a lot closer. They no longer call each other by their last names, but call other people by their first names affectionately. "I didn't see the whole ruins there in the morning." Rolf shook his head slightly and said, "There seemed to be some magical animals responsible for protection nearby. Even after bypassing the gatekeepers, there seemed to be other patrolling animals. I originally wanted to explore the nearby area to find out how to enter the ruins, but before I could even complete a third of the circle around the ruins, I was driven out by a big python." As he spoke, Luafa gritted his teeth angrily. Those snakes are obviously enchanted. Otherwise, with my animal affinity as a future magi zoologist, how would they be willing to drive me away? Harry and Ginny both twitched their mouths and automatically ignored Rove's last sentence. "But how can you guarantee that there are no guardian animals other than snakes, Rolf?" Ginny glanced at Harry and asked with some worry. Harry's snake-like voice can only control snakes. If he encounters, wouldn't we become dangerous to other kinds of animals? If my judgment is correct, I shouldn't encounter other types of animals. Luaf thought for a moment and said to the two of them, "There are many snake statues carved on the ruins of the building. The owner should have a paranoid love for snakes and be unlikely to fill such a snake's space with other animals. Like snakes." Harry couldn't help but laugh. Other than the group of people from Slytherin College, who else would be willing to use an unsightly animal like a snake as a sculpture image? Ginny also covered her mouth and laughed very cooperatively. "Wait, Harry, you just said, only Slytherins are willing to use snakes as statues." Rolf suddenly stopped where he was. "Yes, this is a consensus at Hogwarts. Except for Slytherin students, very few students like snakes," Harry said to Rolf, a cute boy who had just arrived at Hogwarts. Xion said, "After all, the snake's body is cold and hard, and it feels uncomfortable for the owner to hold it. In addition, venomous snakes have venomous fangs that can harm human lives. In addition, many snakes can grow very large. Ordinary snake keepers often end up unable to find a suitable breeding space because the snakes grow too large. No, I'm not talking about the shortcomings of snakes." Rolf shook his head. "I just suddenly thought of a question. You guys, who built this ruins? If according to your statement, only Slytherin wizards like snakes, then this ruins is most likely built by a Slytherin, and his talent and family wealth should be very strong. This ability, there is an opportunity to build such a large monument." "That's right." Harry nodded and fell into thinking. He suddenly remembered what Professor Dracula had said to him when he asked him to collect blood for testing. The founder of Slytherin Academy, Salazar Slytherin, is a snake talker. He can use snake talk to control countless snakes to fight for him. Snake talk is like an imperious curse for snakes. Same. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. Do you think this ruins was built by the founder of Slytherin College? No way. Ginny opened her mouth wide. If it is a ruin built by Slytherin, why can a Ravenclaw witch like Luna enter it? I don't know, but the more I think about it, the more it seems possible. Harry said enthusiastically. Ginny, Rolf, can you still remember what was told in Hogwarts, a school history? Harry, there is a copy at Min's place, and I borrowed it to read it. Salazar Slytherin later broke with the other 3 founders due to admissions rules and eventually left Hogwarts. There have always been legends that in order to maintain the purity of Hogwarts, Slytherin Lynn left a secret room in Hogwarts, and monsters would come out of the secret room every certain time and be responsible for eliminating Muggle-born students. Could that ruins be the secret chamber left by Slytherin? Harry asked excitedly. Harry, legends are legends after all, and there aren't many things we can learn from them. Rolf shook his head slightly, and I don't think a large ruins would be described as a secret room. But there is no smoke without fire. There is such a legend, which can at least prove that there is a high probability that Slytherin really left something behind. Ginny said optimistically, and instead of discussing aimlessly here, it is better to go directly to the scene. Take a look. Harry and Rolf nodded in agreement with Ginny's statement, and Roof led the 2 of them deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Gradually, as the sky darkened, a layer of mist enveloped the Forbidden Forest, blocking the sight of those inside. As the 3 Harrys continued to go deeper, the surroundings became darker, and there was no longer any sunlight seeping through the gaps in the trees to provide enough light to illuminate the way forward. Lumos. Harry and Rolf raised their wands at the same time and used the wand illuminating charm to light up the tip of the wand, dispelling part of the surrounding darkness. Only then were the 3 of them able to see the surrounding scene clearly. Trees that were so thick that 2 people needed to hug them stood all around. Looking from the ground, you couldn't see the top at all. Only layers of branches and leaves blocked the sky. In addition to those dense trees, there are some dark tree trunks in the distance. Even in the middle of summer, there are not many leaves. Many bare and strange-shaped branches overlap together, giving people a somewhat eerie feeling. The soil on the ground is overall gray. The soil does not appear to be wet and remains strangely dry in the diffuse fog. You can feel the solid, hard texture when you step on it, so the shoes will not be stained by mud. Rolf stopped in front of a bare tree trunk. Why did you stop? Harry looked at Rolf, who stopped halfway and did not continue to move. Is there something wrong? Well, there is no problem. Luof turned around with an embarrassed expression. It's just that the fog has become a bit thick now, and I can't tell the specific path to the ruins. What did you say? Harry's eyes suddenly widened. Among the 3 of us, you are the only one who has been to the ruins where Luna is. If you can't find the way, then what can we do? Rescue Luna. Ginny also showed a very worried expression next to her. Rolf, think of a solution. It's okay, the problem is not too big. Luofa looked around a few times and said confidently, I can find that ruins once, and I can find it a second time. After that, he asked Harry and Ginny to stay where they were, and he took a few steps to a small open area next to them. Then, he took out his magic wand from his pocket and chanted the spell. A pair vestigium. Rolf bent down and put his body close to the ground, spinning around in the Forbidden Forest. The wand sprayed out a golden light spot, illuminating all traces of nearby magical activities. Phew, I have to say that this magic is really useful. After the magic was cast, he looked at the area shrouded in golden light with satisfaction and said, You may have heard that this spell is called a tracking spell. My grandfather is quite good at this spell. He often uses it to find traces of magical animals and rescue those little guys hiding in places that are difficult for people to find. Not only that, during the Global Wizarding War, he relied on this magic to find traces of magical animals. Paris found my grandma. Luofu stood in the center of this golden light, looking at the various golden lines and shapes gradually appearing around him, and introduced it happily. Speaking of it, I'm quite lucky. When I was working as my grandfather's assistant, I thought this spell looked very cool, so I pestered him and asked him to teach me how to learn this spell. It really came in handy today. Harry and Ginny stood outside the golden light at a certain distance from Rove, dazzled by the movements of various animals illuminated by the golden light, and frowned unconsciously. Rolf, how do you use this spell? Ginny stretched out her hand curiously and touched a golden line, but her hand went directly through the line and hit nothing. Actually, it's quite simple to use, said Luofei. Each golden shape represents the activity trace of a creature. Depending on the amount of magic output and the proficiency in using magic spells, it can be seen from an hour to several years. Varying time frames. But there are so many lines and shapes here, how are we going to find traces of Luna? Harry looked at the dizzying golden lines and felt a little worried. What's more, you discovered Luna's traces in the morning. Now that the afternoon has passed, there should be more animals passing through this area, and it will also interfere with our judgment even more. Faced with the less than optimistic moods of Harry and Ginny, Rolf raised his head and showed a confident expression. It might be a little difficult to find other magical animals, but since we are looking for a wizard and Luna, the task becomes much easier. He pointed at the golden traces in front of him and said, This is already deep in the Forbidden Forest. It is a place that few wizards will reach. Generally, even if there are people who come here, they are relatively powerful professors. They may enter the Forbidden Forest to collect some materials. But don't forget it. Luofu suddenly emphasized. Today, Professor Dracula brought all the staff to his home. Even Professor McGonagall did not stay in the castle. It is conceivable that none of the other professors stayed here, so we only need to search for the little wizards. The trajectory is just fine. Besides, even if there are other little wizards who violate school rules and appear in the depths of this forest before the exam, we don't have to worry too much. I already discovered it in the morning. If you see Luna's footprints, you will probably be surprised. In short, her footprints are very unique. Rolf led Harry and Ginny into the area covered by golden light, and one by one eliminated the footprints and activity tracks that were obviously left by animals, and eliminated the golden shapes that represented those things. Soon, the area covered by the golden light became empty, with only a pair of very special footprints still remaining in it. This is... Looking at the footprints, both Harry and Ginny opened their eyes wide in shock. I saw Luna's footprints extending forward along a path, with different steps. It seemed that she had walked through this section of the road in a jump, and she seemed to be in a good mood. What's even more shocking is not Luna's cheerful mood, but the patterns left by the footprints of her 2 feet. The 2 footprints left by Luna are different. The one representing her left foot is a round one with a cute bunny head, while the one representing her right foot is a bare one with toes on it. It was clearly illuminated by golden light and left on the ground in front of the 3 people. I didn't lie to you, did I? Rolf glanced at Harry and Ginny proudly. I told you that Luna's footprints were definitely easy to find, but you didn't believe it just now. Harry and Ginny looked at each other. They both thought it was strange to walk barefoot on the dirt path of the Forbidden Forest. It was even more strange to have one foot wearing a shoe and the other bare. The 2 of them immediately thought that since the person who did such a thing was Luna, it was quite normal to think like this. This shoe print is indeed Luna's. Ginny pointed to the round shoe print with the cute bunny head on it and said, I have seen her wearing those slippers, and there is a pair of plush slippers of the same style. The plush bunny head is super cute. Then, Ginny sighed with regret. If it weren't for the lack of pocket money, I would actually buy a pair for myself. But why did she only wear one shoe? Harry still didn't understand. Did she only wear one shoe when she was in Hogwarts Castle, and then went directly to the Forbidden Forest to feed the Thestrals? Probably not. Ginny shook her head. When I met her last night, both slippers on her feet were still in good condition. I guess based on Luna's character, she accidentally threw off her right slipper after entering the Forbidden Forest. Luaf thought for a moment and quickly analyzed what happened. This was the case when the 2 of us went exploring the Forbidden Forest together before. While walking on the road, her attention was easily distracted by other small animals or interesting things, so she took off her slippers when chasing those little things. It's pretty normal. He covered his forehead tiredly, feeling that Luna's erratic personality was really something that ordinary people could not bear. Then let's go there quickly. Now Luna is even missing one of her shoes. I really don't know what kind of danger she is in. Ginny interrupted Rolf's thinking, grabbed Harry's arm and walked towards her. Walk in the direction of the footprints. Hey, Rolf, can you expand the range of your tracking spell? She walked to the edge of the golden light and found that Luna's footprints disappeared along with it. Does it mean that you need to use it again every few steps? Repeat the spell. The tracking spell is not so low-end, otherwise my grandfather would not like this spell so much. Rolf smiled and held his wand in the palm of his hand. This spell often needs to be used in conjunction with the directional spell. Make the most of it. Point me. He chanted the incantation. The golden light slowly disappeared, and at the same time, Rolf's wand turned in the palm of his hand, pointing directly in the direction where Luna's footprints disappeared. When the 3 of them walked to a dense bush together, the wand that Rolf was holding in his hand, pointing the way for them, suddenly began to shake violently. Is your wand malfunctioning, Rolf? Ginny asked worriedly. It's okay, there's no problem with the wand, there's no problem with the locating spell, and the wand's behavior is actually a good thing. Instead of worrying, Roof laughed happily. This means we've arrived at the right place. He took hold of the wand and lifted the locating spell on it. Are you there? Harry turned his head and turned around a few times. He only saw trees and haystacks that were so dense that it was almost impossible to stand. Countless shadows were reflected under the light of the wand's illuminating spell, which looked a bit eerie for some reason. There were no traces of any buildings around at all. In comparison, he thought the area was simply a primitive jungle with nothing. We have indeed arrived at the right place. Rolf nodded and said, there is only one possibility for the problem with the positioning spell. It is affected by other magic. Our magic is not like the Muggle compass, which is also interfered by things like magnetic fields. That would be too weird. Only things that are also on the magical side can affect this spell. Rolf, what do you mean? Ginny stood on tiptoes to look at the surrounding environment and asked, there are other magics nearby that obscure the appearance of the ruins. In fact, these trees are caused by magic. An illusion. She touched a tree trunk next to her, but this is indeed a real tree. This tree is real, but it doesn't mean that all the trees in front are real. Luo Fei raised his head and showed a confident smile, then watch me operate. He picked up his wand again and cast another tracking spell. But this time, he did not spray the golden powder produced by the tracking spell into a large circular area around him. Instead, he concentrated the golden powder in one direction and blew them far away. These golden powders flew in the air very skillfully, quietly bypassing the thick tree trunks one after another, and landed on a patch of flat or rough ground. Luna's golden footprints, wearing only one shoe, appeared in front of them again, but seeing these footprints, both Harry and Ginny had strange expressions. Luna's footprints changed the direction of her walking here, and the movement became, well, isn't it a little weird? Harry asked dryly, looking at the scene in front of him. Ginny also nodded, agreeing with Harry's judgment. What is Luna doing here? She can't be dancing in the Forbidden Forest, right? They saw that within the scope covered by the golden powder, pairs of footprints were carved erratically between the trees. From time to time, there would be a long gap cut off between the two pairs of footprints, as if they suddenly jumped a few steps forward. I don't know what she is doing. Rolf shrugged, but I only know that we don't have enough ability to remove the protective magic and transformation magic around here, so there is nothing wrong with following Luna's footsteps. Having said that, he took the lead in stepping on Luna's golden footprints, and followed Luna's direction of travel accurately, jumping at long intervals from time to time. Harry and Ginny looked at each other helplessly, and had no choice but to follow Rov's actions and step on Luna's footprints. You usually have a lot of knowledge, can you recognize what kind of protective magic this is, Rove? Harry asked Rove curiously as he jumped unsteadily. His pace was far less agile and skillful than that of Rove, and he was even so slow that Ginny behind him almost bumped into his back. It should be a hidden magic circle in the labyrinth. Luo Fu said, only by following a specific trajectory can you enter the destination protected by the labyrinth. And the magic spell used to deceive our sight should be a variant of the disguise curse. After all, no disguise curse I know of can last for such a long time, nor can it disguise an area into other scenes without leaving any trace. I'm a little curious, how did Luna know the specific path into the maze? Ginny once again stopped behind Harry, who was moving stiffly, and asked with her hands on her hips, somewhat bored. I want to know this too. Luof's voice came from a distance. He had already followed the footprints for a long distance. Luna herself is a very magical little witch. I think she is people cannot use common sense to judge. Slowly, Luof's figure became farther and farther away, until he completely disappeared. Harry, on the other hand, was still stepping on Luna's footprints one after another stiffly, walking forward unsteadily. If it weren't for the fact that there was only one row of footprints, and if it weren't for the fear of triggering other functions of the maze magic, Ginny would have passed Harry from the side and headed to the ruins where Luna was. The sky was completely dark, and not a single starlight shone from the tree canopy of the dense jungle. Only a row of golden footprints and the illuminating spells on the front ends of the two ones still lit up with a faint light, adding an insignificant touch to the dark forbidden forest of light. After an unknown amount of time, Harry and Ginny finally came to the end of Luna's golden footprints. Is this the end? Harry looked at the huge tree trunk in front of him that was impossible for two people to hold together, with a confused look in his eyes. Why can't I see any ruins at all? And, where is Rolf? His voice echoed in the silent forbidden forest, but it seemed that there was an eerie atmosphere flowing in the forbidden forest. There seemed to be dark eyes in many of the surrounding haystacks and trees. Monsters might poke their heads out from the dense jungle at any time and drag the two little wizards into the bottomless abyss. Ginny was still a little girl after all, with a clearly frightened look on her face and trembling all over. Don't be afraid, we'll be fine, Ginny. Harry turned around and patted Ginny on the back, saying softly. In fact, he was also a little scared of this unknown darkness. But when there are girls around, boys will always develop an inexplicable courage out of thin air. This kind of courage is enough to make a very timid person suddenly become brave enough to move forward. What's more, Harry has lived in a dark cupboard since he was a child, surrounded by spiders and bugs, and he has a high tolerance for this kind of darkness. He took a deep breath and raised his wand high. Lumos Maxima. Harry shouted. The lighting spell at the tip of the wand shined brightly, completely illuminating the dark and deep surrounding environment and dispelling some of the fear in the hearts of the two of them. At this moment, as if he heard Harry reciting a spell, another voice sounded from behind the thick tree trunk. Harry, you're finally here. Harry and Ginny recognized that it was Rolf's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. Come in and help me, there's a big snake here, and my snake forks can't handle it. But how do we get in? Harry asked. He carefully checked the trunk of the big tree in front of him again, and found nothing similar to a tree hole or gap in it, leaving no space for people to cross. Just jump over here, hurry up, that snake has found me again. Luo Fu's voice was a little urgent. Jump over this tree. Harry raised his head and looked up, only to see the tall tree crown as far as the eye could see. Are you serious, Rolf? Or do you think I don't care about Luna's footprints? How about just going around from the side? No, you don't think there is a real tree at the exit of the maze, right? Luo Fu said in a helpless tone. Didn't we just discuss it? Some trees here are real and some are fake. This is the biggest fake tree. Don't worry about it, just hit it. Harry nodded in realization. But just to be on the safe side, he reached out and touched the edge of the big tree first, touching the rough bark of the big tree. The rough texture was transmitted to Harry's mind through the skin on his fingers. He also felt many grains on the lumpy bark. The touch was exactly the same as that of real trees, without any difference. Rolf, isn't this right? Harry asked. I touched it. This tree is indeed a real tree. Isn't it different from the exit of the maze we came here to walk through? They all followed Luna's footprints. How could it be different? Rolf was about to vomit blood due to Harry's slowness, and said in an irritable tone, Do you know King's Cross Station? It's the same principle. It must be you need to reach a certain speed and strength to break through the confinement of the station wall and enter platform 9 3/4. Otherwise there are so many Muggle passengers, and people would lean against the wall at any time, so the probability of being discovered by the wizarding world would be too high. Don't say so much, I'll hide next to you first, and be careful when you come in. Point. Luofu's voice was getting farther and farther away, and he was probably trying to avoid the snake chasing him. Then a rustling sound of a snake lin scraping against the ground came from behind the tree trunk. It was probably the big snake chasing after Luofu. Harry's expression tightened when he learned of Rolf's critical condition. He closed his eyes, recalling each time he hit the wall between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, and jumped forward suddenly. The next moment, he felt himself landing on a hard ground. Harry opened his eyes and saw a complex of extremely spectacular buildings. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It was a huge palace, standing high on 7 floors of tall stone steps. Basically the entire building complex is constructed of marble, without any extra flashy stone, but with red tiles and white walls to create a simple texture that is one with nature. The paint on the exterior walls of the building is painted layer by layer, over and over again, and the color is deeply deposited on the wall. After a long time, it is still extremely white and has profound meaning. The dome-style roof of the palace is supported by several thick round stone pillars. The stone pillars are all wrapped with reliefs of snakes. From the foot of the pillar to the bottom of the dome, the triangular snake head is poked out. The snake boy looks like a snake. As cold and sinister a look as one can have. There are many buildings behind the palace, most of which are in the form of courtyards. These were places where the former owners of the palace raised various magical creatures and conducted black magic experiments. Every courtyard is indispensably decorated with snakes. However, although it is shocking to the eyes, the long time has still had a considerable impact on this magically protected building community. No matter how new and splendid this building was in the past, it has become somewhat damaged and decayed now. Looking at the courtyard is dilapidated, the walls have collapsed, wild vines are entangled along the broken door leaves and stone pillars, the ground is overgrown with weeds, and rubble is strewn all over. At this time, Ginny also jumped over from the tree trunks behind, stood on the ground that was more solid than the land in the Forbidden Forest, and looked at the building with wide eyes. Harry turned around and saw that there was indeed a huge tree here, standing tall on the solid ground. However, the tree was also made of marble, and the overall appearance was grey-white, completely realistic with the Forbidden Forest. Giant trees are not the same. Behind the trees is a vast forest, but it looks a bit unclear, as if a piece of frosted glass is blocking the line between the buildings and the forest, forming a clear line. Wow, it's unbelievable. There is such a ruin in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. Ginny sighed. Harry nodded with emotion, still not fully recovered from the shock of entering this place. You two, stop just sighing, come here and help me. At this moment, Luofu's obviously angry voice came over. Harry and Ginny turned their heads and saw Rolf holding the long snake fork in his hand, running around the dilapidated courtyards, with a giant python almost 10 feet long snaking behind him, grinning and drooling, as if wanting to swallow it in one gulp. This giant python is not the usual green color, but a very ordinary grey-white color, just like a stone. From time to time, Luofu turned around and poked the snake 7 inches with the snake fork pliers in his hand. However, because the snake's body was too thick and its skin was too tough, his attack had no effect at all, and even slowed down his escape. Come on, Harry, it's up to you, Rolf shouted. Harry took a deep breath, nodded slightly to Ginny, and stepped forward. Let's talk first, Luofu, I'm not sure whether I can control it. He walked to a courtyard in front of Luofu's route, and before the snake came over, he took the lead to explain, except for the duel club, unintentionally, this is the first time today that I use Shi Lao Qiang to fight. It's okay, first, let's try first. Rolf panted and ran to Harry's side, saying out of breath, first try to see if you can get rid of this snake, otherwise we will have to find another way. Harry nodded and looked at the grey-white python. Stop, he shouted, staring into the python's eyes. However, the giant python ignored him and crawled towards the courtyard where the two of them were, with a fierce look in its eyes. I really can't seem to control it. Harry looked at Rolf apologetically and said, Nonsense, of course you can't control it. Luofu shouted, jumping on his feet, what you just said is clearly in English. It's surprising that this python can understand it. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment, and then looked into the python's eyes again. It's my fault, wait for me. Stop, came out this time in a version that no one could understand. He turned to look at Rolf. It's indeed a language I don't understand anymore. Luofu looked at this scene and nodded gently. Looking at the giant grey-white python, it really stopped in place, its huge mouth opened wide, almost in front of Harry's face. The whole snake was motionless and even stopped breathing, as if it were a big stone that had not changed in thousands of years. Why isn't this snake moving? Harry asked in a low voice as he moved closer to Rove. Do you still need to ask this question? Didn't you just tell it to stop? Luofei rolled his eyes helplessly. It was true that he didn't understand snake talk, but Rolf did hear Harry's stop in the previous sentence, so he also knew the meaning of the latter sentence. Snake Lao Qiang can be regarded as a kind of magic specifically for snakes, which can make almost all snakes obey your words. Luofu explained, and then said with some excitement, since it is confirmed that you can really use Snake Lao Qiang, if you don't like it, then the next step will be easy. He pulled Harry to the 7 tall stone steps of the largest palace. Don't go up all 7 stone steps at once. Be prepared and come one by one. Luo Fu warned, I tried it this morning. Every time you go up a step, a larger group of snakes will come to attack you. I don't want to see you being bitten to death by a random snake before you can use the snake accent. Harry nodded with a cautious expression, and under the gazes of Rolf and Ginny, he stepped onto the first stone step. Rumble. As Harry stepped onto the first stone step, a heavy grinding sound suddenly sounded. On the ornate railings around the stone steps, a large stone snake is wrapped around each guardrail pole. Now, these stone snakes were twisting and crawling down from the guardrail, winding towards Harry's position. With this first experience, Harry moved very quickly this time. As soon as he stepped onto the first stone step, he was already ready to speak in snake's accent. Go back to where you belong, he said in a snake accent. After hearing the command, each of the stone snakes that were originally menacing and covering the ground immediately turned around and returned to their respective guardrail poles as if they had heard the command of their master. Harry looked back at Rolf and Ginny and gave a thumbs up. That's cool, Harry. Rove waved his fist excitedly. After successfully passing the first level of stone steps, Harry set foot on the second level again. With the help of Shi Lao Qiang, he easily climbed up the 7th stone steps without much hindrance and arrived at the small square in front of the magnificent palace. Come up, you two. Harry turned his head and looked at Rolf and Ginny who were standing at the foot of the stone steps watching his solo performance. The dangers on this row of steps should have been cleared. After Rolf and Ginny came up, Harry walked with them to the door of the palace. Actually speaking, according to common sense, I feel that those little snakes before were just minions. The real big danger is the guards at the gate. Rolf looked up at the tall lintel of the palace and said to Harry with some worry. Harry also raised his head, and his eyes had already turned to the thick stone pillars on both sides of the door with great experience, looking at the 2 giant snakes that were tens of feet long and wrapped around the stone pillars. If the biggest danger is these 2 snakes, then we can basically declare victory. He said with a confident smile, snake talk is still very useful. Ginny glanced at Harry, her expression still a little uneasy. I always feel that I shouldn't make a conclusion so early. What if something goes wrong? She asked softly. That's right. Harry thought for a moment, then nodded. You two stay here while I take a few steps forward to take a look. With that said, he walked towards the interior of the palace alone. Rumble. As expected, just when he was about to step into the palace door with one foot, the stone pillars on both sides suddenly moved. The giant snake wrapped around the stone pillar suddenly emitted a dazzling green light from its eyes, and 4 beams of light shone on Harry at the same time. Harry felt as if he had been cast under a powerful immobilizing spell. Halfway through his steps, he could no longer touch the ground, and could not even take a step past the palace door. At this time, one of the giant snakes suddenly fell down from the stone pillar very decisively, and hit the ground heavily with a heavy muffled sound. It was precisely because of its unimpeded action of fading from the air that almost the second after Harry was frozen, the giant snake had already arrived in front of him, opened its bloody mouth, and tried to use the sharp teeth tore it into pieces. Don't move. Harry shouted in critical condition. His voice blurted out, but it changed from human speech to a hissing sound, instantly transforming into a strange language that no other human here could understand. But the giant snake understood. There was a moment of hesitation in its green eyes, but in the end it gently nodded the giant snake's head, returned to the stone pillar where it originally was, wrapped itself around it, and regained its tranquility. Fortunately, the holding magic just released by the 2 giant snakes did not seal Harry's mouth, so he still had a chance to control the movements of the giant snake with his old snake accent. But now is far from the time to let down our guard? Just as the giant snake hesitated for a moment, another giant snake had already coiled its way from the stone pillar to the ground, snaking towards Harry. Its bloody mouth had been opened, and Harry could vaguely see the same grey-white stone inner wall from the snake's mouth. Get back to your pillar. Harry shouted again. After he finished shouting in Shalao accent in time, his expression subconsciously relaxed. Because Harry originally thought that this giant snake would be like the one just now, and would immediately return to the stone pillar where he was just now, so that the barrier in front of the palace would be completely cracked by him alone. Harry, be careful. Ginny screamed in horror from behind. Harry turned his head suddenly, only to find that this time the snake was not as obedient as the many previous obstacles. Just when the same hesitation as that of the giant snake flashed through its eyes, suddenly, the shape of this snake changed. The grey-white scales on the body suddenly stood up and expanded, changing into another shape. The snake's mouth gradually lengthened and widened, the snake's body became slightly shorter and fatter, and several different shapes protruded from the bottom of the abdomen and the back. Of synapses. The synapses grew rapidly. In the next moment, the 2 synapses on the back stretched out and turned into a pair of huge wings, while the 4 synapses under the abdomen stretched downwards and turned into 4 scaly wings. Claws. Roar. With a deafening dragon roar, a grey-white fire dragon dozens of feet tall suddenly landed in front of Harry with complete shock. As soon as the fire dragon appeared, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Harry. It was even more terrifying and chilling than the snake's mouth just now. Get away, Harry. Ginny's voice came from behind again. This time her voice was closer and she seemed to be rushing to his side. Harry looked at the bloody mouth getting closer, and smiled bitterly. He wanted to avoid it, but the immobilizing magic in his body had not faded at all. Now Harry couldn't move his whole body, and could only watch as the grey-white dragon's teeth almost touched his body. "Run away and leave me alone," he said resolutely. However, at the critical moment, a strange-shaped root reached behind Harry. There was something like a plier on the front end of the stick, which accurately hooked the hood behind his back and pulled it back violently. Harry fell backwards, avoiding the bloody maw that almost enveloped his body. Ginny followed closely behind Harry and caught him in her arms as he fell backward. I'm just saying, the snake-forked pliers I specially found from Hagrid should be put to some use." Luaf wiped the cold sweat from his head with a smile on his face. Then he stretched out his wand, pointed it at Harry and said, "Finite." Under the action of the universal breaking spell, the immobilizing magic on Harry slowly faded, and his stiff limbs gradually softened. "Thanks to you this time, Rolf." Harry gasped in shock and said fearfully, "I thought I was dead." "Don't say anything depressing, Harry." At this time, Ginny was still hugging Harry, who was weak, and said with a slight blush, "Rolf, and I can't just watch you go about your business. No matter what, at least we will save you from danger no matter what." "Yes, we are a team, aren't we?" Luafu said with a smile. "Of course, if we want to test whether our team is qualified, then this crisis must be handled well." He looked up at the huge fire dragon in front of him, and his expression slowly became serious. At the same time, Dracula's castle was in the most luxurious hall. A huge and luxurious round table was placed in the center of the hall, with countless delicacies from the mountains and seas on it. The round table was filled with plates of delicious food. Many different types of very expensive wines were placed on the table. Several well-behaved and handsome young men in tuxedos poured wine for the distinguished guests present, and they were always standing by the table to provide meticulous service. The staff of Hogwarts sat around the round table, their faces all red from drinking. Among them, Hagrid alone occupied 2 chairs pushed together, slapping the table excitedly from time to time, and talking to Professor Ketleben, singing songs together. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout tasted the sumptuous food, with happy expressions on their faces. Snape's expression seemed to be a little disdainful, but the tableware in his hands moved faster than the stirring speed when he was refining the potion, and he didn't know how much food went into his stomach. Professor McGonagall looked a little worried, but then several happy faculty members came to the side to persuade her. The astronomy professor Sinistra told her that the little wizards would just stay in the castle for one day and there would be no problems. Some of the little wizards might even not know that the professors were not at Hogwarts. Not only the professors who got along well with Dracula were invited, but other Hogwarts faculty and staff were also invited to Dracula's party, and those who didn't want to come were also forcibly abducted. Needless to say, Sylvie Trelawney, the professor of divination, was still talking nonsense like crazy when he was drunk. Filch, who had always been unpleasant, took his cat, and Mrs. Loris sat there. In the corner, people are eating Hessa, said Emma Victor, the professor of arithmetic and divination, is studying the structure of this magnificent hall. Even Professor Binns, who is a ghost, did not miss this faculty gathering. Originally, due to the special nature of ghosts, they were unable to go to places they had not been before in life. However, under the influence of Dracula's magic, he forcibly simulated the hall of Dracula's castle into a reception hall that Professor Binns had visited, successfully deceiving Professor Binns' perception as a ghost, and made Professor Binns feel that he was a ghost. He can also follow the light of the dark moon and teleport to places he has never reached before in his lifetime. In addition, this gathering was approved by Principal Dumbledore, so the professors had no worries about salary deductions, so most of them regarded it as a rare holiday before the final exam and started drinking and having fun. But compared to the lively atmosphere in the hall, Dracula, who hosted the party, and Dumbledore, who nodded and agreed to the vacation, were sitting in another quiet room eating snacks and enjoying a good show. Play. It has to be you, Dumbledore. You have mastered this transformation skill. Dracula stuffed a mouthful of blood-flavored pudding into his mouth, reached out and patted Dumbledore on the shoulder. The dragon you conjured has completely possessed the characteristics of a dragon, right? Otherwise, how could it have broken free from Salazar's magic and no longer obeyed the control of Snake Laoqiang? After all, I was also the transfiguration professor back then, so I can't mislead my disciples, right? Dumbledore chewed a honey candy and said with a smile. I saw 2 people sitting on a sofa with their backs against the wall, and a piece of yellowed parchment was posted on the wall opposite them. A clear color picture appeared on the paper, in which 3 little wizards were fighting with a fire dragon. Fighting fiercely. This is the first time I have used this function of the Hogwarts title deed. I didn't expect it to be very useful. Dracula looked at the picture on the wall with interest and gave a very good evaluation. Enlarge the title deed. Post it on the wall and then display the image of the corresponding area. Isn't this much easier to use than Nico's old projector? It's just that there's no way to play Nico's favorite play. Dumbledore smiled, so if there was a choice between the land deeds and the old projector, I think he would still choose the projector. But watching a play like this is much better than a drama. Dracula shrugged. Anyway, I haven't realized what's so good about dramas. I've seen too many cliched plots in my life. Let's not talk about it anymore. Dumbledore shook his head with a smile. I'm very curious now, how come this palace complex built by Slytherin himself in the Forbidden Forest appears on the title deed of Hogwarts? Because it is also connected to the magic network of Hogwarts. Dracula said, in the beginning, this palace complex was actually shielded, just like Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. But then I went to deal with the things he left behind, and accidentally discovered this palace complex, so I conveniently included it in the scope of the land deed. Looking back now, that decision at the time was quite wise. What a good decision, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore laughed happily. By the way, it also provides an excellent adventure venue. This will help Harry solve emotional problems and improve his personal abilities this school year. You can imagine it. Dumbledore was now very satisfied. If it weren't for the relics of Slytherin, it would have been a big problem to find a suitable adventure for Harry in such a calm school year. And if Harry was allowed to spend this school year in such an uneventful way, he would not be willing to do so. After all, a savior who is not always prepared to face difficulties and setbacks is not a good savior. How can you see a rainbow without going through wind and rain? Provided that you don't use weather spells to cheat. Dumbledore knew that the time left for Harry was not sufficient and he must be allowed to grow up as soon as possible. Not only Dumbledore was satisfied with this, but Dracula was also very satisfied. Dracula said it was very comfortable to be able to enjoy such wonderful scenes while eating snacks without leaving home. However, there are also shortcomings in this play. For example, Harry's snake tongue is simply at home in Slytherin's territory. After entering this building complex, the three young wizards almost did not fight with the snakes used to protect the palace. They just said a few unintelligible words in the old snake accent, and the battle ended easily. It was boring. Very. In fact, this is not difficult to understand, because this ruins was originally the inheritance place that Slytherin wanted to leave to his descendants. It contains his lifelong research, which is even more comprehensive than what was left in the secret room. The people that these snakes guarding the palace are waiting for are descendants of Slytherin, and they will naturally give in when they encounter snakes. If it weren't for the fact that Harry and Slytherin were not related by blood, I'm afraid these snakes wouldn't even move and would just put the three little wizards into the palace. It is precisely because Harry is not a descendant of Slytherin that the two snakes at the palace gate showed doubts and hesitation when they heard the snake's old accent. However, in the end, they still obeyed the snake's old accent and prevailed. One of the snakes eventually moved out of the way, but Dumbledore and Dracula naturally couldn't let this scene end so easily. When Dracula saw that there was only the last snake left at the entrance of the palace, he immediately cast a dark moon, which was connected to the ruins of Slytherin, and used the disillusionment curse on the opposite side to hide the traces of the dark moon to prevent being Harry, Ginny, and Rolf found out. Dumbledore also used the passage of the dark moon to cast his best transfiguration spell, directly changing the characteristics of the last snake, turning it into a fire dragon. From then on, it was completely unaffected by the old snake's accent. No matter how comfortable it is to watch the show here, the fierce battle in the picture is still going on. Rolf spent some time with his grandfather Newt in a fire dragon sanctuary in Romania, so he had some experience in catching fire dragons and was able to use various props to hold them down for a period of time. It is precisely because of the existence of Rolf, a semi-expert, that Harry and Ginny, two guys who know nothing about taming fire dragons, can barely survive until now. Of course, the biggest reason was that Dumbledore, who controlled the fire dragon, was deliberately letting things go, but no one among the three little wizards knew about it. This can't continue like this. There's no way our physical strength can match that of a fire dragon. When Luafa once again used an eye disease spell to attack the fire dragon's eyes, but was shot away by the stone eyelids, he said breathlessly, "Is there any other way, Rolf?" Harry didn't have any experience in dealing with fire dragons, so he could only look at the future magi zoologist for help. "You make arrangements, Ginny, and I can cooperate with you. But I have no other choice," Luofu said helplessly. During the time when he was holding back the fire dragon, he had tried his best and used almost everything he had learned in Romania. Now he could no longer think of any other way. He was at the end of his rope. What a pity. Romania only taught how to catch a fire dragon in the safest way, but never taught how to kill a fire dragon. Rolf sighed. Now we know clearly that this is not a creature, but we can only use the method of catching the fire dragon, which is the most uncomfortable. I think you should teach me some destructive magic that can ignore defenses, so that my spells won't bounce off its skin. At this point, he sighed helplessly. Harry thought about the scene he described and nodded with approval. At this moment, the fire dragon that was originally entangled with Rolf seemed to be annoyed by Ginny's small curses from time to time. It suddenly changed its direction and let out a high-pitched dragon roar at Ginny. Ginny was frightened and stunned, and the fire dragon flapped its wings and came to her side in an instant, opening its bloody mouth and biting Ginny's neck. Under Rolf's stunned expression, Harry reflexively stood in front of Ginny and stood face to face with the fire dragon. "Harry, go away." Ginny reacted and hurriedly pushed Harry's back, wanting to see what was different between him and the others. However, Harry was still standing between the dragon and Ginny, and his hole suddenly enlarged. He seems to really know a devastating attack magic that can ignore magic defense. Thinking of the forbidden spell, Harry slowly stretched out his hand and raised his wand. He thought of Professor Dracula's demonstration in the defense against the dark arts public class, and the image of the big rat that lost all life in an instant came to his eyes. He also thought about the time when he was getting along with Tom Riddle in the form of writing a diary, and the words on the pages of the diary induced him, trying to make him let go of the shackles in his heart and embark on the path of black magic. Harry's lips trembled as he looked at the grey-white fire dragon that quickly rushed in front of him. The curse almost came to his mouth, but he swallowed it. He remembered what Professor Dracula had told him when he first discovered Riddle's diary. Riddle has always wanted Harry to learn black magic, especially the most egregious unforgivable curse, because this curse will greatly affect Harry's emotions and will also cause significant changes in his mental state and psychology. When Harry actually used the unforgivable curse for the first time, he slowly discovered the usefulness of this black magic that violated the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Gradually, he will become dependent on it, slowly become unlimited, and can no longer escape the vortex of black magic. Finally, Harry gritted his teeth, and the spell on his lips changed the moment he blurted it out. Expelliarmus, he shouted. Using a disarming spell that has no lethality or much aggression to attack a stone fire dragon covered in scales undoubtedly seems a bit funny and ridiculous. But there seemed to be a voice in Harry's heart telling him to do so. He seemed to know that he could repel the fire dragon without the dangerous death curse. So he just recited the disarming spell without any worries. The next moment, a dazzling red light suddenly spurted out from the tip of Harry's wand, suddenly hitting the grey-white scales of the fire dragon just before its fangs touched him. With a boom, the fire dragon seemed to have been hit hard, its brutal eyes turned to shock and disbelief, and then it flew out like an arrow missing from the string, and fell heavily to the ground in front of the palace. Upon seeing this, Luafu quickly ran to the fire dragon, put his wand on the fire dragon's most vulnerable eye, and quickly uttered a spell to undo the transformation from his mouth. The fire dragon was knocked out by Harry's disarming spell, and it took a long time to recover. So Rolf, who seized the opportunity, hit a fragile eye with the spell, and was never hit again. Its tough skin keeps it out. Under the influence of the spell to remove the transformation, the huge fire dragon immediately changed its appearance. The pair of wings on its back retracted, and the 4 sharp claws under its abdomen also retracted into its body. At the same time, its entire abdomen became thinner and elongated, gradually becoming the same thickness as the tail behind it. The fire dragon once again transformed into a giant snake. Sure enough, it is a fusion of transformation magic. Fortunately, the bet was right. Seeing the changes in the fire dragon, Luaf breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at Harry urgently. Quick, Harry? I don't know if it will transform into another form again, so let it go back while it is still in snake form. Harry nodded, switched his language to snake accent, and made a hissing sound. Go back to where you were and don't come down again. The giant snake's shining green eyes moved and seemed to think for a moment. Then, its long snake body swung, winding on the ground and climbed up to another stone pillar in front of the palace door, and wrapped tightly around the pillar. Finally, it returned to its original position, and the green light in the snake boy quietly went out. The entire stone pillar turned into the most simple appearance, and the giant snakes wrapped around it seemed to be just a relief, without any danger. We succeeded. Harry glanced at the wand in his hand in disbelief, still feeling a little like he was dreaming. Yes, we succeeded. Rolf jumped up, shouted excitedly, and hugged Harry's shoulders. By the way, Harry, I didn't hear the spell clearly just now. You repelled what is the magic spell of the fire dragon? Please teach me. This is so cool. I don't know how to explain it. Harry glanced at Rolf's excited expression and couldn't bear to disturb his enthusiasm. Anyway, actually it's just a disarming spell. He smiled awkwardly at Rolf with an innocent expression. Luafu's excited expression immediately froze on his face. So, is that really a disarming curse? His eyes widened in disbelief. I thought I heard it wrong just now, but I didn't expect that it was actually a disarming curse. Harry, you may be the #1 wizard who can use the disarming spell as a highly lethal black magic. Rolf patted Harry on the shoulder and said meaningfully. At this time, Ginny also came over, checking Harry's body up and down, for fear that he would be hurt because of the risky move he had just made to save her from the fire dragon's mouth. What you did just now was too dangerous, Harry, you didn't need to do that. She sobbed with red eyes. You are the savior of the wizarding world. If anything goes wrong while trying to save me, then I will be the savior of this life. I can't bear this responsibility anymore. Ginny, the reason why you admire me is not because I am the savior, but because of my character. Didn't you tell me this? He said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Worried. Ginny finally looked away from Harry, but her eyes were still red and there was a hint of mist on her face. Okay, you two, don't get bored here. Luaf couldn't stand the disgusting behavior of the two of them, and reminded him loudly from the side, let's go first and find where Luna is. She has been trapped here alone for a whole day, and she doesn't know what she is doing now. Harry and Ginny nodded with blushing faces, and the three of them walked into the palace gate together. After experiencing the fierce battle just now, the three little wizards were all messy and dirty, but their eyes were bright, they were walking confidently, and their faces were filled with high morale. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old book chasing tool, used by all old bookworms. Have you let the water go too far, Dumbledore? In a room in Dracula's castle, Dracula looked at the Hogwarts title parchment posted on the opposite wall, and looked at Dumbledore with a somewhat unhappy expression. He felt that this good show should have continued for a while, but it ended a bit too quickly now, and he was not fully enjoying the show. You can't say that, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore said with a smile, don't slander me, I have been doing my best to contribute to this good show. Are you going to tell me that a great wizard, a former professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts, and a pillar of the wizarding world, can your transfiguration be so bad? Dracula said through gritted teeth. First it was knocked away by a second-year wizard with a disarming spell, and then another second-year wizard lifted the transformation spell on it? If you are at this level, then the future of the magic world will be gloomy. Dracula stared into Dumbledore's eyes, looking at him with evil intent. You really misunderstood me this time, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore said innocently, I originally thought that facing 2 second-year and 1 first-year wizards, such a powerful transformation technique would be enough. It's quite difficult for them. But I didn't expect that these 2 little guys really gave me a big surprise. He smiled and stroked his white beard that reached his waist. He couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. He was obviously very satisfied with the performance of the little wizards. Is it really a surprise? Dracula curled his lips and sneered, you were the most nervous when you saw Potter standing in front of Wes just now. I think you wanted to turn that snake into a snake at any time. Stop the completed fire dragon. And you should have noticed, right? Potter was originally going to use the death curse. He has a fragment of Voldemort's soul in his body. I guess his use of the death curse shouldn't be too bad. Maybe I can get rid of the fire dragon you turned into without you releasing any water. Dracula glanced at Dumbledore with interest and teased. I really want to see how you would behave if he really used the unforgivable curse because of the pressure you put on him, and therefore became obsessed with dark magic, and eventually followed Voldemort's old path of learning dark magic. I won't let this happen. Dumbledore's expression also became serious. When Tom embarked on the path of studying black magic, I was actually responsible for not guiding him well. So I have learned some lessons and will pay good attention to Harry's mental health. If he really has a tendency to learn black magic, I will personally pull him back, he said. Now it seems that Potter doesn't have much need for those black magics. Dracula raised his lips slightly. Although the disarming spell he temporarily cast does look a bit nondescript, the attack power is indeed not inferior to ordinary people. Of black magic. It's really interesting. In the defense against the dark arts class next school year, I will consider cultivating him in this area. Maybe he can create a new disarming school. Then it's up to you, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore smiled gently. The 2 of them looked at the picture displayed on the parchment of the land deed at the same time. The 3 young wizards had successfully entered the interior of the ruins of Slytherin. Harry was the first to step on the floor tiles inside the palace. He raised the wand in his hand and looked around vigilantly under the light of the wand's illuminating spell. He only saw an empty space and found no danger around him, so he was slightly relieved. Rolf and Ginny also stepped into the palace and looked around curiously. Different from the luxury, grandeur they imagined, the once magnificent palace has actually become dilapidated under the erosion of thousands of years. The dome was pierced, and the moonlight leaked in. The lighting spell and the dim light of the moonlight clearly reflected the fine dust flying in the sky. Looking around, I saw dense spider webs covering the corners, and mottled and peeling paint remaining on the interior walls. The cold wind blew by, and the cobwebs between the broken walls swayed with the wind. Occasionally, gravel and rubble could be seen scattered on the ground, creating a desolate and miserable scene. Time is the most ruthless, and nothing in this world can beat time. All the glory, splendor, humiliation, sadness, are all integrated into the vicissitudes of life. Time will erase everything. Even powerful wizards like the 4 giants cannot escape the erosion and baptism of time, and will eventually disappear in the long river of history. Dracula was used to seeing the passage of time and the death of his friends, and he felt deeply about this. Later, he had no interest in life and could only look for interesting things to pass the endless time. However, at this time, the 3 young wizards in the Slytherin palace were still too young and had no feelings for this miserable scene. They first felt that the situation here was too different from what they imagined, and then they quickly lost interest and devoted themselves to finding Luna. In fact, Luna's hiding was not too deep. Harry, Rolf, and Ginny bypassed the main hall and only walked around 2 or 3 rooms in the side hall before they discovered Luna's figure. Next to a side wall, an oil lamp is placed on a small stone platform. A little witch is sitting on a small stone next to the stone platform, holding a copy of the Quibbler upside down, and reading with great interest by the light of the oil lamp. Reading. The little witch has messy waist-length dirty blonde hair, pale eyebrows, and a pair of gray eyes that look vague and bulging outward, hidden behind a strange pair of 2 colorful 5-pointed stars. Under the glasses, she was wearing a fluffy rabbit slipper on one foot, and the other foot was bare, dangling on the side of the stone platform. When she saw Harry, Rolf, and Ginny coming in from the main hall, she raised her head happily and greeted them warmly. Rolf, Harry, and Ginny, are you here? Yes, we are here. Luaf had been thinking about it for a long time, hoping to calm down Luna as soon as possible after finding her, but the words were stuck in his throat, and finally he could only say this. Harry and Ginny also looked at Luna with strange expressions. Luna gave people the impression of being too stable, leisurely, and carefree. It felt like she was staying at home and the 3 of them came to visit without bringing any gifts. Luna, have you been here since last night? Ginny hesitated, but decided to ask. I just snuck out after curfew last night, and it took me a long time to find here. Luna tilted her head and thought for a moment. It wasn't last night, but I probably started staying here this morning. Were you really not abused, or were you kidnapped here by someone, Luna? Harry asked from the side, and after staying here for a whole day without eating, don't you feel hungry? There is no one else, I came here alone. Luna said happily, and I have also stored a lot of snacks in advance to feed the animals. These are enough for me to eat for several days. She patted a small crossbody bag she carried on her side. But, how did you find such a hidden relic? At this time, Rolf couldn't help but ask, how come you discovered the relic that has not been discovered by so many generations at Hogwarts so hastily? Already, he really didn't want to believe that a little witch like Luna, who was usually unobtrusive, just took a few steps in the Forbidden Forest and accurately discovered the way to enter the maze magic circle, and came to this place unscathed. They fought desperately for a long time to get inside the palace. Because someone taught me to come here, Luna said matter-of-factly. Ever since I entered the Forbidden Forest, there has been a voice in my ears guiding me in a certain direction, and asking me to dance according to his method. Entered this place. Just because an unknown voice asked you to leave like this, you left like this. Luofu glared at her with concern. If you meet some dark wizard with evil intentions, we won't even know he sold you. No, I can tell that he means no harm. Luna shook her hair and said with a smile, and I always feel that this voice is a bit like Professor Dracula's. I guess you may be hallucinating, Luna. Harry shook his head. Professor Dracula took all the professors to a dinner party. How could he appear in the Forbidden Forest? But I really feel like it's Professor Dracula's. Luna's eyes rolled around. Although the timbre, tone are nothing like it, I just feel like Professor Dracula's voice. Harry opened his mouth but hesitated, but Ginny pulled his sleeve behind his back, interrupting his thoughts of continuing to argue. Okay, Harry, there's no need to argue with Luna, you can't defeat her. Ginny said, it's good that we can find Luna. We should go back now, and we will have to compete with Mr. Filch later. Be brave. Ginny, you seem to have forgotten that Mr. Filch is also attending Professor Dracula's dinner party tonight. We don't need to avoid him tonight. Rolf said with a smile, but it is indeed a bit late now. It's time to go back. Come with us, Luna. Luna nodded happily and put the quibbler away in her hand. The four little wizards walked out of the palace gate together and left the ruins built by Slytherin from the huge tree trunk. But what they didn't know was that after they left, two other people came to the palace seamlessly. Miss Lovegood is quite smart. Dumbledore chuckled. He took out a silver lighter and pressed the button of the lighter with a click. A bright ball of light rose from the lighter into the sky of the palace, illuminating the entire palace, which was countless times more effective than the wand lighting spell. Yes, Miss Lovegood is indeed a magical little witch. Dracula glanced at the deluminator in Dumbledore's hand and nodded in agreement. I thought I had disguised myself well, but I didn't expect it. She can still relate to me intuitively. Speaking of which, this is the first time I know that Slytherin and the other three founders actually built such a spectacular palace around Hogwarts after they split. Dumbledore looked around in wonder. This is a lot of work, but the other three founders didn't notice it. Yes, at that time Salazar's magical attainments were actually slightly higher than the other three founders. Dracula sighed deeply and his tone became silent. Oh, are there some stories I don't know about? Dumbledore asked. Yes, if you want to hear it. Want to hear the details? Dumbledore smiled. This story begins with the ruins of an ancient wizard that Salazar accidentally discovered when he was traveling. Dracula's mellow voice sounded slowly, as if a heavy curtain on the stage had been opened. Salazar Slytherin had always loved traveling, and for good reason. When he was very young, as one of the most talented wizards of that era, he easily surpassed the teacher who taught him magic in a short time. As his strength grew, his ambitions also expanded. Slytherin was not willing to stay in a corner, so he found a way to get rid of his magic teacher and began to travel around the magic world, hoping to find some like-minded friends and learn more advanced and powerful magic. It was under such circumstances that he met the other three founders of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. In addition to these three people, he also met a confused aristocratic young man in Romania during his trip to Romania, that is, Dracula, who had just discovered that his physique had changed. Later, Slytherin and the other three founders established the oldest magic school in Europe, Hogwarts. These four founders, plus Dracula at the time, these five beings with almost the most top magical talents in the world established a very good friendship. It was also the most relaxing and comfortable time in Slytherin's life. However, he is still a Slytherin after all, possessing all the qualities that the Slytherin Academy values when selecting talents: shrewdness, selfishness, interests first, ambition, and the pursuit of strength. Unlike Ravenclaw, who stays in the library all day and is passionate about researching knowledge, and different from Hufflepuff, who is content with the status quo and likes to make delicious food and save various magical creatures. Both he and Gryffindor are it is a character that cannot bear loneliness. But even though they are also restless masters, Gryffindor, who loves to go on adventures everywhere, still has his heart tied to Hogwarts. Whenever an adventure is over, he will return to Hogwarts and feel at ease. Teach students for a period of time. But Slytherin is different. He didn't want to spend his whole life in Hogwarts, the magic school, teaching students all day long without seeing any room for further improvement in strength. So he bid farewell to the other three founders alone and embarked on the path of seeking strength and progress. Until one day, during his travels, Slytherin discovered a ruins left by an ancient wizard. There is a lot of knowledge left by the owner of the ruins in that ruin, and there are various experiences about black magic. These magics gave him a new perspective on learning magic, allowing him to find a possibility to further improve his strength. Slytherin later learned that those were the relics left by the despicable Herbo. Slytherin learned a lot of magical knowledge from the magical experiences left by Halbo, most of which were about black magic. He even integrated some of the magical creations left by Hirebo into his own bloodline, giving himself the ability to talk to snakes, and hatched a basilisk using toads and eggs. After returning to Hogwarts, Slytherin no longer paid attention to the academic performance of the students, but devoted almost all his body and mind to the process of studying the dark magic left by Halbo. Due to the long-term study of the influence of black magic, Slytherin's character became more and more paranoid and irritable. He gradually developed rifts with the other three founders, and there were more and more conflicts between them. The conflict finally broke out over Hogwarts admissions issues. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff all believe that they can recruit Muggle-born wizards to study at Hogwarts, because these children have magical talents and the magic in their bodies will increase with grade, large and constantly growing. If they are not taught to use their magic properly, magic riots and other phenomena are likely to occur, which will have a negative impact on their bodies, and even more serious situations may lead to the emergence of Obscurus. But Slytherin did not agree with their philosophy. He believes that young wizards of Muggle origin are basically in the Muggle world. They have Muggle family members, Muggle friends, and Muggle cognition. If they are recruited into the magic world rashly, it is very likely that Huo will be exposed. The existence of Hogwarts makes the Muggle organization that specifically opposes wizards pose a threat to Hogwarts Castle. At that time, an unprecedented conflict broke out among the founders. Gryffindor believed that Slytherin was crazy about dark magic, so he didn't think about the future development of Hogwarts at all. Hufflepuff also complained that he had lost his compassion and allowed those who could have become a member of the wizarding world. The little wizard who is a member of the Muggle world fends for himself. After a quarrel with Gryffindor, Slytherin also lost all patience, packed up his things and left the Hogwarts castle where they had countless memories. He didn't even take away his most proud student at the time, but entrusted it to Ravenclaw to take care of him. That student later made a very serious mistake and became the current ghost, Bloody Baron. However, even after Slytherin left, his feelings for Hogwarts still existed. So he kept the basilisk in the secret room where he secretly conducted experiments in the castle, hoping that his descendants could use this big snake to turn the tide when the Muggles invaded. He himself entered the Forbidden Forest and built a huge building complex, leaving all the magical heritage left by Hirebo in this building complex. He also set up many snake guards who relied on magic to protect this area. There is room for countless magical lore to remain untouched, and these snakes are specially prepared for his descendants. One day, if someone really discovers this extremely hidden area, then he can inherit all the magical knowledge inside this building complex, including the lifelong learning of the despicable Halbo and Slytherin. All the magic? However, what Slytherin did not expect was that none of his descendants would be able to find this area, so that it was completely reduced to ruins 1,000 years later and became the name of Harry, Rolf, and other young wizards. Ruins, just like when he discovered the remains of Hirebo. In fact, Dracula was not very involved in the stories of the four founders of Hogwarts. At that time, he had gradually accepted his identity from a human to a vampire, so he returned to Romania from Scotland to gather other vampires who had appeared under the influence of the plague-like disaster at that time. Those vampires transformed by disasters are different from the most common vampires. Most of them still have the consciousness of being human beings, but they are not tolerated by the conservative human society at that time. In addition, these vampires have just been transformed, and most of them are unable to make full use of their natural abilities. There has never been another vampire with the pure bloodline and the same superb magical talent as Dracula, so most of their lives are in poverty and wandering around. Flee. For this reason, after Dracula returned to Romania, he returned to the castle left by his family and gathered all the vampires in Dracula's castle. He referred to the Hogwarts model and placed a large number of protective spells around the castle, making the castle a pure land for vampires and vampires. When Dracula had almost settled everything in Romania, he returned to Hogwarts, but what he saw was a fragmented scene. Slytherin broke with the other three founders and left Hogwarts. Ravenclaw was heartbroken over the death of his daughter Helena, and eventually fell ill in bed. Gryffindor was a little disheartened. Seclusion in Godric's Hollow. When Dracula returned to Hogwarts, only Hufflepuff continued to accept house elves into Hogwarts and worked hard to make this magic school in order. However, at that time, Dracula still looked like a young man, as handsome and elegant as when the four first met, but Hufflepuff had turned into an old woman. Since then, Hogwarts has established the position of principal and began to select outstanding graduates from Hogwarts graduates to become principals. To this day, a statue of the first headmaster is still preserved in Hogwarts Castle to commemorate him. Dracula also deeply felt the harshness and coldness of time, and left Hogwarts with complicated thoughts. He was the first to discover the buildings left by Slytherin in the Forbidden Forest, and found a large number of them. The black magic knowledge left behind by Hirebo. In a sense, the remains left behind by Hirebo are the introduction and fuse of all this fragmentation. So for more than 100 years, Dracula searched for traces of the despicable Herbo all over the world. He had already learned from the records left by Slytherin that the despicable Herbo had created a Horcrux, so it was very possible that he had not died like several of the founders of Hogwarts. It was precisely because of his search for Herbo that Dracula later met the famous wizard in ancient Greece, the invincible Andrus. Although he is addicted to black magic, Salazar is still more principled than Herbo and Voldemort. Dracula sighed and said softly, he did not choose to split his soul until the end of his life, creating a Horcrux that can give people the so-called immortality. Compared to Voldemort and Herbo, Slytherin was simply more noble. Most of his black magic experiments were actually just to improve his own strength. They had never interfered with others, let alone used wizards to help him conduct dangerous experiments. If he had other purposes, it was for the stability of Hogwarts Castle. Whether it is the basilisk in the secret room or the complex of buildings arranged in the Forbidden Forest and built based on the magic system of Hogwarts Castle, a large part of the reason is to better protect the castle from infringement. Even for black magic experiments that were considered cruel by the other three founders, Slytherin's experimental materials used animals with little intelligence, and there were very few things that were harmful to nature. In comparison, Voldemort and Herbo relied on killing people to make Horcruxes just to obtain their own immortality, which seemed too cruel. Not only that, even Voldemort's Horcruxes are interested in the relics left by Slytherin. In the first half of the semester, when Riddle was discovered by Rolf using trapping magic in the Forbidden Forest, it was actually to discover the place left by Slytherin. He had almost all the memories of Voldemort's time at school. At that time, young Tom Riddle found many secrets about their ancestors in the old house of the Gaunt family. Naturally, he knew that Slytherin had left behind in the Forbidden Forest a complex of buildings containing a large amount of black magic knowledge, which is a most precious treasure for dark wizards. Therefore, Riddle wanted to learn where the ruins of Slytherin were by luring the snakes in the Forbidden Forest and communicating with them in their old snake dialect. But what he didn't expect was that the guardian beasts in Slytherin's ruins were all made of stone. They were not real creatures and would not be affected by the trapping magic. Because of this, it seems that Riddle is doomed to achieve nothing. The four founders are really admirable wizards. Dumbledore nodded slightly and sighed, today I really opened my eyes. I learned from the people who experienced it about the four people who lived in Hogwarts 1,000 years ago. The past of a founder. Do you have any idea to go in and take a look? Most of the things Salazar left are here. Dracula asked softly. With pleasure, said Dumbledore. The next morning, the fog from last night had dissipated, and the weather was bright and fresh. In the light blue and clear sky, small clouds form white waves, and the water of the Black Lake sparkles under the breeze, shining like silver. The intersection of the lake and the hills on the horizon seemed to still have traces of the rosy morning sun. The morning glow faded away like a tide, leaving only a clear and empty sky. Sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the windows of Gryffindor Tower, shining on the scar on Harry's forehead and on his slightly closed eyes. Harry woke up from a deep sleep and subconsciously covered his eyes with one hand. He couldn't help but think about last night's adventure. Thinking about it now, last night seemed like crazy. There was not even a professor in the entire castle, and there was no one to turn to. And in a flash of his mind, he easily agreed to Rolf and Ginny's request for help, followed them to a forbidden place that no one had ever discovered, and fought with a large group of snakes and a fire dragon. Fortunately, the end result was good. They successfully found Luna, who had been missing for a whole day, and brought her back to Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but think of Ginny's calm expression in panic when she was attacked by the fire dragon, and of her panic-filled expression when she was worried about her behavior. If you think about it, Ginny seems pretty too. Harry murmured to himself as he lay on the bed. What's wrong with Ginny? At this moment, Ron said to the bed confusedly. He didn't seem to be fully awake yet, but he vaguely heard Harry's beeping, so he asked casually. But Harry didn't want him to know what he thought of Ginny. This little son who came to Wes's house was very precious to his sister. It would be difficult to explain if he was misunderstood by his best friend. It's nothing, just go back to sleep, Ron. Harry said, today is Saturday, there are no classes to attend, and the exams will officially start in 2 days. What, today is Saturday? Ron suddenly jumped up from the bed. Then why are you still lying here, Harry? There is a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin today. What? After Ron, Harry also jumped out of bed. When Harry came to the Quidditch pitch carrying his broom, the game was about to start. This is the last Quidditch match before the final exam. According to the usual practice in previous years, everyone often comes here to relax and face next week's exam with a more positive attitude. But today, the little wizards were not in high spirits, and the auditorium at the Quidditch stadium rarely looked empty. It is true that Gryffindor, the defending champion team, had an unsatisfactory record this year. Harry, last year's best seeker, was in really bad shape. Everyone could basically predict that Sri Lanka would be the best. Trin's victory. When he walked to the locker room, Harry saw that the team members here looked a little listless. When they saw Harry coming in, most of them squinted their eyes and stopped paying too much attention. Even Captain Wood, who has always been the most enthusiastic, even fanatical, about winning the game is the same. He didn't even come to remind Harry to get up in time this morning, which was undoubtedly an extremely abnormal thing. Harry could understand their feelings. After all, he didn't even participate in the last Quidditch training before the game last night, and his performance was really poor, so he couldn't be harsh on these teammates. Gryffindor has lost the chance to enter the finals this season. He should have finished this game listlessly like his teammates, and then went to prepare for next week's final exam. But after last night's adventure, a sense of unwillingness to admit defeat suddenly arose in his heart. I'm going out. Harry changed into the red Gryffindor uniform and said to his other teammates. Except for Fred and George, who nodded slightly, the other teammates paid no attention to what he was going to do before the game. Harry sighed, said nothing, mounted his Nimbus 2000 and flew straight to one of the Hufflepuff stands. This is where the Hufflepuff Quidditch team uses to watch and analyze other teams' games. Good morning, Cedric. Harry landed and walked to the tall and handsome fourth-year boy. He was slightly stunned when he saw a beautiful black-haired little witch in a blue collar sitting among a group of Hufflepuff badgers with yellow collars. It was the Cho Chang that Harry had thought about day and night. But when he saw Chu Jong sitting next to Cedric today, he rarely felt sad. Instead, he felt relieved and emotionally relaxed. He even had the mood to nod and say hello to Chu Jong. Chu Jong was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and narrowed her eyes, and nodded to Harry as well. Harry, Cedric asked curiously when he saw the Gryffindor Seeker in front of him, shouldn't you be warming up before the game now? How come you have time to come to us? Time is running out, Cedric, I need to make sure of one thing. Harry did not answer his question and asked directly, how much higher is your team's current total score than Slytherin? A total of 210 points. Cedric said, why do you ask? He felt a little embarrassed when he said this point difference, because these points differences were basically obtained from the Gryffindor team. I know. Harry nodded thoughtfully and said, in this case, if we don't let Slytherin score any points in this game, does that basically mean that you can seal the victory? Cedric and Chu Jong on the opposite side suddenly opened their eyes. Are you kidding, Potter? A Hufflepuff Quidditch player behind Cedric said with a questioning look on his face, you Gryffindors have basically not won any games this season. How can you do it without letting Slay? Where's Trin's score? That's right. I just hope you don't lose too much to Slytherin. Another little Hufflepuff wizard said in a mocking tone, as long as you can lose within 200 points, you can thank Merlin loudly. Harry frowned and looked at the little wizard. Harry recognized that he was also a second-year student. His name was Ernie Macmillan. He seemed to be a pure-blood aristocrat. His performance had always been quite high-profile when the two colleges attended classes together. Don't be like this, Ernie. Cedric interrupted Macmillan's taunting, and turned to look at Harry. Harry, thank you for your kindness, but I believe we can defeat Sri Lanka with our own strength. Come to Trin. He declined Harry's surprise. But Slytherin's broomsticks are all Nimbus 2001. Harry said. The Hufflepuff players were silent. In fact, they also know that there is a certain gap between the strength of the Hufflepuff team and Slytherin. On weekdays, they usually lose more than they win against Slytherin. The entire group, mostly upright and humble badgers, couldn't let go under the Slytherin team's foul flow style of play, and they often used the so-called Transylvanian feints. Such methods are used to attack. The Transylvanian feint is a Quidditch technique in which you pretend to hit your opponent on the nose to confuse the opponent. But the fake action of Slytherin players hitting their opponent's nose with the bludger bat was always so real that it couldn't be more real. When the bat really hit the opponent's face, they will argue that they did not hold back and made a mistake. Therefore, basically after every game, the poor little badgers were bruised and swollen. So if possible, they are not willing to face the Slytherin players who will definitely chase points. If there is already a point difference of more than 200 points between them before the game, then the Hufflepuff players only need to defend well, and there is no need to worry about the Slytherin players playing dirty tricks. Doo-doo. At this moment, the game preparation whistle blew. Harry nodded to Cedric, then mounted his broom and flew directly from the stands to the Quidditch pitch in midair. The Gryffindor players didn't have much reaction to his late arrival or what he had just done. They just glanced at the Seeker casually, as if he was just a player to fill in the gaps and let the game go. Unrelated personnel who can open the show. Only Wood added a few words after seeing him. Harry, I don't expect you to catch the Golden Snitch. And even if you might catch the Golden Snitch, we don't have the energy to fight with Slytherin to get 150 points. Goal. If it were normal weekend games, with Wood's unwillingness to admit defeat, he would fight for the possibility of victory no matter how slim his hope was. If Harry had any hope of catching the Golden Snitch, then he, a training fiend, would definitely be able to force the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team to fight Slytherin, even if it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. He had to work hard to make up for the 150 points difference, and wait until he surpassed Slytherin by 150 points before letting Harry catch the Golden Snitch that represented the end of the game. Because they can only get a ticket to the finals if they surpass Slytherin by 300 points. But at the end of the day, this game was held shortly before final exams. They will take the more important final exam in a few days. There is no need to waste these 2 days of rest, exhaust all their energy, and compete in an invisible competition for such a small hope that is almost invisible. Race to the end. As the captain, Wood certainly knew this, so he sighed and said lonely, "You try your best to entangle Malfoy and prevent him from catching the Golden Snitch so early. At least we can't lose so ugly." Harry looked deeply at his captain and nodded slowly. The whistle blew to start the game, and all the quaffles and blood jars immediately rose into the sky, and the Golden Snitch had long since disappeared. Hearing the whistle, Harry flew to a very high position in an instant, surveying the entire Quidditch field from a distance. Damn it, didn't I ask Harry to pester the Seeker on the other side? Wood saw Harry's actions and cursed secretly. Forget it, leave him alone, leave the rest to us. Fred, George, cover Angelina. Copy that, Captain. No problem, Captain. Even in the face of this kind of competition with no chance of winning and no future, Fred and George still kept their playful expressions and responded funny. The game was about to break out like a war, and the players from the two teams quickly became entangled. High in the air, Harry didn't care about his captain's questioning mood. He squinted his eyes and carefully scanned the various situations in the entire arena with a serious attitude that he had not seen throughout the semester, like an eagle flying in the air looking for prey. He saw Fred and George testing each other with Slytherin's Marcus Flint using Transylvanian feints. Angelina took the quaffle through another defense, another block by a sturdy Slytherin player. Wood nervously blocked in front of 3 Gryffindor circles, watching the quaffle passing back and forth from a distance. He also saw 2 exquisite chairs placed alone on an auditorium platform dedicated to professors outside the arena. 2 professors who rarely met in this arena appeared on the seats at the same time. Dumbledore was sitting comfortably on one of the chairs, admiring the fierce competition, while Dracula was holding a black parasol, leaning on the railings around the auditorium, looking at it with interest the ever-changing Quidditch situation on the field. All the scenes were in Harry's eyes. Under the bright sunshine, he completely eliminated distracting thoughts, squinted his eyes, and looked at every suspicious location through the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, an abnormal golden reflection quietly appeared from the corner of his eye. Harry turned his head abruptly, turned the broom and flew towards the golden reflection. Seeing Harry's move, Slytherin's Seeker Malfoy also accelerated like crazy and flew towards his position. The speed of Nimbus 2001 is obviously much improved compared to the old version of Nimbus 2000. Whether it is the linear acceleration efficiency or the ultimate speed, Malfoy is much faster than Harry. But Harry naturally has his own methods. Harry made several light turns in the air and easily left behind Malfoy, who was only good at sprinting with speed, and almost caused him to hit a goalpost. When Malfoy was dizzy, Harry suddenly accelerated and dived towards the location where the golden light appeared. Oh my god, I saw it. Harry really discovered the golden snitch. On the Quidditch commentary table, commentator Lee Jordan looked at this scene in disbelief and shouted excitedly, "It was silent for a game. Is the best seeker of the year finally going back to his original level?" The entire Quidditch pitch seemed to be quiet for a moment, and all eyes were focused on Harry. There was no obstacle in front of Harry, only a small golden ball staying in the air. Do-do-do. Ms. Huochi blew the whistle indicating the end of the game. Harry raised the golden snitch in his hand high and showed a long-lost happy smile. In the end, the score on the scoreboard was fixed at 160:10, which opened up a huge gap of 150 points between Slytherin. Looking at it this way, the whimsical idea he proposed with the Hufflepuff players before the game actually came true. The entire Quidditch pitch was in a state of excitement. The young Gryffindor wizards, who had not had any enthusiasm for watching games for a long time, were now desperately waving the red flags representing the house and shouting Harry's name. Professor McGonagall no longer had her usual serious look, but was wiping the corners of her eyes with emotion. Dumbledore showed a relaxed smile, nodded to Dracula, and happily stuffed another piece of sizzling honey into his mouth. Sugar. Dracula also curled up his lips, as if he was quite satisfied with Harry's performance, and he lived up to his act of coming to watch the game with Dumbledore on such a sunny day. Commentator Lee Jordan, who was sitting in the commentator's seat, was reluctant to leave and was still analyzing the significance of the game. Let us first congratulate Gryffindor in advance for winning 3rd place in the Quidditch Cup this year. I believe everyone knows that as the defending champion of the previous season, the Gryffindor team performed very poorly in this season. As the youngest and most promising seeker in the past, Harry Potter take the main responsibility. But Harry today gave me a different feeling, as if he was the confident best player last year and came back from the moment he won the Quidditch Cup. It's a pity that if he could get back to his current form earlier and win a few more games, maybe Gryffindor could get another ticket to the finals. Unlike now, he can only win a few more games. A season of 3rd place comes to an end. Lee Jordan sometimes spoke passionately and sometimes regretfully, occupying the microphone and unwilling to leave. It was not until Ms. Huochi was about to clean the arena that she reluctantly gave up her commentator's seat. At this time, Harry also had no time or energy to care about Lee Jordan's explanation. He was surrounded by his team members, and everyone was asking him what he had figured out. It's as powerful as taking medicine. Harry smiled as he responded to the jokes and inquiries from his teammates, and finally felt the atmosphere that he had not felt in this team for half a year. They flew down from the sky while talking and laughing, passing by the stands where the members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team were. Harry took a moment and gave a thumbs up in Cedric's direction. Cedric smiled knowingly and gave Harry a thumbs up in return. Next, they can finally face the final exam with confidence. Soon, the last day of the semester arrived. In the Gryffindor common room, the little wizards looked longingly at the window in Gryffindor Tower specially designed for owls to enter and exit, waiting anxiously for the announcement of the final exam results. At Hogwarts, final exam results for each year are announced on the last day of term. The day after the results were announced was the day when the little wizards took the Hogwarts Express home. It is obvious that after receiving their report cards, some little wizards will have a very happy summer vacation, while others will cry and be severely beaten by their parents. Each college issues transcripts differently. In order to let the little wizards experience the tension of the ordinary wizard level exam in advance, Professor McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor House, usually sorts out the scores of the little wizards and gives the transcripts to owls to deliver to each child. In the hands of the wizard. Although Harry was a little worried about his grades, among the young wizards, he was actually one of the most open-minded. After all, he had not been able to listen to the required courses this whole semester, and most of his homework was done, so he would not be surprised at all if he failed several subjects. In addition, as the so-called parents, the Dursleys obviously don't care about Harry's grades in magic school, so unlike other young wizards who need to worry about punishment from their parents if they fail in exams, he has no other worries at all. Compared to Harry, Ron was obviously much more nervous. Not only because he would have to face Mrs. Weasley's stern eyes when he returned home, but he was also worried that his sister Ginny, who had just arrived at Hogwarts, would laugh at him because of his grades. In order to relieve Ron's pressure, Harry decided to chat with him for a while to distract him. Ron, how do you think you did in this exam? He asked softly. Don't mention it, I think my history of magic will definitely fail. Ron covered his face and said with a painful expression, except for a pervert like Hermione, who would remember what is written in the International Wizarding Convention of 1289, the specific content. At this point, Harry nodded empathetically. He didn't know the content of this part at all, so he left this question completely blank on the test paper. Now seeing that Ron didn't answer this question, Harry felt sad for him, but also felt relieved. Don't be too nervous, Ron. At least you must have done well in other subjects, right? Harry felt that his gloating mood was a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly continued to comfort him. I remember you were with Hermione all day before the exam. I'm going to the library to review. They're all just so-so. Ron said with a despairing expression, you must not know what I did with the expansion charm and the shrinking charm in the charms exam. My wand is too bad. I must ask my mother to buy me another one when I get home. Of course, the premise is that my final exam results are not too bad, otherwise even a spanking is good. Harry glanced at the wand in Ron's hand, which was covered with magic tape and almost broken in two, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy in his eyes. Aren't you already accustomed to this wand? Harry asked. When I was training at the duel club, I remember that you were already able to use this broken wand proficiently. Let me think about what you told me. Oh, by the way, you told me that as long as you can control the amount of magic power, you can successfully duel with this tattered wand. Having said this, Harry couldn't help but admire Ron's perseverance. He didn't know whether they were randomly grouped or assigned specifically for fun, but Harry thought it was the latter. Professor Dracula often put Ron and Seamus Finnegan, two problematic elements, in a team. Seamus is a blasting wizard. In his hands, any kind of magic spell can be turned into an amazingly powerful blasting spell, while Ron is a self-destruction expert. As long as he is not careful when using this wand, he will be killed. It will put a curse on yourself. But under the high pressure given by Professor Dracula in the dueling club, these two people actually developed a dueling method suitable for them. Seamus took advantage of the fact that any spell he used was likely to explode. In duels where opponents were randomly assigned, people who were not familiar with him often looked down upon his innocuous spells, only to be thrown in the face by an unexpected move. In front of me, the one that seemed to be carrying a powerful blasting spell was in a very awkward situation. Ron learned the method of controlling the amount of magic power mentioned by Professor Dracula. The magic spells he usually used deliberately limited his magic output, but during the duel, he would often increase the amount of magic power unexpectedly, and then turn the wand upside down, causing a large amount of concentrated magic power to burst out from the tail of the wand, instantly defeating the opponent. In this way, these two people formed a dueling style that is difficult for anyone to copy. They can be called the two strange flowers of the dueling club. However, such a strange girl from the duel club failed again in the final exam of the charms class. During the exam, I was really too nervous. Ron said sadly. As a result, I accidentally failed to control the amount of magic used, and a shrinking spell hit myself from the tail of the wand. Harry, you don't know how embarrassed I was at that time. The wizard robe on my body shrank to a size smaller than a child's clothes. It almost strangled me and suffocated me. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick saw something was wrong and helped me resolve the spell in time. Otherwise, I might have become the first wizard to be strangled to death by his own spell during the exam. Then you are really ill-fated. Harry covered his mouth, trying not to laugh out loud, and trying to make a sympathetic expression on the surface. By the way, Harry, do you think you can still get first place in defense against the dark arts this time? Ron didn't care whether Harry was suppressing a smile. He suddenly thought of something and asked with great interest, I don't know where you went by yourself before. You may not know very well. During that time, Harry Min's most difficult lesson is defense against the dark arts. Look at Hermione's unwillingness. She is afraid that you will take first place in defense against the dark arts again and once again break her monopoly of being the best in all homework. There's no way I'm going to get first place this time. Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head. I haven't paid much attention to lectures this semester. Have you forgotten the punishment Professor Dracula gave me this semester? Every time I have to fight 4 duels in the duel club before I can leave, this is all the result of me being distracted in class. It's true, your mental state is really not quite right this semester, whether it's in class or in Quidditch matches. Ron pinched his chin and said, but didn't you fully adjust in the end? I still remember the game before the exam. It took you 5 minutes to catch the golden snitch. Didn't you see Malfoy's expression at that time? It was as if he had eaten a fly. Ron held his belly and laughed. Thinking of Malfoy's funny expression at that time, Ron was no longer nervous at all, but Harry became a little lonely. But I still figured it out too late. Harry sighed. Gryffindor originally had a great chance to win the second championship this year, but because of my performance, we were not even able to win the finals. None of them went in. Don't blame yourself too much, Harry. Everyone is out of shape sometimes. Ron now began to comfort Harry in turn, and the Quidditch Cup was won by Hufflepuff in the end, so for us it's not unacceptable. As long as it's not Slytherin. I really didn't expect that even Hufflepuff people who are usually only interested in food can work so hard to compete for the Academy Cup. After winning the Quidditch Cup, Hufflepuff's score surpassed that of Slytherin House by a little bit in a short period of time. Then those little badgers seemed to be crazy, despite Snape's targeted deduction of points, and fought hard-earned points like you are risking your life. Really, it feels like Snape didn't deduct points from Gryffindor in those days, and just picked Hufflepuff to deduct points, but in the end it wasn't as fast as they earned. Haha, I just let Sproul Professor T.E. won the Academy Cup that she hasn't touched in a long time. Indeed. Harry nodded in approval. I never found Hufflepuffs to be so powerful before. In fact, Hufflepuff is a seriously underestimated house. Normally, it seems that the little wizards of Hufflepuff are relatively Buddhist and do not attach much importance to honors such as the Academy Cup and do not compete for them. In addition, the Hufflepuff common room is very close to the Hogwarts kitchen, and the little badgers go to the kitchen from time to time for extra meals. Therefore, the proud purebloods in Slytherin often look down on the people of this college and think that they are all losers. But on this day, the little wizards of Hufflepuff saw the opportunity to win the House Cup, and the house with the largest number of people among the 4 houses finally showed their fangs. There are a large number of Hufflepuff wizards working hard to add points to the college in all aspects. Even though the courses for this semester have ended, they still do not miss any opportunity to add points, and even knock on the office doors of various professors to give professors volunteer. Of course, our defense against the dark arts professor is also responsible for this. Dracula was happy to see Snape deflated, so he called together a large group of Hufflepuff wizards who came to volunteer, and asked them to sort out the results of the test papers that Riddle had corrected for him, and then fill them in on. The parchment was sent to Professor McGonagall, who produced the final version of the transcript. After completing this uncomplicated task, Dracula generously gave 10 points to each little wizard who came to work, instantly making up for the points deducted from Snape's hard work all day long. Come back. In the end, with Dracula's happy attitude and the tacit understanding of the other deans, Sprout led Hufflepuff to win the very rare House Cup after many years. Harry, do you still remember, when Snape and Professor Sprout shook hands to celebrate? The awkward expression made me laugh to death. Ron laughed excitedly. Harry recalled Snape's expression at the end of term dinner and smiled happily. At this moment, a sound of flapping wings came from the window high in Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Ron's playful expressions instantly calmed down as if they had been splashed with cold water, and they suddenly looked up. Several public owls from Hogwarts Castle each carried a thick stack of parchment and flew into the Gryffindor common room from a high window, delivering these report cards that the young wizards were both looking forward to and hating. Throw it on the fireplace in the lounge. Why can't we light the fireplace in the summer? Then we might have a chance to burn these damn report cards. Ron complained secretly. However, no one cared about what Ron said at this time. All the little wizards' eyes were focused on the piles of parchment, with various emotions such as hope, desire, hatred, shrinkage, and escape in their eyes. As the prefect of Gryffindor, Percy volunteered to step forward and untie the parchment ropes for the little wizards, and distributed the report cards to each corresponding little wizard. Hermione pounced on him early and snatched away her transcript with quick eyes and hands. She unfolded the delicate parchment, glanced at her results nervously, and showed a satisfied look when she saw the entire row of outstanding. But when she proudly moved her eyes to the notes behind the results of a subject, the satisfied expression on her face immediately collapsed. What's wrong with you, Hermione? Ron came to Hermione's side at some point and asked curiously, I think you're about to cry. What's going on? He glanced at the long row of O's on Hermione's transcript and raised his eyebrows. Isn't this pretty good? They are all excellent. However, Hermione didn't appreciate it at all. She glared at him fiercely, put away her transcript, and returned to the dormitory angrily. What's wrong with Hermione? Harry came over at this time and asked Ron with some confusion, did she fail the exam? This doesn't look like her. But I think she did very well in the exam. Every subject is followed by an O. Ron scratched his head. It can't be that she did too well in the exam and there is nothing new. At this point, he was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then took a breath of cold air. Wait a minute, I may know why Hermione is unhappy, Ron said loudly, while patting Harry hard on the shoulder. Quick, Harry, get your transcript. Harry was stunned, and then he understood what possibility Ron had thought of. Isn't this possible? He opened his mouth in disbelief. By chance, just when the two of them thought about this too whimsical possibility, Percy came over with 2 pieces of parchment. Harry, Ron, your transcripts. He handed over 2 pieces of parchment. Without even bothering to look at his own results, Ron grabbed Harry's report card, pointed his finger down the row of results, and finally stopped at the subject of defense against the dark arts. Defense against the dark arts, oh, remarks, first place in grade. Although there is no grading system, the top results at Hogwarts are often marked out specifically, so as to give the little wizards an incentive to compete for the top spots. Harry, you really won first place again. Ron jumped up suddenly. I knew you could do it. Even though he had guessed part of it from Hermione's performance, Harry still widened his eyes when he actually learned about his results. I'm not dreaming, are I, Ron? He asked in disbelief. Ron immediately slapped Harry hard on the shoulder. Do you still think it's a dream? Hiss. It's indeed not a dream, but you're too harsh. Harry grinned and rubbed his painful shoulder, complaining. In addition to the unexpected surprise of defense against the dark arts, Harry and Ron also passed all other exams, but most of them were a eatable pass that had just reached the passing line. The two little wizards, who thought they would fail the exam, were quite satisfied with this. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the last few days of asking for Assistant Riddle to make a surprise attack were of great use. What surprised Harry most was that he actually passed Snape's potions exam. Potions, a long-term experience-based course, cannot be successfully learned in 1 or 2 days of sudden preparation for exams. If Harry fails to pay attention in this class like other subjects, coupled with Snape's hatred, I'm afraid it's unreasonable even if I don't fail the exam. Fortunately, it was precisely because Snape had to criticize Harry in every class that he could not lose focus in potions class like he did in other classes. Even so, Harry still doubted that Dumbledore had intervened to prevent Snape from going out of his way to get in trouble with him. During this term, Snape's attitude towards Harry was quite frightening. Every time Snape saw Harry, a muscle next to his thin lips twisted unpleasantly, and he kept flexing his fingers, as if he wanted to grab Harry's throat. As everyone knows, Snape is well aware of Harry's lack of form this semester. More than 10 years ago, Harry's father, James Potter, looked at Lillian Vance with the same expression as Harry during this period. Harry's expression reminded Snape of his lost youth and true love. Therefore, he couldn't stand Harry who looked exactly like James Potter in every place except his eyes. In a blink of an eye, it was time to take the Hogwarts Express home. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George, and Ginny occupied a separate compartment in the carriage. They made full use of the last few hours of magic allowed before the holidays, playing crackling explosion wizard cards and setting off. Fred and George struggled to pull out the last few fireworks and practiced disarming each other's weapons with magic. By now, no one among the young wizards here was more skilled in using the disarming spell than Harry. Sometimes I really don't understand how you practice the disarming spell. George took his wand from Harry depressingly, feeling that his 2 years older than him had been wasted. George, Harry has just given in to you. Ginny watched Harry's every movement and expression and said with a smile, you don't know, the attack power of Harry's disarming spell is comparable to that of Black. There's magic. Is this a lie? George turned his head and looked at Ginny. Ginny, I know you have admired Harry since you were a child, but you can't worship him blindly. Ginny said nothing, she just looked at Harry and smiled knowingly. The two young wizards subconsciously recalled the situation when they faced the huge fire dragon in the ruins left by Slytherin. At that time, Harry stood in front of Ginny without hesitation, and used a disarming spell as powerful as black magic to repel the fire dragon's attack. The disarming spell was far more powerful than the one he used on George during the practice in the carriage. The curse is much greater. Amidst the laughter, the Hogwarts Express gradually slowed down and finally stopped at King's Cross Station. Before getting out of the car, Harry seemed to suddenly remember something and took out his quill and a piece of parchment from the suitcase. Here is the phone number, he said to everyone present, scrawling the number twice, then tore the parchment in two and handed them to Hermione and Ginny respectively. Ginny, last summer, I told your dad how to use the phone. He would understand. Call me at the Dursleys, okay? I can't stand talking to only Dudley for 2 months. If your aunt and uncle heard about the Brave Act at the end of term, said Ginny, as they got off the train and joined the throng of people walking slowly towards the enchanted partition, they would definitely proud of you, aren't you? Proud. Harry curled his lips. Are you confused? If they heard that I almost died in the mouth of a fire dragon, but actually escaped death, they would definitely be furious. What are the two of them talking about? Ron looked at Hermione beside him with a confused expression. Why can't I seem to understand? What about bravery? What about fire dragons? What about escaping from death? I don't understand either. Hermione frowned, then turned to look at Ginny. Ginny, what were you two discussing just now? It's nothing. Ginny made a face at Hermione. Just think that we are talking about the plot of some fairy tales. Then, together they passed through the entrance to platform 9 3/4 and returned to the Muggle world. Blake is still on the run. The Ministry of Magic confirmed today that Sirius Black, believed to be the most notorious prisoner of Azkaban Castle, has still not been captured and returned. We are working hard to recapture Black, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge said this morning. We ask the wizarding community to remain calm. Some members of the International Confederation of Wizards have criticized Fudge for not keeping Black at large. Notify the Muggle Prime Minister. The newspaper with the eye-catching English title was slightly blown by the breeze, revealing a strand of flowing silver hair and a handsome and evil face. Hey, someone escaped from Azkaban. Dracula took a sip of the bright red wine and read the newspaper in front of him with great interest. At this time, Dracula was staying in the Black family's house, which he had visited once before. He was leaning on the soft sofa, gently shaking a goblet filled with red wine with one hand, and holding a glass with the other hand. A copy of the Daily Prophet. Nearly a year has passed since Dracula resurrected Regulus Black, who had been turned into an inferi by Voldemort. After nearly a year of tidying up, Regulus Black and the house elf Kriaker, who had gradually adapted to the physique of the inferi, gradually managed this house that had been abandoned for more than 10 years to look like a model. Decent. As a mother in Regulus, Kriaker was an old house elf who had lived in this house since Walburga Black was a child. Even though his thinking had become rigid, as a person in the so-called 20s house elves were born in the Black family, one of the 8 pure blood saint clan, and their personal business abilities are still very good. The return of Regulus gave this old house elf a new lease of life, and Kriaker, who had always been resentful and full of resentment, actually became energetic. Dracula was now leaning comfortably on the soft sofa, taking a sip of red wine from the goblet from time to time. Kriaker stood respectfully beside him, and whenever the wine in his glass ran low, he would refill it in time. Today, their location is a Black family magic training room. Regulus was holding a custom-made wand suitable for use by dark creatures and practicing casting spells on a target. He hoped that Lord Vampire Count, who was very professional in dark creatures, could give him advice on how to better utilize the magic power in the corpse. However, Dracula's attention was completely attracted by the newspaper in his hand, and he did not watch Regulus's spell-casting action at all. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old book-chasing tool, used by all old bookworms. Sirius Black, is this prison escapee your brother? Dracula tapped the big photo on the front page of the newspaper with his thumb, and asked Regulus, who was still practicing magic not far away. The large photo on the front page showed a man with a sunken face and long tangled hair. He blinked slowly at the person who was reading the newspaper. He seemed to be in a worrying state of mind. Sirius. Regulus was startled for a moment, then slowly withdrew his wand, his expression becoming a little cold. I thought he was dead. If the information in the newspaper is correct, then he probably didn't have time to die. Dracula glanced at the photo with interest, then turned to look at Regulus. You didn't order this newspaper. Really, you don't know. Regulus was worried that his physique would be exposed, so he had hardly left the front door of the Black family house in the past year. He could only rely on newspapers bought by Kriaker to learn about the magical world. You came here before I had time to read today's newspaper, Regulus said, and the Daily Prophet is getting worse and worse. It will only publish some meaningless content all day long. I'm not interested in watching it either. I still remember that there was a newspaper a few days ago that listed the story of a Ministry of Magic staff member who won the lottery in a very front page. It was extremely boring. Regulus pursed his lips indifferently and looked away. Oh. Dracula became interested again and looked at Kriaker. Kriaker, help me get all the newspapers you subscribed to a few days ago. I want to see how the Daily Prophet describes winning the lottery. Just a simple thing. Kriaker bowed and disappeared with a bang. When he came back again, he already held a thick stack of Daily Prophet in his hands. I'm looking for it. Is this it? Dracula casually flipped through a few newspapers and found what Regulus described about the lottery. When he saw this page, his expression suddenly became a little playful. Title, Ministry of Magic Staff Wins Big Prize. Contents, Arthur Weiss, Director of the Department for the Suppression of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts at the Ministry of Magic, received the Galleons, the Daily Prophet's annual award. An elated Mr. Weasley told the Daily Prophet, we will spend the money on a summer trip to Egypt, where our eldest son Bill does spellbreaking work for Gringotts Bank. The Wesleys will stay in Egypt for a month, returning before Hogwarts starts. The Weiss family currently has 5 children attending school there. The content is followed by a corresponding photo, which is a group photo of 9 members of the Weiss family standing in front of the pyramid. Everyone who came to Wes House looked very excited, waving hard to the camera and smiling happily. In the picture, Mrs. Weasley is small and fat, while the bald Mr. Weasley is very tall. Their 6 sons and 1 daughter all have fiery red hair. Ron stands in the middle of the photo, tall and thin, with his pet mouse Scabbers on his shoulders and his arm around his sister Ginny. Wesley's family really has no time to spare. Even though they are already so poor, they still want to go out for a walk no matter what holiday they have. Dracula chuckled, the little wizards in their family are so unwelcome. Don't worry, maybe they inherited it from their parents. He smiled playfully and put the newspaper recording Mr. Weasley's lottery winning information back into Kriaker's hand, then picked up the newspaper again with the big news of Sirius Black's escape from prison on the front page, and looked up at Regulus. Mr. Dracula, I will go to the library to look for some spellcasting information. Kriaker will take good care of you. Before Dracula could say anything else, Regulus greeted him stiffly, then he walked straight to the door of the magic training room. What are you so anxious about? Dracula raised his hand, and the door of the training room suddenly closed. What are you running from, Regulus? I didn't escape. Seeing the door in front of him closing, Regulus stopped for a moment and forced himself to maintain an indifferent expression. No escape. Dracula slowly raised the corners of his mouth. If there is really no escape, then why did you just change the topic to the news about winning the lottery? Sirius Black is the brother you haven't seen for many years. Even if the relationship is not good, you won't have even the slightest extra interest when you hear about him after so many years, right? I guess, you've actually read this newspaper, right? He asked with a half-smile. Regulus stood there and took a deep breath. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, Mr. Dracula. He turned around and smiled helplessly at Dracula. I have indeed read this newspaper. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, after his resurrection, the first time he met Sirius was in a newspaper. How's the relationship between you two brothers? Dracula gently shook his wine glass and asked with interest, I think you care about your brother quite a bit, otherwise you wouldn't avoid talking about him so much. No, you did guess wrong this time. Regulus shook his head, the relationship between the two of us is extremely bad. Let's put it this way, the relationship between the two of us is not bad anymore. Maybe it would be more appropriate to describe us as being as powerful as water and fire. We, the Black family, have always been students of Slytherin, until the alien Sirius appeared. He couldn't stand the style of the pure-blood family since he was a child, and he often fought against the half-bloods for those poor marrow wizards. Later, he as expected, I was sorted into Gryffindor. Regulus' tone slowed down, and Yun told the story of the two of them. The mother was so angry that she was about to kick Sirius out of the house on the spot. However, she later decided to give Sirius a chance and planned to use Professor Slughorn's connections to transfer him back to Slytherin. But Sirius seems to be very satisfied with the Gryffindor house. He is not willing to transfer at all, and after returning home every holiday, he will hang the honors he earned in Gryffindor on the walls of his room. We even used permanent sticking spells to stick Gryffindor banners, photos of Muggle girls in bikinis, photos of motorcycles, photos of ourselves with friends, etc. on the wall to anger our parents. My mother and father were completely disappointed in him, so they pinned their hopes on their second son, who was me. I've always known what they expected of me, and I couldn't bear to live up to their wishes, so I've always followed their orders since I was a child, which is exactly the opposite of Sirius. Later on, I became the only pride of my parents, and Sirius became the one they completely ignored, as if they had never had such a son. Regulus sat on another sofa, took a sip of the water handed over by Kriaker, and continued to tell. After graduation, he joined the Order of the Phoenix, and I joined the Death Eaters. Between these two opposing camps, it is conceivable that our relationship became more tense. But my parents both recognized the Dark Lord's ideals and regarded Sirius' behavior as a pure-blood traitor, so they completely eliminated him from the family list. You may also have some impression that some of the family tree tapestry has been scorched holes. One of them is where Sirius used to be. Dracula gently put down the cup and newspaper in his hand, and looked at Regulus thoughtfully. Order of the Phoenix, he asked. Are you talking about the Order of the Phoenix that Dumbledore founded to fight against the Death Eaters? Of course, there is no other Order of the Phoenix besides this. Regulus said. That is to say, Sirius Black is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and a subordinate of Dumbledore. Dracula rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that this matter had become a little strange, but the newspaper said, Sirius was a Death Eater who tried his best to support Voldemort. Let me see, the reason why he was taken to Azkaban back then. Well, he killed 13 people with just one spell. And he did it in broad daylight in front of witnesses. Something. It probably caused a lot of trouble at the time, so Sirius's danger level was judged very high by the Ministry of Magic. So he later betrayed Dumbledore and turned to the Death Eaters. Dracula asked, if that's the case, the biggest gap between you two will naturally disappear. No, Regulus hesitated and shook his head slightly. No matter how much I dislike Sirius as a person and hate his arrogance, recklessness, rashness, pushiness, and other habits, but I still want to say, it's possible for anyone to join the Death Eaters camp, but it's impossible for Sirius. Regulus said, and based on his empathy with those marrow wizards, I don't think he's going to blow up a dozen muggles with a single spell. I have always known that Sirius has a very good relationship with several of his friends. After he was kicked out of the house, he often went to James Potter's house for dinner. Old Potter almost regarded him as his godson. Oh, the Potter family was killed by the Dark Lord. How could Sirius switch to the Death Eater camp and do those evil things after the Dark Lord lost power? There is indeed something wrong. Dracula raised an eyebrow. In addition, you just said, Potter? Why is it related to the surname Potter again? It is the same family as Harry Potter. James Potter is indeed Harry Potter's father. Regulus nodded and said. Dracula frowned slightly and quietly combined all the clues in his mind, trying to deduce the most complete storyline. What he knew was that Voldemort went to Godric's Hollow 12 years ago to kill the Potter family, but he suffered a loss due to the blood magic that Harry's mother, Lily Potter, invested in strong emotions. He was rebounded by his own life-killing curse and became a humble remnant soul. After this incident, Sirius Black suddenly broke out and killed 12 muggles and a wizard. Finally, he was imprisoned in Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic and imprisoned for life. Under the analysis of Sirius's biological brother, many illogical aspects naturally surfaced. It looks like I'm going to find another opportunity to go to the principal's office to torture Dumbledore. Dracula had a look of interest in his eyes. Before going to Dumbledore to interrogate Sirius about the prison break, Dracula decided to go to Azkaban first. In order to snipe Voldemort before, Dracula had already gone around the island where Azkaban was located. This time he walked into a dark moon very familiarly and came to the lonely island standing between the high walls. Outside the fort, The fortress of Azkaban is made of marble that is full of historical vicissitudes. Because the island is exposed to storms all year round, the continuous marble has been eroded by rain and has countless patterns, marking strips from high to high, a white line of varying widths drawn downwards. There is no window outside this fortress, only an entrance specially designed for Dementors. It is narrow and slender, and it is difficult for even the thinnest wizard to pass through the entrance. Only Dementors, an incorporeal species, can come in and out freely to suck out the remaining happiness in the hearts of prisoners. Seeing Dracula's arrival, a few Dementors patrolling around flew over excitedly. It is difficult for outsiders to come to this island all year round, and there are few opportunities to obtain new happiness for them. The prisoners have been almost squeezed dry for a long time, and the positive emotions they occasionally generate are simply not enough to fill their teeth. Therefore, these evil creatures are in a constant state of hunger. Dracula's arrival made them very excited. The first batch of Dementors to discover Dracula rushed over and opened their black hole-like lips, making an excited and weird squeaking sound. Oh, how long has it been since there were so many more Dementors? Dracula squinted his eyes and looked at the Dementors swooping down in the air, with a sneer on his lips. After the first Dementor approached, it seemed to sense the overly familiar and terrifying dark aura of Dracula, and its dive momentum suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the Dementor retreated faster than when it came, and flew to the edge of the island almost instantly, trembling all over. Although the other nearby Dementors had no eyes and could not witness the funny actions of their kind, they also had their own unique perception and could sense that the first one of their kind that rushed up quickly retreated away. The Dementors were stunned. They were puzzled. It took a lot of effort for fresh food to appear here. Why didn't they go to eat and instead left so hastily? The other Dementors could not resist the temptation of food after all, and ignored the abnormal behavior of their kind, and continued to fly towards Dracula. At this moment, the figure suddenly took out a wand, and a silver-white bat flew out from the tip of the wand, hovering around him and illuminating a dark land shrouded in clouds. Several Dementors suddenly became anxious and felt a great threat from the body of that small silver-white bat. More importantly, although they are newly born Dementors and have not seen the spectacular sight of the patroness bats sweeping the entire island on Halloween last year, they seem to have an innate need for this guardianship in their minds. The deep fear of God. That is the shadow engraved in the hearts of all Dementors. As a result, these Dementors retreated faster than the first one and flew to the outskirts of the island as if they were escaping. They were afraid that the patron saint would suddenly become larger and more numerous and appear again to cleanse Aziz. Horrible events on Caban Island. You have a pretty good memory. Dracula sneered and took back the wand in his hand. Although species like Dementors really disgusted him, he had no intention of cleaning the Azkaban Island again. In the secret realm on the top of Mount Olympus, Hierbo didn't know what method he used to absorb part of the dissipated Dementor energy into the secret realm to increase his strength. Dracula didn't want to cause any more trouble to the already hard-working Andrus, so he had no choice but to give up the idea of eliminating the Dementors. What's more, Dementors, a species whose vitality is even more difficult to eliminate than cockroaches, their energy will not disappear after one is eliminated, but will continue to be condensed by the next Dementor who takes over. Therefore, a widely circulated saying in the magical world is that Dementors cannot be destroyed, but can only be dispersed. Even if Dracula's high-intensity patron saint spell can truly eliminate it, it won't be long before new Dementors will gather again. This is only half a year after Azkaban was almost wiped out. This is why Ban Island has enough Dementors for daily patrols and guards. Ignoring these annoying Dementors, Dracula walked straight towards a narrow and elongated passage in the Azkaban fortress. This passage is not only limited by the terrain, which would be too hasty. Many wizards who are proficient in transformation can change their body shape through high-end human transformation, and there is always a way to enter the passage. Naturally, the Ministry of Magic would not allow such a thing to happen. Many ancient runic characters were engraved inside the passage, and many protective spells were also arranged to completely isolate the effects of all spells and prevent anyone from using magic to cheat. As for the normal entrance to Azkaban, it is located in the heavily protected Azkaban garrison where the Ministry of Magic employees gather. It is covered with many magical agencies and alarm devices that lead directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It is difficult for anyone to be able to enter Azkaban. Enter that way without disturbing the Ministry of Magic. Of course, neither of these 2 points can actually trouble Dracula. The reason why he chose the narrow and slender entrance to the Dementors was simply because it was relatively close to a location he knew well and was relatively less troublesome. Dracula jumped lightly and instantly transformed into a small bat in the air, flying into this narrow and elongated passage with ease. His transformation is different from simple human transformation. The shape of the bat is not so much the product of transformation as it is another form of Dracula. It is a completely real animal. Facing a seemingly harmless bat, the protective magic in the passage naturally made no unnecessary noise, allowing Dracula to fly through it easily. Tiny bats fly through the narrow passages and emerge into the interior of the fortress. Dracula's figure appeared quietly, landed lightly on the wet ground, and looked around curiously. The prison in Azkaban was very dark, filled with a dark and quiet coldness. From time to time, a few Dementors came to eat and drink. When these Dementors saw Dracula suddenly appearing inside the prison, most of them behaved in the same way. First, he acted extremely excited and greedy, thinking that some new prisoners had been sent in, hoping to taste some fresh happy emotions in the new prisoners. Immediately afterwards, the fear in the hearts of the Dementors will make them discover that this sudden figure is not just a newly sent prisoner, but an extremely dangerous and ruthless man who can cleanse an island of Dementors. So after the Dementors reacted, they immediately fled in all directions, fearing that they would be wiped out if they didn't escape quickly enough. Don't leave in a hurry yet. Dracula conveniently caught one of the slowest reacting Dementors. Then he frowned and showed a disgusted expression. Stop your ability to absorb emotions. Take it, don't disgust me. The Dementor shivered for a long time, but he really understood Dracula's words and took back the ability that had never been turned off and wanted to absorb other people's happy emotions anytime and anywhere. This made Dracula frown. Soothed. Very well, now show me the way. Which cell is Sirius Black's? Dracula asked. Crack, squeak. The Dementor made a weird sound in confusion, not knowing whether he didn't understand what Dracula meant or because he didn't know where Sirius Black's cell was. Didn't you still understand what I said just now? Dracula frowned again. As the guard of Azkaban, you don't even know where the escaped prisoner lived before, right? Hearing Dracula talk about escaping from prison, the Dementor understood this time and nodded its strange-looking head violently. It seemed that it wasn't that it didn't know where Sirius lived, but that it didn't know the names of the prisoners. The Dementor glanced at Dracula hesitantly, and thought for a moment with his extremely poor brain. He thought of the Patronus curse that enveloped the entire Azkaban island more than half a year ago, so he decisively chose to do it. Dementor's spy? It flicked its tattered black cloak, pointed one corner of the cloak in a direction of the prison, motioned for Dracula to follow it, and then took the lead in floating in that direction. Dracula looked at the Dementor's weird movements and followed them with interest. Along the way, he walked through dark cells one after another and saw many prisoners with haggard and pale faces. This seems to be a corner that has been forgotten and despised by the world. The prison is filled with the smell of rot and mold, and a desolate and painful emotion hangs in the rancid air, which is particularly heart-wrenching. There is no window in Azkaban's prison, but occasionally a bit of cold wind blows in from the cracks in the wall, causing a mournful sound of woo, woo, and blowing up the thick layer of dust on the ground. Thick dust floated in the air, filling the entire dungeon. It even spread the sour, rotten smell, penetrating into the psychology of every prisoner, making them inexplicably frightened. In this silent prison, a sudden clang or a prisoner's unwilling roar is like awakening the ghost of a person who has been sleeping for many years, hurting everyone's eardrums. Only the darkness that penetrates into the heart is their eternal partner. But these prisoners tortured by Dementors have long been numb to the thick darkness and miserable environment. What they fear most is that the Dementors come to the prison to eat every day, which will take away a few hours of their life. Time forcibly raises a glimmer of hope from the bottom of my heart. Therefore, more prisoners choose to paralyze themselves, allowing themselves to lose their spirits and fall into madness in this never-ending prison. Dracula was walking with the Dementors and saw the horrific scenes around him. There was no fluctuation in his expression, and he looked particularly indifferent. Azkaban prison is divided into 7 floors, divided from low to high into prison areas with different levels of crime. Most of the prisoners on the first 2 floors were serving sentences of less than 1 month. The mental state of the prisoners on this floor was relatively normal, and most of them still had expectations of returning to a free life in the near future. The Ministry of Magic does not allow Dementors to overvisit the wizards in this area, and only allows them to come to this level to eat once every 3 days. Most of these people just showed a little curiosity about Dracula's arrival and didn't pay much attention. They all thought that such a person with a Dementor leading the way was some high-ranking official from the Ministry of Magic who came to pretend to patrol. The people on the 3rd and 4th floors are prisoners with sentences of more than 1 month and less than 3 years. Although their mental state is depressed, there is still a glimmer of hope in their eyes to regain their ability to talk to themselves. Starting from the 3rd floor, few people will notice Dracula's arrival. They just hope that they can keep a trace of clarity in their hearts to prevent themselves from going completely crazy under the torture of the Dementors before the end of their sentence, and their long-term resistance will be in vain. The 5th and 6th floors are all prisoners with sentences of more than 3 years. Among these 2 levels, it is difficult to see a few people who have not gone crazy. Only the wizards with the strongest willpower can maintain their consciousness. These 2 floors are also the places where Dementors visit the most. There are no restrictions on eating on the first 4 floors, and there is still a trace of positive emotions that can be squeezed out. It is a pain for the wizards who are imprisoned here. Unknowingly, Dracula followed the captured Dementor to the 7th floor of Azkaban prison. This level is basically filled with heinous dark wizards, most of whom are Death Eaters who were arrested during the last wizarding war started by Voldemort. Compared to the 5th and 6th floors, Dementors don't like coming to this floor that has no restrictions at all. This is because every dark wizard imprisoned here is originally a lunatic. They either enjoy torturing people or have a soft spot for some unscrupulous black magic. Dementors cannot absorb it from their hearts. No matter what positive emotions, it is natural to gradually lose interest in this layer. Sirius Black was imprisoned on this level before escaping from prison. Ha 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 ha. Let me see who comes to visit us this time? I guess it's not that incompetent fool fudge. As soon as Dracula walked up the last step of the 7th floor, the voice of a crazy witch came over. Although her voice was slightly weak, it seemed more powerful than the prisoners on the previous floors. Haha. I've never seen you. That idiot Fudge has really stepped down, right? The witch smiled crazily and mocked Dracula. My stupid cousin actually escaped from Azkaban. This incident caused him a lot of suffering, right? Dracula looked over and saw a witch with thick black hair, probably in her 30s. She has a thick jaw, thin lips, thick eyelids, and thick long eyelashes. Although her complexion is a bit withered and haggard, she can still tell that she should have looked very beautiful. Seeing this face that was very similar to Regulus, Dracula raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hey, another Blake. You do not know who I am. The crazy witch bared her teeth and showed a nervous smile. Through the disheveled hair that covered half of her eyes, she looked at Dracula who was walking slowly from the narrow staircase. Why do I know who you are? Dracula looked at her with interest and raised his lips. Do you think you are famous? It's so boring. It turns out you are not from the Ministry of Magic. The witch withdrew her nervous smile very abruptly, and then said with a sad face, it's so boring. I thought that idiot Fudge was screwed by my cousin. He stepped down. Oh, is Sirius Black your cousin? Dracula stepped forward and wanted to lean against the grating where the witches were imprisoned, but when he saw the rust on the grating, he silently gave up the idea. If that's the case, then I might actually know who you are, he continued. Dracula once saw the tapestry recording the family tree in the Black family's house. With his excellent memory, it was not a problem to recall the specific contents on the tapestry. If this witch is Sirius Black's cousin, and Regulus is Sirius' biological brother, then she is also Regulus's cousin. Regulus once introduced the family tree to Dracula. He had a brother and 3 cousins. They are Andromeda Black, who married a Muggle-born wizard and was removed from the Black family's family tree, Narcissa Black, who married Lucius Malfoy, and Strand, who married Bellatrix Black of House Odd. Andromeda Black didn't care about the pure blood concept that Voldemort valued most, so it was obviously impossible for her to become a heinous Death Eater and be locked up in Azkaban. Dracula was quite familiar with Lucius and knew that he and his wife were fine. Draco Malfoy did not have a mother imprisoned in Azkaban, so this crazy witch obviously could not be Narcissa Black. Then the result is obvious, this witch is Bellatrix Black, or Bellatrix Lestrange, who married into the Strange family. Bellatrix comes to Strange, am I right? Dracula said softly. The Mad Witch leaned on a pile of dirty haystacks, looking at Dracula with eyes full of novelty and interest, and a lunatic smile on her lips. It seems that you are really not one of those boring officials from the Ministry of Magic, she said with a smile. So, does this handsome gentleman bring anything interesting to us boring people? Or do you want to rescue us as a reward for surrendering to the Dark Lord? Having said this, an extremely fanatical expression suddenly appeared on Bellatrix's face. I can feel that the master has never left us. It's you? As long as you rescue us people, send it to our master and you will be reused. Since you can bypass the surveillance of the Ministry of Magic and enter Azkaban, you must also be a wizard of some ability. Bella's expression suddenly calmed down again, and she stared deeply into Dracula's eyes. Come on, gentlemen, it's time for you to make a choice. The 7th floor of Azkaban seemed to be awakened by Bella's words. The Death Eaters in other cells also set their sights on Dracula's position, and some who were in a slightly better condition even started to boo. Boy, let us out quickly. The Dark Lord will never treat you badly, a wizard with an ugly face yelled. Carlo, be quiet. Another elderly wizard shouted in a hoarse voice, what if you make this gentleman angry because of your uncultured guy, thus ruining our chance of leaving the prison? Look how I deal with you. Mole Cyber, how do you know this kid can take us out? Another witch shouted, what if he is just a pretender and opportunist who got in? I'm thinking about our freedom. The prisoners in the 7th floor prison soon started to quarrel. It can be seen that they are indeed not overly affected by the Dementors. Most of them still have the strength to speak, and they are quite confident when they quarrel. But neither Dracula nor Bellatrix made any noisy quarrels, but looked at each other with interest. Have you made a decision? Bella grinned. Seeing the performance of the crazy witch in front of him, Dracula chuckled. Before I tell you my choice, there is something I want to tell you. There was a hint of joking in his eyes. Bella didn't hear the answer she wanted, and seemed a little unhappy. The raised corners of her mouth drooped again, and her expression became listless. Tell me about it, she said weakly. The news I want to tell you is related to your Lord Dark Lord, Dracula said slowly. Bella's eyes suddenly opened wide, and she suddenly raised her head to look at Dracula. Her eyes seemed to radiate a breathtaking light. Her eyes were shining, as if she was about to cry nervously at the next moment. Say it? Come on, Bella screamed. He. Then you must listen carefully. Dracula raised an intriguing smile on his lips and said word by word, your Lord Dark Lord is indeed not dead. The air on the 7th floor of Azkaban suddenly became quiet, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. The Death Eaters who were still arguing ferociously and venting their depressed emotions wantonly stopped suddenly, with all kinds of expressions frozen on their faces, and then turned their heads to look at Dracula in disbelief. Bella's performance was the scariest. More than 10 years of prison life did not seem to have any impact on her physical fitness. She jumped up from the haystack and rushed to the cell grill, clutching the rusty metal grill tightly, her eyes filled with fear, with a fanatical light. Are you sure this news is true? Bella gritted her teeth and stared at Dracula who seemed to be careless outside the grill. Of course. Dracula said with a half-smile, I don't need to lie to you, right? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. Bellatrix raised her head and laughed crazily, I knew the Dark Lord would not leave us so easily. Ha 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 ha. The other Death Eaters were in disbelief at first, and then showed expressions of ecstasy one after another. Some Death Eaters also had a desire for freedom that had not appeared in their eyes for a long time. These Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban are Voldemort's most die-hard followers. They are all impressed by Voldemort's personal strength and tough attitude and are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. When they heard the news that Voldemort was still alive, they all felt joy from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, they firmly believe that their master will not abandon them and will definitely rescue them from this dark prison one day. We are saved. Amicus Caro, a die-hard Death Eater, clenched his fists happily. The Dark Lord will never forget our most loyal servants. When he regains his strength, he will definitely come to save him. Us. Dracula looked at their performance, and the curve of his mouth became even more exaggerated. Yes, your master did not abandon you, he said happily. As soon as the Dark Lord regained some of his strength, he immediately wanted to get you out of Azkaban. Hearing Dracula's words, Bella suddenly let go of her hands holding the grill and fell to her knees on the ground. You, master, how can I repay your kindness? She covered her face with her hands and sobbed with tears in her eyes. Master has indeed not forgotten me. Then, she suddenly raised her head again and lifted her face from her hands. Are you the one sent by the master to save us? Bella looked at Dracula with tears in her eyes. Her face was stained with rust from the hand that had just held the rusty grill, and it spread with 2 lines of tears, making her look a little ferocious. Well, let me give it a try. Dracula chuckled and changed the subject without leaving a trace. I have another question to ask you. I was wondering, did any of you see how Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban? By this time, the Death Eaters, who had been imprisoned in the Azkaban prison for many years and had long lost hope for freedom, had regarded Dracula, who brought good news, as a ray of light in their dark lives. He almost obeyed and believed everything he said. The moment Dracula asked the question, Death Eaters started rushing to answer it. Sir, I live opposite Sirius Black. I am definitely the one who can see it most clearly. A wizard walked 2 steps into the prison and said loudly to Dracula, I was there the day before. Sirius Black was seen lying in bed at night and the next day he was gone. It was like it disappeared out of thin air. I didn't notice anything wrong there at all. You mean, you didn't see what method he used when leaving Azkaban, right? Dracula asked with a frown. Not at all, the wizard said. By the way, sir, why are you paying attention to Sirius Black? Is there something wrong with this matter? No, there's no problem. Dracula slowly shook his head and turned to look at the others. This is really strange. Has anyone else seen the way Black disappeared? The other Death Eaters also shook their heads. None of them discovered the method used by Sirius Black to leave Azkaban. Can he still disappear out of thin air? Dracula stood in the cell where Sirius Black was originally located, frowning and looking at the various furnishings inside. There was a tattered wooden bed, a haystack of hay, and a dinner plate with a big crack in it for passing food. The furnishings inside were no different from other cells, and there were no signs of damage to the cell's grills or walls. It was as if Sirius Black had really disappeared from this cell out of thin air. If it were a wizard holding a wand, it would be easier to say, just use apparition to leave, use the unlocking charm to unlock the door, and then lock it after coming out, use the cutting charm to cut the grill, and then use the repairing charm to restore it after walking out. It's no problem if you have magic in hand. But it's different in Azkaban. There are not only anti-apparition spells covering the entire island, but also ancient rune circles that eliminate magic. In addition, the prisoners here do not have wands, and their spirits will be disturbed by the Dementors and become dizzy. Obviously, these prisoners do not have any possibility of performing magic. So, how did Sirius Black escape from the cell? Dracula was lost in thought. Sir, why do you care so much about an outsider like Sirius? At this moment, a Death Eater suddenly asked. An outsider? Dracula was stunned for a moment. Yes, if he hadn't been imprisoned, I never knew that there was such a number 1 person in the Death Eater team. The Death Eaters all muttered, and he couldn't deal with us before he was imprisoned. Yes, after all, he was still a member of the Order of the Phoenix back then. He is also from the Order of the Phoenix. Dracula felt more and more that something was not right. A wizard who was recognized by Dumbledore and joined the Order of the Phoenix would join the Death Eaters camp after the fall of Voldemort, and his personality would change drastically and he would kill 13 innocent people. At this time, Bella's voice suddenly sounded. Why are you still obsessed with Sirius? She looked at Dracula and asked impatiently. He is an unimportant outsider, understand? Tell me quickly, are you the Dark Lord? Someone sent to rescue us. Bella couldn't wait to hear Dracula tell him the good news about Voldemort. Are you in such a hurry? Dracula sneered. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll have a good talk with you. To disappoint you, I am not the rescuer he sent to rescue you, he said. The Death Eaters had disappointed looks on their faces. But Dracula changed the subject. The Dark Lord is here in person and wants to rescue you with his own hands. Hearing these words, Bella burst into tears again, wiping away the mud spots and rust stains on her face with both hands. Speaking of which, you may be a little curious. Dracula chuckled. Since you have come to save people in person, why has a wizard as powerful as the Dark Lord not yet successfully invaded Azkaban and killed you? How about being rescued? The Death Eaters present were also stunned. Could it be that the Dark Lord's strength was far from restored and he couldn't even attack Azkaban, which didn't have many Aurors stationed there? Or is it that the Ministry of Magic has strengthened Azkaban's security? They looked to Dracula for an answer. Because I don't want him to succeed. Dracula laughed happily. Hearing Dracula's unexpected words, Bellatrix's fanatical expression froze on her face. What did you say? She opened her mouth blankly, revealing a row of uneven teeth. You may not know that Voldemort actually came to this island once some time ago, just to pick up you, the most loyal Death Eaters. Dracula chuckled, took 2 steps diagonally forward, and stood in the center of the entire floor. On Halloween last year, he set 2 goals. First, to use a special method to completely restore his strength. Second, to break through Azkaban and rescue you. Dracula watched with interest the gradually dull eyes of the Death Eaters present, and then continued. Perhaps you are curious now, why do I know Voldemort's goals so clearly? Some of the Death Eaters nodded curiously. That's because both of his goals were destroyed by me. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth and gave them a rather playful smile. You! Alecto Carlo shouted through gritted teeth. How dare you! Amicus Carlo rushed towards the cell grill and tried to reach out his hand to grab Dracula's clothes, but he could not reach an inch of his clothes. The Death Eaters glared at Dracula with a playful expression, and they all seemed eager to rush up and hit him with the Cruciatus curse. Bella clung to the metal pillars of the grill tightly. She squeezed out some strength from somewhere and slammed her head against these hard, rusty iron bars, even if she suffered a bloody head injury. Lyuda seemed to have no feeling at all. While bumping into each other, she was cursing crazily. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. You just clearly said that you came to rescue us, and you also said that you would use this incident as a credit to gain a position with the Dark Lord. The older Death Eater said with dull eyes. He looked at Dracula blankly, with a painful expression, as if he had not yet recovered from the beautiful dream just now. When did I say these words? Dracula glanced at him inexplicably. If I remember correctly, these things are obviously made up by your own minds, right? The old Death Eater was stunned, using his memory that had been almost worn away in Azkaban for many years, to carefully recall all the words Dracula had just said. He suddenly realized that Dracula seemed to have never said his specific attitude towards the Dark Lord. Dracula only objectively introduced the Dark Lord's current state of not being completely dead, talked about the actions he had done in the past, and also said that he still had feelings for these loyal Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. Didn't give up. Even Dracula himself said something very obvious, such as I am not the rescuer he sent to rescue you. However, the Death Eaters who were imprisoned in Azkaban and tortured by Dementors for too long created a fantasy for themselves, imagining a big drama in their minds that someone was coming to rescue them, and even their own hearts. I already believed it to be true. When there was such a huge gap between the truth of the matter and their fantasies, the first thing they thought of was not to analyze coping strategies and methods. Instead, they were indulging in the fantasy they had woven and couldn't extricate themselves. Especially the old Death Eater. He was originally a pure-blood aristocrat who had been in a high position for many years. He grew up with a golden key in his mouth. He had never experienced any setbacks since he was a child, and he did not have much willpower at all. It was not his intention to enter Azkaban this time. He was not as willing to die as other die-hard Death Eaters, he was just caught because he was running slowly. The more than 10 years of prison life have long smoothed the edges of this old Death Eater, making him unwilling to miss the slightest opportunity to escape from here, but the cruelty of reality hit him hard. To be honest, I originally wanted to get more information about Sirius Black from you. Dracula looked at the excited Death Eaters and shrugged slightly, but I didn't expect that even if you were so close to him, you still couldn't tell how he escaped from prison. In this case, then you are of no use. Why not give me some fun before leaving? He said with a cheerful smile. If you do this, the Dark Lord will definitely not let you go after he regains his strength. Rudolph Lestrange roared angrily. In fact, no matter what I do, he will never let me go, or I won't let him go either. Dracula said casually. Besides, don't count on your Dark Lord in the near future. The adults will come to save you, but he burned himself in front of me until there was no powder left. How is that possible? Someone shouted. How is it impossible? A playful smile appeared on Dracula's face again. Suddenly I remembered that I only said that I destroyed 2 of Voldemort's goals, but I didn't say how I destroyed them. What do you want? Do you want to listen? Before the Death Eaters could speak, he continued speaking on his own. Actually, both of Voldemort's goals are completely under my control. From beginning to end, I knew what he was planning to do and what he was going to do, to achieve something. In fact, I specially sent him the materials he needed to be resurrected, just to give him a surprise. Dracula vividly told Voldemort's tragic experience, and very clearly described the trap Voldemort had fallen into, the disasters he had experienced, and the tragic situation when he was bullied by Dracula. The expressions of the Death Eaters in the 7th floor of Azkaban became more and more terrifying, and the curses became louder and louder. The noisy Dracula could not quietly observe the space left by Sirius Black, the prison cell, so he simply didn't bother to look for any more clues. He turned directly to the Dementor who had been following him and said, "These people seem to be scolding very vigorously. It seems that they have nowhere to vent their energy and they have quite a lot of physical strength. Let's go, call all your companions over and let them have a nice visit to the top floor of Azkaban. Remember to help me entertain these energetic guys." After that, Dracula showed an intriguing smile to these Death Eaters, snapped his fingers and disappeared. Only the Dementor, who was filled with only ecstasy, was left in the prison. After Dracula left, its ungrateful behavior immediately retracted and it returned to its previous ghastly and evil style. This Dementor was happy that it had escaped the clutches of that terrifying existence. On the other hand, it was because according to Dracula's instructions, it could freely feed on the highest level wizards in Azkaban. Although it is difficult to find any delicious positive emotions from the fanatical Death Eaters on this level, at least it can be regarded as filling the gap between teeth with some snacks. For a while, wails and screams filled the 7th floor of Azkaban prison. On the other side, Harry was not in a great mood. He sat slumped against a low wall in Magnolia Crescent, a few blocks away from the Dursleys' home. Harry was panting from exhaustion from dragging the box. He sat there without saying a word, his anger still unabated and his heart still beating fiercely. Not long ago, Aunt Maggie, who came to the Dursleys' house as a guest, made things difficult for him, was extremely mean to him, and even insulted and humiliated his parents. Harry couldn't bear it anymore, and he couldn't even control, or in other words, he didn't want to control the surging magic in his body, so he inflated Aunt Maggie into a balloon. Then, he ran away from home alone, pulling his suitcase with the owl Hedwig's cage under his arm, and came to this dark and quiet street. But after 10 minutes of sitting alone in this dark street, a new feeling suddenly invaded his heart. That's panic. No matter what, it seemed that he had never been in a worse situation than now. He was alone and stranded in the Muggle world with no future and no place to go. Worst of all, he just used magic, which means he will almost certainly be expelled from Hogwarts. Harry had seriously violated the law on the restriction of the use of magic by minors, and he now highly suspected that it wouldn't be long before a representative from the Ministry of Magic would suddenly apparate to where he was sitting to punish him and order him to drop out of Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Harry trembled all over and looked around Magnolia Crescent. He only knew that casting magic outside of school was not allowed and that there would be extremely serious punishments, but he didn't know exactly what kind of punishment was waiting for him. Will he be arrested and sent to Azkaban? Or simply banished from the magical world? It would be nice if Hermione was here, she must know what kind of punishment I will receive. Harry thought of his friends and his mood became even lower. Harry could be sure that, regardless of whether he was a criminal who had violated the laws of the wizarding world, Ron and Hermione would try to help him. But as luck would have it, both of them are now abroad. Hermione's family is on vacation in France, and Wes came home to win the Daily Prophet Grand Prize and also went to Egypt for vacation. The newspaper sent by Ron, there are pictures of them printed on it. Not only that, but now Harry only had Hedwig's cage with him, and Hedwig had just been sent by him to send a reply to Ron. Without Hedwig around, he could not contact his two friends in time. Harry touched his pocket and found that he was completely impoverished and did not have any common Muggle coins on him. In the money bag at the bottom of his suitcase, there was some gold galleons left in the magical world, and he might be able to exchange for some money for emergencies. But usually gold stores would not accept gold from unknown sources, let alone he was only a 13-year-old child. The rest of the property his parents left him was in the underground vault of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. There might be some useful things in there, but now he couldn't even find a way to get to London by car. Unless... Harry looked down at his wand. The Hollywood and Phoenix Feather wand was still in his hand. If I've already been fired, a little more magic shouldn't do the trick, right? When Harry thought about the possibility of being expelled, his heart felt like a knife. He has an invisibility cloak left to him by his father. If he casts the light as a feather spell on the suitcase to make it very light, then straps it to a broomstick, then puts on the invisibility cloak and flies to London, so what? If he does this, he can withdraw the remaining money and items from the underground vault and embark on a wandering journey. But this prospect is also very scary. He can't always sit on such a low wall all night, otherwise he will have to explain to the Muggle police why he is still on the street in the middle of the night, carrying a box, a spell books and a broomstick. Harry was thinking wildly as he opened the suitcase again and pushed the contents aside. What he was looking for was the invisibility cloak, but before he found it, he suddenly straightened up and looked around again. Harry suddenly felt a strange pins and needles sensation on his neck, making him feel like someone was watching him. He looked up and down the dark street many times, but found no trace of anyone else on the street, and there were no lights in the neat houses. Harry thought he had an illusion, so he leaned over and looked at the suitcase again. However, the next moment, he stood up straight again almost instantly, and at the same time grasped the wand tightly in his right hand. Rather than saying what he heard, it would be better to say what he felt. Someone or something was standing behind him in the small space between the fence and the garage. Harry squinted down the dark alley. As long as the thing moved, he would know if it was just a lost cat or something else weird. Lumos, Harry whispered softly. Under the spell of the wand lighting charm, the tip of his wand released a beam of light, illuminating the dark street. He raised his wand high above his head. The gravel-covered wall of number 2 reflected a bright light, and the garage door also reflected a faint light. Between the two, Harry clearly saw a large, with a big black dog with big shining eyes. Harry was startled and backed away violently. His leg hit the suitcase and he stumbled. His body suddenly lost its center of gravity and fell backward. Just when Harry's body was about to hit the ground hard, he suddenly felt his clothes being pulled by something. Then he was gently pulled by the clothes and stood on the ground again. You have a letter from the Department of Prohibition of the Misuse of Magic of the Ministry of Magic. A pleasant female voice came from behind. Harry turned around and saw a young witch with pink hair and blowing bubble gum in her mouth holding an envelope and handing it over. She also held a wand in her hand, and it seemed that the pink-haired witch had just pulled him up in time when he was about to fall to the ground. Harry's lips trembled as he looked at the letter handed over by the pink-haired witch. Am I expelled from Hogwarts? He asked with his eyes closed and his expression particularly painful. Expelled? What are you thinking about? The pink-haired witch seemed to be laughing a little. It's too late for the Ministry of Magic to treasure you, so why is it thinking of expelling you? Huh. Harry's eyes widened, and a surge of ecstasy surged into his heart. So, I don't need to be expelled. Of course. The pink-haired witch nodded. Let me introduce myself first. I am an official Auror in the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic. You can call me Tonks. She pronounced the words official Auror very seriously, with a very proud expression on her face, as if she was afraid that others would not know that she had passed the formal Auror examination this summer. Hello, Tonks. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the letter handed over by Tonks. Since it's not about expelling me, what does this letter prohibiting the misuse of magic from the Department of Magic mean? You know, I broke the rules after all. You are right, you did violate the regulations of the Ministry of Magic. Tonks nodded, so there is still a process to follow. The first time you violate the regulations, you will be warned, and there will be no other punishment. As she said that, she glanced far away in the direction of Privet Drive and said, a memory canceller has already gone over to deal with the aftermath for you. Don't worry, your uncle's family will not remember what happened today. Harry was completely relieved, lowered his head, opened the letter in his hand, and looked at the content written on it. Mr. Porter, we have received reports that you cast a swelling charm at your residence at 9:12 tonight. You should be aware that underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school and that you will be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry if you continue to do so. Act on the reasonable restraint of underage wizards. 1875, paragraph 3. Please also remember that according to Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, any magical activity that may attract the attention of non-members of the wizarding community, muggles, is a serious offense. Have a great summer. Mafalda Hopkirk. Department of the Abuse of Magic, Ministry of Magic. Harry looked at the letter in his hand with some sadness and relief at the same time. He was relaxed because he knew that the illegal use of magic was over and he would not be expelled from Hogwarts, and sad because Harry had just learned that there would be a reminder for the first time he violated the rules. If he had known about this earlier, he would have definitely found a better opportunity to use magic on the Dursleys and teach them a lesson. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot about the business. Tonks suddenly exclaimed, interrupting Harry's contemplation. Harry, do you have anything else that you haven't dealt with? If there's anything else to do or something to get, then I think you need to hurry up, because you may not know it, but now you're in great danger. Tonks' originally lively expression suddenly turned serious. She took Harry to a darker place next to the street, searched around very professionally, and cleared out all suspicious objects nearby in accordance with the requirements of the Auror assessment. Things. Hey, why is there a big black dog here? She saw a big black dog next to her. She didn't pay much attention to it and just drove it to the other side of the street casually. I have nothing else to take and I can leave here at any time. Harry shook his head and took his suitcase and Hedwig's cage. But, Tonks, why am I in danger? I'll tell you this in detail when I'm in a safe place. I need to send you to the Ministry of Magic now, Tonks said with some urgency. Can you make the follower appear? Apparition? What is that? Harry asked confused. Oh, I forgot, you are still a student who has not yet reached the 3rd grade. Tonks covered her forehead helplessly. Well, follower apparition is the ability to follow other wizards to apparate. You have grown up in a muggle family, and there must be no adult wizard to teach you this. But the distance from here to the Ministry of Magic is too far. I don't dare to disapparate with a little wizard who can't follow me. This will be troublesome. We can take taxis and the subway, Harry suggested. Muggle transportation is actually quite convenient. That's not possible. Tonks rejected his idea. Muggle vehicles have no protection. If Sirius Black finds you on a Muggle vehicle, I'm afraid not only you will be trapped in danger, it may even affect the surrounding muggles. She pulled her hair tangledly, and her pink hair turned into colorful and messy colors, and then turned into gray. Sirius Black. Harry's eyes widened in surprise before he could get curious about Tonks's changing hair color. I seem to know this name. He is a wanted criminal with a bounty on his head from the Muggle government. What does this person have to do with the magic world? He had only seen the name Sirius Black in the newspaper that Uncle Dursley subscribed to this morning. On the front page of the Muggle newspaper, it was published that he was an extremely dangerous murderer. I accidentally let it slip. Tonks' face stiffened, and she covered her mouth with 2 fingers. Forget it, it's not impossible to tell you now, we just have the opportunity to wait. My colleague, ask him to deliver the key to the Ministry of Magic. Listen, Harry, Sirius Black is an extremely dangerous criminal who has just escaped from Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic has determined that he is probably looking for you. Tonks looked into Harry's eyes tightly and said seriously. What the two of them didn't notice was that not far away on the street, the ears of a big black dog that had just been driven away quietly stood up. So, the wanted criminal named Sirius Black is actually a wizard. Harry asked in shock, then why was he published in a Muggle newspaper? Because the Ministry of Magic contacted the Muggle Prime Minister. Tonks said with surprise, you will understand after reading this newspaper. She took out a newspaper from the small bag she carried with her and handed it to Harry, pointing to one of the paragraphs on the first page. Some members of the International Confederation of Wizards had criticized Fudge for informing the Muggle Prime Minister of Black's escape. Fudge responded angrily, oh, I have to do this, don't you know? Black is crazy. Anyone who encounters him is in danger, whether you are wizarding or Muggle. I got a guarantee from the Muggle Prime Minister that he would not say a word to anyone about Black's true identity. We cannot deny the reality, if the Muggle Prime Minister revealed Black's true identity, and which Muggle who has never seen magic would believe him? Muggles were told that Black carried a gun, a metal wand that Muggles used to kill each other, and the wizarding world was always worried about a recurrence of the massacre 12 years ago, when Black had 13 lives were killed with just one spell. Compared with the seriousness and formality of the official newspaper of the Muggle world, the content of the official newspaper of the wizarding world is often as casual as this report, and even the funny quotes of Fudge, the Minister of Magic, are left intact. Put it up. In comparison, the Daily Prophet's status in the wizarding world is like the Times of the British Muggle world, but its content is like the sun in the Muggle world. Harry stared at Blake's unclear eyes in the newspaper. On that sunken face, these eyes were the only ones that seemed to have some remaining life. Harry thought of the pictures of vampires he had seen in Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks, and Blake had waxy white skin and thought he looked like a vampire. Of course, if Dracula learns of his dangerous thoughts, he may have to duel 4 times a day in the dueling club this semester. I really didn't expect that Sirius looks so scary now. Tonks also glanced at the photo printed in the newspaper, her expression a little sad. I saw him several times when I was a child, and he was the most terrifying person I've ever seen. The most handsome wizard who ever lived. Did you see him when you were a kid? Harry asked in surprise. Not only have I met him, but I've met him many times. Tonks said, oh, I forgot to introduce him. Sirius Black is my mother's cousin. Harry looked at Tonks' beautiful cheeks, and then looked at Sirius Black's haggard, withered, and sunken face in the newspaper. He really couldn't connect the two people together, let alone believe that he was Tonks, the most handsome wizard that S.I. said. Don't believe it, Sirius was the schoolboy of Hogwarts before he entered Azkaban. Tonks noticed Harry's disapproval, so she added, I'm thinking of how to describe him. How handsome. By the way, you should know Professor Dracula, right? She suddenly thought of the silver-haired man she had met twice in the Cairngorm Mountains and on the island of Azkaban. What does this have to do with Professor Dracula? Harry looked at Tonks suspiciously. Sirius was a little worse than Professor Dracula when he was young, Tonks said with a very certain tone. The two of them didn't notice that the big black dog on the side of the street raised its head proudly after hearing Tonks's evaluation of Sirius. When Tonks mentioned Professor Dracula, a trace of curiosity appeared in its eyes. Look. Wow, is that so exaggerated? Thinking that this Sirius was as handsome as Professor Dracula, Harry almost developed a liking for this wanted criminal. What he didn't know was that the bigger reason for this inexplicable good impression was not because of Sirius's former handsomeness, but because he felt a strange sense of familiarity with this face. No, he is a murderer and has killed 13 people. Harry shook his head violently to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart. He killed 13 people with just one spell. Yes, a spell, said Tonks. In front of witnesses, in broad daylight, it caused a lot of trouble for the Ministry of Magic. Having said this, Tonks scratched her hair with some doubts, and changed the color of her hair back to her favorite pink. It's quite strange, judging from Sirius's subsequent behavior, he was the most supportive. Mysterious man's. What? Voldemort? Harry asked subconsciously. His Tonks took a sharp breath, then looked at Harry and complained, don't just say that name, you scared me, Harry. I'm sorry, Harry apologized immediately, I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, now I really believe you are not afraid of you-know-who. Tonks rubbed her eyebrows helplessly. So, Blake is a supporter of the mysterious man? Harry asked anxiously. Judging from the existing evidence, it is indeed the case. Tonks said, her face still looked a little confused. My mother has never believed in this matter, but even if the evidence is solid, she has no idea about it. Method. According to the information provided by the Ministry of Magic, Sirius and the mysterious man have a very close relationship. Anyway, when you were almost killed by the mysterious man she subconsciously glanced at Harry's lightning-shaped scar hidden by the hair on his forehead. All supporters of the mysterious man are being hunted. Most of the Death Eaters know that since the mysterious man has escaped, they lost power along with them, so most of the Death Eaters became more obedient. But those led by Bellatrix Lestrange don't think so. They are die-hard followers of the mysterious man, and Sirius should be among these people. A fellow Auror once told me that the Aurors once cornered Sirius on the street, which was full of muggles, but he took out his wand and blew up half the street with a spell, a wizard, and 12 muggles were killed by him. Tonks' voice dropped, as if she was feeling sorry for those who had died. The wizard's name was Peter Pedro, she continued. He was posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. Sirius, on the other hand, had no remorse for the sins he had caused and kept laughing. Later, he followed the Aurors without any resistance, still laughing along the way. His colleagues in the Ministry of Magic thought he was completely crazy. The impact of this incident was very great at the time, and the Muggle government spent a lot of effort to hide it. Tonks continued, the whole street was bombed, and all the Muggles died, and the explanation they gave was, I know this, gas explosion. Harry took over, now I finally know why there are so many news about gas explosions in the Muggle world. An air explosion suddenly sounded, breaking the silence of the neighborhood. An extremely strange and scary face suddenly appeared in front of Harry and Tonks. Every inch of skin on his face seemed to be scarred, his mouth was like a large, crooked gash, and the place where his nose should be raised was missing. The most terrifying thing is the eyes on the face. One eye is small and black, while the other eye is large, a vivid bright blue, and it moves unblinkingly, turning up and down, left and right, completely in line with that eye. Only normal eyes are irrelevant. Harry was startled and jumped back suddenly, almost falling again. Fortunately, Tonks reacted quickly and pulled him again, which prevented his head from coming into close contact with the ground. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old book chasing tool, used by all old bookworms. Instructor Moody, didn't Director Scrimgeour say that you should go home and retire? Tonks looked at the visitor and asked with some surprise, why are you here in person again this time? She always felt that it was just a matter of sending a door key, and just arrange for a clerk to deliver it. There was no need for the legendary Auror from the Ministry of Magic who was about to retire to make the trip himself. You're not that coward like Fudge, who is afraid that something will happen to Harry Potter under Black's hands that will delay his political future. Moody cursed and said, his wooden leg clanking on the ground. Besides, I have never planned to retire. It's just that Scrimgeour and the other idiots are always clueless and think that I can no longer distinguish the difference between a normal handshake and deliberate murder, so they insist on letting me go back to retire. Scrimgeour and the wizards in the Auror office were actually right. After experiencing a lot of dangers in his career, Moody had already become a little paranoid and even overly delusional. He always prepared all his food and drinks himself and drank only from a curved bottle that he carried with him in case anyone tried to poison him. On April Fool's Day one year, a witch booed Moody behind her, and Moody, who was alerted by the sudden noise, overreacted and attacked her. Another time, Moody thought he had received a birthday gift contained a cleverly disguised basilisk egg. He smashed it to pieces without thinking, and then discovered that it was a travel alarm clock. However, Moody himself was not aware of his paranoia at all, and believed that Scrimgeour and the others were too lax. I've taught them a lesson so many times, but they just don't understand what it means to be always vigilant, he said loudly. Moody handed an old teapot to Tonks angrily, then turned to look at Harry. You are Harry Potter, right? Boy, go back and let your professors teach you how to manifest your followers, or else if you don't know anything like today, you will lose many opportunities to escape. Remember, always be vigilant. His expression was quite stern, and combined with the ferocious face full of scars, it frightened Harry greatly. Tonks didn't dare to say anything after taking the old teapot that had been turned into a portkaya, for fear of drawing the legendary Auror's wrath on herself. Harry and Tonks didn't notice at all that the big dog on the street became nervous in a rather anthropomorphic manner after seeing Moody, and moved sideways very gently without making a sound. But Moody's magic eye, which kept turning all the time, discovered the traces of the big black dog from behind. He suddenly pulled out his wand and released a dazzling red light with lightning speed. The big black dog was frightened, barked bark, and rolled on the ground just right. It was quite lucky to escape Moody's curse. Instructor Moody, stop quickly, that's just a dog. Tonks looked at Moody who was overreacting again, and hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed one of his arms. What's wrong with the dog? A wizard who is proficient in transfiguration can use human transformation to temporarily turn himself into a dog. Moody stared at Tonks and said, what if that dog is Sirius Black pretending to be a dog? Manage. Tonks couldn't convince her instructor, so she could only hold his arm and feel a little ashamed. Director Scrimgeour was indeed right. Instructor Moody had a mental problem and could actually mistake a dog for Sirius. She secretly cursed. It wasn't until the big black dog finally fled the street that Tonks finally let go of Moody's arm, fearing that he might accidentally hurt an innocent animal. Harry was sweating on his forehead as he watched this scene. He felt a little guilty. This resolute old Auror seems to be completely different from a young Auror like Tonks. If he is really arrested by the Ministry of Magic for casting spells outside the school, let alone sneaking out and wandering, I am afraid he will run away again. He was captured by this old Auror before he even had a chance to leave the street. Since you don't want to clean up the area, then go back to the Ministry of Magic. Moody was a little unhappy, and turned to educate Tonks. Tonks, you have followed Scrimgeour's bad example. Relax. Be careful. Have you forgotten the knowledge I taught you? Anything suspicious around you must be destroyed immediately, he said. Okay, I understand, Instructor Moody. Tonks responded weakly. She lifted up the old teapot that Moody had given her, and placed Harry's hand on the lid of the teapot. Moody also reached out and grabbed the mouth of the old teapot. After a period of dizziness, the three of them appeared together in a splendid hall. The floor of the hall is a polished dark wooden floor. The peacock blue ceiling is inlaid with sparkling golden symbols, which are constantly moving and changing, like a huge high-altitude bulletin board. There are many gilded fireplaces embedded in the walls on both sides of the main hall. The one on the left is used for arriving at the Ministry of Magic, and the one on the right is used for leaving the Ministry of Magic. At this time, occasionally the fireplace on the left would light up with bright green flames, and then members of the Ministry of Magic would come out of the fireplace. Every member of the Ministry of Magic who passed by looked at the famous Harry curiously, and was surprised to want to come over and talk to him. But when they saw Moody next to Harry, their expressions immediately changed, and they walked towards the end of the hall to avoid him. Hey, can this portkaya be sent directly to the Ministry of Magic? Tonks looked around the splendid hall and asked with some surprise, doesn't the Ministry of Magic not allow portkeys to enter directly? Fugit approved it, Moody explained gruffly. The coward was afraid that Potter would have an accident on the road, so he had someone from the portkaya office make it fresh. Tonks nodded in realization. At this moment, a fat wizard with a genial smile came from the distance to greet him from the end of the hall. He was wearing a pinstripe suit, a bright red tie, and a long black cloak, and he laughed enthusiastically even though he was far away. Fudge is here. You two can argue with him here, and I'll leave first. Moody's face seemed a little unhappy when he saw the person coming. I get upset every time I see his fat face. He stamped his wooden foot, turned around and entered a fireplace on the right. You're here, Harry. Fudge turned a blind eye to Moody's actions and ignored him, looking directly at Harry. How does it feel to be at the Ministry of Magic for the first time? It feels pretty good, but the portkaya makes me a little dizzy, Harry said truthfully. He raised his head and glanced at the current Minister of Magic, still feeling a little unreal and flattered. Haha, there is always a process of getting used to transportation like the portkaya. Fudge laughed twice, stretched out his hand and patted Harry's shoulder affectionately, but for long-distance teleportation, the portkaya is better than the phantom. Operating is more comfortable. As he got closer, Harry realized that although the Minister of Magic was smiling, there was some unconcealable tiredness and anxiety in his eyes. Sirius's escape from prison did seem to cause him a lot of trouble. Tonks, thank you for bringing Harry here. Only then did Fudge realize that there was an Auror next to him, and then he remembered to encourage her. You can go about your own business first. I'm still here. I need to talk to Harry alone about something. Tonks nodded non-committally, said hello to Harry, and walked briskly towards the row of magic staircases at the end of the hall. Okay, Harry, Fudge said to Harry after Tonks left, I'm not afraid. You know that you made us panic. Running away from your aunt and uncle's house like this? I thought, but luckily nothing happened to you. Blake's actions don't seem to be that fast. He pressed Harry's shoulders, pulled him into a special magic elevator, and pressed a button. Now, you will be happy to hear how we solved the unfortunate problem of Miss Maggie being inflated. A few hours ago, 2 members of the Incident Reversal Unit were ordered to Privet Drive. Miss Maggie has recovered and her memory has been adjusted. She will not remember today's event at all. That's the way it is, no harm was done. Fudge smiled kindly. Even though he already knew that he would not be expelled from Hogwarts again, Harry still couldn't believe his ears when the Minister of Magic told him this in person. He opened his mouth to say something grateful, but couldn't think of what to say, so he closed his mouth. You are worried about your aunt and uncle's reaction, right? Fudge said. Well, I don't deny that they are extremely angry, Harry, but as long as you stay at Hogwarts for Christmas and Easter, we are planning to let you go back next summer. Harry's throat finally stopped feeling clogged. I'll spend Christmas and Easter at Hogwarts forever, he said. I don't want to go back to Privet Drive again. Well, when you calm down, I'm sure you won't think so, Fudge said, with a worried tone in his voice. They are your family after all, and I'm sure you, love each other deep down. Harry did not correct Fudge's view, but followed him obediently out of the elevator door and towards a beautifully decorated office. Then what's left now is, Fudge pushed open the office door and gestured for Harry to sit on a sofa against the wall. Where will you spend the remaining 2 weeks of your vacation? I suggest you stay at the Ministry of Magic. Here it's the safest place there is. No matter how lawless Sirius Black is, there is no way he can sneak into the most tightly guarded Ministry of Magic. These 2 are staying at the Ministry of Magic for the next week. Can't they go anywhere? Harry asked. Of course, my boy. Fudge took off his pinstripe suit jacket and black cloak, threw them aside, and then sat down hurriedly opposite Harry. You must understand the current situation. You are in danger. You have to make sure you stay in a safe enough place. But isn't Hogwarts the safest place in the world? Harry hesitated, always feeling that it was a bit scary to stay in such a strange place without any familiar people for 2 weeks. So he asked, I think I can return to Hogwarts early. Oh, Harry, Hogwarts is known as the safest place just because there is a person like Dumbledore. Harry's trust in Hogwarts made Fudge a little impatient, and he couldn't help but frown. Eyebrows, Dumbledore is not in Hogwarts now, so I naturally can't let you return to this castle. Or I can ask Mr. Weiss to take me in. Harry quickly changed his mind. Don't be naive, Harry. Fudge shook his head. Sirius Black is an extremely dangerous Death Eater, and you don't want to put Weiss's family in danger, right? Of course, Harry didn't know that the fundamental reason for Fudge's refusal was because he didn't want to give too much credit to Dumbledore's confidant, Arthur Weiss, and prevent him from continuing to be promoted in the Ministry of Magic. Harry fell silent and said no more. Well, it seems that you don't want to stay at the Ministry of Magic. Fudge saw that Harry was in a depressed mood and forced out a kind smile again. In that case, I can find you a room in the Leaky Cauldron, as long as you won't leave Diagon Alley for 2 weeks. Every entrance to Diagon Alley is strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, and coupled with the guarding of some elite aurors, I believe you can get enough security in the Leaky Cauldron. So, in the remaining 2 weeks of this summer vacation, Harry gained unprecedented freedom in the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley. He had never been able to sleep whenever he wanted and eat whenever he wanted. Now he can even go anywhere he wants, as long as it's in Diagon Alley, a long, cobbled street lined with some of the most fascinating magic shops in the world. This kind of freedom even made him feel a little unsatisfied when he boarded the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. Finally, the train blew its whistle. The third school year is about to begin. The sky was pale, and the sky in the distance was white and purple, with a few clouds floating in the sky, and a thin twilight gradually rose. The majestic castle stands under the pale purple sky. At the highest point of the main tower is a row of small towers extending from the middle of the spires of the upper floors of the main tower. These are the offices of the principal of Hogwarts. The window of the principal's office was open, and the breeze blew into the room, causing the candles on the candlesticks to sway slightly. At some point, a figure suddenly appeared by the window, with silver hair fluttering in the breeze like the flames on a candle. You seem to know I'm coming, and you actually left a window open. Dracula looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk, looking through documents, and chuckled. This sounds strange. After all, when others want to receive guests, they always leave a door for them, but for Dracula, it is enough to leave a window to receive him. Of course, Dumbledore was very used to this kind of rather weird dialogue. That's not true, it's just that the weather is nice today, so I opened the window to get some fresh air. He put down the document in his hand, raised his head and joked to Dracula, speaking of which, I really left it for you 2 weeks ago. The window was open all day long, until I caught a cold from the cool night breeze and never saw you, Professor Dracula, as your guest. Dumbledore shook his head, so I didn't bother to leave a window for you. It just happened that the weather was nice today, so I suddenly thought of opening the window for a while. I didn't expect you to come at just the right time. Only then did Dracula realize that it was already 2 weeks ago that he had gone to visit Azkaban. After he left Azkaban, he walked along the path from the Azkaban Island to the mainland of England, hoping to see if he could try his luck to find some traces of Sirius Black. You can capture him back to Black's house and give him to Regulus, and then you can watch an emotional drama between brothers. Unfortunately, Sirius didn't seem to use magic at all along the way. It was like he just swam back to England by physical swimming, and no trace of magic was found. Dracula was very depressed, so he went to Azkaban to torture the Dementors for a while, and did not return to Hogwarts until the day when the school dinner was about to begin. Professor Dracula, tell me the truth, did you go to Azkaban 2 weeks ago? Dumbledore asked, crossing his arms and staring closely into Dracula's eyes. Hey, you know all this. Dracula raised his eyebrows casually. The news came pretty fast. As he spoke, he casually opened one of Dumbledore's drawers and took out a handful of blood-flavored lollipops and blood pudding. His movements were extremely skillful, and he had no embarrassment at all about taking other people's things, just as if he was back at his own home. It's been 2 weeks since this happened, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore's eyes twitched as he watched his treasured candies being blown away by Dracula. Besides, you don't seem to have any intention of hiding yourself. 2 weeks ago, there was a collective protest on the 7th floor of Azkaban prison, accusing the Ministry of Magic of lax supervision and allowing strangers to enter the cage to torture prisoners. The Death Eaters there seemed to be tortured by the Dementors. Light. Not only that, they also gave an accurate description of the person who came: long silver hair, handsome face, burgundy eyes. If I can't infer that it's you based on this information, then I, the principal, shouldn't do it. Dumbledore rubbed his eyebrows and glanced at Dracula helplessly. I thought they were all tough-minded people who would rather die than give in. I didn't expect that they couldn't even handle a few Dementors. Unfortunately, I was still thinking about finding some other tricks for them. Dracula curled his lips, obviously very dissatisfied with the performance of those Death Eaters. Those are not a few Dementors, Professor Dracula. Dumbledore twitched the corner of his mouth. On other floors, at most 3 or 4 Dementors can enter at the same time to eat, but the 7th floor can be entered at once. 27 of them? Who can withstand this? Dracula shrugged non-committally. In fact, he did not expect that his casual instructions to have the Dementors pay more attention to the 7th floor would be obeyed so conscientiously, and the task was even exceeded. What do the Ministry of Magic think? Dracula asked casually. Can they guess that I did this? In fact, Dracula doesn't really care what the Ministry of Magic thinks now, because he had never appeared in the Ministry of Magic's field of vision. Few officials knew him as a defense against the dark arts professor. In addition, the oral testimony of the prisoners in Azkaban is of little use, so even if he is really suspected, few people will really come to trouble him. Fudge refused to admit that Azkaban was secretly infiltrated. Dumbledore introduced succinctly. He believed that the prisoners were under the influence of Dementors and had mental problems at the same time. Sure enough, Dracula sneered. It really fits the style of the current Minister of Magic. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing. After Fudge's efforts in the past 2 years to get rid of Dumbledore's influence, even as wise as the old headmaster, it is now difficult to find any reason to clear the name of the Minister of Magic. Let's put aside the boring stuff. I'm here mainly to ask you something. Dracula stuffed a piece of blood pudding into his mouth and sat down on the soft sofa in the principal's office. What do you think? Why did Sirius Black escape from prison this time? He asked softly. How could I know such a thing? Dumbledore shook his head slightly. The outside world speculates that he attacked Harry in order to bring Voldemort back. But there is a big doubt here, Dracula said. He has been in Azkaban for more than 10 years. Why did he escape from prison during this period? There must be someone behind his escape this time. Exact motive. Maybe Sirius simply couldn't bear the torture of the Dementors over time. Dumbledore shrugged, with a faint smile on his face. Principal Dumbledore. Dracula emphasized, I'm seriously discussing a problem with you, and you're actually teasing me here? Do you think I'm a fool like fudge? The smile on Dumbledore's face faded, and his expression gradually became dull. Professor Dracula, I don't know where you got the information about Sirius Black, and I don't know where you came to have doubts about his deeds. He sighed and said softly, but from the information I know, he is indeed a sinner who betrayed his friends and joined the Death Eaters. Tell me about it. Dracula's expression calmed down and he said softly, this matter starts with a prophecy. Dumbledore took off his half-moon glasses from the bridge of his nose and wiped them slowly. Because of that prophecy, Voldemort chose Harry to be his destined enemy, so I came up with the idea of killing Harry's family in advance. Dumbledore's voice was very soft, mixed with a kind of indifferent sadness, as he told this story. In the end, the Potters chose Sirius to be their secret keeper and settled in Godric's Hollow, hoping to escape Voldemort's pursuit. You should already know what happened next. On the day they established the secret keeper, the address of the safe house was exposed without any preparation, and Voldemort came to the door that night. The ending of the story is that James and Lily were killed, Voldemort turned into a ghost, and Harry survived. After that, Sirius killed one of his best friends, Peter Pedro, and 12 Muggle, and then imprisoned in Azkaban for 12 years until escaping from Azkaban just over 2 weeks ago. After the story was told, Dumbledore finally wiped his glasses, put them on the bridge of his nose again, and looked at Dracula in front of him with his deep blue eyes. Is Sirius Black such a worthless person? He shouldn't be. Dracula frowned. He couldn't help but think of Sirius's biological brother, Regulus Black. Even though Regulus went astray under the influence of his parents and joined the Death Eaters, he was able to clearly realize his mistake later and part ways with Voldemort. He used extremely strong perseverance and action to steal Voldemort's Horcrux. He risked his own life just so that Voldemort would be nothing more than a flesh and blood mortal when he met his opponent. Although Dracula didn't say it with his mouth, he actually admired Regulus' behavior in his heart. Since Regulus, as his younger brother, can be so brave and so affectionate towards the House Elves, then Sirius Black, who has been unwilling to join the corrupt family since he was a child, should be more affectionate, right? Why would such a person suddenly betray his friends and switch to Voldemort's camp? Actually, it's not just you who doesn't believe it. Many of us don't believe that Sirius would betray James. Dumbledore sighed and said a little lonely. The precious friendship between James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter at that time was a unique sight in Gryffindor. They were inseparable, attending classes together, eating together, playing together, and teasing Severus together. Violated school rules together, and were imprisoned together. Is there something strange mixed in here? Dracula's mouth twitched. Dumbledore continued, none of us wants to believe that these 4 people will one day be separated, let alone believe that one of them will betray his best friend. But we cannot help but believe the fact, because under the influence of the Red Loyalty Curse, only the Secret Keeper voluntarily tells the location of the safe house in order for the spell to become ineffective. Dracula nodded slightly, and his curiosity about Sirius Black became even stronger. And the curiosity this time was not only about the novelty of being the first wizard to escape Azkaban, but also the desire to know the truth about that incident. Speaking of which, one of the 4 friends seems to have a very familiar name. Dracula supported his chin with 2 fingers and murmured thoughtfully, Remus Lupin, what? Where have you seen this name before? Remus. Dumbledore glanced at Dracula curiously, it must be the same name, right? Because of his status, Remus is usually too low-key. I originally wanted to give him a position at Hogwarts this year so that he could look after Harry more during the period after Sirius escaped from prison, but I didn't get in touch with him. Dracula frowned and was about to search his memory when he suddenly felt the sky darken suddenly. He turned around and looked toward the sky in the distance with a frown. The pale purple sky had disappeared, and it started raining outside at some point. The sky outside the window showed the gray color of a dense and sticky lake, and gradually deepened. The distant sky at the end of the black lake had almost become a pure black like ink dye. It stands to reason that it's not dark yet, right? Dracula asked, and even if it was completely dark, how could such thick clouds suddenly form without even a single star left? Dumbledore also looked into the distance, opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Professor Dracula, actually over there are some employees sent by the Ministry of Magic to check whether Sirius has infiltrated the train where the students are, he explained. Employee. Dracula showed a hint of interest. What employee is so powerful that he can cause changes in the celestial phenomena? As he spoke, he looked towards the distant sky, with light flowing in his wine-red eyes. The next moment, Dracula's interested expression turned gloomy. Headmaster Dumbledore, is this the employee you are talking about? He asked coldly. He pronounced the word headmaster very seriously. The order from the Ministry of Magic has been issued, and even as the principal, I have no reason to refute it. Dumbledore spread his hands helplessly. Don't worry, Professor Dracula. Fudge promised me that those dementors will not disturb the students. But this is my territory. Dracula said seriously, I am not a kind person like you who would be controlled by the Ministry of Magic. There is no way I would allow those disgusting species to invade near Hogwarts. After that, without waiting for Dumbledore's reaction, Dracula suddenly stepped on the window frame of the principal's office, jumped into the air lightly, spread his wings, and flew straight to the end of the Black Lake where the dark atmosphere was the strongest. There was a train trudging along, going slower and slower. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the Hogwarts Express stopped. All the lights suddenly went out, and everything on the train fell into complete darkness. Countless monsters wearing tattered cloaks were surrounding, flying toward the train, carrying an extremely frightening aura. The carriage of the Hogwarts Express has fallen into darkness, even all the lights have been turned off, and there is nothing but black everywhere in sight. The little wizard suddenly became a mess, and a feeling called panic arose in everyone's heart. What happened? Ron's nervous voice came from behind Harry in a cubicle. Ouch! Hermione screamed in pain. Ron, you stepped on my foot. Harry held on to the wall next to him and groped his way back to his seat. Do you think, is the train broken? Have no idea. There was a squeaking, short and harsh sound in his ears, and Harry vaguely saw the unclear black outline of Renmo Lake in the darkness. Ron laid his whole face on the window glass, trying his best to wipe out a clean area, trying to find some light from the window. There seems to be something moving there, Ron said. Did someone get off the train? They might be walking out. The carriage door suddenly opened, and someone fell painfully into Harry's lap. I'm sorry. A familiar voice rang. Do you know what happened? Oops. I'm sorry. He knocked on the corner of the table again. Slow down, Neville, sit down first. Harry said as he touched Neville's coat in the dark and pulled him up, letting him sit in the empty seat next to him. Harry, is that you? Do you know what happened? Neville finally found a seat and sat down. I don't know. Before Harry could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another harsh cry. Meow. There was a loud meow and a cry of pain at the same time. It turned out that Neville sat on a cat by mistake and was bitten by the cat. Crookshanks, how are you? Come to me. Hermione's voice also came from the darkness. The cat, a ginger-colored mongrel named Crookshanks, was bought with the money she originally used to buy the owl. Ron was unhappy with Hermione for buying a cat because he felt the cat was a danger to his pet mouse Scabbers. Banban has been trembling with fear all day recently, and it seems that her physical condition is getting worse. Crookshanks, come up. Hermione touched the fluffy cat in the dark and picked it up. I was going to ask the driver what was going on, but it's too dark here. It's a pity that my wand is in the suitcase and I can't find it now, otherwise I could have used the wand lighting charm. Isn't anyone's wand around? She asked. In fact, most little wizards may not be without their wands, but they may be caught off guard by a sudden emergency and forget that they still have magic to rely on. Harry reached into his pocket and felt his face slightly darkened. He had just put his wand on the table while eating snacks, and now it was difficult to find it in the darkness. Hermione walked past Harry holding the cat, and he heard the carriage door open again. Hermione should have gone to the cab to ask the driver about the specific situation, as she said. After the noise, the car gradually became quiet again. In this weird atmosphere, no one is willing to be the first person to speak and break the silence. After a moment, there was a dull sound, followed by two weird creaking sounds. What is this noise? Ron asked quietly, turning his face away from the window, but the surroundings were still dark and he saw nothing. Is Ginny here? Harry asked. Is Hermione back again? Ron also asked. No one answered, only a gust of cold wind blew in slowly, carrying the smell of decay and decay. The ominous premonition in Harry's heart became more and more serious. He suddenly turned to Ron and asked, Ron, where is your wand? He remembered that the reason why Ron had used a year-old wand in the duel club was just because the family did not have the extra money to replace the wand. However, after Mr. Weasley won the Daily Profit jackpot, this problem it's already been solved. Ron's original wand had been replaced, and now it was replaced with a brand new one at Ollivander's wand store. He was very fond of this wand and carried it with him all the time. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about it. Ron said annoyed. He took out the wand from his pocket and whispered the incantation of the wand lighting charm. Lumos. A faint light appeared at the end of Ron's wand, bringing some light to the dark environment. Ron raised his wand and looked at the open door of the box. There seemed to be something standing at the door. Ah, what the hell? Ron suddenly screamed. Harry turned his head to look at the door and suddenly saw a monster wearing a cloak and as tall as the ceiling. Its face is completely hidden under the hood, and its appearance cannot be seen clearly. Harry's eyes dropped, and what he saw made his stomach tighten. A hand stretched out from the cloak. This hand glowed shimmeringly. It was gray, thin and scabbed, as if something was dead and had been soaked in water to rot. The hand was exposed for less than a second. As if the monster under the cloak felt Harry's gaze, the hand suddenly retracted into the folds of the black cloak. Then, I don't know if it was the strange thing in the mouth under the hood, and took a long breath. The breath was long, slow, and shaky, as if it was trying to suck something other than air from the surroundings. All the little wizards present felt a chill pass through their bodies. Especially Harry, he felt his breath condensing in his chest. This chill penetrated his skin, reaching his lungs, and his heart. Harry's eyes immediately rolled up, and he couldn't see anything anymore, completely submerged in the cold breath. Gradually, there seemed to be a surging sound in Harry's ears, like the rushing of water. He was dragged into the water, and the sound in his ears became louder. It seems that the world is changing. The scene is pulled from the Scottish Highlands to a deep valley, where there is a double-story house, and there seems to be screams coming from the house, terrible, frightened, pleading screams. He subconsciously wanted to help the screaming person, no matter who it was, but he couldn't. A thick white fog surrounded him, inside his body. Then, a dazzling green light shined rise. Dracula was flying in midair and saw the group of Dementors surrounding the Hogwarts Express from a distance. They even got into the carriages to search, and every train carriage was not spared. His face became extremely cold, his wings flapped, and he shot towards one of the carriages like an arrow off the string. With a boom, the top of the carriage suddenly collapsed. Dracula suddenly landed among the unconscious Harry and many young wizards, blocking the Dementor. I haven't come to see you for a few days, and now you're becoming arrogant again. He looked at the Dementor in front of him and raised the corner of his mouth coldly. You disgusting species don't have such a long memory. The happy emotions of the little wizards were really too tempting. The Dementors didn't pay attention to the sudden appearance, and were about to continue moving forward to absorb the emotions in the hearts of the little wizards regardless of the obstruction. But when Dracula's cold voice sounded in the silence, its movements suddenly stopped. Isn't this ruthless man over there in Azkaban? How come I still meet him after crossing such a long distance? Whether it was Dracula's actions to eliminate the Dementors during Halloween last year or the continuous torture of Dementors for fun in the past 2 weeks, it has cast an extremely serious shadow on the Dementors as a group. By now, even Dementors who have never seen Dracula have heard about such a Dementor nemesis from their own kind, and know that when it is time to give in, you have to give in. Are you still living well now without seeing the shame of the Dementor who only led Dracula? If you don't know how to give in, being eliminated directly is not a big deal. If you are chased by the patron saint, unable to eat for a long time, and unable to find the right emotions, it will be too sad for the Dementors. When the Dementor in the carriage saw Dracula, he was immediately frightened and trembled all over, trying to leave this dangerous place. Did I let you go? Dracula sneered. The Dementor froze in his movements. It turned its head stiffly and learned to show respect to Dracula humbly. At the same time, it took back all the auras escaping from the body that might affect its positive emotions, hoping to gain Dracula's subordinates. Show mercy. Ron and Neville were stunned. Where have they ever seen such a scene? A monster that appears to be extremely evil, with a dark aura all over its body, and that can swallow people's happy emotions. How come it turned into a bitch when it saw Professor Dracula, and even acted like this? This groveling thing? Don't expect that I will spare you. Dracula's tone was still cold. Since you have come to my territory to run wild, you must be prepared to pay the price. He raised his hand and waved his wand. A ray of silver-white light flew out from the wand and penetrated the large hole punched by Dracula on the ceiling, like a bright meteor shooting backwards into the dark night. When the meteor reached its highest point, it suddenly bloomed, like a dazzling silver-white firework, dispersing the entire dense darkness. Every spark from the fireworks never went out, but instead fell towards each car of the train, landing on different Dementors. If you look closely, you can see that every tiny spark is a bat, targeting every Dementor, and using an extremely tough posture to force the little wizard's happiness back from the Dementors. As a faint glow appeared in the black and sticky sky, the Dementor's influence on the young wizards gradually faded. A star broke through the deep black and hung on the deep curtain of the night sky. The lights in the carriage also turned on, and gradually, innocent and happy smiles appeared on the faces of the little wizards again. Harry? Harry? Are you okay? Harry lay on the ground and felt someone hitting him in the face. What's wrong? Harry struggled to open his eyes. There was a light on above him, and the floor was shaking rhythmically. It seemed that the Hogwarts Express was moving again, and the lights were on again. He seemed to slide from his seat to the floor. Ron and Hermione were half kneeling beside him, and he could see Neville and Ginny leaning down, looking at him with concern. Harry felt very uncomfortable, stretched out his hand to push up his glasses, and felt the fine cold sweat on his face. Ron and Hermione took both of his arms and helped him back to his seat. Are you okay? Ron asked nervously. It's okay, Harry said. At the same time, he subconsciously looked towards the door, but did not find the scary monster before. What happened just now? Where did that monster go? Who was screaming just now? No one screamed. Ron said blankly, and touched Harry's forehead to see if he had a fever. Harry looked around the bright carriage and saw Ginny and Neville looking at him, both looking pale. But I did hear screaming. You may be hallucinating, Harry, Hermione said. It is said that Dementors can suck the happiness out of people's hearts, and in more serious cases, they can cause mental problems. That was a Dementor just now, he asked in surprise. Yes, Dementors are the monsters that guard Azkaban, Hermione said, handing him a piece of chocolate. Eat some chocolate, you may feel better. Harry took the chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth, and rubbed the back of his head blankly, feeling as if the hallucination he had just had appeared somewhere before. Are you really okay, Harry? Hermione asked anxiously again, seeing Harry's distracted expression. I'm fine, what happened just now? Harry wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then tugged on his soaked clothes and twisted them. Well, what did that Dementor do when he came to our carriage just now? Also, why did I fall to the ground? I think you were scared or something, Ron said. He still looked a little scared. You were really scary just now, Your whole body went stiff, you fell down from your seat, and you started twitching. Fortunately, Professor Dracula suddenly came over and blocked the Dementor. Hermione took over the conversation and said, "Look above our heads." Well, it's quite obvious. Harry raised his head in confusion, and then saw a large hole in the ceiling. The dark sky and a few stars dotted in the sky were clearly visible from the large hole. Professor Dracula just broke open the ceiling and came in. Harry's eyes couldn't stop twitching. It's really, very in line with his style. That's not all. Ginny added next to her, "Harry, you will never guess where the Dementors who blocked the train have gone." Professor Dracula used a magic spell to string up all the Dementors nearby with a large piece of silver thread, twisting them into a big ball, and then cast a spell on a trash can in our carriage. The traceless stretching spell. Those Dementors should still be doing well in the trash can now. Harry, really worthy of being Professor Dracula. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was brightly lit, with thousands of candles floating in the air. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the twilight sky. Half of it is the faintly lit stars, and the other half is the rain clouds that have not dispersed. Occasionally, there are raindrops falling on the seemingly transparent roof, creating crystalline water lines, sliding down to both ends along the sloping ceiling of the auditorium, and finally dripping onto the ground with a ticking sound. The decorations and furnishings for the opening dinner have been completed. 4 long tables are arranged parallel in the auditorium, extending from the stage of the faculty seats in the front to the door in the back. Countless fine tableware made of gold or silver are neatly displayed on the long table, and the plates are all empty. When the principal announces that the dinner has officially begun, the house elves in the kitchen will use magic to deliver all the meals to the auditorium. Inside, the young wizards have not yet arrived, and the senior students who came in the Thestral carriage are walking from the main entrance on the north side of the castle to the southernmost auditorium. The first-year freshmen have just boarded the boat, and under the leadership of Hagrid, they are experiencing the journey that the Big Four must take to reach the Highlands where Hogwarts is located. However, 2 sudden voices suddenly came from the empty auditorium. The Dementors are trying to attack the students. As a professor, is there anything wrong with taking the lead in the resistance? Several bat shadows floated away, and Dracula's figure appeared in front of the auditorium and sat in his seat. Almost indistinguishable from the bat shadow, a golden red flame burned out of thin air. There is indeed no problem in theory. Dumbledore walked out of the flames, pulled out Professor Flitwick's chair next to Dracula and sat down. "Professor Dracula, those Dementors did make a mistake, but after all, they are still employees of the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, I should ask the Ministry of Magic for some hard work for teaching rebellious employees." Dracula pinched his chin and raised the corners of his mouth maliciously. "Let me think about how much I should charge." "Professor Dracula, that's not what I'm talking about," Dumbledore said helplessly. "It is really not appropriate to wantonly capture employees of the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, Fudge wrote to me that these Dementors are still stationed in Hogwarts' mission. Look, let's release these Dementors first, at least let them deal with the Ministry of Magic's inspection of Sirius." In fact, Dumbledore was quite helpless. Fudge was so outrageous that he wanted to arrange for Dementors to set up traps in Hogwarts to find Sirius. I don't know how worried he is that such a wanted criminal will affect his career prospects, so much so that he doesn't even want to gain reputation among students. "Release? Why can't I understand what you are talking about, Principal Dumbledore?" Dracula looked bored, folded his hands behind his head, and leaned on the back of the chair. "Charming soul, a monster attacked the students, and with my hard work to resist, I accidentally killed all the Dementors. Is there any problem? According to how much Dracula hates Dementors, he is certainly not willing to put this dark and evil species in Hogwarts. Ahem. Professor Dracula, it's not like I can only know the news on the train through witnessing it with my own eyes." Dumbledore seemed to be choked and coughed twice. "I have already asked the students, that you strung the Dementors together, and threw them into the trash can. Which little wizard is so lax that he leaked this matter so quickly?" Dracula narrowed his eyes. He didn't really expect that this matter could be hidden from the all-knowing Dumbledore, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly, and the time interval in between might not even be half an hour. "Is it so easy for you to comply with the requirements of the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore? Even if it is such an unreasonable decision?" Dracula asked. "Isn't it too depressing to live like this? It's not that serious. It's just that I owe Fudge 2 favors this year." Dumbledore shook his head slightly, so his appeal should be considered more. "Oh." Dracula raised his eyes. "Do you still need his help with anything? You may not know that Harry used magic illegally outside school some time ago and then ran away from home," Dumbledore explained. Fudge responded quickly and immediately arranged for Aurors to take him to a safe place. "He is protecting Potter just to secure his position, right?" Dracula glanced sideways at Dumbledore. "If the so-called savior of the wizarding world is really killed by Sirius Black, then the public sentiment will in the excitement." Fudge's Minister of Magic sat down. "Theoretically, this is indeed the case, but judging from the results, we still have to accept his favor." Dumbledore sighed. "What about the other thing?" Dracula curled his lips and then asked. He didn't quite understand Dumbledore's concept of humanity. It can only be said that people with such noble qualities have set their own rules of conduct in their hearts, which is difficult for others to do. The other thing is not that important. It's just that Hogwarts applied for a magic item for a little witch. Dumbledore said, although it is highly likely to be passed according to common sense, the process must also be signed by Fudge. So in fact, your two favors are clearly Fudge's business, right? Dracula's mouth twitched. I really don't understand why you remember these things so clearly. After all, you still have to set a standard for yourself, especially for people like me who have never been able to withstand temptation. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, and sadness lingering around him. Temperament. He always remembers the mistakes he made when he was young, and therefore understands that he is not a person who can withstand the temptation of power and desire. Dumbledore used this as a lifelong warning. Whenever he was about to be overwhelmed by his own powerful power, majestic image, lofty reputation, and easy access to power, he would use the most painful memory in his life to remind himself. All desires go away from you. Dracula looked at Dumbledore's suddenly depressed mood, shrugged helplessly, raised his hand and threw a trash can into his arms. Here, that's it, take it to repay your favor. He glared at Dumbledore with disgust and said to him. Dumbledore was startled for a moment, and then he realized that something was wrong with his emotions. He quickly put his sadness into his heart and smiled at Dracula. I'm sorry, Professor Dracula, I just lost my temper. He smiled and apologized to Dracula. Then, Dumbledore looked inside the trash can that had been cast by the traceless stretching charm. He saw a group of ugly, rotten Dementors connected together by a silver thread, crumpled into a big atom, crowded together one by one, their bodies were squeezed out of shape. Is there enough? Dumbledore looked at the Dementors in the barrel and asked subconsciously. Ahem. I guess so, Dracula said with a guilty conscience. Dumbledore looked up and glanced at him suspiciously. If Fudge asks, you will say that you resisted too fiercely and accidentally killed a few. Dracula immediately adjusted his tone. Anyway, these Dementors must be enough for you to repay the favor. Dumbledore smiled non-committally, reached out, and pointed at the trash can, turning it into a small container the size of a pen holder and putting it away. As time passed, the little wizards came to the auditorium one after another. A sea of pointed black hats gradually formed in the brightly lit auditorium. Each long table was filled with students, their faces lit up by thousands of candles. Before the sorting ceremony began, Professor McGonagall took Harry and Hermione to the vice principal's office, not knowing what to do. Dracula guessed that she was concerned about Harry being frightened by Dementors and fainting on the road. Oh, yes, Madame Pomfrey was not at the staff seat either. Professor McGonagall should have called the head nurse. Help check Harry's body. Since the vice-chancellor was not present, the sorting ceremony for this academic year was presided over by Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, a short wizard, walked into the auditorium carrying a brand new sorting hat and a three-legged stool. His height was no higher than a stool, which made him look a little funny. Most of the young wizards who participated in the sorting ceremony suppressed their laughter. Romilda Venn, Gryffindor, Astoria Greengrass. When Professor McGonagall took Harry and Hermione out of the vice principal's office, the sorting ceremony, which was still going on in an orderly manner, had ended. Oh, Hermione said to Harry with some regret as they walked on the road, it's such a pity that we missed the sorting ceremony. Don't be stupid, Hermione. Harry said sensibly, do you still want to hear the Sorting Hat sing its annual Sorting Hat song with its ugly voice? Forget it then. Professor McGonagall walked slowly towards her empty seat at the professor's chair, while Harry and Hermione walked as quietly as possible in the opposite direction, to the Gryffindor house table. As they walked along the back of the Great Hall, people turned to look at them, and several pointed at Harry. It seemed that the news of Harry passing out in front of the Dementors had spread very quickly. Harry guessed that it was Draco Malfoy who was not far from their box. That annoying guy liked to make up bad things about him. He and Hermione finally reached the Gryffindor table and sat on either side of Ron. Ron saved a seat for them. What did Professor McGonagall ask you to do just now? He asked Harry in a low voice. This is the first time I have seen the sorting ceremony hosted by Professor Flitwick. Harry began to explain to him in a low voice what Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey had done to examine his body, but he didn't know what Professor McGonagall meant when she later called Hermione alone into the office. Ron originally wanted to ask, but after receiving a glare from Hermione, he didn't have the courage to ask. At this time, the principal stood up and began to speak, which just solved Ron and Harry's embarrassment. Professor Dumbledore's beard seems to be longer and he is older, but he can still give people the impression of energy. As the greatest wizard of our time and the pillar of the wizarding world, Harry couldn't help but feel relieved and left his trust completely to Professor Dumbledore. For the first time since the Dementor had entered the train car, he was truly calm. Welcome, said Professor Dumbledore, his beard glinting in the light of the candle. Welcome to Hogwarts in the new school year. I have a few words to say to all of you, and one of them is very serious. I thought it would be better to get this out of the way before you get carried away by this delicious meal. Let's make things clear. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. After the Dementors raided the Hogwarts Express, you must all know, currently our school has to receive a number of Dementors from Azkaban. They are here to perform official duties of the Ministry of Magic. He paused for a moment, and it was obvious that even if Dumbledore wanted to return the favor, he was still very unhappy about the Dementors guarding the school. They are stationed at all entrances to the school grounds, Dumbledore continued, and while they are here, I must make it clear that no one is allowed to leave the school without permission. In addition, Dementors, with their unique characteristics, will never be deceived by tricks or disguises, not even invisibility cloaks. He added this sentence expressionlessly. Harry and Ron looked at each other and knew that the headmaster was probably talking about Harry's invisibility cloak. Dementors are not born to understand requests or excuses. Therefore, I warn each of you, do not give them any excuse to harm you. I hope that the prefects, as well as our newly appointed head boy and girl student council chairman, you must ensure that no student will conflict with a Dementor. Percy, who was sitting only a few seats away from Harry, puffed out his chest and looked around impressively. He was successfully elected as the president of the Hogwarts Student Union this year, which made him extremely proud. Dumbledore paused again and glanced around the auditorium with a rather serious expression. No one moved or made a sound. What's more gratifying is, he suddenly smiled and continued, this year, I am happy to welcome a new teacher to join our team. In fact, everyone may be familiar with the professor we appointed. Dumbledore smiled and said to the young wizards, before introducing this professor, I first want to announce one thing I'm sorry to tell you that our Care of Magical Creatures professor, Professor Ketleben, officially retired at the end of last year to spend more time with his remaining Rugrats. Now please allow me to introduce to you the new professor of Care of Magical Creatures. It is none other than Rubius Hagrid to fill his vacancy. Hagrid has agreed to take up the position of professor in addition to his role as gamekeeper. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, dumbfounded, then joined in the applause, which was particularly enthusiastic from the long Gryffindor table. Hagrid's face was red and he stared at his big hands. His proud, nervous, reserved, and shy smile was all hidden in his messy black beard. On the first day of school, something big happened at Hogwarts. That afternoon, during the Care of Magical Creatures class for the 3rd grade wizards, which was also Hagrid's first class as a professor, an accident happened. The rain last night had stopped long ago, and at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was very clear. The grass under their feet was soft and damp. The little wizards chattered on the grass and walked toward the northeast of the castle, preparing to take their first Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all looking forward to this class because they were all friends of Hagrid and were sincerely happy that Hagrid could become a professor at Hogwarts. However, as they walked on the road, they soon saw 3 very familiar figures walking in front of them. The thin one in the middle and the strong ones on both sides were Malfoy and his 2 followers. Only then did the 3 of them realize that this lesson on the protection of magical creatures was taught by students from Gryffindor and Slytherin houses, and their minds couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. At this time, Malfoy was talking to Crabbe and Goyle with a teasing smile on his face. The 2 of them were giggling and looking silly. Harry didn't have to think twice to know what they were laughing at. Ever since he learned about Harry's record of being fainted by the Dementors last night, Malfoy had been obsessed with it. He would tell Crabbe and Goyle every few minutes, and would imitate it from time to time. He looked like he was about to faint. As for the way he was so frightened and trembling when he saw the Dementors yesterday, he had instinctively forgotten all about it. Not far from the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was standing by the door of his hut, waiting for his students. He was wearing a moleskin coat, stamping his feet from time to time, holding a textbook in his hand, and the hunting dog Yaya was wagging his tail at his feet. Come on, little guys, hurry up. When the students gradually approached, he shouted in a loud voice, I have something good for you today. A very exciting lesson will come soon. Is everyone here? Okay, come with me. This was Hagrid's first class as a professor. He was very eager to express himself and prove his abilities in front of students. At the same time, he could verify Dumbledore's vision and reduce the complaints of individual parents. In fact, Hagrid's qualifications were not enough to serve as a professor of Care of Magical Creatures. As early as his 3rd year, he was expelled from Hogwarts for a crime that did not belong to him, and has dropped out of school ever since. This is exactly what the young Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle, framed Hagrid for. A suspect with a crime cannot be a professor at Hogwarts. More than 50 years ago, Riddle was leading the Basilisk to cause trouble in Hogwarts. He misunderstood Salazar Slytherin's wish and wanted to teach those Marrow wizards a lesson. He himself did not expect that the Basilisk actually accidentally killed a little witch named Myrtle. In order to prevent the castle from closing due to the failure to catch the real culprit, Riddle, who did not want to return to the orphanage, blamed the incident on Hagrid, who secretly raised an acromantula. Principal Dippet at the time fired Hagrid. If it hadn't been for the strong protection of Dumbledore, who was then the vice principal, Hagrid would have spent the rest of his life in Azkaban. From then on, Hagrid became a loyal fan of Dumbledore. In fact, even if there was no death, the fact that Hagrid raised him privately in Hogwarts Castle was enough to get him expelled. That was the case with Newt back then. However, after the Basilisk was captured by Dracula, the mystery of the secret room was solved. Dumbledore teamed up with Newt, the best magical zoologist in the world, and bribed Myrtle, the victim in ghost form, with a secretly made handsome portrait of Dracula. The 3 of them jointly came forward to vouch for Hagrid, completely freeing Hagrid of his previous crimes. After his charges were cleared, Dumbledore officially hired Hagrid as a professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts on the grounds that he had been dealing with magical animals for many years and had sufficient knowledge of magical animals. Since then, Hagrid has completely turned over. As long as there are no big problems in his subsequent teaching, it will not be a big problem to keep his status as a professor. Hagrid led the 3rd grade wizards to walk along the edge of the forest. 5 minutes later, they were outside a paddock-like place, and the wizards looked around curiously. Everyone, come to this fence. He suddenly shouted. Yes, stand like this, stand where you can see. Now, the first thing you have to do is to open the book. How do you open it? Draco Malfoy said in his cold, drawling voice. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. How are we going to open the book? Malfoy repeated dryly. He pulled out his Care of Magical Creatures textbook, the Monster Book of Monsters. At this point, the book has been tied up with a rope. Others also took out books, some tied their books with string like Malfoy, others put the book in a strong bag or clamped it with a large clamp. Since the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures this year has been replaced by Hagrid, he also wants to change the textbooks for this class to give the students some special experiences. As a result, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, written by Newt, which had been used for many years, was honorably retired, and the Monster Book of Monsters became the textbook for a new generation. To a certain extent, this book can be said to be the best in the history of textbooks, the one that least bothers students. It's a beautiful book with a green cover and a gold title printed on it, but its ferocity is completely different from its beauty. This kind of book can run back and forth on its own, and likes to bite people with the fangs that come with the book. It is even possible that the two books can work together to tear another book into pieces. The owner of Flourish and Blott's bookstore, who has been cooperating with Hogwarts for many years, couldn't stand it anymore. He vowed that if this book is still there next school year, he will not buy it directly, otherwise he will not only bear the risk of being bitten, but also bear the responsibility of 2 copies. The loss of a torn book. This is really not something that ordinary bookstores can afford. No one can open this book, Hagrid said, looking at the tightly tied books in front of him, looking a little downcast. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin students shook their heads. Actually, just take a look at these books, Hagrid said matter-of-factly, as if this was the most obvious thing in the world. Look. He took Hermione's book and tore off the tape binding it. This book was originally meant to bite people, but Hagrid's index finger slid from top to bottom on the ridge of the book, and the book immediately changed from fierce to trembling, and then he silently opened it. Oh, how stupid we are. Malfoy still said sarcastically, we should pick up these books? Why didn't we think of that? I think these books are very interesting, Hagrid said hesitantly. Oh, that's so interesting, said Malfoy. How clever to give us books that make us want to tear our hands off. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry said quietly. He hoped that Hagrid's first lesson would be successful, or at least go smoothly without being disrupted by Malfoy. So, then you all have books? Oh, now all you need are magical creatures, Hagrid said. He seemed to have lost his mind and was stumbling over his words. Yes, I'm going to find the magical animals I want to show you. Wait a moment. He left the students and walked straight into the Forbidden Forest. After a while, no one could be seen. Merlin, this place is going to hell, Malfoy said loudly, trying to attract people's attention in a grandiose manner. This is a fool's teaching. If I tell my father, he won't get angry. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry interrupted again. Be careful, Potter, there's a Dementor behind you. Malfoy shot back not to be outdone. Not long after, Hagrid came back with 12 strange-looking magical animals. These magical animals have the body, hind legs and tail of a horse, but their front legs, wings and head seem to be those of an eagle. At the same time, they also have steel-colored sharp beaks and bright orange eyes. The claws on their front legs are half a foot long, extremely sharp, and look deadly. Each beast's neck was covered with a thick layer of feathers, and attached to it was a long chain, the ends of which were held in Hagrid's big hand. Hagrid followed the animals slowly out to the paddock. Get over there. He shook the chain, called the animals to come to the fence where the class was standing, and tied the guys to the fence. Hippogriffs. Hagrid excitedly waved a hand and introduced to the little wizards. They are beautiful, aren't they? Indeed, the first sight of this half-horse, half-bird creature is a shock, but once the shock wears off, it's easy to admire its shiny fur, which smoothly transitions from feathers to fur, each in its own different colors. Dark gray, bronze, pinkish sand, shiny chestnut, and finally jet black, so beautiful. Immediately afterwards, Hagrid began to teach the students how to show respect to the hippogriff and gain their trust. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had not attended the class. They were quite dissatisfied with Dumbledore for making Hagrid, a big man who was very close to the Harry trio, a professor, and they were always trying to find ways to sabotage the class. But after Harry successfully gained trust, rode a hippogriff, and was carried by it for a week around Hogwarts Castle, Malfoy finally couldn't hold back his mood. In fact, he was not the only one who couldn't hold back his excitement. The other little wizards also got encouragement from Harry and walked into the paddock cautiously one by one. Hagrid untied the chains one by one, and soon there were nervous bows everywhere in the paddock. Neville fled from his chosen hippogriff several times, as the animal seemed unwilling to bend its knees. Ron and Hermione each bowed to a maroon hippogriff. Harry, who had already experienced it all, watched from the side. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle chose Buckbeak, whom Harry had ridden, as their practice subject. Buckbeak was a hippogriff with a pretty good character. He was the first to bow to Malfoy, trying to gain his respect. However, Malfoy only saw the result of Harry riding Buckbeak, but not the process of him gaining respect. The three little wizards Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle didn't listen at all. Malfoy patted Buckbeak's beak very arrogantly, with a look of disgust, completely violating the hippogriff's taboo. It's easy, Malfoy drawled, unaware of the danger, loud enough for Harry to hear. If Potter could do it, I know it would be extremely easy. I bet you a little bit. It's not dangerous either, is it? He looked at Buckbeak mockingly and said, Aren't you in danger, you big ugly beast? A dangerous light flashed in Buckbeak's eyes, and his steel-grey claws swung out violently. Malfoy suddenly let out a shrill scream. Seeing that the situation was not good, Hagrid immediately put Buckbeak, who was still struggling to pounce on Malfoy, back into his collar. Malfoy, who had narrowly escaped death, huddled up in a ball on the grass, with bloodstains on his robes. I'm going to die. Malfoy shouted in panic, which made all the little wizards panic. I'm dying, look, it's killing me. His words were actually quite funny, but combined with the blood on the ground, they looked quite scary. You're not going to die, Hagrid said, his face extremely pale. Someone help me. I have to carry him from here to the school infirmary. Hermione ran to open the door and Hagrid easily lifted Malfoy's slim body. As they passed, Harry saw a deep, long gash on Malfoy's arm, with blood flowing onto the grass. Hagrid held him up with one hand and hurried up the slope towards the castle. The students in care of magical creatures were shocked and followed behind. The students at Slytherin Hall shouted bad things about Hagrid. They should fire him immediately. Pansy Parkinson shouted, with tears streaming down her face. She had always considered herself Draco Malfoy's pure-blood girlfriend, and she began to feel distressed when she saw Malfoy being hurt. But this is clearly Malfoy's fault. Gryffindor's Dean Thomas retorted sharply. The two big men, Crabbe and Goyle, flexed their muscles threateningly and faced off against the little wizards of Gryffindor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had no time to pay attention to the nonsense of the students of Slytherin House, got rid of them and returned to Gryffindor Tower. They were extremely worried about Hagrid, but didn't know what to do to help him. You think he'll be okay? Hermione asked nervously. Of course it'll be fine. Madame Pomfrey can sew up the wound in about a second, Harry said. As a frequent visitor to the school infirmary, Harry had seen the head nurse miraculously heal him from much more serious wounds. But it's too bad that something like this happened in Hagrid's first lesson, isn't it? Ron said, looking worried. Malfoy will definitely make a mess. As expected, Malfoy was unwilling to be injured like this, so he wrote a letter and sent it home the same day he was in the school infirmary. During the school board meeting over the weekend, Lucius Malfoy stormed into the Hogwarts school board meeting room aggressively. Dumbledore, I have officially filed a lawsuit against the Ministry of Magic for that ugly, hateful, dangerous beast that attacked my son. Lucius pushed the door open and entered the conference room, and pulled out his chair with an angry face. The solid wood chair legs hit the ground with a dull sound. Not only that, but in the name of the school director, I also want to question the quality of the professors appointed by the president this academic year. He sat on the chair he pulled out, crossed his legs, and supported his cane with one hand, looking majestic. Appearance. I have checked the records. Rubeus Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts in his third year for raising dangerous magical animals without permission. Is such a vile wizard really suitable to be a professor? I doubt it. Lucius proudly stroked his gorgeous clothes, and then said, not only that, there is another problem with dropping out of school in the third grade, that is to say, Rubeus Hagrid himself doesn't even have an ordinary wizarding level examination certificate for protecting magical creatures. Nothing. Can such a person really be selected to become a professor at Hogwarts? He leaned forward and stared smugly at Dumbledore, his voice full of pleasure. Mr. Malfoy, regarding Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts, I have explained it clearly to the Ministry of Magic. He is innocent and someone framed him. Dumbledore's expression did not change at all and he began to act seriously. To defend Hagrid. The headmaster was very skilled in this kind of deception. He easily brushed off Hagrid's behavior of raising dangerous magical animals, and simply attributed all the reasons for his expulsion to the perpetrator. As a young man in his 30s, Lucius obviously did not know the truth 50 years ago, and he did not doubt Dumbledore's statement. Even if we ignore this, there is no problem with Rubeus Hagrid not passing the ordinary wizard level exam, right? Lucius' face darkened and he said coldly, there was a teaching accident in his class. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Dumbledore, I want to see how you will defend him. Dumbledore calmly adjusted his glasses. Instead of being flustered by Lucius's question, Dumbledore chuckled softly. Mr. Malfoy, Hogwarts has never stipulated that the professors recruited must pass the ordinary wizard level examination. He chuckled. Hagrid has been the gamekeeper at Hogwarts for 52 years. During this period, he managed the magical animals in the school in an orderly manner with few accidents. At the same time, he and the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest and other groups of magical animals have maintained friendly relations and made indelible contributions to neighborhood harmony. In addition, Hagrid discovered and personally raised a pair of thestrals, which later developed into a quite prosperous population. Therefore, every Hogwarts carriage was replaced with a thestral from a specially purchased white horse, saving huge costs for school directors. What's more, I have learned that no other accidents occurred to other students in Hagrid's class. Only your son did not follow the professor's instructions and rashly came into contact with the hippogriff, which led to the teaching accident. You logically speaking, Hagrid should not bear all the responsibility for this teaching accident. Mr. Malfoy, do you still think that Hagrid is not qualified to be a professor at Hogwarts? Dumbledore looked at Lucius deeply and asked word by word. Lucius's face looked a little ugly. For the first time, he knew that this usually inconspicuous gamekeeper had made so many real contributions to Hogwarts. This was something he could hardly refute. But Lucius was still unwilling to let go of the big man who allowed the hippogriff to hurt his son. These contributions can only show that he is a qualified gamekeeper, but they do not mean that he has enough quality to serve as a Hogwarts professor. He said forcefully, I can't believe the comprehensive performance of a wizard who has not passed the wizard level examination. Quality. Are you sure you want to talk like this, Mr. Malfoy? Dumbledore suddenly laughed happily, making Lucius look confused. Of course, I stand by my point of view. Lucius frowned and glanced at Dumbledore doubtfully. He didn't know or care what Dumbledore was laughing at. He just wanted to vent his anger on his son. Lucius thinks he has this capital. This is because, after Dracula reorganized the Hogwarts school board and drove away several thorny pureblood school directors, the Malfoy family has become the only two members of the school board who serve Hogwarts. The funder who pays for daily operations, and the other person who pays for it is the Ministry of Magic's financial department. Lucius felt that he had the advantage. After all, Hogwarts cannot live without its sponsors, just like the wizarding world cannot live without J.K. Rowling. Well, Dumbledore finally stopped laughing, with a little teasing in his eyes. Mr. Malfoy, may I think, you are questioning Professor Dracula's overall quality and teaching ability. Lucius' face froze, and cold sweat suddenly flowed from his forehead. He subconsciously glanced at the empty main seat at the front of the conference room, which was the seat reserved by the school board for Dracula, who was the titular chairman of the school board. Because Dracula was too lazy to attend meetings, he basically never came to this conference room after that period of freshness. But the school directors here can't just pretend that he doesn't exist. What if one day this unpredictable professor suddenly comes to the meeting on a whim? Should the chairman of the board have no place to sit and hold meetings with the school directors while standing? What if this moody professor gets angry and beats up the trustees here? So the school directors still reserved their seats for Dracula. Lucius was slightly relieved when he saw the empty main seat. He didn't have time to wipe away the cold sweat that dripped into the corners of his eyes and stung his eyes. He immediately said righteously, Nonsense, how could I question Professor Dracula? Professor Dracula is the defense against the dark arts professor with the strongest teaching ability and overall personal quality that I have ever seen. No one will question him. Even though he knew that Dracula was not present, Lucius still adhered to the principle of being cautious in his words and deeds on topics related to Dracula, and immediately expressed his position, fully demonstrating his identity as a die-hard Dracula fan. He was now ready to abandon Voldemort and completely fall in love with Dracula. It would be a shame to be rejected by Dracula because of such a trivial matter. So why is it that Professor Dracula, who has not taken the wizarding level examination, is the professor with the strongest teaching ability and overall quality, while Hagrid, who has also not taken the wizarding level examination, can only be questioned? Dumbledore stepped forward. He asked with sharp eyes, how can Professor Dracula and Rubeus Hagrid be the same? Lucius wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Dumbledore before he could say anything. Is it because Professor Dracula is the chairman of the school board? Dumbledore stared into Lucius's eyes and said in a deep tone, could it be that the members of the school board have something that others don't have? Privilege. Dumbledore's words deeply penetrated Lucius's heart. Obviously, his words were not talking about Dracula, but using this matter to question Lucius. Lucius's expression changed and he hesitated for a long time. Dumbledore just stared at him without any unnecessary movements or words. The other school directors didn't say much. They didn't want to get involved in the dispute between the pureblood family patriarch and the headmaster of Hogwarts. After a long time, Lucius took a deep breath. Okay, then I will give Mr. Principal face today. He gritted his teeth and said every word as if spitting out from between his teeth, I don't need to appeal to Rubeus Hagrid. After saying this, Lucius raised his head and looked into Dumbledore's deep eyes. Are you satisfied now, Dumbledore? Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction and stood up from his seat. Then, this matter passed happily. He turned to look at the other members of the school board. Is there anything else the school board has to do? If not, I have to deal with some official business, so I won't accompany you for now. Wait a minute. Lucius also stood up and called out to Dumbledore, who was about to leave with a sullen face. Dumbledore turned his head in confusion. Is there anything else, Mr. Malfoy? Although I let the big guy go, the beast that hurt Draco must pay the price. Lucius said, I have contacted the Committee for Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and they will send the resolution in a few days. Send over. Are you sure you want to do this? Dumbledore also darkened his face. Of course, Draco must be given an explanation for the injuries he suffered. Lucius put his stick on the ground, his expression returning to that arrogant look again. Well, since you are so unwilling to listen to advice, then I have to find a reinforcement. Dumbledore sighed. He suddenly stretched out his wand and waved a silver-white phoenix, flying through the wall to the third floor of the castle. It was Dumbledore's patronus, modified by him and used to convey messages. Lucius's face didn't look good. He recognized that the direction in which the silver phoenix was flying was the defense against the dark arts professor's office on the third floor of the castle. Dumbledore was probably trying to find Professor Dracula to stand up and support the hippogriff. Lucius is ready to bend and stretch. If Professor Dracula was really called over and sided with Dumbledore and Hagrid, then he would immediately write a letter retracting the accusation against the animal and say with a smile that it was just a misunderstanding. But at this moment, Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. His expression was a little surprised at first, and then turned into helpless. It seems that Professor Dracula is not in Hogwarts Castle, right? Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Dumbledore shook his head. Then let's wait until Professor Dracula comes back. Lucius tilted his lips. If Professor Dracula has no objections, the resolution of the Committee on Disposal of Dangerous Creatures will still be sent over as usual in a few days. You can ask the big guy to wait and order. After that, Lucius waved his cane and left the school board meeting room with high spirits. After all the school directors left, Dumbledore's eyes quietly showed some doubts, and then he summoned a Phoenix Patroness again. He closed his eyes and controlled the Silver Phoenix to fly all over the castle, exploring every unusual inch of the castle. After a moment, Dumbledore suddenly opened his eyes, with a complex look of shock and anger in his eyes. Time goes back to a few hours before the school board meeting. It was just dawn, and at the end of the Black Lake there was a golden light that cut through the curtain of starlight, quietly illuminating the darkest moment of the day. The sky is still dark, and this is the time of day that Dracula appreciates it most. There is neither dazzling sunlight nor eternal darkness, and the best balance is reached between light and darkness. He stood on the shore of the Black Lake, with wine-red light flowing in his eyes. He looked through the slightly turbulent lake water and watched with interest the big squid in the lake teasing him in the Slytherin common room. Snakes playing all night long. Just when Dracula was looking forward to it, a red light suddenly flashed past him. A kind of vigilance and movement that had not happened in countless years suddenly hit Dracula's withered heart. He tilted his neck subconsciously and narrowly avoided a crimson blade of light. The end of the light blade narrowly missed the throat and flew into the water without any hesitation, splitting the lake in half in an instant. The dividing line drawn by the air on the lake did not spread for a long time. On the dividing line, many swimming fish are cut into two sections, and the cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. Dracula felt something strange on his neck, so he raised his hand and gently brushed the place where the end of the crimson light blade just passed. Suddenly, he touched a touch of cold liquid. How many years? Dracula turned over his palm and looked at the slender fingertips, his eyes a little blurry. There was a drop of bright red blood on his pale fingertips, and the drop of blood seemed to be emitting a strange luster. It's been so many years, I haven't experienced what it feels like to be injured. Dracula licked his fingertips without leaving a trace, tasting the fishy smell in the blood, and unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. Then I would like to know, who are you? The four sharp fangs on his lips were already exposed, his nails were extended, the wings on his back were stretched out, and the evil look in his eyes was no longer hidden at all. Dracula's evil eyes looked at another person who appeared on the shore of the Black Lake at an unknown time. It was a strange figure. Wearing a gorgeous red cloak, the long hood covered his face, leaving no trace of skin exposed to the air. But he was holding an extremely ordinary wand in his hand, just like a branch picked up casually from the ground. Under the hood, no expression of the figure could be seen, but Dracula could keenly feel the underlying emotions in the man's heart. There is no trace of malice, but full of killing intent. Facing Dracula's question, the hooded figure did not respond, but slowly raised the wand that looked like an ordinary branch in his hand. Dracula raised his wand with a smile on his lips. The next moment, two magic spells of different colors, one black and one red, were cast at the same time and collided violently. A violent gust of wind was centered on the place where the magic spell collided, and spread rapidly outwards, blowing the robe behind Dracula and the cloak of the hooded man loudly. The two magic spells were in a stalemate for a moment, and the dark beam of light cast by Dracula gradually gained the upper hand, slowly pushing the opposite crimson beam of light towards the direction of the hooded man's wand. Are you nothing more than that? Dracula chuckled, raising his left hand to cast another magic spell without a wand, defeating the enemy on the opposite side in one fell swoop. However, the hooded man's next action was completely beyond his expectation. The hooded man seemed to have expected that Dracula would use his left hand to add a spell. Before Dracula raised his hand, he swung the wand violently, deflecting the two stalemate spells from their original direction and throwing them towards his body. Side. Like a prophet, the curse thrown to the side happened to coincide with the magic cast by Dracula's left hand, interfering with the operation of the curse, allowing him to narrowly escape the message. Ben lays offensive. However, in Dracula's view, the hooded man's avoidance may not be called dangerous, but it should be said that there is no unnecessary movement. An attack that can be avoided by taking half a step does not need to take a complete step. Step? The hooded man's next actions confirmed Dracula's suspicion. After escaping the curse, without any pause, the hooded man keenly took advantage of the almost undetectable gap between Dracula's two attacks to instantly change his body and appear in Germany, behind Gula. Although Dracula was a little surprised, he reacted quickly and put up a barrier behind his back that could temporarily interfere with the transmission of magic power. No matter what kind of magic it is, it will be affected by this barrier and completely deviate from its original route. However, the hooded man was once again unpredictable and did not use any magic. Instead, he raised his left hand and punched Dracula. There was a hint of surprise in Dracula's eyes, and then he sneered, lightly raising a palm to meet the opposite fist. It's really rare that there are still people in the magic world who would choose to compete with Lord Vampire Count for physical strength. So is this a werewolf? Dracula curiously glanced at the figure wrapped in a cloak. He felt that although he was not thin, he was still far from the werewolf's exaggerated physique. What's more, it's not a full moon night, so the werewolf's physical abilities cannot be used at all. He was no longer distracted and prepared to grab his opponent's fist and capture him directly. Just take off his hood and everything will come to light. The slender white palm collided with the fist covered with thick gloves. The slender fingers were slightly bent and clasped towards the fist wrapped in the glove. However, the next moment, an incredible look appeared in Dracula's eyes. A powerful force that was not inferior to his came from the opponent's fist, and with such overwhelming momentum, Dracula, who had completely despised the enemy, was pushed back several steps before he stopped. Who are you? The curiosity in Dracula's eyes was completely aroused, and he looked scorchingly at the hooded man opposite, as if a scorching flame was burning in his wine-red eyes. The hooded man still didn't say a word, but kicked out a whip and pushed forward relentlessly. Don't you want to say yes? Dracula sneered and said casually, it doesn't matter, I will personally reveal your true identity. While speaking, he also launched a whip kick, which suddenly collided with the hooded man's tibia, making a dull sound. A powerful impact shook out from where the legs met, creating a large hemispherical crater on the wet and muddy shore of the Black Lake. The lake water reacted for a long time, and it was not until the two left their previous positions that it poured back in, filling the big hole into a unique pond. Dracula and the hooded man are still fighting. The two of them had a tacit understanding without using any magic. They punched hard and turned a duel in the magic world into a free fighting competition. However, the damage caused was not inferior to the magic duels of top wizards, and even more damage was caused. Get over it? For a long time, the two of them separated from the anxious close combat in tacit agreement, and both stood there breathlessly. After Dracula completely gave up his desire to underestimate the enemy, the difference in strength and fighting skills between him and the hooded man were surprisingly similar. It was difficult for the two to tell the winner from fists and kicks in a short period of time. But what puzzled Dracula the most was not the similarity in strength and skill between the two, but the fact that the hooded man always had a foresight method during the fighting process, using this to establish many weak advantages for himself. If things go on like this and the fight continues with fists and kicks, Dracula has to admit that after a few days of this, the hooded man has a much greater chance of winning than he does. You really exceeded my expectations, my friend. Dracula calmed down the inexplicable emotions in his heart and laughed softly. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Even at this point, the hooded man still had no intention of speaking. He just looked at Dracula quietly while calming down his slightly scattered breath. Still don't want to reveal your identity. Dracula crossed his arms and said with a chuckle, okay, no matter who you are or what shameful problems you have. Next, I will find out your true identity. Identity. Then, the wings behind Dracula suddenly spread out and flapped gently. The wings drove Dracula to fly in midair, the black wings swayed from time to time, and the black and red robes fluttered with the breeze in the air. Dracula crossed his arms and looked at the hooded man below, as if he was a god descending to earth. He snapped his fingers lightly. The blood condensed behind him, like a stream of blood as smooth as satin flowing behind the wings, and turned into a bright red river, winding in a graceful arc behind the black wings. Dracula's silver hair was fluttering in the wind, and his arms were stretched forward. And behind him is the golden light of dawn at the end of the Black Lake, which adds a mysterious aura to Dracula's face. The bloody satin meandered along the direction traced by Dracula's slender fingers, gradually forming a bloody water prison and attacking towards the hooded figure. The hooded man looked at this scene and shook his head slightly. There seemed to be a chuckle coming from under the hood, but he couldn't hear it clearly and couldn't distinguish his voice. The next moment, the hooded man also waved his wand. The water of the Black Lake seemed to be lifted up by a magical force, setting off a huge water curtain, pointing at the bloody water prison cast by Dracula in the distance, blending with it. Transparent and clean water gradually appeared in the blood-colored satin. The water ball in the sky became larger and larger, becoming more and more vast. Blood and colorless flashed alternately. Until the water prison occupied half of the sky, it gradually stopped expanding. The trend began to shrink. Shrinking does not mean that the energy of this water prison has become smaller, but it represents a concentrated magic power, in which the frightening energy is constantly fluctuating, even affecting the creatures under the surface of the Black Lake. Several ferocious-looking mermaids emerged from the Black Lake, carrying steel forks and looking fierce. They have iron-gray skin, shaggy hair, and incomplete teeth. They are like two different creatures from the mermaids in Muggle stories. These mermaids became angry as soon as the first crimson blade of light was slashed towards Dracula's throat and then flew into the Black Lake. They felt that their peaceful life under the Black Lake had been disrupted by the wizards on the lake, and they were all furious. Who is randomly casting spells on the Black Lake? One of the toughest-looking mermaids shouted loudly as soon as he rushed out of the water. Several of the grindylows we raised were cut in half, and another the houses under the water were destroyed by that magic. Those who cast spells randomly, stand up. The anger of our mermaid clan is not something you wizards can bear. At this moment, the mermaid with the toughest appearance suddenly felt his companion pulling on his sleeve. Don't drag me, I want these despicable wizards to feel the anger of the mermaid family. The sturdy mermaid didn't notice the problem at all and shouted loudly, "Hogwarts has long signed with us the ownership of the Black Lake Treaty. We are protecting our rights and interests normally." As he spoke, he finally looked up at the sky. He saw a water prison that occupied half of the sky, flashing alternately between blood and colorless colors, and the powerful aura contained within was frightening. On both sides of the water prison, a silver-haired man in black and red robes and a man covered in a red cloak and hood were suspended in midair. Both of them were controlling the water prison while looking at the black man with interest and malicious intent. Those mermaids on the lake. The sturdy mermaid shuddered, as if it was not September, when summer is still very strong, but December and January, the coldest months of the year. Well, I suddenly feel that there aren't that many things to be angry about. The sturdy mermaid immediately changed her mind. I want to know which wizard cast the spell, which added some new vitality and motivation to the silent Black Lake. I thank him. Other mermaids. Dracula and the hooded man ignored the clowns who suddenly appeared, and quickly retracted their gaze, then compressed and snatched the water prison between them. In the following time, the two of them walked back and forth by the Black Lake, with countless magic spells flying in the air. Dracula didn't know what the hooded man was thinking, but he did enjoy it. This can basically be said to be the most hardy duel Dracula has had in thousands of years. Overall, the hooded man seems to be inferior to Dracula in terms of strength. This is not because he is not strong enough, but because his wand seems to be too ordinary, and most of the magic he casts are very common, with average performance, and there are very few powerful magic with strong personal characteristics. However, the hooded man seems to have the ability to predict the future, and can often predict Dracula's next move without warning, and provide very clever responses based on this. In addition, his combat experience and reaction sensitivity are not inferior to Dracula, who has lived for more than 1,000 years. I don't know how he did it. A few hours later, the sun in the sky completely rose from behind the distant mountains, hanging high in the sky, casting a fiery red reflection on the surface of the Black Lake. The sky was exceptionally clear and blue, and it was difficult to see a single cloud. The bright sunshine made Dracula frown, and he unconsciously raised his hand to cover his forehead. He was about to suggest that the duel should be changed somewhere, but the hooded man spoke for the first time since arriving at the shore of the Black Lake. "My time is almost up," he said. The hooded man's voice was unclear, and his voice was distorted by some unknown magic, making it impossible to hear its true timbre. It took some effort for Dracula to barely recognize what he meant, and he looked up at him with some confusion. "What does almost time mean?" he asked softly. The hooded man didn't say another word and shook his head slightly. Then, his body twisted and he operated away from this place. "Don't leave in a hurry, I haven't finished asking my questions yet." Dracula's face turned cold. He raised his hand and pushed out an illusory handprint, and suddenly grabbed the place where the hooded man disappeared, trying to pull him back from the other end of the space. However, the hooded man still discovered Dracula's interception method unexpectedly, just like in the battle. At the last moment before he operated away, a strong iron armor spell blocked the place where the space fluctuated, and also blocked Dracula's illusory handprint. Dracula was unwilling to let him go, so he appeared in a flash at the place where the hooded man disappeared, summoning a dark moon, extending in the direction of the fluctuations in the space, leading directly to the place where the hooded man operated. However, just when his dark moon passage was about to be established, the corresponding spatial coordinates changed, followed by strong interference. Soon, Dracula completely lost the direction in which the hooded man left. Disrupting the space, who is this person? Dracula frowned, full of doubts. Why is the anti-apparition spell useless to him? He thought for a moment, then suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he took out an old piece of parchment from his pocket. As long as a wizard uses apparition within the scope of Hogwarts, even if it can circumvent the restrictions of the anti-apparition spell, it will be recorded on the remaining traces of magic on the Hogwarts title deed. Dracula carefully observed the magic traces on the land deed, looking at every part of the castle, trying to find even a trace of the hooded man. However, before he could find any trace of the hooded man, he discovered another very interesting thing. Why are there two Grangers in the castle? The picture that appeared on the land deed aroused Dracula's curiosity. He immediately forgot his purpose, put the traces of the hooded man behind him, and instead enthusiastically directed his magic power to the land deed in his hand, looking at the detailed pictures of the interior of Hogwarts Castle on the land deed. Dracula saw Hermione Granger walking towards the library on the 4th floor of the castle with a tired face and a thick stack of books in her arms. The other Hermione was hiding behind a large pillar, avoiding the sight of the previous Hermione. After the previous Hermione left the corner of the corridor, she hurriedly left her current position and ran towards the auditorium. Are these two Grangers at different points in time? Dracula raised his hand in vain, letting the land deed float in front of him, and watched the scene in front of him with interest. In fact, not long after the semester started, he had already begun to pay attention to Hermione. As a top student at Hogwarts, Hermione Granger was full of energy and high morale every time she attended class in the first 2 school years, as if she was on the playing field. The professor's questions were like flare guns in her eyes. Whenever the professor asked questions, she would be the first to raise her hands high. Except for the classes held by Snape, a potions professor who blatantly favored his own house, the professors and young wizards would be surprised if she did not get house points for Gryffindor in any class. However, after the beginning of this semester, Hermione's state in class was much worse than before. She would still raise her hand to answer questions reflexively, but when answering questions, she would occasionally respond a little too slowly and suddenly forget the topic asked by the professor. Sometimes, she would stand up but not be able to answer the question she was rushing to answer. Not only that, Dracula found that he was distracted more than once in class. The phenomenon of mind wandering is quite normal in young wizards like Harry and Ron, but when this phenomenon occurs in Hermione, it is quite strange. I see. Dracula raised the corners of his mouth and showed a rare excitement in his eyes. I wonder why Granger's mental state has been a little weird lately. So it's like this. A special word quietly emerged in his mind. Time turner? Dracula had already heard of the concept of a time turner, when Nico Flamel mentioned it to him in a casual conversation. According to Flamel, the British Ministry of Magic has an ancient department called the Department of Mysteries, which appeared even earlier than the British Ministry of Magic. In the Department of Mysteries, there are many silent people who study the secrets of the magical world, including some magical energies that are rarely known to the world. These things are usually not known to anyone other than the higher-ups of the Ministry of Magic and the silent man in charge of research. But Flamel was different. His alchemy skills had already been recognized by the entire magical world. Even an ancient and proud department like the Department of Mysteries had invited Flamel to study with them. Flamel mentioned in casual conversation that there is an energy called time stored in the Department of Mysteries, and the silent people have always wanted to use it. And the way they utilize it is to create an alchemical product that can freely store and use time energy. In Flamel's conception, the name of this alchemical product was the Time Turner. Yes, after all, more than 100 years have passed, and it's time to come up with some tricks. Seeing the two Hermiones, one diligently preparing for tomorrow's homework in the library, and the other hurriedly eating with Harry and Ron in the auditorium, Dracula chuckled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A dark moon slowly appeared beside Dracula. He reached for the Hogwarts title deed suspended in the air, walked into the dark moon, and came to Flamel's home on Montmorency Street in Paris, France. Old guy, are you at home? Dracula walked through the living room in a familiar way and knocked on the old door of the studio. With a creak, the door of the studio opened, and the white-haired Flamel appeared at the door with a surprised expression, looking at Dracula in front of him with some suspicion in his eyes. Old guy, why are you here suddenly? Flamel asked without any politeness. Huh? You don't seem to welcome me. Dracula walked into the studio without anyone else, and sat directly on Flamel's workbench filled with experimental equipment. He crossed his arms and looked at it with a half-smile. Flamel, slow down, don't knock over my crystal ball. Although Flamel reminded him, he had no intention of stopping Dracula. Instead, he closed the door without any surprise, and then sat aside. On the chair, it can be seen that he is already used to Dracula's behavior. Don't you think about why you are not welcome here? LeMay said leisurely while tidying up the somewhat scattered countertop. Why should I reflect? Dracula chuckled and asked, as the owner of this house, shouldn't you reflect on why you don't welcome your rare guest? Flamel glanced sideways at Dracula and tugged at the corners of his wrinkled mouth. I've never seen a guest like you before. He just appeared in someone else's living room without saying a word. Dracula smiled, not taking his words of unwelcome seriously. If he really wasn't welcome, Flamel wouldn't have given him permission to enter the safe house with the loyalty spell cast on him until now. As the only owner of the Philosopher's Stone, there are always some desperate dark wizards who want to gain immortality from Flamel. Therefore, he is always in danger. Every wizard who is allowed to enter Flamel's house has been confirmed to be a good person with good character and integrity. Of course, Dracula may be excluded. Flamel's good friends, such as Dumbledore and Newt, in addition to a phoenix-embossed bronze mirror connected to the phoenix-embossed book, also have a gold card. Only the person holding the card can see Monmouth the house at 51 Runcie Street. Dracula does not need this card representing authority. He is the only keeper of the safe house besides the Flamel couple. The unwelcome talk is just a different way of joking between two lonely people with long lives. Tell me, do you need my help with anything this time, or do you have any questions to ask me? Flamel quickly tidied up the workbench and looked up at Dracula. Can't I just come to visit you? Dracula smiled at him. Come on, we have known each other for hundreds of years, and I have never seen a time when you came here just to connect with me. Flamel said sarcastically, just tell me that after you woke up this time, when have you ever come to me and asked me for help? First you came to me to ask about the world's situation in the past 100 years, then you contacted me to chat with a few young wizards and talk about the magic stone. You came to me some time ago to help you determine the similarity between the two dark energies. Don't you feel guilty that I, a lot of my age, have been treated as a tool by you? Flamel said, with a hint of gnashing of teeth unknowingly in his tone. Okay, my fault. Dracula raised his hands to express surrender. I really have something to ask you this time. Flamel looked back and shook his head in surprise. I'm really unlucky to meet an old guy like you. He sighed. Tell me what questions you want to ask me this time. Dracula nodded, jumped down from the workbench, and said to Flamel, I want to know everything about the time turner during the 100 years I slept. Hearing Dracula's question, Flamel turned to look at him in surprise. How do you know? He was halfway through his words when he remembered something again. Oh, that's right. Since you teach at Hogwarts, it's only a matter of time before you discover the time turner. As he spoke, Flamel's expression gradually became serious. Brad, I hope you don't think about the time turner. He said solemnly, if someone else gets the current time turner experimental product, they may not be able to do anything, but that if you are the one who got the time turner, I wouldn't trust it. Oh, Dracula became interested. So, the time turner can really completely change time. It's not as exaggerated as the conversion time, but it can take a person back to the past. LeMay said softly, I know it can make people go back to the past. Dracula nodded. I saw 2 Hermione Grangers on the Hogwarts title deed, that is, one of my students. She used the time turner to go back in time and learn your lessons. So my question is not whether the time turner can allow people to go back in time, but to what extent it can do it. Being able to go back to the past means being able to change the history of the past, or even change the direction of the future. Dracula stared into Flamel's eyes and asked softly, if the function of the time turner is so powerful, how will it be distributed to those little wizards, just for them to use for learning? Dracula didn't think it made sense. It's hard to say how powerful the power of time is, but if it can really bring people back to life and make things change the rules of operation, then it must be a very foul energy. And if the time turner can be mass-produced, the possibility of falling into the hands of a dark wizard with ulterior motives will become very high. Wouldn't it cause chaos in the entire magical world? Actually, the time turner is not as unsolvable as you think. Flamel took a deep look at Dracula and explained to him, time conversion also has its corresponding rules. A person can go back to the past. But this cannot change the course of history. Even if someone uses a time turner to travel in time, the history he changes is only the established history that has already happened. Everything this person achieves forms a closed loop, and our world is the final one that has been changed. Ending. How do you say it? Dracula asked, is there a clearer explanation? In other words, there is only one timeline in this world. Flamel emphasized the word timeline. I don't understand very well. Dracula shook his head, but an expression of interest suddenly appeared in his eyes. But I have an idea. Please listen to it and see if it is true. Since I can change the past, I can make a hypothesis. If I get the time turner and go back to the past to kill myself, since I am dead, then I will not get the time turner, and then I will go back to the past, push it to the end, who killed me. Dracula's problem actually has the same meaning as the grandfather paradox that is widely circulated in the Muggle world. If a person goes back in time and kills his young grandfather, since the grandfather is dead, then the time traveler's father will not be born, and without a father, there will be no time traveler. In this case, who killed him? Where is my grandfather? In the same timeline, this paradox is of course impossible to achieve. It was not until the emergence of the theory of parallel universes that everything that happened in this paradox had a slight possibility of realization. But according to Flamel's explanation, there are items like time turners in this world, but there is only one timeline. This doesn't seem reasonable. After hearing Dracula's question, Flamel couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Who on earth would think of going back in time to kill himself? Oh, if this person is Dracula, that's quite normal. A very profound question. Flamel controlled his expression and nodded thoughtfully. Actually, similar situations like what you mentioned have occurred before. There was a silent person in the Department of Mysteries at the end of the last century. She used a time turner to return to the past during the experiment, but she died because she stayed in the past for too long. During the experiment of returning to the past, Eloise was trapped up to 5 days in 1402. Her travels changed the life trajectories of everyone she met in the past. At least 25 descendants disappeared from modern times and became existences that were never born. Flamel said in a deep voice. That's why the Ministry of Magic has established hundreds of laws regarding the use of time turners. But doesn't this conflict with the time conversion rules you mentioned before? Dracula asked. Yes, these 2 points did create a big conflict. Flamel sighed and said to Dracula, so this involves the self-healing ability of the time conversion rules. If the behavior that occurs during the time transition does not have a great impact, then the rules of time can repair it, bring the world line back to the final ending that has been changed, and make the logic of time transition self-consistent. However, if one person causes too great an impact during time travel, then part of the time rules will completely collapse and time will not be brought back to the main line, resulting in catastrophic consequences.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.